Chapter 401. Battle begins once more. Chou Ju was shocked, quickly concentrating his mind and pushing his soul, meditating resist this yellow light. This yellow light was supported by Fang Yuan's soul power, but he was young and had weaker foundations in his soul compared to this 100-year-old monster Chou Ju. To enslave Chou Ju, it would not be an easy task. But why would Fang Yuan not see this coming? He had his ways. Kick my face again and I'll fight it out with you. F***K, still kicking, I'll kill you. Stop hitting me. Fang Yuan hit Chou Ju until he rolled around. Chou Ju could not use Gu worms, but Fang Yuan had his strength path Gu worms available. Comparing strength, Chou Ju was not Fang Yuan's match. Quickly, Chou Ju's face was bruised, and his distraction meant that the yellow light fused into his body more deeply. Hold on, I have to block it. Once it fuses completely, I will be his slave. I will have no way out. Chou Ju squeezed into a ball as he allowed Fang Yuan to hit him, the strong sense of danger causing his hair to stand. Just a tiny bit of light left, near his forehead, unable to fuse properly. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, suddenly saying, "Zheng, you don't want revenge? Chen Ju betrayed you and is living well with Xiangyang Fei. How did you know?" Chou Ju was taken by surprise, the light quickly entering his body with this chance. Chou Ju's expression instantly changed, kneeling before Fang Yuan. "This subordinate greets master. This rank 5 slavery Gu should be used on a rank 5 Gu master to express its true worth. Till now, Mo Wutian and Xiaomang had not arrived yet. Taimu Bai, Wu Gui, Kumo and Wu Lanshan were all killed by Fang Yuan. The final choice was Wang Xiao, the owner of Wu Mountain and killer ghost Dr. Chou Ju. But how could Wu Mountain compare to the Door of Life and Death? The Door of Life and Death was a forbidden land on the same level as the River of Time. Enslaving Chou Ju meant getting the clue to the Door of Life and Death. Moreover, Chou Ju is one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. His influence even spread to the righteous path. He was definitely better than Mo Wutian. The only flaw was that enslaving Chou Ju placed a great burden on Fang Yuan's soul. It was a problem for his upcoming Immortal Gu refinement. Chou Ju, back then did you use the poison vow Gu with Dr. Su Shou, swearing to love each other for eternity, never abandoning each other? Fang Yuan looked at the killer ghost doctor, asking a question. There is indeed such a matter, but master, how did you know? Chou Ju kneeled on the ground and answered with a bruised face, feeling confused. HMPH, since you used the poison vow Gu, do you know how Dr. Su Shou lifted its restrictions? Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. Poison vow Gu is Mountain Pledge Sea Oath Gu's replacement. Chen Ju does not have the ability to negate it. She took a great risk for the gigolo Xiangyang Fei, letting the poison vow kill her. Without a host, the poison vow's strength vanished. She then used healing techniques to resurrect herself, getting free of the poison vow. Chou Ju said this with a furious expression. He loved his senior sister greatly, but she betrayed him for a gigolo, even ignoring the dangers to her life, and broke the poison vow. Fang Yuan heard this and was even more furious than him, lifting his leg and kicking Chou Ju away. He remembered that in his previous life, Chou Ju said this, "We took an oath in front of the blessed land sea, to protect and stand by each other." But who could have thought her heart had already changed and actually broke the oath we took at that time and injured me, defecting with that thief? What oath? It was the mother of King poison vow Gu. This Chou Ju only spoke of less important matters, making important information unclear and concealing himself. If he had said poison vow Gu back then, Fang Yuan reckons, he would not have been so unaware, not knowing that there was a person in Shongclan City that could break free from poison vow Gu, and thus he would have been careful of Bai Ning Bing. But I should have guessed it. When Chou Ju talked about Xiangyang Fei's appearance, he said that he was only slightly better looking. Saying such shameless words like it was natural, it was no surprise that he would not mention the Gu. Fang Yuan looked at Chou Ju with contempt. Saying he loved her, but used the poison vow Gu to restrict her, it showed how sinister and inferior his inner heart was. Such a person speaking with exaggerated truths was nothing strange. Fang Yuan was also suspicious of how Bai Ning Bing broke free from the poison vow. Even in his previous life, Bai Ning Bing did not say the reason. Now Fang Yuan knew it was Dr. Su Shou who helped her break free of it. All right, let the past be past. Chou Ju, go to Qingshan Inheritance and get me undefeated 100 battles GU. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts and instructed. This subordinate will do all that he can. Chou Ju answered. Chou Ju was a healing GU master. He was not a refinement path master like Feng Yu. It was impossible to ask him to assist Fang Yuan in refining second aperture GU. But it was extremely easy for him to get the undefeated 100 battles GU. This is because the blessed land was weakening. Not long later, GU worms would be usable. Chou Ju just needed to charge ahead and he would obtain undefeated 100 battles GU. At this point, Fang Yuan's slaughter ended. He returned to the hall and continued refining GU. Compared to his previous life, he saved a lot of time after rebirth. Without the spring-autumn cicadas pressure, it was much easier. Back then he only spent an hour a day, refining GU like a maniac, forcing his own limits. But now he could sleep 6 hours, slowly and steadily, refining GU with perfect sequence. Days continued to pass, and the blessed land was getting weaker. But the immortal essence expenditure was much less than last time. Fang Yuan had his experience from the last time. He took less detours this time. Many steps were completed in one try, and the land spirit was extremely amazed. 3 Kings' Inheritance's weird state attracted everyone's attention. As time went on, Che clan, as the clan moved out, and Xiao Mang and Mo Wu Tian also appeared on San Cha Mountain. Finally, October 24th came again. Master, this subordinate has succeeded. Chou Ju kneeled on the ground, holding up a GU, handing it to Fang Yuan. This GU had a bland appearance, like a grey stone disc. It was none other than undefeated 100 battles GU. In his previous life, Feng Yu who Fang Yuan enslaved obtained Qingshan Inheritance and had several hundred hairy men as followers. Now, Chou Ju was not a refinement path master. He broke through by force, only getting the undefeated 100 battles GU. Not a single hairy men followed him. But the hairy men were good at GU refinement. They could not battle. The hairy men's line of defense was as good as nothing. Fang Yuan did not mind it. After keeping undefeated 100 battles GU, Fang Yuan gave instructions before sending Chou Ju away. This process was done in the dark. Bai Ning Bing did not learn of it. Fang Yuan returned to the Bronze Hall, and Bai Ning Bing had already arrived. Behind her, there were 100,000 dog beasts, either resting or playing around. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Bai Ning Bing, hand your GU worms to the land spirit. What? Bai Ning Bing was shocked. Aren't I commanding these dogs? The land spirit can use GU worms. Its manipulation is better than yours. Fang Yuan explained. Land spirit appeared, slightly worried. Young man, I have to refine GU with you while controlling the immortal essence. If I have to expend effort controlling the dogs, I might not have the energy to do so. Fang Yuan snickered, his expression extremely confident. No worries, aren't you confident of my actions? Among the enemies I have my pawn pieces too. There are sufficient Primeval stones here for you to manipulate the dogs. Is that so? Bai Gui hesitated, but thinking of Fang Yuan's secret identity, he agreed in the end. As for you Bai Ning Bing, come with me. When I refine GU, I need a trustworthy person to defend me. Fang Yuan patted Bai Ning Bing's shoulder, showing a kind and affectionate smile. Bai Ning Bing snorted, her gaze shining secretly, as she said in a flat tone, up to you, as long as you don't die. Whether the GU refinement succeeds or not is none of my business. Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing entered the hall together. Fang Yuan sat down as Bai Ning Bing acted as his guardian. Fang Yuan shut his eyes, not doing anything. What are you waiting for? There is not much time. Bai Ning Bing endured for a while before breaking the silence. Ning Bing, stay calm, some things cannot be rushed. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. no anxiety at all as he spoke plainly. Bai Ning Bing snorted, not speaking, her eyes squinting, thinking in her heart, what is this Fang Yuan thinking of? He took away my commanding rights, is he suspicious of me? No, he arranged for me to be in the hall, he still trusts me. I have to continue enduring. She thought of Tai Ruo Nan, feeling assured, she is blocked by the dog groups outside now, without my assistance, she can only break through by force. Damn it, he did not let me control the dogs. Thankfully, we have a backup plan, Tai Bai Chi is already secretly on San Cha Mountain. A moment later, Fang Yuan was calm and resting, not doing anything. This time, even the land spirit came to urge Fang Yuan to refine the Gu. But Fang Yuan rejected him, not doing anything. Land spirit was anxious, its tone became slightly angry, but Fang Yuan used his rebirth identity to convince it. At this time, on San Cha mountain peak, blue-red light pillars were thin and weak, still shining on the mountain peak. King Quan Inheritance's yellow pillar was gone. The previous time, only red pillar was left, that was because Feng Yu took Kingshan Inheritance. But this time, Chou Ju was not a refinement master, he could not break through the final round, thus 2 pillars were left. I wonder who took King Quan Inheritance. 2 left, us small fry have no chance. But it is really strange, none of the rank 5 GU masters in the inheritance came out, did something happen? That's right, King Quan Inheritance was inherited, but why did the others not come out? They are being retained inside the blessed land. This blessed land is facing destruction, soon the door will open, allowing us to enter and exit at will. A voice echoed. It is Lord Xiaomang. Someone cheered, recognizing the person's identity. Chapter 402. All is within my control. Killer move, immemorial light fist. Xiaomang stood at the peak of San Cha mountain and used his killer move, causing the sky to dim. Light rays formed into a giant hill-sized fist and pierced through the blessed land's barrier. In an instant, the whole blessed land shook and an enormous hole formed, forming a passage connecting the inside to the outside. GU masters could enter through it without any obstructions. Charge, everything in the blessed land is ours. We need to hurry, or else we won't be able to seize anything. Unfortunately, the good stuff will be taken by those experts. It will be good if they leave just the soup for us. How nice would it be if I can luckily obtain King Xin and King Bao inheritance? It was a scene of chaos, countless people cheered while rushing into the blessed land, causing the pressure on the blessed to greatly increase. This is it, he, a bunch of idiots. Xiaomang laughed coldly inwardly and stepped into the blessed land. The bronze hall also recovered from the tremors. Land spirit transmitted its voice to Fang Yuan, so you were waiting for this tremor to pass, it was really dangerous. If it was during the GU refinement process, it would have caused a huge disturbance and the consequences would be too terrible to imagine. You are truly a GU immortal who has been reborn. Fang Yuan smiled and transmitted a mental message, I am not only a GU immortal, but also your future master. Bai Gui, you need to know I am the best candidate for refining the Immortal Gu. The more you cooperate with me, the higher our chance of refining the Immortal Gu. Now, I remember there will be 2 more tremors, we need to avoid them as much as possible. Alright, let's begin the Gu refinement. Fang Yuan threw the full second aperture Gu into the cauldron. With the land spirit's cooperation, the bronze cauldron burned without any fire and the remaining bit of immortal essence started combusting. Immortal essence combusted and formed into a blue smoke that gracefully rose and covered the false second aperture Gu. The false Gu floated above the bronze cauldron and was turned into dazzling yellow light by this blue smoke. Fang Yuan concentrated his attention in harmonizing the blue smoke and yellow light. Previously, he refined the Gu together with Feng Yu, now he was doing it alone and was thus slightly slower. Mo Wutian arrived at the edge of the dense fog by himself. His deep and mysterious purple eyes were enchanting and wild. Through his purple eyes, the fog seemed to be invisible and the sea of dog beasts showed themselves in his sight. Such a tight defensive formation, one man alone cannot charge through it. It seems I will need to borrow strength. He resolutely turned around and after a while found Humaya. Ah! Young Master Wu Tian, you have actually advanced to rank 5. Humai was shocked at Mo Wu Tian's cultivation progress. Mo Wu Tian talked of the immortal treasure and was able to immediately incite the desire in Humai, who expressed her full support. However, when they were on their way, they found that the news about the immortal treasure had already spread. The two inquired about the details and learned the news was released by the killer ghost Dr. Chou Ju. Right now, he had already gathered a huge group of demonic Gu masters and was heading towards the Bronze Hall. Mo Wu Tian furrowed his brows. Most of the demonic path Gu masters had already gone with Chou Ju, and thus he was only able to gather a few people. Moreover, talking of influence, he was no match for Chou Ju. Mo Wu Tian was after all a newcomer while Chou Ju was an old veteran who had roamed around southern border for many years and was also one of the 4 great doctors. Most of the people would have favors to ask of him and he had some influence even in the righteous path. With no choice, Mo Wu Tian could only join with Chou Ju's group. With little brother Mo Wu Tian's help, these mere dog beasts are of no worry to us. Chou Ju welcomed Mo Wu Tian enthusiastically. Mo Wu Tian's brows furrowed deeply as he was used as a target board for Chou Ju. But never mind, if he endured this and helped out, they would be able to get to the main hall quicker. The huge crowd of demonic Gu masters looked majestic, but they did not immediately charge towards the main hall but instead remained there. Sir Chou Ju, time doesn't wait for anyone. Why are we not charging in towards the hall? Mo Wu Tian's brows had furrowed into a knot as he urged. Chou Ju said with a chuckle, more people means bigger strength. There are still many of our people that have not joined us. We need to absorb their strength to become even stronger. When we charge at that time, the pressure and danger each person faces will be much less. Mo Wu Tian urged again but Chou Ju just chuckled and replied politely, not yielding the least bit. Mo Wu Tian started to feel anxious. He tried several more times but Chou Ju remained firm. This old fool does not know the value of time. Mo Wu Tian repressed his anger and immediately contacted Humai, Li Xian, and others to agitate and incite everyone, making them even more impatient. Chou Ju had no way to deal with it since he could not directly go against everyone's intent, and could only lead a group of demonic Gu masters to arrive at the edge of the fog. Mo Wu Tian observed for a while and again made the strategy to divide the crowd in 3 groups, and so on. Chou Ju, however, said it was not a good idea and that the fog was too dense to understand the actual situation. As a doctor, he had his morals. As a healer, he could not bear to see everyone risking themselves and delivering themselves to death. Mo Wu Tian stomped his feet in anger and went to contact everyone and incite them with the allure of the immortal treasure. The demonic Gu master's mood was agitated. Chou Ju also took advantage of the situation to push the responsibility for this matter to Mo Wu Tian and chose the people who would charge forward. However, he put a condition that only those who were willing could go forward and they could not be forced. The demonic crowd readily agreed and moved towards the 3 paths according to Mo Wu Tian's arrangement. Not good, someone is attacking from outside. When the refinement was going on, the land spirit's voice suddenly arrived. No need to worry, I have already anticipated this situation. Go take charge of the battle outside. I will stabilize the Gu refinement for the moment and wait for you to rotate with me. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. The land spirit divided most of its concentration in commanding the dog beasts according to Fang Yuan's instructions and beat back the demonic crowd just like in previous life. Mo Wu Tian was unresigned and again formed the 2nd assault group, but they still met with great losses and returned defeatedly. Chou Ju came forward at this moment. Everyone knows my rule. I take 1 life for every life I save. Right now, I will treat everyone first and hope you all can fulfill the promise later. Finished speaking, he started healing everyone. The demonic crowd was moved to tears. Chou Ju's influence increased rapidly and even more people left Mo Wu Tian to side with Chou Ju. Chou Ju patted Mo Wu Tian's shoulder and said in a kind voice, Brother Wu Tian, do you see it now? I advised you earlier to not take the risk. Now, so many of our comrades have lost their lives. it makes me so sad." His voice was quite loud, which caused Mo Wuqian's eye to twitch and his anger reached an extreme level. This old sinister fool! If I was successful in breaking through these beasts, it would be his contribution, and now that I failed, he is avoiding all the responsibility. HMPH, I did underestimate these beasts. I had thought the formation was a weak one, and had never thought that there was a GU master controlling them from behind. Such a fast adaptation speed and method, this person is definitely someone with deep attainment in enslavement path. Damn it, this is really hateful. Mo Wuqian gritted his teeth, but could do nothing. In the previous life, he was able to use force and threat to make the demonic GU masters throw their lives. However, with rank 5 Chou Ju here now, he was not able to be so unrestrained. Let's wait. Righteous Path GU masters will also soon gather together and we can discuss it with them. After all, we only have one life. In case we charge through and let the Righteous Path get the benefits, it would be really bad. Chou Ju spoke his plan. Lord Killer Ghost Doctor is right. Lord Killer Ghost Doctor is indeed benevolent and cherishes the lives of us small characters. Doctors have their healer morals. Lord Killer Ghost Doctor is after all a senior of our demonic path. Mo Wuqian gritted his teeth till they made cracking sounds. He really wished he could kill this old bastard. Like this, the time was delayed for a good while until the Righteous Path GU masters gathered under the lead of Xiao Mang. They charged through several times but also returned in defeat. Xiao Mang was getting anxious while thinking of the unopened King Bao inheritance and again used his killer move. Killer move, my glorious spear. A 1.8 m long and 0.6 m thick spear of light landed on the mound. An intense explosion occurred with shockwaves blowing away everything. After the dazzling light dispersed, the fog that covered the mound also dispersed. The bronze hall and the majestic dog beasts were revealed before everyone's eyes in their full glory. Righteous and demonic crowd felt their hearts thumping in excitement but also turned cold at the scene. The immortal treasure was in front of them, but how could they charge through such an enormous dog-beast formation? It could only be done if the righteous and demonic allied. Those with experience all thought of this. Xiao Mang looked at the demonic path's direction and Mo Wuqian also glanced at the righteous path. It was clear they needed to ally, but they had to see which side would compromise first. Time passed by minutes and seconds. Chou Ju calmly watched the dog beasts while Xiao Mang's expression was solemn as he closed his eyes to recuperate. He was the young master of the Grand Xiao clan, a famous figure among the righteous path. How could he lower his head towards the demonic path first? If word spread later, his reputation would have a great hit. The second tremor has gone. Bai Gui, my secret chess piece has showed its use and for a short time, they won't attack. Let's continue the refinement. Fang Yuan summoned the land spirit. While the righteous and demonic path were in a stalemate, Fang Yuan once again resumed the refinement. At this moment, the blue smoke and the yellow light had finally blended with each other. The blue smoke turned into beads of grass that floated in the air and started growing. The yellow light turned into flowers that fluttered and fell into the grass. Fang Yuan took out a dagger and cut his artery, bleeding out his own essence blood. Large amounts of essence blood infused into smoke. The blue smoke and yellow light immediately let out sizzling sounds and turned into a red cloud, like a wave of blood sea. The blood surged and turned into a sphere that floated in the air without spreading. After a round of evolution, the smoke sphere settled down and formed a field with abundant red wheat growing in it. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air when he saw this. He had lost a lot of blood which caused his face to pale. He immediately used a GU to heal his wound. Wild grass grow widely, the chi of blood like the sea. 300 years as spring, 500 years as autumn. He took out a lifespan GU. This was a 300 years lifespan GU which looked like roots with rough texture, like a snake that was coiled into a circle. Fang Yuan threw it into the smoke in blood field. The cloud of smoke immediate started raging like boiling water. In previous life, this strange change had nearly caused Fang Yuan to fail. Now, However, Fang Yuan was mentally prepared and easily controlled the situation. Under his control, the cloud of smoke gradually settled down. However, right at this time, the land spirit suddenly warned, "Not good, those Gu masters have started attacking together. There might not be time to refine Gu. No need to worry, everything is under my control." Fang Yuan coldly smiled and took out the second lifespan Gu. Chapter 403. Bai Ning Bing, have you acted enough? Shouting, screaming, shrieking, cursing, dog barking, all these sounds merged into one, causing the ground to tremble. The attack had just begun for 10 minutes, but the mound was already overflowing with blood and corpses. "Sir Chou Ju, we are slow. With this kind of pace, when will we ever get into the bronze hall?" Mo Wutian urged. Chou Ju snickered, "The dog groups are huge, is it that easy to get through? It is better that we are slow, the righteous path will take on more pressure for us, we can benefit from the chaos better." Chou Ju was already Fang Yuan's slave, his greatest wish is to continue stalling for time. Earlier, the righteous and demonic factions were at a stalemate, but this Mo Wutian had to ruin it by finding Xiaomang to cooperate. Chou Ju could not stop him, he could only go with the flow. After starting the assault, he tried his best to slow them down. They had planned to attack from 2 directions, but because of Killer Ghost Doctor's manipulation, it caused the righteous faction to be further in the advancement, thus taking more hits. Meanwhile, the demonic path had less losses, but the assault's momentum was slowly, they were in danger of being surrounded. "Chou Ju, what are you thinking of? You are too muddled, we have to charge with vigor, how can we move so slowly? You are old and confused, can't you see? Our group is already in deep trouble, once our movement stops, we will be surrounded, we will be in greater danger than the righteous path." Mo Wutian was stomping his feet in anger, shouting. Chou Ju stared with his eyes wide open, shouting back, "Mo Wutian, you junior, why are you screaming for nothing, what do you know? Doing it your way, how many people did we lose earlier? Later when we compete with the righteous faction for the immortal treasure, they will be our enemy, we have to weaken them." Saying so, Chou Ju's tone changed, consoling softly, "Oh young man, it is not wise to charge ahead recklessly." Because of what happened earlier, the majority of the demonic Gu masters supported Chou Ju and objected to Mo Wutian. Mo Wutian's heart was furious, as he raised his head and screamed, "Old fool Chou Ju, we have different opinions. You all can wait here and die, I am going to get my immortal treasure." Saying so, he moved ahead and charged towards the bronze hall. Hu Maio, Li Zan, and the others felt that Mo Wutian was right, they wanted to go ahead but their strength was insufficient, they could only go with the crowd. Youngsters are so rash. Chou Ju sighed, then laughed, "Look, after being psyched by me, he is taking on the pressure for us. We will steadily move ahead, using the road that he paved for us, perfect." Everyone laughed, praising Chou Ju's brilliance. Countless dogs formed into a wave, as thousands of Gu masters resisted them. Blood flowed and broken limbs flew. All sorts of Gu worms competed, like the dance of fire and ice, lightning exploded and soil was overturned, green vines grew endlessly. Yichong's body was covered in blue fish scales, black fins growing on his back with a light blue spiral wave around him. He seemed to have become a fearsome shark in the sea, charging ahead fearlessly. Yi were turned into the god of fire, charging ahead as he slaughtered, everywhere he went, there was blazing flames and crying dogs. Yang Jun used the phantom path Gu worm, turning into a hollow shadow as he evaded attacks again and again, safe and sound. Li Xian used his rank 5 Gu and concealed his body while people were not noticing. Kong Ai Chen turning into a rain of petals, floating in the sky. The experts displayed all their abilities, getting close to the bronze hall. Among them, 2 were at the front lines, and were the most prominent. It was none other than Xiaomang and Mo Wutian. But good times did not last, Ba Huang and Yingming, the 2 dog emperors appeared, blocking their advancement like last time. "It is time." At the front lines, Tai Ruo Nan was bathed in blood as she stopped her footsteps, resting as she breathed heavily. Thai clans for old-timers were guarding by her side. Other than that, there was Tai Bai Chi. We are a few thousand steps from the Bronze Hall. There are many dogs here. It is up to you, Lord Tai Bai Chi. Tai Ruo Nan said. He, I have been watching the whole time. My hands are itching already. Tai Bai Chi took off his hat, showing off the third eye on his forehead. He activated his Gu worm, pushing the space before him with both hands, forming a black hole. The black hole continued to spin, as numerous white apes jumped out. The white ape army gushed out, forming into a strong formation as it charged towards the Bronze Hall. Young master, go ahead. I will block them here. Tai Bai Chi's tone was confident and powerful. We'll be counting on you. The Immortal Gu is most important. For the clan, we have to arrest Fang Yuan alive. Tai Ruo Nan gritted her teeth, waving her hand and bringing the Tai clan for old-timers and starting their invasion. With the white ape army to cover for them and sacrifice, Tai Ruo Nan successfully made it into the hall. Fang Yuan was still refining Gu, he could not do anything else. Land Spirit wanted to strike, but Fang Yuan stopped it. Ba Gui, don't force yourself. You have to control the dog groups while manipulating the immortal essence to assist me in refining Gu. How can you be further distracted? Bai Ning Bing, it will be up to you now. Go block her. Bai Ning Bing snorted coldly, squinting her eyes as he blocked Tai Ruo Nan, engaging in fierce combat. In the space before Fang Yuan, cloud smoke was moving violently. In his previous life, he had already used Third Watch Gu by this time. But now, without Feng Qianyu's help, Fang Yuan's progress was extremely slow. He had just thrown in the 500-year lifespan Gu. Without the refinement master Feng Qianyu, Fang Yuan felt difficulty controlling the cloud smoke. The cloud smoke reacted violently, causing Fang Yuan to almost fail several times, but he managed to salvage it every time. Behind him, as Tai and Bai fought, Tai clans for old-timers joined in. Bai Ning Bing could not rival them, as she fell into a disadvantage, shouting, Fang Zheng, I can't hold them back anymore. How long more do you need? The cloud smoke had finally absorbed the lifespan Gu, turning into the blood fields, golden wheat, filled with crops. It was that 500 years as autumn seen. Fang Yuan's voice was nervous. Hang in there, I need a lot of time. If I die, you will not live too. Bai Ning Bing cursed continuously. Several moves later, Bai Ning Bing gasped roughly, I can't continue. Fang Yuan, I am going to self-destruct. Your aptitude has already returned to 100%. Fang Yuan was startled. What do you think? Bai Ning Bing cursed. The cloud smoke was slowly maturing, dissipating. From a water tank size, it shrunk to a basin size. Try to hold on, unless you can't control it anymore, don't. Fang Yuan shouted. It is too late. Bai Ning Bing sighed deeply. Frost quickly gathered, as the cold aura spread everywhere in the main hall and the temperature decreased rapidly. What Gu is this? Tai Ruo Nan's cry of surprise also reached Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan turned his head with difficulty to look and saw the main hall already becoming a world of ice and snow. Bai Ning Bing was floating high up in the air, her whole body turning into ice crystal, similar to the situation when she had self-destructed back at Qingmao Mountain. The cold wind blustered and glacier rose, crushing towards Tai Ruo Nan with vast and majestic force. Is this the legendary Northern Dark Eye Soul physique? Tai Ruo Nan cried out in surprise. But it was already too late, she was sealed within the ice like an insect in an amber. The ice continued spreading towards Fang Yuan. Bai Ning Bing? Bai Ning Bing! Fang Yuan worriedly shouted, but there was no response from Bai Ning Bing. Her body had almost become one with ice and her whole face had started turning indistinct. Her crystal-like eyes no longer shone and had thoroughly dimmed. Damn it! Fang Yuan cursed, standing up and sending the young Gu towards Bai Ning Bing. But halfway, the young Gu made a U-turn and returned to Fang Yuan's right hand. At the same time, the cloud smoke turned into a Gu worm, landing on Fang Yuan's left hand. This Gu was like a peanut shell, golden and dazzling. The markings on the surface resembles bright red blood traces. Earlier, the fake second aperture Gu could only live for a week, and was not stable. But this new Gu could survive for 40 years. He. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed, using liquid metal Gu and blocking the frost. Then he said to Bai Ning Bing, have you acted enough? Fang Yuan laughed again, saying, did you have a good time cooperating with Tai clan? This time, Bai Ning Bing could not longer act. She turned back into flesh body and stared at Fang Yuan with a shocked and solemn suspicion. How did you? In Shang Clan City, you purposely lost to Yang Tu, getting Dr. Su Shou's help to remove the poison vow, and then secretly contacted Tai Ruo Nan. On San Cha Mountain, you plotted together with the 4 old-timers. All these, did you think I was ignorant? Fang Yuan played with the 2 Gu in his hands as he said. Bai Ning Bing landed on the ground with a dazed expression, stunned beyond words. How did Fang Yuan find out all these? I was extremely secretive. This means, he was always watching coldly at my performance. Wait, I succeeded in planting the fixed star Gu though. Fang Yuan, you demon, so what if you found out? You can't escape today, there is nowhere to run. Tai Ruo Nan saw that the matter was exposed and quickly broke out of the ice, as the 4 old-timers joined her. Fang Yuan chuckled, raising his left arm, you mean the fixed star Gu. What if I chop off my arm? Tai clan's 4 old-timers frowned deeply. Once Fang Yuan chopped off his arm, even if they used their killer move, they would only get his arm. According to their understanding of Fang Yuan, sacrificing his left forearm was nothing to this cruel and wicked person. Ha. Tai Ruo Nan suddenly laughed. She pointed at Fang Yuan, shouting, Fang Yuan, stop trying to deceive us. So what if you saw through our scheme? The dog group outside the hall cannot block the 2 factions. Soon, Xiao Mang, Chou Ju, Mo Wutian, Yi Hui, Yi Chong, and the others would charge in. Can you defend the Immortal Gu? You are a frenzied lunatic, killing so many Gu masters and plundering their apertures to refine Gu. These crimes are unforgivable. Bai Ning Bing is the best witness. As long as we announce it to the world, you will be a wanted criminal everywhere. More importantly, your Immortal Gu is not done refining yet. Do you still have a chance of succeeding? Impossible. You have no time left. Not long later, this hall will be overrun by people. Where can you run to? Try flying out? You only way out now is to surrender to our Tai clan, and contribute that half-done Immortal Gu to us, as well as surrender the old clan leader's Gu worms, and enter the Demon Suppression Tower for reform. That's the only way you can keep your life. Chapter 404. Refining Immortal Gu again. Tai Ruo Nan took a step forward and looked with a gaze that was sharp as a knife. Fang Yuan, you are a smart man, you should be clear of your situation. I am indeed clear of my situation. Fang Yuan's expression was tranquil, and I am even more clear of your situation. His lips revealed a trace of cold smile. The Immortal Gu refinement has indeed not finished, but this has let me preserve more portions of immortal essence, enough for me to kill you all. However, right at this time, Bai Gui appeared and spoke with a tearful expression. No use, it is no use. There will be too much loss in immortal essence to kill them, and the remaining amount won't be able to support the Gu refinement. Furthermore, it is late now, there are too many holes in the blessed land and it will completely collapse and disperse into smoke not long later. Its biggest obsession was to complete the refinement of second aperture Gu. It did not even care about its own destruction. Right now, Fang Yuan had only refined to this stage and the crucial step still remained, which was also the most difficult step, but the situation no longer allowed him to continue. Young man, you made a grave mistake in your calculations. Our Immortal Gu refinement is a failure. The land spirit howled in grief. Refining Immortal Gu? Never expected it to be so lively here. Yang Jun calmly stepped into the main hall. In the previous life, he had been obstructed by Feng Jiu, but now with no obstructions, he walked freely into the bronze hall. Fang Yuan, you are not the blessed land's master, thus the land spirit will not completely obey your commands. Since young clan leader Yang Jun has arrived, the others also won't be far. Today, your loss is certain. Tai Ruonan had some fear towards the land spirit and could only continue to engage in psychological battle. No, there is still hope, the Gu refinement can't be considered a failure. Fang Yuan suddenly smiled. He moved his gaze towards Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing's heart tightened. If Fang Yuan used young Gu to force her to fight to the death, what course of path should she take? However, Fang Yuan's gaze moved past Bai Ning Bing and turned towards the land spirit Bai Gui. This aged Bai Gui was looking awful right now after crying, appearing extremely broken-hearted. Bai Gui, do you still want to refine second aperture Gu or not? Fang Yuan transmitted his voice. Could it be that you have some way? Bai Gui suddenly felt a trace of hope. That's right, you are a reborn Gu immortal, and with your previous life's experience, you should have expected this situation, right? No, the situation is beyond my expectations. The current me is only a mortal and I am unable to make a difference. Fang Yuan said frankly, Bai Gui, I have failed you, the Gu refinement this time is indeed a failure. The land spirit started wailing even louder. However, Fang Yuan immediately changed the topic, but this failure is only temporary, we can still have hope. The land spirit's crying softened as it asked, what do you mean? After you die, I will be the only person who knows the recipe. The half-finished second aperture Gu is also with me, so Bai Gui, you must protect me. Of course I have to protect you. You are the only person who satisfied the requirements of the blessed land and are also a reborn Gu immortal. There is a huge chance of the refinement of the second aperture Gu succeeding in the future even if it is a failure this time. The land spirit answered as a matter of fact. Good. It is great that you have this understanding. However, you can only protect me for a period but not forever. Not long later, you will die. With the remaining immortal essence, we also cannot completely root out all the enemies in the blessed land. Even if you transport me to the outside world, there are many groups of Gu masters on San Cha Mountain. The corner of Fang Yuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Since the rebirth this time, everything was going smoothly. As he inched closer to success, he could not help but feel a trace of excitement. Then how do you want me to protect you? The land spirit asked. Fang Yuan chuckled and said profoundly, Bai Gui, do you remember the third section of the second chapter of the Legends of Ren Zhu? The land spirit was dazed as it guessed Fang Yuan's meaning. It said with hesitation, you are saying, no, that won't work, there are two conditions that are not fulfilled. First of all, you need the light of glory of the immemorial era. He. Fang Yuan laughed satisfiedly at this. He raised his hand and pointed to the top of the bronze hall and shouted, look, the light is here. From the moment he stood up, he had inwardly asked the land spirit to share its vision, thus the situation outside was very clear to him. Afterward, the talk with the Thai clansmen and others were only delaying the time and waiting for a good opportunity. This was already the third time Fang Yuan had used Spring-Autumn Cicada, and by accumulating his experience, he had an even deeper understanding of rebirth. There was indeed a butterfly effect to the aftermath of rebirth that could cause some things to change completely. However, there was also historical inertia. Many great events that occurred were conflicts that accumulated over time, they only lacked a trigger point. Even without the original trigger, a new one would always appear. This was not something a person alone could influence and change easily. Xiao Mang was getting impatient fighting with Yingming and flew to the sky. Rank 5, River Under the Sun Gu. Killer move, Torrential Light Stream. The river of light rolled and crashed as it poured down towards the blessed land. The light was blinding, and the waves were fierce. It turned the entire battlefield white, and everyone closed their eyes, unable to resist such a strong light. Not good. Tai Ruonan and others were in the main hall. Tai Bai Chi tried to stop it when he saw this, but the light river's formation was already complete and he could only reduce its impact by a little. The Grand Light River was like a waterfall, crashing heavily on the bronze hall. The roof of the hall was immediately broken through, and the light waterfall flew towards Fang Yuan. The light of glory of the immemorial era. The land spirit cried out in shock. Fang Yuan laughed loudly and poured his Primeval essence into rank 4 Bone Wings Gu and rank 5 Liquid Metal Gu. A pair of long and wide black wings spread out from his back, while the liquid metal covered his whole body like paint, spreading towards the black wings and dyeing his whole body with dazzling golden light. In Tai Ruo Nan, Bai Ning Bing and the others' astonished gazes, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew directly towards the river of light. There was loud buzzing in his ears and the formidable impact forced Fang Yuan backwards. However, he had killed many rank 5 Gu masters before and obtained many movement Gu like Golden Aurora Gu and so on. Right now, he activated them all and flew against the flow of the waterfall, flying higher and higher. When he flew out of the bronze hall, it immediately attracted countless gasps and doubts. It is flashing with golden light and looks like a large bird. No, that is a person, a warrior that has been soaked in molten gold. There was only a vast sea of whiteness in Fang Yuan's sight. His Primeval essence was depleting rapidly by activating so many movement Gu and defensive Gu. Time and tide wait for no man, land spirit help me, divine travel Gu. Immortal Gu divine travel landed on his palm. A ray of green light shot out from his aperture and landed on his hand, turning into a jade-green colored bamboo that was hollow in the middle. What in the world is he trying to do? He actually faced the killer move head-on and flew up. Tai Ruonan stared with wide-opened eyes, expressing her shock. Did Little Beast King give up, and is trying to end his life? Yang Jun's jaws were wide open as he looked up in a daze. Something's up, I understand. Him. Everything Fang Yuan does has extremely deep meaning. No matter what, we can't let him have his way, we must disrupt this. Bai Ning Bing's tone was hurried and for some reason, the bad feeling in her heart continued to become stronger. Tai Ruo Nan nodded and agreed with Bai Ning Bing's words. For old-timers, she shouted. Understood. The 4 old-timers immediately moved separately towards east, south, west and north directions. They kneeled on the ground and held their right wrist with their left hand, their right hands were spread out in a claw form and faced each other. Killer move, infinite search and lock. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan's left arm shone with an era blue light, one could vaguely see the fixed star Gu on it. This Gu was a star fragment of the immemorial era, it was like an 8-sided diamond and was crystal clear. At the same time, all around Fang Yuan, space tore apart and 4 chains appeared, moving like pythons. Finally reacting at this point? HMPH, too late. Fang Yuan gave a cold smile. Divine Travel Gu suddenly flew and pierced into his left arm, swallowing the fixed star Gu. The 4 old-timers coughed out blood as they lost the connection with the fixed star Gu. The 4 chains moving beside Fang Yuan also lost their target and flew about carelessly before they were destroyed by the River of Light. After the Divine Travel Gu 8 fixed star Gu, it went into the hollow jade sky Gu and rapidly formed a cocoon. Ooh? There is a strange person flying directly towards my killer move. Xiao Mang was indescribably shocked. Others often did not have enough time to dodge his killer move, but now there was actually a fool who was facing it head-on. Who is this guy? What is he trying to do? Yi Hui, Yi Chong, and the others stared at the sky with stupefied looks. Wait a second, this scene, where did I see it before? Li Xian frowned deeply, a ray of light flashed in his astute mind. How could this be? He seems to be refining Gu. Feng Qianyu looked up for a while and after seeing somewhat clearly he immediately became shocked. He is actually refining Gu using the killer move, his courage knows no bounds. Mo Wu Tian's eye shot out purple light that extended 2 inches into the air. That's right, Fang Yuan was refining Gu. When he enslaved Killer Ghost Doctor, it was certain the second Aperture Gu's refinement would fail. Because at the last step of merging with Divine Travel Gu, Fang Yuan was not able to accomplish it by just himself. Previously, he had the help of Refinement Path Grandmaster Feng Yu and the assistance of the Land Spirit, before he was able to barely finish it. Now, he did not have Feng Yu's help, thus this step was destined to fail. However, after rebirth, Fang Yuan had never truly thought of refining second Aperture Gu. He deceived the Land Spirit and intentionally delayed time to create such a special situation to convince the Land Spirit and refine this Gu. Similar to the second Aperture Gu, this Gu was also an Immortal Gu whose recipe was recorded in Chapter 2 Section 3 of the Legends of Ren Zhu. The Legends of Ren Zhu was the first classic of the Gu world. It appeared to be a story when one first read it, but it actually held profound messages, recording the secrets of the ancient times and all kinds of Gu. Some Gu were directly described like Wisdom Gu, Strength Gu, and so on. While some Gu were hidden, their descriptions were very vague, requiring the readers to dig through it and study carefully. Chapter 405. Spreading my wings and flying away today, becoming an immortal and whipping the phoenix on another day. The light of glory of the immemorial era shone on the cocoon. Absorbing the glory of the immemorial era, the cocoon was undergoing a mystical change. Fang Yuan's body was shining in golden brilliance, swimming up against the flow of the torrential light stream. Facing the strong killer move of a rank 5 Gu master, Liquid Metal Gu's defense was starting to become useless. The golden protection was washed away by the light eventually. Especially the bone wings, it slowly revealed its original black color after being washed by the torrential light stream. In the grand waterfall of light, a lone body was flying with great difficulty while facing great pressure. Such a mystical sight naturally attracted many Gu masters' attention. The battlefield slowly turned silent. Land Spirit assisted Fang Yuan fully. After the dogs lost their master, they scattered. All the Gu masters stood on the spot, raising their heads and watching. In their hearts, they had one question: this scenario, I have obviously not seen it before, yet why do I find it so familiar? I remember now. Suddenly, someone shouted, this scene was recorded in the Legends of Ren Zhu, that's why it is so familiar. The Legends of Ren Zhu, the #1 classic in the world, spread throughout the world widely, no one was unfamiliar with it. Getting such a reminder, many people realized at once. That's right, this was recorded in Ren Zhu's 2nd chapter, 3rd section. I remember now, Verdant Great Sun flapped his wings and bathed in the light of glory in order to refine fixed immortal travel Gu, flying towards the sun. People recalled, laughing immediately. What is this person doing? Copying Verdant Great Sun and disregarding his life. Ha, don't tell me he is thinking of refining fixed immortal travel Gu. How is that possible? He has Divine Travel Gu. But Divine Travel Gu was not enough, it was recorded in the Legends of Ren Zhu. Verdant Great Sun was afraid that Divine Travel Gu would send him to dangerous places while he was drunk. Divine Travel Gu was ashamed because of this, thus directing him, go up into the sky, and in the azure heaven among the 9 heavens, there is a bamboo forest. Inside the bamboo forest, pluck a jade bamboo that is jade sky in color. Next, go to blue heaven and during the night time, collect the 8-sided diamonds inside the star fragments. Next, when it is dawn, fly into the sky and use the light of glory of the rising sun to turn me into fixed immortal travel Gu. Once I become that Gu, I will no longer send you to random places when you are drunk. Thus, Fang Yuan needed the jade sky-colored jade bamboo from azure heaven and an 8-sided diamond star fragment from blue heaven. And also, the light of glory of the immemorial era. But after rebirth, he killed Long Qingtian and obtained Jade Sky Gu. This Gu was rank 5 and originated from the immemorial era. It was like a dark green bamboo stem, palm size and hollow in the middle, giving off a texture of jade on the surface. This was the azure heaven's jade bamboo. The Legends of Ren Zhu described all sorts of Gu. Immortal Gu were described as they were, like Wisdom Gu and Strength Gu. Mortal Gu were written more obscurely, the readers needed to look into them and researched carefully. But the jade sky bamboo was not enough, he needed the 8-sided diamond star fragment. Of course not, but Bai Ning Bing planted it on him. This Gu was a star fragment from the immemorial era, looking like a diamond with 8 sides. It was planted on Fang Yuan's left forearm, giving off starlight, able to project a half-transparent eerie blue light from his arm. So now he had the jade sky bamboo and the 8-sided diamond star fragment, but to refine fixed immortal travel Gu, Fang Yuan needed one final condition, that is what the land spirit mentioned, the light of glory of the immemorial era. From start to end, he had never obtained it. Xiao Mang controlled an extreme light Gu. This Gu was obtained by robbing graves. It was an incomplete Gu. It could only be used 3 times every month to unleash the light of glory. Once it exceeded 3 times, it would self-detonate. And torrential light stream was a killer move that, in some aspects, replicated the light of glory. Divine travel Gu, jade sky Gu, fixed star Gu, as well as the light of the immemorial era, all the conditions were fulfilled. When Fang Yuan rebirthed and realized this, he discarded the second aperture Gu in his heart, changing his objective to refining the fixed immortal travel Gu. But it was impossible to convince the land spirit. The land spirit's obsession was to refine second aperture Gu. Thus, Bai Ning Bing, Tai Ruo Nan, and the righteous demonic factions became Fang Yuan's tools. He calculated meticulously in his heart, controlling the flow of events as he swayed them in his favor, causing this result. When the land spirit realized that no matter what, the second aperture Gu would not be refined successfully, it would change its goal to protecting Fang Yuan, as that is the only way hope remains. The cocoon absorbed the sunlight, trembling slightly as the aura of an immortal Gu leaked out uncontrollably. Such an aura, how is this possible? Tai Ruo Nan, Bai Ning Bing and the others were staring with their eyes popping out. He is refining Gu, he is really refining an immortal Gu. Who is he? Is he the reincarnation of Verdant Great Sun? Yi Hui, Yi Chong, and the others were staring with their jaws dropping. Fixed immortal travel. Is he really refining fixed immortal travel Gu? To think that I, Feng Jiu, would get to see the birth of an immortal Gu. This refinement master kneeled on the ground emotionally, tears overflowing on his face. In the blessed land, the few remaining hairy men all kneeled down. This moment, they were idolizing this person refining an immortal Gu. An event of the immemorial era was unfolding before them. An unimaginable grandness and beauty caused many Gu masters' bodies to shook. Was it excitement, fear, or both? At once, Fang Yuan's figure was the center of everyone's attention. No matter how glaring the torrential light stream was, everyone's eyes were wide open, staring without blinking. The Immortal Gu's aura became more intense, but at this crucial moment, something happened. Trying to use my power to refine an immortal Gu? HMPH. Xiao Mang was no fool. After realizing this, he immediately stopped his killer move. The torrential light stream ended. No! Feng Jiu screamed, his heart pained as he showed grief and despair. In his vision, the torrential light stream was like a cut ribbon, flowing down weakly. With just 3 breaths' time, the Gu master in the light waterfall would be freed. Such a short time was not enough to birth an immortal Gu. But why would Fang Yuan not anticipate this? Third watch Gu. Third watch Gu. He activated 2 third watch Gu targeting the cocoon. At once, time accelerated by 9 times, as the Immortal Gu's aura surged. He used 2 time path Gu worms to accelerate time. Feng Jiu got up like he was jolted with lightning, his eyes glowing as his face turned red. There was still hope. But immediately, his red face turned pale, as Feng Jiu plopped on the ground with a dejected expression, crying, "It is useless. The acceleration is only a temporary measure. If the Immortal Gu is created too quickly, it will not be able to stabilize its aura, and will be destroyed through self-detonation." But was Fang Yuan ignorant about this? This Gu had an plain appearance, like a grey stone disc. In his previous life, he obtained it from Feng Jiu. This time, he got it from Killer Ghost Dr. Chou Ju. Undefeated 100 battles GU, rank 5 expenditure GU. Once used, it allowed a GU master's refinement to succeed for sure. The next moment, Feng Jiu was stunned, grabbing his head and screaming in great joy, "How can this be?" Because he felt the Immortal Gu's aura stabilizing like a miracle. The cocoon broke open, and a green butterfly flew out, fixed Immortal Travel GU. Who in the world is he? He actually refined an Immortal GU. At once, everyone's hearts were pounding, regardless of whether they were aware or unaware of the circumstances. They were speechless and shocked to their limits. Xiao Mang was stupefied. Mo Wu Tian was in a daze. Is this the reenactment of a legend? Fang Yuan flew out of the light waterfall as fixed Immortal Travel GU flew around him. Each time it flapped its wings, green light flickered like pollen. It was a beautiful sight. Of course, Fang Yuan paid a huge price. A rank 5 killer move was not a joke. Liquid Metal GU died, Golden Aurora GU and the others were greatly damaged. The black wings on his back were torn and tattered. As the liquid metal faded, Fang Yuan's identity was revealed. At once, a commotion burst out. Who is he? Mo Wu Tian's pupils shrunk. It's him, Little Beast King. Hu Maive and Li Xian were shocked. It's him. Yi's eyes were popping out. It is actually him. Jiao Huang and Meng Tu looked at each other, trembling, feeling each other's shock, after fear and joy. They had the guts to assassinate such a strong foe? A man who can refine an Immortal GU. Fang Yuan. Bai Ning Bing, Tai Ruo Nan and the others who knew the situation witnessed this miracle with their own eyes, watching like a still statue. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, during the immemorial era, verdant great sun flapped his wings, refining and fixed Immortal Travel GU. But now, Fang Yuan was doing the same, using his mortal body to accomplish such a grand feat under everyone's observation. Once this matter spread, his name would be renowned throughout the continent, shocking the whole southern border. You really succeeded in refining fixed Immortal Travel GU, incredible. As expected of a future GU Immortal. Fang Yuan could hear land spirits praise and sigh. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Fixed Immortal Travel GU can allow a GU master to roam the world, going anywhere he wanted. But it is still an Immortal GU. Your help is needed to activate it using Immortal Essence. Bai Gui, of course. There is still some Immortal Essence left in the cauldron. Recall in your mind where you want to go. You should choose a safe place. Remember, the image in your head has to be the same as the real place. There cannot be too big of a difference. Bai Gui sighed, speaking wholeheartedly. Using the fixed Immortal Travel would allow you to escape this predicament, but without Immortal Essence, the blessed land will be destroyed immediately. Death is a relief for me. I just wish you would succeed in refining second aperture GU in the future, and do not waste this opportunity. Before we part, do you have anything to say to me? Fang Yuan opened his mouth, but no words came out. He moved his tattered black wings, flying in the sky and looking around. The torn bronze hall, the mound battlefield overflowing with blood, and the ruined GU Immortal Blessed Land. The land spirit did not know that Fang Yuan was about to take her an even greater risk. But life was a gamble. If one did not gamble when they had the chance, when would they succeed? If man did not have aspirations as grand as heaven, they would be letting down their 8-feet body. One thinking like this, Fang Yuan felt great ambition and aspiration, his heart boiling with anticipation. Standing before everyone, he felt an urge and expressed it as a poem. The people present heard him recite, since ancient times land immortal pass with the wind, today 3 kings return to eternal slumber. Who would not experience failure? Verdant sun died regretfully. Start over again and proclaim oneself as king. The carp swims up the heavenly waterfall, traveling alone in the desolate lands and defying heaven. Spreading my wings and flying away today, becoming an immortal and whipping the phoenix on another day. As he said so, Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Only the land spirit shouted, "Grand! Aspirations, I will send you on your journey." Immortal essence entered the fixed immortal travel Gu, and jade light flashed, as Fang Yuan vanished from the air. Only his clothes were left, floating in the air like a kite with its strings cut. He used the fixed immortal travel Gu. I wonder where he went. Ah! Why is heaven and earth shaking? At this time, intense winds blew as mountains broke, the world was collapsing. Loopholes after loopholes were formed, connecting to the outside world. The blessed land is collapsing, the winds of assimilation is coming. If we do not escape now, we will die. I do not want to die. The experts were frightened and shocked, frantically escaping as San Cha Mountain went into chaos once again. Central Continent, Tian-Ti Mountain. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, on Danghun Mountain, the battle for Hu Immortal Blessed Land was reaching its end. Fang Zheng, hang in there, victory is within reach. Lord Sky Crane encouraged. The skin on Fang Zheng's arms and legs were torn, as blood flowed down. He surpassed Ying Shengji, Xiao Qixing, his body was numb from pain, and his brain was unable to think. There was only Danghun Mountain left in his mind. Being the first to ascend, he only had one thought left in his mind. I am the great Feng Jinhuang. How can I lose here? I have never lost since I was born. This time is no exception. Come out, dream wings! Feng Jinhuang shouted, and a beautiful pair of wings grew from her shoulders. This pair of wings was extremely elegant and beautiful. All sorts of lights shone on it. It was dazzling and alluring. With just one flap, Feng Jinhuang ascended easily. The legendary Immortal Gu, Dream Wings. The 9 Gu Immortals were shocked. Most Immortal Gu could only be used with Immortal Essence. But Dream's wings were different, it used the Gu Master's spirit and soul instead. Feng Jinhuang was only a mortal, activating the Dream wings forcefully would cause severe damage to her soul, amnesia at best, becoming retarded at worst. But Feng Jinhuang was competitive, she wanted victory, willing to pay any price. Under Fang Zheng, stunned gaze, she overtook him, taking back her head. The dream wings were folded back as Feng Jinhuang stood at the side of the cliff, breathing heavily. She felt a strong dizziness from the depths of her soul, almost causing her to faint. Forcefully activating an Immortal Gu, it was not easy for Feng Jinhuang to reach this step. I actually lost. Fang Zheng stared with wide-opened eyes, dejected and upset. Feng Jinhuang's arms were already at the edge of the peak, she was one step away. At this moment, Feng Jinhuang forced herself to raise her head, using the last bit of strength she had. Her eyes were glowing like amber, her beautiful appearance and her snow-white long neck was shining like jade in the blessed land's pink light. She was like a young phoenix, expanding its wings for the first time. At once, even Gu Immortals were dazed. Fang Zheng raised his head to look at her, as Hu Immortal Land Spirit stared at her in a daze. Everyone was waiting for Feng Jinhuang's victory. Feng Jinhuang did not let everyone down, she bit her lips, placing her arms at the edge of the cliff. Next, she used her remaining strength to drag her body up as well. But at this moment, jade light flashed, and a man appeared on the mountain peak. This man was completely naked, his left forearm had a hole as blood flowed out of it. His youthful body was strong and muscular, giving off the aura of a veteran expert who had undergone countless battles. Brother! Fang Zheng was shocked, slipping and falling down the cliff. The 10 Gu Immortals were shocked. Who is this naked man? Feng Jinhuang raised her snow-white neck, looking at Fang Yuan from his feet, stunned and watching with her eyes wide open like a statue. Fang Yuan's body was muscular, the giant monster on his lower body entered Feng Jinhuang's vision without any doubt. I really came here? TSK, Fixed Immortal Travel Gu has such a weakness, it cannot transport clothes. Along with me. But thankfully, I placed my Gu worms inside my aperture, and brought them along. Fang Yuan looked around, realizing his situation. Eh? Isn't this person below me Feng Jinhuang? It seems a biography of Feng Jinhuang gave an accurate time. He was a step before her. This competition did not ban Immortal Gu worms. According to the rules, he was who Immortal Blessed Land's owner. I succeeded. All my risks paid off. So what if I failed to refine second aperture Gu? Now I have something better, the entire who Immortal Blessed Land, and fixed Immortal Travel Gu. Ha 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 ha. Fang Yuan laughed crazily in his heart. Unfortunately, she has the Immortal Gu Dream Wings. I can't kill her yet. Fang Yuan looked at Feng Jinhuang regretfully before raising his right foot. Under the 10 Gu Immortal supervision, his right foot landed on Feng Jinhuang's face, as a jade-like feeling could be felt on his feet. Scram! Fang Yuan pushed and kicked the weak and dazed Feng Jinhuang down. Feng Jinhuang was already out of strength. How could she resist Fang Yuan's kick? She immediately descended. Fang Yuan turned around, facing the land spirit. Little who immortal, aren't you calling me you master? Master. The little girl stared at Fang Yuan, shocked. After she reacted, she used her small tender hands to cover her large crystal-clear eyes. Next, she lowered her head, her face red with shame, as she stomped her foot, shaking her head, saying meekly, Master, aren't you shameful? You are so old already. Quickly wear some clothes. Chapter 406. Feng Jiu Ge. Atop of a lush green mountain valley, a small waterfall flowed downwards like a strip of silvery silk. The waterfall's stream flowed into an ancient lake. The ancient lake was deep and dark jade in color, with ripples on the surface of the water. In the pond, all kinds of carp were swimming about. On the top of a white rock beside the water, Feng Jinhuang sat with her eyes closed. Her face, bright and beautiful, was reflected in the water, causing this ancient lake to gain a brilliant elegance. The colorful carps in the water, the clear pool water, the silvery waterfall, and the green valley all complemented each other. However, Feng Jinhuang's pretty brows were deeply scrunched. Although she has tried her best to calm down, every time she closed her eyes for more than 30 breaths, an image flashed in her mind from the depths of her heart. On an illustrious pink crystal mountain peak, a naked man looked down at her with his black eerie pupils. She was sprawling on the edge of the cliff, and when she looked up, she saw everything on the man's body. His bleeding left arm with a bloody hole, his strong muscles, his broad chest, and the massive thing between his legs, the image was engraved into her heart. The memory was so vivid that the event of that day could never be forgotten by this proud woman. Especially since afterwards, the man stretched out his right foot and stepped on her face. Feng Jinhuang wanted to forget the feeling of being trampled on her face, yet the feeling was so vivid that she could clearly recall it even now. Forget it, forget him. Keep a peace of mind, peace of mind, calm down. Feng Jinhuang breathed more and more rapidly. Her breathing became heavier, and her chest moved rapidly as a result, and was becoming faster. In her heart, shame, humiliation, and hatred mixed together, turning into a volcano. How dare he? He dared to do that to me. Feng Jinhuang could not bear it anymore, and suddenly opened her phoenix eyes and stood up abruptly, raising her head and screaming. The volcano in her heart erupted, filling her chest with anger, almost melting her entire body. You are a despicable and shameless man, you dared to step on my face. I want to tear you to pieces. Feng Jinhuang roared, her eyes glowing with fire as she punched randomly. The loud smashing sound, like the sound of thunder, erupted continuously. Feng Jinhuang's eyes exuded fire, the beautiful flames evaporated the ancient lake and burnt the green hills around her. She punched without a target, as her frenzied barrage sent the surrounding mountain rocks flying, as the ground cracked. After almost a few short breaths, Feng Jinhuang completely decimated the valley. Such terrifying battle strength, even if 10 Fang Yuan attacked together, he could not reach such a power level. I want rend your flesh, limb by limb. I want to step on your bones and crush them into pieces. I'll make you suffer for 7 days and 7 nights. I swear, I'll make you to suffer endless pain. I want you to die and regret everything you have done to me. Then, I'll turn you into ashes and scatter you into the wind. Feng Jinhuang bellowed without stopping, the anger in her chest making her lose all rationality. A few 100 miles away, there were grass cottages built on a mountain peak. Through the window of the cottage, a pair of beautiful eyes stared at Feng Jinhuang, looking worried. "Oh, my little Feng." Inside the cottage, a beauty was dressed in white silk adorned with a green belt. She was dignified and elegant, bearing a resemblance to Feng Jinhuang. She was the biological mother of Feng Jinhuang, Fairy Bai Qing, a rank 6 GU immortal. "Stop looking. You have already watched her for 7 or 8 times during the last 10 minutes. The jade sea tide tea that I carefully brewed for you is getting cold by now, go sit down and drink it." Feng Jiu Ge sat by her side, helplessly saying, "Drink, drink, drink, all you care about is drinking tea. Is Feng Jinhuang even your daughter? As her father, aren't you worried at all?" Bai Qing turned around, her brows were wrinkled and her tone was resentful. "Sigh. Our daughter, Feng, had always been competitive since she was a child. Her talent was excellent, and no one was her match in her sect, but suddenly she stumbled and lost. Her immortal inheritance was the first failure of her life, but it is also the most important. You are her father, but you're actually still in the mood to drink tea here. Never mind the failure, what's more important is, Feng suffered such a huge loss. She actually got trampled by someone. Think about it, Feng is proud and had never paid attention to any man her age. Yet she was beaten in such a way, with someone's foot on her face, and for the first time, saw a similar aged man's body. This. The more Fairy Bai Qing talked, the more anxious she grew, and her eyes slowly turned red. Feng Jiu Ge looked at her and immediately got up, getting to her side, holding her in his arms. He frantically comforted her, don't cry, my Qing. Isn't your husband still here? In fact, in my opinion, this event was not without benefits." "Oh? What good is there?" Bai Qing casted a doubtful gaze at him. "Sigh, Feng is our pride and joy, I'm proud of her yet also worried. She's too competitive and always wants to get first place. Yes, her talent is higher than mine, and she also has great comprehension abilities, but so what if her talent is higher? Is it higher than all the heroes in the world? No matter how good her talent is, can it compare to desolate ancient moon?" Feng Jiu explained in earnest. The great desolate ancient moon, daughter of Renzu, failed countless times. Feng had always experienced success and victory but had never understood the taste of failure. This is one of her defects, and also her weakness. "Qing, you are a rank 6 GU immortal, and I am a rank 7 GU immortal, but even if it was a rank 9 immortal Venerable or Demon Venerable, they can only live long, but not forever. We are able to protect Feng now, but one day we will leave her. By that time, she will only be able to rely on herself. Experiencing this failure will help her mature. Birds leave the nest and fly alone. After they withstand setbacks, they can train their wings and fight in the sky. In the future, when Feng leaves us, we can be relieved. Feng is my baby, I would love nothing more than to protect her inside the blessed land forever." Fairy Bai Qing leaned on Feng Jiu Ge's chest as she wiped her tears. She sighed and said, "Sigh, you are right, Feng will leave us one day, we should let her train more. But this is too much, she had lost too much this time. Her immortal inheritance was lost, she was even bullied by that immortal crane sect lad, are you as her father not going to do anything about it?" HMPH. Feng Jiu snorted, squinting as his eyes shone with a cold light. Immortal crane sect went too far indeed, even though they had promised to compensate us and the other 8 major sects. But Feng is my daughter, how she can experience such bullying? I have already written a letter and it has been sent to them. If this Feng Yang does not know what's good for him, I will go to their sect to find him and settle the score. Fairy Bai Qing's heart eased. It turns out that her husband had already acted. But immediately, Bai Qing was nervous and looked at her husband. "Husband, don't be rash, don't make a huge commotion. Back when you attacked the top 10 sects, Immortal Crane sect was also one of the victims. They know that you're the strongest, but don't do this kind of thing again. I know. Ha ha, you can be at ease. Feng Jiu Ge calmed his wife lying in his arms, his eyes subconsciously squinting as he snorted in his heart. Out of the top 10 sects in Central Continent now, none are worthy of facing off against me. South of the Central Continent, 30,000 feet above the mountains. In the sky, Feihe Mountain was floating among a sea of clouds, looking magnificent and grand. Trees were swaying on the mountain as 10,000 cranes flew by, giving off a living atmosphere of an immortal's residence. Currently, in Chongqing Pavilion at the top of the mountain, it was a heavy and grim atmosphere. Feng Jiu Ge has gone too far. The Supreme First Elder was staring furiously, his hand clutching a thin letter as he trembled with anger. With a bang, he slammed the letter on the white jade stone table. In the letter, Feng Jiu Ge listed several overbearing demands. But despite so, Supreme First Elder did not dare to destroy or burn this letter. This letter was shining with an azure green color. It was the transformation of the rank 5 letter sending green bird Gu. Once destroyed, Feng Jiu Ge would sense it. If he became furious, the situation would become troublesome. This guy, Feng Jiu Ge, was born into the demonic path. In the past, he obtained a rare opportunity and cultivated painstakingly, soundlessly reaching rank 6 Gu Immortal Realm. Once he came out, he amazed the world as he challenged all the heroes in the world, and no one could stop him. The 10 sects sent people to challenge him, but they all lost terribly, forced to join forces to resist him. Feng Jiu Ge was not afraid, fighting as he traveled for over 10 million miles, suddenly changing his tactic and going for the yellow dragon, causing the 10 sects to lose miserably. The scene was total chaos and there was nothing anyone could do. Fortunately, Fairy Bai Ching from Spirit Affinity House moved him with true love, finally reforming this demonic head. Back in the day, Feng Jiu Ge used his rank 6 cultivation and caused a commotion among the 10 sects. It was unimaginable. Now, he has rank 7 cultivation and has Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 sects backing him. This person has the demeanor of a heavenly immortal. Although his requests are slightly overbearing, we can agree to it. Supreme Second Elder took out the letter, reading it and said with a calm tone. He Feng Yang, how can there be such a huge mistake in this matter you were in charge of? That Fang Yuan is not our disciple at all. What motives do you have, defending him like this? A thunderous voice echoed in Chongqing Pavilion, causing the windows to vibrate. The person speaking was Lei Tan, rank 6 Gu Immortal, and was at loggerheads with He Feng Yang. Places with people have conflict. Immortal Crane Sect also has their conflicts and competition among factions. At once, all the gazes fell on He Feng Yang. He Feng Yang was like a young man, gentle like jade. A pair of jade-colored brows extended to his waist. His expression was calm, looking around slowly, then laughed and said, This Fang Yuan is indeed not our disciple, but his brother Fang Zheng is one of us, the leader of the elite disciples of this generation. Lei Tan snickered, a tiny elite disciple's relative. He is worth our backing, the entire Immortal Crane Sect. He Feng Yang, do you know how much compensation we will have to give to the 9 sects for this Fang Yuan? Of course I know. He Feng Yang glanced at Lei Tan, laughing in disdain, but these things, even if you multiply it by 3, can't compare to a Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Not to mention a fixed immortal travel Gu. At once, many of the Supreme Elders understood. He Feng Yang. What are you trying to say? Lei Tan frowned, asking impatiently. Chapter 407. Immortal Crane Sect's Objective. He Feng Yang only smiled without replying Lei Tan's question. It was Supreme Third Elder who laughed and replied, I understand Elder Feng Yang's intention. If we didn't choose to shield this Fang Yuan, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would still be up for grabs for the 10 sects. However, by admitting that Fang Yuan is a member of our Immortal Crane Sect, we have eliminated the other 9 opponents, letting only our Immortal Crane Sect seize control of this blessed land. Lei Tan's gaze flickered and his expression slightly changed, but he no longer asked any questions. At this moment, He Feng Yang stood up from his seat. He first cupped his fists towards Supreme Third Elder, who, explaining the reason, Third Elder is wise. Things happened too suddenly. Who could have thought a mortal would use the Immortal Gu fixed immortal travel to appear the peak of Dang Hun Mountain and inherit Hu Immortal Blessed Land in front of everyone? This Hu Immortal inheritance is at TNT Mountain. Everyone might know TNT Mountain is the stairs that connects to the Heavenly Court. Even though it was destroyed and had been abandoned for many years, it still represents the might of the Heavenly Court. In a way, attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land is attacking TNT Mountain, and attacking TNT Mountain is attacking the Heavenly Court. Thus, although there are many blessed lands on TNT Mountain, there has never been anyone who had the courage to attack it. Even this time, we waited for Hu Immortal Blessed Land to open before we 10 GU Immortals joined forces to enlarge the passage, with no intention of attacking. Even if we really attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the Blessed Land has a land spirit which would require at least 3 rank 6 GU Immortals to join hands, and even then they might not succeed. Moreover, the control area of the Blessed Land is being protected by Dang Hun Mountain. Without 5 or 6 GU Immortals cooperating earnestly, who would dare to say they can climb to the peak? Lei Tan snorted. He wanted to retort but kept quiet in the end. In Blessed Lands, the land spirit could freely mobilize all the resources, and their battle prowess could be compared to a GU Immortal. The most important thing was that the land spirit could suppress rank 1 to rank 5 GU worms. If a GU Immortal wanted to attack the Blessed Land, their most powerful weapon would be Immortal GU, because land spirits could not restrict Immortal GU. However, Immortal GU were hard to find, and many GU Immortals did not even have one Immortal GU. Even if they had, it might not necessarily be suited to attack. This was the classic situation of low offense but high defense. If they were set on attacking the Blessed Land, it would often require the cooperation of several GU Immortals to create a numerical advantage, and then competing through the expenditure of Immortal Essence. Once the Blessed Land's Immortal Essence was exhausted, they could start their attack. However, in truth, unless it was some special situation, GU Immortals rarely attacked Blessed Lands. Because it was really not worth it. Not only was Immortal Essence precious and hard to accumulate, there was also the danger of the Blessed Land self-destructing. In the case where the land spirit could not defend and chose to destroy the Blessed Land, the winds of assimilation would blow over and destroy everything, causing the attackers to have no gains. When GU Immortals attacked Blessed Lands, they would often gain nothing and instead suffer heavy losses. Unless it was a matter of deep hatred, nobody would agree to do such a transaction that only created loss. Seeing that Lei Tan was keeping quiet, Feng Yuan continued, that Fang Yuan ascended to the peak and got the inheritance, immediately commanding the land spirit to close the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng looks almost the same. The GU Immortals of the other 9 sects realized this and subconsciously thought this was our Immortal Crane sect's hidden move and questioned me one after another. At that time, I thought that if I were to say the truth, the Hu Immortal inheritance's belonging would be undecided once again, as the 10 sects would still compete and fight over it. Thus, I acknowledged it, and even if we had to pay such a price for it, we have eliminated the other 9 great sects from the competition. Like this, we can secretly strategize about Hu Immortal Blessed Land without worrying about other forces. Feng Yuan explained the whole story. Lei Tan snorted and asked, there is a big problem in this plan. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is on TNT Mountain and is also closed now. Without attacking and creating a loophole, how can we enter? Feng Yuan laughed. It seems he already predicted this. How could I not have any plans? Blessed lands face calamities and tribulations. Hu Immortal died during the 5th earthly calamity. I have already calculated the time. Hu Immortal Blessed Land will face the 6th earthly calamity in a year and 3 months' time. Fang Yuan is only a mortal. How could he know how to resist the earthly calamity? Even with the help of the land spirit, without a sect support, the Blessed Land will suffer heavy damage at that time and a loophole will appear. Lei Tan scoffed, even if there is a loophole, do you dare to attack? Didn't you say just before that Hu Immortal inheritance is on TNT Mountain? Feng Yuan instantly replied, forcefully attacking is a terrible move and we will only use it if all else fails. That Fang Yuan is only a mortal as long as a loophole appears and we use some plans and schemes. Is there a worry of failing to capture him? Once the Earth Calamity passes, he will definitely start worrying and thirst for external help. I have already planned it. First we use Fang Zheng and use the kinship to move and persuade him into cooperating for some transactions. As we make more transactions, his guard against us will naturally loosen, and using logic to persuade him, we might just convince him to join Immortal Crane's sect. If he keeps on being stubborn, we can use some secret methods. Slavery Gu is one good method. There aren't many ways to deal with the land spirit, but there are plenty of ways to deal with a mortal like him. If we can obtain fixed immortal travel Gu like this, then it is no doubt the perfect outcome. The elders present felt a rush of excitement at the mention of fixed immortal travel Gu. Many began to whisper and discuss with each other. The outcome Feng Yuan portrayed was truly beautiful. Most importantly, his plan had a chance of success. Lei Tang could feel the change in the atmosphere as he sat down in anger. You speak nice words, let's hope it goes our way. Supreme Third Elder mumbled, besides special Gu like Dream Wings Gu that needs to be activated using the soul, most of the other immortal Gu need immortal essence to activate, and this fixed immortal travel Gu is not an exception. This Fang Yuan has fixed immortal travel Gu and with the help of land spirit to use the blessed land's immortal essence, he can escape any time he wishes. We need to be very careful to deal with him. Furthermore, there is one point to note. He is but a mortal yet he possesses an immortal Gu, he should have a rather deep background. Feng Yang nodded. Junior has already thought of this point. Back then, when I claimed Fang Yuan was our sect's disciple, I checked the reactions of the other 9 sects. It seems that not one of the central continent's 9 sects are behind him. I am guessing, since Fang Yuan came from southern border, he is very likely to have a super clan of southern border behind him. But be it Wu clan, Shang clan, Tai clan, Yi clan or other super clans, they are all situated far at southern border and cannot help him here. If they were to enter central continent, their battle strength would be suppressed. Our Immortal Crane sect is one of the 10 great sects of central continent. We have a huge chance of winning against them. All the elders nodded at these words and started another round of soft discussions. Indeed, a mighty dragon cannot suppress the local snake. Central continent is our Immortal Crane sect's territory. If they were to make a move, HMPH. Even if their battle prowess was not suppressed, our Immortal Crane sect is still stronger than any supergroups of the 4 other regions by a mile. Third Elder's furrowed brows relaxed. There is one doubt remaining. To use fixed immortal travel Gu, the user needs to have a vivid memory and clear understanding of the terrain he teleports to. Fang Yuan is only a mortal from the faraway southern border. How could he know the scenery in Hu Immortal Blessed Land? And how could his timing be so precise? Could it be Hu Immortal had once set an inheritance in southern border? Or it could be one of the tricks of Qian Ti Mountain's demonic path Gu Immortals. Feng Yang bowed. Junior is also not clear about this. This matter is strange. Originally, there was only a clue about the Blood Sea inheritance. At that time, one of our sect disciples defected and fled to southern border. A few years ago, I sent Lord Sky Crane to southern border to clean up and trash and bring back the inheritance. But Lord Sky Crane failed and instead it was Fang Yuan who obtained the inheritance, gaining Blood Skull Gu. This kid is very ruthless and sinister, unexpectedly killing all his clansmen on the spot and used Blood Skull Gu to raise his aptitude. Lord Sky Crane was unresigned and brought back Fang Zheng for future plans to retrieve the Gu. Feng Yang naturally had never have expected a nobody to so outrageously disrupt his plan back then, causing such a huge problem for him. It was as if person was walking on the road, when suddenly a small ant jumped on their nose and started scratching it. Where did this ant come from? Such guts! The person could just crush it with their finger, but because of the peculiar situation, they were not able to catch the ant and could only let this ant feel triumphant for the time being. Not this Blood Sea inheritance again. Hearing Feng Yang narrate the whole story, the elders present frowned, their heart turned irritated. Blood Sea inheritance came from a big shot of the demonic path, Blood Sea ancestor. He killed people like cutting grass, and his infamy had gone down in history. With the might of a rank 7 GU immortal, he had unexpectedly set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance sites that spread over central continent, southern border, northern plains, western desert, and eastern sea. Before his death, he had laughed and proclaimed, "Blood path is not lonely, my mark will remain for all eternity." Now, just like he proclaimed, countless mortals had benefited. Blood Sea inheritance was already proclaimed as the most popular inheritance with the greatest number in the world. There was no competition. Countless righteous path figures were getting headaches because of it. Didn't that Shui Tu, who was only a butcher, become a famous demonic cultivator after obtaining Blood Sea inheritance? Years ago, Myriad Dragon Doc Song Zixing obtained one of the true Blood Sea inheritances and defected his sect, causing great humiliation to our 10 great sects. Now, he is already a rank 7 GU immortal with the titles Blood Dragon. To kill this defector and wipe away their humiliation, Myriad Dragon Doc dispatched 8 GU immortals, 5 rank 6 and 3 rank 7. The result was he killed 4 of them, crippled 3 of them, and beat 1 into retreating. It is said that Blood Sea has 9 true inheritances. They are Blood Skull GU, Blood Handprint GU, Blood Chi GU, Blood Sweat GU, Menzies Blood GU, Blood Shadow GU, Blood Battle GU, as well as the ancient Desolate Beast Violent Blood Dragon Bat, and finally, the rank 6 Immortal GU Blood Deity. He was truly someone who achieved great success in Blood Path. Speaking of which, for true inheritances of the Blood Sea ancestor had already shown up. One is Blood Skull GU, which is with Fang Yuan. Another is Blood Handprint GU, which is with Southern Borders. Current Shang clan leader. Violent Blood Dragon Bat is with Song Zixing. It is said that Shang clan leader has already obtained the second Blood Sea inheritance. That is only an unconfirmed rumor, there is no evidence to conclude it. The elders whispered to one another. Alright, there is no need to talk about Blood Sea true inheritance. It is like searching for a needle in a haystack, all kinds of rumors are increasing day by day. My ears are already getting callous from hearing them. Supreme Grand Elder waved his hand and immediately put a stop to the discussion. He turned his gaze towards He Feng Yang. "Elder He Feng Yang, since you brought up this method, then you shall be in charge of it. If you are able to seize the blessed land and establish your merit, the sect will not be stingy in rewarding you." Junior understands. He Feng Yang accepted the order with a smile. Seeing He Feng Yang gain such a lucrative task, Lei Tan felt stifled, but since it was Supreme Grand Elder who said so, he could only hide his hatred inside. However, Supreme Grand Elder added, "Since you are in charge of it, then Elder Feng Yang, you should hand over your one's own way GU, right?" In Feng Jiu Ge's demand, he had asked for an immortal GU. "You are the person in charge of this matter, so you should be the one to settle this." Lei Tan was immediately joyous. He Feng Yang could only accept the order with a bitter smile. Chapter 408. Fang Yuan regains consciousness. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. All he saw before him was a blur pink color. As his vision gradually returned, he saw a thin silk curtain. A light wind blew, the chimes rang, the light pink curtain slowly swayed, making it feel like a dream or illusion. Fang Yuan slowly got up from his bed. This round bed was extremely large, 40 to 50 people could fit on it. A silk blanket that was red on the bottom with golden rims was covering his body. Fang Yuan looked around and found himself in a large bedroom. There was a stove beside the bed, burning some incense. There was a fragrance that arouses people's feelings in the air. This room was made with golden brick walls, silver bricks were used on the ground. Beside the bed, the corners of the room, tables and chairs, dressing table, all of them had large amounts of pearls, agate, diamonds, and all sorts of precious gems. The room was grand and elegant, luxurious and glorious. The affluence of the previous owner was emanating in the room. This was Hu Immortal's Dang Hun Palace. It is a gentle home. Fang Yuan commented lightly, getting down from his bed. His body shook uncontrollably, as his brain was still dizzy. Fang Yuan did not find it strange, instead he understood clearly this was because he had forced himself too much back on San Cha Mountain. Bai Ning Bing's betrayal, the pressure from the two factions, and he even had to scheme against the land spirit. First refining second aperture, then refine the fixed immortal travel Gu in the torrential light stream. The entire process was accompanied by the mental pressure of taking a risky gamble. To Fang Yuan, be it his body or mind, they had reached their limits. When he used the fixed immortal travel Gu to arrive at Danghun Mountain, Feng Jiu Ge and Fang Zheng were at their limits, but so was he. Compared to them, Fang Yuan's mental pressure was greater. Spring-Autumn Cicada could no longer be used, and he had snatched the Hu immortal inheritance right in front of the 10 Sect's Gu immortals. He was trying to pull the teeth out of a tiger, like playing with fire. It was an extremely dangerous move. Fang Yuan was the first to ascend the mountain, and the land spirit chased the other competitors away. After Fang Yuan officially became the Blessed Land's owner, he ordered the land spirit to close the entire Blessed Land. After instructing the land spirit with a few key points, Fang Yuan relaxed at a safe area, falling asleep instantly. Just how long did I sleep? Fang Yuan shook his head. He still felt extremely tired. There was a sense of weakness coming from his soul. At the same time, his ears were buzzing, as his brain could not think as quickly as normal. It was difficult to process questions in his head. Oh no, I injured my soul. Fang Yuan's heart sank, sensing his condition was not looking good. The main reason was because of the Immortal Gu refinement. Were Immortal Gu so easily to refine? Many Gu immortals would suffer a backlash when making a mistake while attempting to do so, injured at best, death at worst. Fang Yuan used a mortal's body to refine an Immortal Gu. The main reason was because the recipe was good, originating from Ren Zhu's tales. Secondly, the materials used were appropriate, focused on the divine travel Gu. Looking from another angle, it was simply converting divine travel Gu into fixed immortal travel Gu. It was not like in Fang Yuan's previous life, where he used a large number of mortal Gu to refine the Immortal Gu Spring-Autumn Cicada. Turning from mortal to immortal, the difficulty was 100-fold. Even so, the foundation of my soul was too weak and got injured. But thankfully, this is Danghun Mountain. Thinking so, Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn, as he said lightly, "Where is the land spirit?" Swoosh, Hu immortal land spirit appeared before him. "Master, you are finally awake." Hu immortal lowered her head. Her face was red as she looked at her feet, speaking in a meek tone. She had the appearance of a 5 to 6-year-old girl. She was cute and young, with a colorful dress and a snow-white fox tail behind her, swaying to express her unease. "Master, when you were sleeping, I acted on my own accord and healed the injury on your left arm. I wanted to bring you clothes, but what we have here are not your size." Hu immortal land spirit reported. The clothes she mentioned was Hu immortal's clothing. They were women's clothing. Of course Fang Yuan could not fit in them. Fang Yuan frowned. "Clothing is not important. How long have I slept?" During this period, did any strong enemies attack the Blessed Land? Hu immortal's eyes were large and shining, blinking. "Master, during the 7 days you were asleep, nobody attacked." He did not know that immortal crane sects He Feng Yang defended him, blocking the assault of the other 9 sects. But he understood somewhat why no Gu immortals attacked the Blessed Land. Hu immortal Blessed Land was not like the 3 kings' Blessed Land on San Cha Mountain. This Blessed Land was still very young. It had a land spirit and ample immortal essence storage, and even Danghun Mountain as the core protection of the Blessed Land. These 3 elements made Hu immortal Blessed Land as secure as a fortress. Most Gu immortals had no way to force their way in. How hard was it to attack this Blessed Land? Fang Yuan knew most clearly. 500 years into his past life, he allied with almost 10 demonic Gu immortals, invading this place. Eventually, he had a narrow victory. Only he and Song Vong were left. Song Vong was the son of Song Zixing, a rising star of the demonic path. He has not been born yet. Back then, I was already a senior of the demonic path. Song Zheng inherited his father's inheritance, gaining great strength, and was able to fight with me for tens of rounds without a winner emerging, causing him to rise to fame from that battle. Thinking of his past life, being used as a stepping stone for this junior Song Zheng, Fang Yuan snickered continuously. Everything's changed now. I'll find a chance to kill Song Zixing, hee, let's see how you'll come into this world. Song Zixing had one part of the Blood Sea inheritance. It was the ancient desolate beast violent blood dragon bat. This dragon bat is not a Gu worm, it can be captured and taken away. With the violent blood dragon bat, I will gain an endless number of blood bats. Manipulating blood bats was one of my greatest skill in my previous life. Of course, that is a plan for the future. Now, I have to rely on this blessed land to cultivate quickly, getting back to my Gu immortal stage. Thinking so, Fang Yuan thought of an important question. Land spirit, how long more till the next earthly calamity? Master, I was about to inform you if you did not ask me. Right now, the blessed land has already endured 5 earthly calamities, the 6th is a year and 3 months away. Hu Immortal's voice was filled with anxiety and worry. What? A year and 3 months? Fang Yuan jumped up from his bed, unable to sit any longer, his face turning grim. Everything exists in balance, heaven is impartial. Strength comes with weakness, blessing comes with calamities. Blessed lands have calamities and tribulations, an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. Not mentioning the heavenly tribulation but just the earthly calamity, once it occurs, the might is overwhelming, often causing great disasters. If the blessed land cannot endure it, they will face destruction. Fang Yuan had a blessed land in his previous life. He was extremely clear of the danger of his current situation. To a blessed land, every earthly calamity is a strict test. Earthly calamities get stronger than the one before. Hu Immortal died in the 5th, and Fang Yuan was about to face the even stronger 6th calamity. There are only a year and 3 months left to the earthly calamity. Why was it not mentioned in Feng Jin Huang's biography? That's right, she is a disciple of Spirit Affinity House. Her parents are both Gu immortals. With their help, it is not hard to block the earthly calamity. But to me, this is a grave situation. The 6th calamity is coming too quickly. Even with Fang Yuan's experience, he would not have time to make ample preparations. Other than that, he still had to guard against external enemies. Under everyone's watchful eye, I snatched Hu Immortal blessed land. Although the 10 sects have not made a move, they are surely waiting to pounce on me. I understand now, the 10 sects are waiting for the earthly calamity, and want to make use of it. Once the earthly calamity descends, the land spirit will have to face it with everything she had. She would not have time to take care of this master. Fang Yuan was still rank for upper stage. He was easy to target. Once he dies, the blessed land would be ownerless, and the land spirit will have to find a new master. If the earthly calamity causes a huge loophole, Gu masters outside would be able to enter at will. If the 10 sects find trouble, then it would add on to his problems, and the situation would certainly turn deadly. Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Because his soul was injured, it caused his head to hurt. He rearranged his scattered thoughts, and breathed out deeply, deciding, I'll take a look at the situation, make the best preparations for this earthly calamity. If I fail, I will give up the blessed land and order it to self-destruct, not giving the righteous path any resources for free, then escape using fixed immortal travel Gu. Although the blessed land was good, how could it compare to his safety? With such a thought, Fang Yuan called the land spirit to bring him outside. He needed to know more about the blessed land now. Yes. Land spirit nodded obediently, but hesitantly added, Master, you do not like clothes. Actually, wearing nice clothing would make one feel more energized, and you will feel happier too. The dresses in Dang Hun Palace was not for Fang Yuan to wear. But he had stored some spare clothing inside the two-seater flower. After changing into a black robe, Fang Yuan followed the land spirit, going up on the stairs and reaching the mountain peak. Dang Hun Montaigne's winds were very strong. But land spirit waved her hand, and it turned into a soothing breeze. Master, this blessed land has 4,000 square kilometers of land. The flow of time is 5 times. The 4,000 square kilometers of land is mostly grassland. The grass is made up of blue degree grass, water chestnut grass, and 6 divine grass primarily. There are also 7 treasure flowers and milk tea flowers, etc. The land spirit introduced as she drew a virtual image, floating in the air for Fang Yuan to see. In the image, there was a classic grassland, with all sorts of colors, like a grass carpet right before him. The blue and poisonous blue degree grass, the chestnut-shaped water chestnut grass, 6 divine grass which looked like 6 thin leaves with the feeling of jade. And also the 7-colored 7 treasure flower, the cup-shaped milk tea flower filled with nectar that were like milk tea. With these 7 as the main, there were also a lot of weed and wild flowers. Do not look down on these grass and flowers, they are cultivation resources. These 7 types of grass and flowers were Gu refinement ingredients. Some of the flowers and grass even has wild Gu worms. With 4,000 square kilometers worth of land, compared to Earth, that was 1.5 Hong Kong added together. How many Gu would there be in total? These wild Gu worms were extremely easy to catch. With just a command from Fang Yuan, the land spirit would be able to capture them intact and hand it over to Fang Yuan. Chapter 409. Managing the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan asked, "Then how many Gu are there in the Blessed Land now?" The Hu Immortal Land Spirit raised her head by a bit. At present, there are over 860,000 rank 1 Gu, with about 52 types of them. Over 130,000 rank 2 Gu, with 48 types. 5,000 rank 3 Gu, with 12 types. Only over 60 rank 4 Gu, with 8 types. And only 1 rank 5 Gu, fox skin Gu. After Hu Immortal died, her obsession did not disappear and combined with this land's heavenly power to form into an unusual existence known as the Land Spirit. In some way, it could be said to be a continuation of her life. Thus, the Land Spirit was the representative of this blessed land and was clear about everything in the blessed land. As Fang Yuan had become the master of the blessed land now, everything in the blessed land was his. Over 860,000 rank 1 Gu, 130,000 rank 2 Gu, these two combined meant nearly 1 million Gu worms. Fang Yuan recalled the time in Qingmao Mountain, those days where he had to scheme and fight for 2 to 3 rank 1 and rank 2 Gu. A blessed land could only be created by a Gu immortal, it was the foundation of their wealth, a heavenly estate. Just this Hu Immortal blessed land alone could supply for a super clan. There would not be any problem to put 5 or 6 small mid-sized clans like Gu clan here. As for the Gu worms in the blessed land, their quantity sharply decreased at rank 3. Rank 4 Gu worms did not reach 100 and there was only 1 rank 5 Gu. This situation was also natural. It was the same with Gu masters. Rank 1 and rank 2 Gu masters were extremely common, rank 3 were already rare, rank 4 were even fewer, and only 1 or 2 rank 5 Gu masters might appear among 1 million people. This was a pyramid distribution, the quantity reduces the higher you go, and the ones who occupied the top were extremely few in numbers. This blessed land is still young and with appropriate managing, the quantity of the Gu worms will still increase. Reaching 10 million rank 1 and 2 Gu will not be difficult. But whether I can raise them properly or not, it depends on the types and quantity of the rank 4 and rank 5 Gu. Fang Yuan calculated. Mortal Gu masters would usually only raise 5 or 6 Gu, while Gu immortals could raise 1 million or even 10 million Gu worms. The difference between the two is as far as the clouds were from the mud. These Gu being raised in Hu Immortal blessed land could only be considered passable. On the one hand, the numbers were little, being only about 1 million. On the other hand, the Gu were not elites. From the introduction Fang Yuan got, they were all ordinary Gu. If they were changed to Gu like liquor worm or breath concealment Gu, their value would be much higher. Even the rank 5 fox skin Gu was an extremely common defensive Gu. It was effective against wind and water path Gu worms, but was difficult to use in complex battlefield. Fang Yuan did not even take a look at it. The thing that really moved him was the time in the Blessed Land. Time flowed 5 times faster in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. That is to say, 1 day in the outside world would mean 5 days here. This meant Fang Yuan's cultivation speed would be 5 times faster in the Blessed Land. He could cultivate for a year and 3 months here when only 3 months would have passed in the outside world. With this, Fang Yuan's cultivation speed would surpass most GU masters and he would have greater initiative for his future plans. Naturally, there was a huge disadvantage to this. Fang Yuan's lifespan was only about 100 years, thus with this, he would age 5 times faster as well. The land spirit continued with the introduction. At present, there are about 1,000 groups of fox living here: red fox, golden fox, cloud fox, wind fox, autumn fox, flowing light fox, and so on. The 3 largest groups of foxes. Each has about 800,000 foxes. Altogether, there are about 4,700,000 foxes. Fang Yuan quietly listened to it and nodded his head. 3 groups of myriad foxes meant 3 myriad beast kings. The development of the beasts in the Blessed Land had still not reached a level of creating a beast emperor. The classification of beasts was simple. From low to high, they were 100 beast king, 1,000 beast king, myriad beast king and beast emperor. For example, Bai Huang and Yingming of 3 kings' inheritance were 2 beast emperors with battle strength that could match rank 5 GU masters. They were able to temporarily obstruct Mo Wuqian and Xiaomang's advance. There are a lot of fox groups, but unfortunately they are all common foxes and not mutated beasts. Fang Yuan inwardly evaluated. Ordinary beasts' worth naturally could not compare with mutated beasts. Examples would be comparing boar and thunder boar, green bull and Kunlun bull, wild dog and lion mastiff. Above the mutated beasts were desolate beasts, above desolate beasts were ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Song Zixing's violent blood dragon bat was an ancient desolate beast, one of the 9 true inheritances of ancestor blood sea. Immemorial desolate beasts were recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu. An example would be the 9-tailed fox. Raising a 9-tailed fox in Hu Immortal Blessed Land is but a dream. Even raising an ancient desolate beast is impossible. If it is ordinary desolate beasts like Hurricane Fox or Phoenix Wings Fox, raising 1 or 2 of them could be feasible, but it would greatly depend on luck. Fang Yuan continued to consider. Since he had obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, his plans after rebirth had reached a whole new level, thus he had to revise and modify them. At this time, Jiao clan's internal strife should have already stirred like a wildfire and he would not be able to participate in it. He also could not participate in the great battle of Yitian Mountain. Fang Yuan intended to make full use of this Hu Immortal Blessed Land and cultivate to the realm of Gu Immortal. This meant that he not only had to resist the continuous earthly calamities but also had to manage the Blessed Land. Currently, the Gu worms were barely passable and the foxes might be ordinary, but they had the potential to grow. Actually, there were a lot more fox groups in the Blessed Land. At least 3 times more than the present. But the second earthly calamity caused a meteor fire rain that smashed the Blessed Land's east area into ruins, burning hundreds of thousands of foxes to death. The dark flames of that time have not been extinguished even now. The fourth earthly calamity was a huge flood that submerged most of the grassland of the Blessed Land's northern area, killing many more foxes. Thus, there are only this many remaining at present. The land spirit pursed her pink lips, her eyes revealing fear and panic as she talked about the earth calamity. At the same time, she waved her small hand and smoke flew into the air, showing the scenes of the eastern and northern parts of the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan could see, the eastern part was a scene of ruin with dust and smoke pervading the whole place. There were meteoric craters all over the place, and black flames were burning around the craters. The flames burned without emitting the least bit of sound, but this manifested an even more terrifying aura. And the northern part was a scene of vast clear water. Dark clouds rumbled in the air and rain fell endlessly. The surging water emitted bleak and gloomy sound. There were bits of grass and destroyed flowers, along with fox corpses floating on the water. These are the dark flame meteor and clouded white sea calamities. Seeing such a bleak scene, Fang Yuan could not help feeling gloomy. The might of an earthly calamity was extremely strong. Moreover, there were countless types of calamity, and were simply impossible to plan against. Every 10 years, the earthly calamity would pose a destructive threat towards the blessed land. Hu Immortal defended 5 times before losing her life. And the devastation the previous earthly calamities left were still there and had not been cured. This was a really bad news to Fang Yuan. Hu Immortal blessed land has an area of 4,000 square kilometers, but northern and eastern areas were gone, causing the loss of over 1,300 square kilometers of area. Such loss was truly disastrous. I must settle these 2 problems. Apart from anything else, a lot of immortal essence will be used in order to suppress the burning black flames and the spreading flood. Fang Yuan mumbled in a soft voice. However, following immediately, Hu Immortal Land Spirit mentioned an even worse news. Master, the biggest trouble is here. Look, this is what was left from the 5th earthly calamity. She waved her hand and the image changed to show a different scene. Fang Yuan saw a scene of scorched black prairie, and a human figure formed from blue lightning was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Its physique was not big and looked quite alluring, however it was formed purely from lightning. The glorious blue light let out an extremely terrifying might. Human-shaped lightning, this is the Earth Calamity, Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. Fang Yuan drew in a cold breath. This human-shaped lightning was one of the Earth Calamities. It was extremely strong and could match a rank 6 GU Immortal. Fang Yuan looked at this scene and immediately realized the killer that killed Hu Immortal was probably this Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. Hu Immortal was an enslavement path GU master who controlled Fox groups. Enslavement path was strong but also weak, and could very easily be subdued by beheading the leader tactics. Although there were many Fox groups, they could not obstruct Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. In the end, Hu Immortal had to fight the lightning figure in close combat and lost her life. Damn it, how could there be this lightning shadow in this blessed land? Fang Yuan's expression turned extremely unsightly. He had ways to slowly settle the previous 2 problems. However, this human-shaped lightning was already beyond his current ability. Master, you need to be careful when you roam around later. This human-shaped lightning strolls randomly around the blessed land. Only Dang Hun Mountain, it dares not approach. The land spirit's pink and delicate face was bathed in the image of the blue lightning, her voice slightly shaky. This lightning is an earth calamity but is also a type of living thing. Since it is a living thing, it has a soul and thus if it approaches Dang Hun Mountain, its soul will receive shockwaves until it turns to ashes. Fang Yuan had already settled his mind now. Maybe I can use Dang Hun Mountain to settle this lightning shadow? But how can I lure it? Fang Yuan's thoughts took a turn, however the next instant the buzzing noise echoed in his ears again. He shook his head and did not continue thinking. Are there any other bad news? Tell them all at once. He gave a wry smile and asked the land spirit. The situation was much worse than what he imagined. Hu Immortal blessed land was in imminent crisis, whether it was the internal worries or external aggression, they were both very grave. As for Feng Jin Huang, with GU Immortal parents and also the help of Spirit Affinity House, she naturally did not need to worry about these things. But Fang Yuan was just a lone force. Naturally, there were benefits that only a lone force could have. In the biography of Feng Jin Huang, it was recorded Feng Jin Huang had to offer a large amount of resources to her sect after obtaining the blessed land. The land spirit shook her small head. She had already reported the worst situations, remaining were all good news. First of all, in the southern area of the blessed land lived a tribe of Rockmen. Rockman was a type of variant humans who lived underground and ate ore as food. This news was an unexpected surprise to Fang Yuan. Secondly, there was abundant immortal essence in Hu Immortal blessed land. The land spirit brought Fang Yuan to the palace in Dang Hun Mountain. In the deepest parts of the palace was an enormous golden bowl which was filled with green immortal essence. Besides the green liquid in the bowl, most of the immortal essence had automatically congealed into a ball. At first glance, it looked like a grape. This was something only rank 6 GU immortals had: green grape immortal essence. Each green grape immortal essence pearl contained immortal essence that was much more than the immortal essence in the Three Kings Blessed Land. With this immortal essence, there is still quite a bit of hope. Fang Yuan finally breathed in relief. Chapter 410. Dang Hun Mountain's Gutstone. Fang Yuan counted. The golden bowl had 78 pieces of green grape immortal essence. Adding in the layer of blue-green immortal liquid essence at the bottom of the bowl, it amounted to 78 pieces and a half. There was ample immortal essence, 100 times that of the Three Kings Blessed Land. Fang Yuan took out one bead of green grape immortal essence, holding it in his hand, willing and summoning Fixed Immortal Travel Gu. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu was like jade, a meticulously crafted butterfly. It was brilliant and elegant, flying over smoothly. Fang Yuan's face paled as his body shook, cold sweat emerging on his body as his vision turned dark. If he was not holding onto the golden railing at the side, he would have fallen. "Master, be careful. Your soul injury was severe. Do not summon an immortal Gu so carelessly, otherwise you would fall into another coma." Little Hu Immortal shouted, her tone anxious and her expression concerned. "No worry, I know." Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, waving his hand as he spread his palm for Fixed Immortal Travel Gu to land. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu sensed the green grape immortal essence's aura and fluttered its wings, gliding in the air and landing in Fang Yuan's palm. Next, it laid down on the green grape immortal essence and slowly consumed it. Fixed Immortal Travel's name contained an immortal word that was not for show. Its food was immortal essence. A moment later, one green grape immortal essence was expended. GU Masters refine GU, use GU, and nurture GU. After Fang Yuan succeeded in its refinement, he had not fed the Fixed Immortal Travel Gu yet. He slept for 7 days and 7 nights. The Fixed Immortal Travel Gu was starving and its lustrous wings had dimmed. This was Fang Yuan's first feeding session for it. After Fixed Immortal Travel Gu had its fill, it spread its wings and flew in the air. The bright green light appeared again, like dust particles in the air. Every time it flapped its wings, it would be a beautiful light show. The unique aura of an Immortal Gu continued to radiate. Immortal Gu are expensive to feed. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu consumes an entire piece of immortal essence every time. But after this, I would not need to feed it for 6 years. The higher the rank of the Gu worm, the heavier the cost to feed it, but the interval between each feeding session would increase greatly as well. Rank 1 and 2 Gu worms needed to be fed every few days. Rank 4 were fed one a few months. Rank 5 were fed every 1 or 2 years, and each time they ate, it would be extremely expensive. After feeding Fixed Immortal Travel Gu, Fang Yuan left it alone to roam Dang Hun Palace, as long as it did not leave Dang Hun Mountain and get killed by that lightning shadow. At this moment, Fang Yuan's aperture was still rank for upper stage. It could not contain a perfectly healthy Immortal Gu. The reason he could keep Spring-Autumn Cicada was because it was too weak. Other than that, it was also his vital Gu. Problems are classified into important and trivial. After understanding his situation, Fang Yuan confirmed that he was safe for the time being. After settling Fixed Immortal Travel Gu's matter, he had to fix his soul's injury next. "Let's go, Little Hu Immortal, go find the Gutstones with me." "Yes." Land Spirit answered quickly, "Master, you should have done this long ago. Come with me." Little Hu Immortal brought Fang Yuan to Dang Hun Mountain. The two moved on the uneven mountain rocks. Fang Yuan's body was swaying, causing the Land Spirit to feel worried. "Master, shall I teleport you over?" "Teleport for what?" "We have to save immortal essence." Fang Yuan stared with wide eyes. Little Hu Immortal stuck out her tongue, frightened by Fang Yuan's words, thinking, "This master is so domineering. Even if he is injured, he is still so scary." "Master, there is a Gutstone here." After walking for a while, Land Spirit stopped and pointed at a rock below her feet, shouting. This stone was like a person's gallstone. It grew on the mountain rocks, having mixed colors. If one did not look properly, they would think it was an ordinary stone. Fang Yuan quickly walked over, squatting down and smashing this Gutstone with his hand. Once the stone shattered, a Gu flew out and turned into a grey eerie light, entering Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan felt his brain turning clear, a new type of strength had entered his soul, and the buzzing in his ears had lessened. Dang Hun Mountain could shake souls, it was the death grounds of all living beings. It was only because of the land spirit suppression that Fang Yuan could move around with ease. But Dang Hun Mountain was not a simple death ground. The souls of living beings break into pieces on the mountain, scattering and fusing with the mountain. As time passes, Gutstones are formed. And in some Gutstones, Gu are found. It could strengthen a person's soul. This is like how the resting place of a poisonous snake has the herbs to create an antidote. All living beings compete, and the world is fair. Where there is life, there is death. Dang Hun Mountain might look like an absolute death ground, but a chance of survival was hidden in it. But this Gu can only exist for an instant. After that, it would either disperse or be broken down by Dang Hun Mountain again. Although the land spirit can suppress the mountain, the Gutstones cannot be moved, they can only be used on the spot. Thus, Fang Yuan had to go there himself and walk around Dang Hun Mountain. After being rejuvenated by this Gu, Fang Yuan was like a thirsty traveler in the desert getting a mouthful of fresh water. He continued on his way, and with this land spirit acting as a dutiful guide, they found another dozen Gutstones, smashing them open one by one. Thus, Fang Yuan gained another 8 Gu to replenish his soul. Not only did his injuries heal completely, it even improved compared to before. Ha ha ha, with this Dang Hun Mountain, I have a mountain of Gutstones. As long as I continue to consume Gu, one day, the foundation of my soul will reach a stage where no one has ever gotten to. Standing at the mountain waist, Fang Yuan became spirited as he laughed loudly. Hu Immortal was a lucky person. Because of an opportunity, she managed to obtain Dang Hun Mountain, like she won lottery, and moved it into her blessed land. But she was an extremely unlucky person, dying during the 5th earthly calamity. If it was not for the blue charm lightning shadow, she would eventually become the strongest enslavement path expert. Unfortunately, Hu Immortal only had Dang Hun Mountain but did not manage to use it for herself. But fortunately, this Dang Hun Mountain is mine now. The most valuable part of Hu Immortal blessed land was this Dang Hun Mountain. Of course, the soul could not be strengthened endlessly with Gu. Once the soul was not concentrated enough, using large numbers of Gu would cause it to overinflate and trigger a certain death disaster. But Fang Yuan had his 500 years of experience, all his ups and downs after rebirth, constantly struggling at death's door. His soul was already tempered like steel. Keeping calm at the face of death, a heart of ice at impending doom. To Fang Yuan, a few hundred Gu was no problem at all. There were a lot of benefits and implications in having a strong soul foundation. Be it refining Gu or enslaving beasts, it would make it much easier. Other than these, once the soul becomes stronger, Fang Yuan would not have to worry about killer moves like Mo Wu Qian's purple eyes. Dang Hun Mountain is a forbidden ground, first appearing in the legends of Ren Zhu. Legend says that verdant great sun flew towards the sky, and ended plunging to his death. Ren Zhu, as his father, was extremely upset after receiving the news, finding Wisdom Gu for an explanation. It was Wisdom Gu who taught verdant great sun to drink, causing the series of events thereafter. Wisdom Gu quickly said, Ren Zhu, oh Ren Zhu, don't find trouble with me. Although your son died, it is not impossible to revive him. As long as you enter the door of life and death, and lead him towards the road of life, walking under the sunlight, he would be revived. Ren Zhu was shocked, before becoming overjoyed, and then extremely furious. He grabbed Wisdom Gu and questioned, Wisdom Gu, oh Wisdom Gu, do you still think I am that ignorant boy from before? The door of life and death is a dangerous place. Once I enter I will never be able to leave. After harming my son, you want to kill me too? Wisdom Gu quickly said, other living beings do not know the secret of the door of life and death, thus they cannot leave. but I can teach you all of these secrets. You are a living person. To enter the door of life and death, you have to enter from the road of death. This road is extraordinary. It was the road left behind by Fate Gu when it left Fairness Gu. The road left behind was called Path of Destiny. There are many suffering Gu inside the path of life. You have to enter from the road of death, and you need to own courage Gu. That way, you will not fear the torture of suffering. When you enter the door of life and death, and see Fairness Gu, you are already dead. But at the same time, you will see your eldest son, Verdant Great Sun Soul. You will bring him away, and go out from another road, the road of life. Road of life was the path treaded on by Fate Gu when it visited Fairness Gu. It is also called the Path of Destiny. But during this path, you will meet 3 obstacles. One is Dang Hun Mountain, another is called Luo Po Valley, and lastly the Reverse Flow River. To climb past Dang Hun Mountain, you have to smash the Gutstones on it, and obtain Gu's help. To get past Luo Po Valley, you need to find Faith Gu to help. To get through the Reverse Flow River, you have to move forward continuously, not stopping for even a second during the process. Ren Zhu heard Wisdom Gu's words and let it go. Ever since he became blind, Faith Gu's light was the only light he could see. Oh Ren Zhu, I can feel your determination in getting back your eldest son. I am willing to help you, but I urge you not to give up on this goal. Because when you give up, I will leave you for good. Faith Gu said with concern. Courage Gu and Hope Gu were good companions. Ren Zhu had Hope Gu, and thus saw Courage Gu occasionally. He had a decent relationship with it. After getting Courage Gu's help, Ren Zhu came to the door of life and death, entering the road of death. The road of death was pure darkness. The large number of suffering Gu were like yellow fireflies, swarming towards Ren Zhu. At this time, Courage Gu shone brightly, chasing away the suffering Gu for Ren Zhu. Courage was needed to face death. Ren Zhu succeeded in going down. His body turned whiter as it turned hollow, gradually turning into a ghost. When he got to the end of the road, amidst the calm darkness, he saw Fairness Gu. He was extremely shocked by Fairness Gu's huge body, exclaiming, "You are Fairness Gu. Why is your body so huge? A mountain is a speck of dust compared to you. The sea is like a droplet compared to you." Fairness Gu's voice was grand. Life and death are the greatest fairness in this world. When I am inside the door of life and death, my body will become enormous. Oh Ren Zhu, you are here for your son, right? Feel free to go, he is right there. Chapter 411. Great Future Plans. Ren Zhu was overjoyed upon seeing his son and ran towards him. Verdant Great Sun had turned into a white ghost and was lying beside a lake, scooping out the water with a bowl and drinking it. The water was like wine with its fragrance pervading the area. Verdant Great Sun drank it with utmost satisfaction. "My son, don't drink anymore. Come, let's go back." Ren Zhu walked towards Verdant Great Sun and shouted, "Esteemed father, how did you come here? This is great, let's drink together." Verdant Great Sun opened his hazy eyes and looked at Ren Zhu. Ren Zhu seized the wine bowl from him and said with exasperation, "Don't drink anymore, you only know how to drink wine. Everyone knows there is a bewitching lake in the land of the dead, and its water is the bewitching soup. When ghosts drink it, they become muddle-headed and lose the desire to leave." Verdant Great Sun, however, refuted, "Father, you are wrong. This is not the bewitching soup, it is the soul-calming wine. It can calm down your soul and remove all the impurities. Your soul will no longer be restless and you will experience utmost tranquility in your heart. This is one of the best quality wines in this world. I don't care what wine it is, you have to follow me back." Ren Zhu pulled Verdant Great Sun's hand, but found Verdant Great Sun was as heavy as a mountain and could not be budged. Verdant Great Sun shook his head. "Some people, upon death, will be as heavy as a mountain. Some people, upon death, will be light as a feather. Father, I had reputation Gu in my life and died after bathing in the light of glory. When I arrived here, my body had become heavier than a mountain. I cannot even walk a single step and can only lie down here." "What?" Renzu immediately felt gloomy and anxiously shouted, "I told you before, a tall tree attracts the wind. Reputation is not always a good thing. Throw away the reputation, Gu." Verdant Great Sun shook his head and sighed, "We were not born with fame and fortune, we also cannot take them with us after death. After I died, reputation Gu left me. It is fixed immortal travel Gu that has accompanied me. Fixed immortal travel Gu could bring Verdant Great Sun's soul out of the door of life and death or even bring him to any place in the outside world. However, Verdant Great Sun could only truly resurrect after walking through the path of life. What do we do now?" Renzu realized he had been played by Wisdom Gu. Although he had arrived at the deepest part of the door of life and death, a death domain that had endless darkness, and has also found Verdant Great Sun, he discovered he could not bring back his son. At this moment, Fairness Gu spoke, "Oh Renzu, do you still not understand? There are only two paths in door of life and death, both appeared because of fate Gu. Life and death are determined by fate. All living beings live and thus die. This is the cycle that allows the universe to continue existing. Your eldest son Verdant Great Sun died, this is fate and you should accept it. Moreover, he is living a good life here. Obsession Death Domain is the world's most tranquil place. He is drinking the world's supreme quality wine and is free from all the worries of the outside world. Do you know how blissful this is?" Renzu stood there and looked at his flesh and blood for a while before heaving a deep sigh. He knew he could not bring back his son's soul, at least it was like that for now. He bid farewell to the Fairness Gu and also his son, and left the Obsession Death Domain. He stepped on another path this time. It was the path of life which went from darkness to light. However, Renzu soon realized walking this path was countless times more difficult than when he walked in through the path of death. There were many more suffering Gu on path of life than path of death. When Renzu had walked through the path of death, his journey became smoother along the way and the suffering Gu lesser the further he walked. But as he walked through the path of life, there was not only more suffering Gu, but every step he took would cause much more suffering Gu to fly over and obstruct him. Courage Gu could not resist them any longer. "Renzu, there are too many suffering Gu and they will continue to increase. There is peace in death, but life has endless suffering. Go to Dang Hun Mountain quickly and break some Gutstones. If you want to survive, just relying on courage won't be enough, you need guts too." Renzu hurried forward to Dang Hun Mountain and picked the Guts Gu while enduring the tremors in his soul. With Guts Gu's help, his soul strengthened greatly, and although he still suffered the tremors, it was not of much worry. He passed through Dang Hun Mountain and arrived at Luo Po Valley. Luo Po Valley was a maze with winding and twisted paths. Occasionally, there were a large area of bewilderment fog which could cause the soul to loosen, and occasionally, Luo Po wind would blow through and cut apart the soul. Renzu had fallen into the lowest part of my life and could not distinguish the directions. Because his soul was strengthened by Guts Gu, it was loosening in the bewilderment fog at a slower speed. The loosened soul was cut apart by the Luo Po wind. Renzu almost completely lost his way, but fortunately at this time, Faith Gu flew out and shone upon his path. Renzu was able to walk out of the Luo Po Valley with only the essence of his soul remaining. He let out a huge breath of relief and could feel he was close to success. He walked to the reverse-flowing river. This was the final barrier in the path of life. It was extremely difficult to move against the stream. Endless suffering pushed upon him, causing him to make very slow progress. However, he forcibly persevered and walked towards the light. Almost there. He looked at the success that was just ahead of him. Only one final step remained. He let out a breath of turbid air and relaxed, forgetting the warning of the Wisdom Gu. He stopped. This brief pause caused Renzu to be washed away by the river. Life was not easy. It was like a boat moving against the flow of the river. If you do not continue moving forward, you will be pushed back. Renzu was washed away by the river into the depths of Luo Po Valley. He was so tired he could not budge a bit and was trapped in the Luo Po Valley. Fang Yuan broke the final Gutstone and groaned in satisfaction. Right now, he felt very comfortable. The heavy injuries in his soul were already completely recovered, and moreover, his soul had even strengthened by 5 times. A feeling of power burst out from the depths of his heart. This feeling did not come from the strengthening of his physical body but from the vigor of his spirits. Fang Yuan had a feeling he could do anything easily, whether it was analyzing problems or doing multiple tasks. Unfortunately, there are only over 100 Gutstones on Danghun Mountain, and not all of them contained Guts Gu. Fang Yuan felt some regret. When Hu Immortal obtained Danghun Mountain, it had already changed hands several times and was completely looted. Hu Immortal moved it to the Blessed Land and managed it for decades. Almost every year, she would send large amounts of foxes to their deaths at Danghun Mountain, using their soul to irrigate the mountain and create Gutstones. However, these Gutstones were almost all used by the Hu Immortal. After she died, these over 100 Gutstones had slowly grown over close to 8 years and now were completely used by Fang Yuan. According to the Hu Immortal Land Spirit's description, close to 10,000 foxes needed to be sacrificed to grow a Gutstone. The stronger the beast kings that died, the more Gutstones would be produced. Fang Yuan could not adopt this method. When the Blessed Land was at its prime, it was inevitable and alright for Hu Immortal to do so. However, the Blessed Land was very weak now and the fox groups had decreased by a large amount. Killing these fox groups was not sensible for long-term prospects. With his soul injuries recovered, Fang Yuan started quietly thinking his future plans, without relaxing the slightest bit. Obtaining the Hu Immortal Blessed Land was no doubt a huge help to his plans, but at the same time also greatly affected his plans. Now, with Danghun Mountain in my possession, my soul's foundation can continue to strengthen. And from my previous life, I have experience and insight in controlling the blood bats. Such enormous advantage should be used. Walking the enslavement path is an obvious choice now. However, there is also a disadvantage in enslavement path in that the enslavement path GU masters can be easily assaulted and beheaded. So I cannot relax in my strength path cultivation as well. With this, Fang Yuan was going to walk on both strength and enslavement paths, organizing and feeding 2 sets of GU worms. If it was before, it would be difficult for Fang Yuan to do this. But now, with Hu Immortal Blessed Land, it would be no problem. The perfect outcome is to refine second aperture GU. With second aperture, I could divide the sets of enslavement and strength path into different apertures without disturbing each other. At the same time, there would be enough Primeval essence to control the 2 sets of GU worms. At that time, with a wave of his hand, a huge army of beasts and insects would cover the sky and earth, creating a river of blood in a blink of an eye, creating destruction and mayhem. If there was any foolish person who tried to use the tactic of beheading the leader, then Fang Yuan's strength path cultivation would make them realize how cruel reality was and why flowers were red. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took out the second aperture GU from his aperture. This GU was like a peanut shell, shining with golden light. The patterns on its surface were scarlet veins of blood. This was the embryo form of the second aperture GU, formed from combining false GU and lifespan GU. It could survive for 40 years. There are enough immortal essence to truly refine the second aperture GU. 2/3 watch GU can also be easily obtained, but I still require divine travel GU. Fang Yuan pondered. Immortal GU were unique, only one immortal GU of the same type could exist in the world. Divine travel GU was already transformed into fixed immortal travel GU and no longer existed now. This allowed a new divine travel GU to appear in the world. Moreover, there was an extraordinary advantage of divine travel GU. It could be easily obtained. It was not like the other immortal GU that were so hard to capture. The legends of Ren Zhu had written it clearly: as long as one drank the 4 top quality wines of the world, divine travel GU could condense into being in their body. Apart from the wine brewed by the wild beasts and those that were naturally formed, humans' brewing techniques had flourished continually, and now the amount of top-quality wines were much more than the ancient times. Searching for the 4 top-quality wines might be somewhat troublesome, but could be done by spending some time. Fang Yuan had the blessed land and the assistance of the little Hu immortal land spirit, but the main problem did not lie here. Because divine travel Gu could be easily obtained, others could also easily take advantage of it. In case someone else obtained divine travel Gu, no matter how much top-quality wines Fang Yuan drank, he would not obtain the divine travel Gu. Southern Borders Fei clan possess a top-quality wine Zhuang Sai Fei. Eastern Sea's rank 7 Gu Immortal Zui Xianwang has created a sea of wine, concealing countless wines, and holds a wine reception every year. Northern Plains Imperial Court has the Long Life wine. These great forces, or maybe other Gu immortals as well, could be in possession of 1 or 2 top-quality wine. Their chances of obtaining divine travel Gu is much greater than mine. With this calculation, Fang Yuan not only had to resist the earthly calamity and manage the blessed land, he also had to quickly gather the top-quality wine and refine second aperture Gu. However, these are not all. The crucial point lies in spring-autumn cicada. Time is flowing 5 times faster here. Spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed will also become extremely quick. Being able to rebirth 3 times is already an extremely good luck. I cannot gamble on luck the 4th time. Before spring-autumn cicada recovers, I need to have success at first attempt Gu, immediate success Gu, smooth success Gu, or any of the others. Fang Yuan did not have enough strength before. Now, he had the blessed land and abundant resources. He could try to get these Gu already. Chapter 412. I like your fear. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Southern District. Yang Yong, wake up quickly. Stop sleeping, you've slept for 3 years already. A voice woke Yang Yong up from his sleep. A lump of grey stones with a mossy surface started to vibrate as the tremors intensified, causing the dust to disperse. From the large oval stone, 4 limbs and a head appeared like the blossoming of a flower. Next, a grey rockman stood up. Yang Yong woke up from his sleep. Grandpa! Yang Yong opened his eyes, looking at the rockman who woke him up. It was his 800-year-old grandpa, the leader of the Huisha tribe. Grandpa, why did you wake me up? I want to sleep for another 2 to 3 years. Yang Yong sighed, begrudging. Rockmen love to sleep. When they sleep, they curled into a ball, forming a large oval stone. Each sleeping session lasts 7 to 8 years. Stop sleeping, my grandson, you are already 180 years old. Your father died earlier, and I cannot live much longer. In a few decades, you will be our Huisha tribe's new tribe leader. Rockmen have a long lifespan, generally 1,000 years to live. Ordinary humans could barely live for 100 years, but Yang Yong was 180 and had just reached adulthood. Grandpa, I do not want to be tribe leader. After becoming leader, I will not have time to sleep casually anymore. Yang Yong pouted, but saw his grandpa staring angrily, and chose to shut up. Huisha tribe leader chided, why haven't you grown up? You slept for so many years in vain. Quickly pack up, and clean the moss off you, pull off all the weed that had grown on you. Bring the offerings with you and go with Grandpa to the ground. We have to meet the immortal, we cannot be disrespectful. Ah? It is time to pay offerings to the immortal again? But I remember there is still a year left. Yang Yong said as he plucked the weed off him. After sleeping for so many years, his armpits, his groin, and back all had lots of weed. Especially the black thread grass in his groin area, they were hard as steel and curly. Every time he plucked one, Yang Yong felt great pain. Sigh, there is a problem this time. The immortal changed. This immortal came not too long ago. He is calling for us. Old clan leader sighed and said with worry. New male immortal? I hope he is easier to speak to than that female immortal. Maybe we can discuss with him. After all, we have to contribute so much offerings every 10 years. It is taxing. The other tribe leaders and I also have this thought. On a large altar made of green rocks, Fang Yuan wore his black robe as his long black hair was let down, sitting at the main seat staring at the people below with his deep dark pupils. There were tens of rockmen kneeling below. Among them, 8 were rockmen leaders, 2 grey rockmen, 3 granite rockmen, 1 iron rockman, 1 green rockman, and 1 white rockman. At the same time, there were offerings. Large amounts of ore containing gold, silver, bronze, iron, as well as other gems and jewels, Gu worms etc. All sorts of metallic elements would grow on the rockmen's bodies as time passed. Fang Yuan looked at these offerings, understanding at once why Danghun Palace was built so luxuriously. If these were brought to Earth, they would be a huge asset, but here, their greatest use was to become Gu refinement materials. Hu Immortal using these things as decoration was only her womanly love for beauty. If she could choose to exchange them for Primeval stones, she would trade away all these gems and jewels without a second thought. Among the offerings, the most valuable were Gu worms. But these Gu were mostly rank 1 rock skin Gu, rank 2 monolith Gu. There was only 1 rank 3 Gu, stone aperture Gu. Fang Yuan had once used this Gu, back then spring-autumn cicadas pressure on the aperture could not be relieved, thus when he was desperate, he used it. The rockmen were skilled at digging, they lived deep underground. Their food was dirt, and sometimes when they dig underground, they would discover Gu worms. What did you say? You want to reduce the offerings? Fang Yuan's eyes squinted as he stood up, slowly walking down the stairs, coming towards the rockmen leaders. The rockmen were tall and huge, even when they kneeled on the ground, their shoulders were still higher than Fang Yuan's head. Esteemed Lord Immortal, our rockmen tribes have contributed so much offerings during these 30 years. During these years, the earth rumbled, the north area had floods, the east area had fires, life is difficult. These things that we managed to acquire are getting harder and harder to find. Immortal, please have mercy, and forgive our inability, reduce the offering amount by a bit. The oldest rockmen tribe leader begged. That's right, Lord Immortal. Please reduce the offerings. These years, we have been decreasing in numbers. Immortal, please understand, we will never forget your kindness. The other rockmen leaders started saying. Reduce the offerings? He, of course you can. In fact, I can exempt you all from these offerings. Fang Yuan smiled kindly and warmly. The rockmen's expression were joyous. But I have a condition. Next, Fang Yuan said, I need you all to dig a river, from the north, transport the water towards the east, to stop the fire from spreading. What? Hearing this, the rockmen were shocked. Quickly, they reacted, shouting loudly. Esteemed Lord Immortal, you cannot do this. Digging a river from scratch, this is a huge project, we rockmen need sleep. Without sufficient sleep, we will die. And there is a great fire and huge amounts of water. You ask us to go dig a river, but isn't that asking us to go die? At once, everyone flew into a rage. Many young rockmen were kneeling at one corner, but hearing this, they rushed over, staring at Fang Yuan vigilantly. Master! Hu Immortal Land Spirit beside Fang Yuan saw this and she felt slightly worried. The rockmen had a stubborn nature, they had foolhardiness, emphasizing their pride and would not accede to demands. When they are rash, they would even attack demon venerables or immortal venerables, regardless of who the other party is. Hu Immortal was only to contain these rockmen because at the start, she had spent a lot of effort and gave them a lot of benefits. Master, these rockmen do not reason with people, asking them to offer these things was already their limit. Little Hu Immortal sent her thoughts to Fang Yuan secretly, reminding him. Limit! Fang Yuan scoffed, his mouth opening as he showed his bright white teeth, laughing ruthlessly, you rockmen are too insolent, you dare to bargain with me. HMPH. The place you are living at is mine. The dirt you eat is mine. The spirit spring beside your tribe is also mine. You live here, you are my slave. I want to dig a new river, that is not a request, and not a transaction, it is an order. The rockmen heard this and they all stood up, looking furious. Immortal, you don't know what's good for you, you dare to look down on us rockmen. Back then when we relocated here, it was because of a female immortal. But the environment here is getting worse, who would want to stay here anymore? You want us to dig a river, that is asking us to die. Do you think we Rockmen are fools? We Rockmen are born from heaven and earth, we will not be your slaves. Let's go, relocate, I've had enough of this shitty place. The Rockmen leaders shouted, falling out with Fang Yuan at once. The followers they brought, the young Rockmen all came forward, clenching their fists as they stared at Fang Yuan with a dangerous look. You want to leave? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan threw his head back and laughed, like he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Next, he stopped laughing, looking at these Rockmen coldly. His tone was chilly. Where do you think this is? Come and go as you please. The old rules are no more. From today onwards, I am the greatest ruler. My words are heaven's will. You will abide by my rules, even if you don't want to. Ah. Many young Rockmen clenched their fists and howled. Immortal, you are trying to step over my tribe's baseline. Immortal, you might be strong, but we are not afraid. We Rockmen will never lower our heads to brute force. We are natural warriors, we fear no death. Only love can make us dig out our hearts. Only warmth can make us lower our backs. Fang Yuan pushed with his hand and a golden dragon flew out. The golden dragon roared, killing the Rockman that was screaming the loudest. Ah, he killed the Granite Rockman's old tribe leader. Old tribe leader is dead, we have to get revenge. Even an immortal has to die under our tribe's fury. Granite old tribe leader's death was like the trigger, causing the Rockmen's anger to erupt. The Rockmen attacked Fang Yuan in waves, every step made a dent in the ground, as they gave off an impressive aura. Dozens of Rockmen attacked together, giving off the disposition of a grand army of 10,000. From their bodies, numerous lights shone. There were also Gu worms inhibiting these Rockmen's bodies, they were activated through their will. But a moment later, these lights vanished. Little Hu Immortal struck, sealing all the Gu worms. Fang Yuan snickered as he began his slaughter. The Rockmen were not afraid of death, but their strength was inferior to Fang Yuan. They were all broken down into shards, dying a pathetic death. But these rock fragments gathered like magnets, forming new Rockmen. Resist the tyranny, take revenge for father. We are born from heaven and earth, we die due to heaven and earth, thus we have no fear. Tiny Rockmen charged over, and were all slaughtered by Fang Yuan. But these rock fragments gathered into even smaller Rockmen. The number of these Rockmen continued to shrink, but after they were formed, they charged towards Fang Yuan and shouted things like exacting revenge for their grandpa, father, etc. This was the way the Rockmen reproduced. It was a male-only race. After the old Rockmen dies, the soul and rocks they split into will form new Rockmen, and inherit a portion of the old Rockmen's memories, or some important experiences. In some cases, old Rockmen sleep too much and their soul foundation accumulates to a degree, they would split out a portion of their bodies to form new tiny Rockmen. After Fang Yuan killed the third wave of Rockmen, the world was finally silent once more. Only one Rockman remained, lying on the ground, shivering. What is your name? Fang Yuan slowly walked towards him. My name is Yang. Yang Yong. The young Rockman stammered. Do you know why I left only you alive? Fang Yuan stood on Yang Yong's head. Because you are terrified. Because I like your fear and horror towards me. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Chapter 413. A show. 3 days later, a seriously injured Yang Yong returned to his tribe and woke up all the hibernating Rockmen. A male immortal is here, he is a demon, he wanted to enslave all of us. Not only this, he also wanted to take away the beautiful men of our Rockmen tribe, to become his plaything. We Rockmen are born of nature, free and unfettered, how could we bow our backs to such lecherous authority? We resisted at the spot. The immortal was too strong, but we Rockmen were not afraid of sacrificing and fought him without fearing death. Finally, we injured him and beat him into retreat. The other tribesmen were all sacrificed and only I was able to return. I am dying but that immortal is still alive. Before he ran away, he said he will lead his fox army and annihilate all our Rockmen tribes. Yang Yong weakly lamented, announcing a frightening information to his tribesmen. The Rockmen were shocked and afraid, grieving and also furious. Some declared war, some wanted revenge, some mentioned migrating, and some wanted to discuss. They had lost their bearings without a leader, whether it was the inheritor or the old tribe leader. They had all died at Fang Yuan's hands. There were altogether 8 tribes of Rockmen, and they had fallen into chaos now. Some Rockmen wanted to get the concrete details from Yang Yong, but Yang Yong's injuries were too severe, and after informing them of this grievous news, he lost consciousness. While they were still in the midst of discussing, just like Yang Yong said, waves after waves of fox groups started attacking Rockmen tribes. The Rockmen resisted with all their strength, but there were way too many fox groups. The situation was gradually turning grave. The 8 tribes had no choice but to ally and retreat underground to defend themselves. However, the fox groups did not let them go and repeatedly attacked the underground. The fox groups paid a disastrous price every time they attacked, but they still came endlessly. The Rockmen cursed Fang Yuan. Their hatred towards him were like an inferno that could not be extinguished. The situation became worse day by day, and despair spread in the hearts of the Rockmen. However, right at this time, Yang Yong woke up. Rockmen could recuperate from their injuries through sleep. His injuries had healed for the most part. He immediately led the Rockmen and made beautiful counterattacks. We Rockmen are a courageous group with no fear of death. Even the Immortal cannot humiliate us. Yang Yong announced to everyone and raised their morale. Don't think the Immortal is strong. He is only a paper tiger and can only send these fox groups to their death. He is already injured. At the same time, he proclaimed the injuries of the Immortal and gave hope to the Rockmen. The despairing Rockmen tightly grabbed onto this hope like it was a straw that could save them as they were drowning. Yang Yong changed the subject and talked about the old tribe leaders. He was injured by the combined efforts of the old tribe leaders. The sacrifice of the old tribe leaders is our greatest grief. Especially the old White Rock tribe leader. His life ended as he was in my arms. Before he died, he entrusted the whole tribe to me. I looked as his soul dispersed, and felt ashamed. Why wasn't it me who died, but him? He beat his chest as he said this, appearing to be extremely sad. Immediately, some Rockmen persuaded, Lord Yang Yong, don't grieve. It is already very amazing you were able to survive and bring us the warning, even leading us towards victory. That's right, we Iron Rockmen all admire you. Since the old tribe leader entrusted the tribe to you, then please lead us White Rockmen. What Rockmen liked was to sleep soundly and were not too obsessed with authority. Especially, at this juncture of life and death where they were living in anxiety, the Rockmen hoped for a strong and brave Rockman to lead them. Thereupon, Yang Yong first inherited his tribe's tribe leader position and then White Rock tribe. Over a month later, he got hold of the remaining tribes one after another, becoming the joint leader of the 8 Rockmen tribes. Another half a month passed. He led the Rockmen and drove out the fox groups, protecting his tribes. This is not enough. As long as the Immortal doesn't die, we have no future. The fox groups will regroup and attack our home again. We can only attack that Immortal mountain and completely kill the Immortal for a beautiful and peaceful life. Yang Yong immediately mentioned attacking Dang Hun Mountain. Some Rockmen, however, seemed to hesitate. We have just suffered such a bitter battle, we just want to sleep now. Our Rockmen population has decreased greatly, we don't have the strength to attack that demonic stronghold. We have large numbers of offsprings born from this bitter battle, we need to raise them properly till they become adults. Yang Yong could only shift the topic to the old White Rock tribe leader. My tribesmen, will I bring you to your deaths? Attacking the Immortal Mountain was not my idea. It was a secret the old White Rock tribe leader told me before his death. He said this Immortal Mountain is the legendary Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain has Gutstones. If our Rockmen can obtain these Gutstones, it can increase our strength and make our tribe stronger. The old White Rock tribe leader was the oldest and the most experienced Rockman. He was widely known by the Rockmen as the Sage. With his last words along with Yang Yong's clear might, the Rockmen were agitated and formed an expedition to attack Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan had intentionally arranged some fox groups around Danghun Mountain, forming a weak defensive line. Yang Yong continually boosted the Rockmen's morale. See, there is not much left of the demonic Immortal's fox army. We are already close to victory. The Rockmen sang of victory and triumph along the way, charging toward Danghun Mountain with uplifted morale. At Danghun Mountain, Fang Yuan appeared with a group of foxes and fought in great battles with the Rockmen. Fang Yuan showed terrifying strength and killed many Rockmen, causing all the Rockmen to be terrified. But at this moment, Yang Yong stood up and pointed to Fang Yuan's injuries and his paper tiger Immortal essence, and fought the decisive battles with him. The fox groups were eliminated, as Fang Yuan was defeated, forced to escape from Yang Yong's assault. Wait till I come back after gathering Immortal essence from the water and fire. That moment will be your end. Before retreating, Fang Yuan shouted loudly with a malevolent expression. Rockmen had rough physique and their movements were slow, and not being familiar with Danghun Mountain's terrain, they could only let Fang Yuan escape. The Rockmen worshipped Yang Yong for beating back the Immortal and cheered victoriously. My tribesmen, now is not the time to cheer. Yang Yong stood up. We can't stay on Danghun Mountain for long, this is a demonic land. The old White Rock tribe leader had told me, every year only during these few days, we Rockmen can enter this place safely. We need to hurry and collect the Gutstones here. 3 days later, we need to leave this place. Their bodies were made of solid rock. There was a burden on their soul to hold up such a strong and firm body. If the Rockmen moved too excessively, it could harm their soul. Thus, Rockmen would spend 80% of their whole life sleeping and nurturing their soul. When the foundation of their soul was thick enough, it would leak out. This overflowing part of the soul would fall on a rock and form a new life. Rockmen tribes reproduce like this. After the Rockmen obtained the Gutstones, the Gu could strengthen and expand their soul, causing the soul to overflow and form little Rockmen. 3 days later, inside the mountain, in Danghun Palace, Yang Yong kneeled on the ground and reported with reverence and fear as he lowered his head and bowed, reporting to the Immortal, with these 3 days of soul strengthening, our Rockmen tribes have increased by 6,000 little. Rockmen. Including us old tribesmen, the whole population has increased to 3 times the population before the battle. Fang Yuan was sitting grandly on the fluffy bed and looked down at Yang Yong. Good, with this, your Rockmen have enough manpower to start the river construction. Next, you remember what to do, right? Or do you need me to tell you again? Yang Yong promptly replied, Supreme Immortal, I did not dare to forget your words and have engraved them in my mind. Good. Fang Yuan nodded indifferently. I will give you 3 months of time to dig a great river that cuts across the eastern and northern areas. 3 months. Yang Yong was stupefied. Mighty Immortal, us Rockmen need sleep to nurture our souls. If we move excessively, we will tire ourselves to death. The great river is so long, and with only 3 months of time, we would have not be able to have any rest. If we work like this, our Rockmen tribes will probably die out. You won't die completely. I have already calculated, there will be over 200 Rockmen remaining. Fang Yuan laughed. Yang Yong felt a chill in his body. There were 10,000 Rockmen now, but there would only be over 200 after the project. How terrifying of a sacrifice was this? 3 months later, I want to see a great river. If I don't see it, I will tell the truth to your tribesmen before I kill you. Now roll away. Fang Yuan's tone was cold and unfeeling. Yang Yong's body trembled all over hearing this demonic threat. He had a very deep fear towards Fang Yuan and did not dare to retort. His body curled up into a ball and surprising, he really rolled away. Master, we paid a huge price back then to bring in these Rockmen. The little Hu Immortal Land Spirit tactfully persuaded, she could not endure seeing such a huge amount of Rockmen dying like this. Don't worry, the Rockmen has still a great use to me. And isn't it easy to increase their population? Fang Yuan leaned on a chair with his eyes squinting as he took out a burial soul toad from his aperture. Burial soul toad was a rank for Gu used to store things. It was one of the Gu worms left by the Hu Immortal. It was palm-sized big and was grey color. There were small warts all over its back and its large eyes flashed with weird and gloomy green light. It could only store souls and its belly would inflate as it sucked in the souls. Fang Yuan used this to collect the souls of the Rockmen who died in the battle with the Fox groups. Now, this old burial toad's belly was deflated. The souls that were inside it before were placed on Dang Hun Mountain by Fang Yuan to breed new Gutstones. Fang Yuan used a part of the Gutstones to make his soul 6 times stronger than that of a normal person. And the remaining Gutstones were given to the Rockmen tribes. The Rockmen had no idea the strengthening of their souls was all due to the death of their companions. Chapter 414. Conscience of those in power. Yang Yong got out of Dang Hun Palace. After getting through some twisted and dark tunnels, he arrived on Dang Hun Mountain. After seeing the crystal pink mountain, Yang Yong blew out a breath of turbid air. His fear and pressure had decreased greatly after leaving Fang Yuan. After moving on the mountain for a while, he was finally discovered by his tribemates. "Oh, our great and honorable leader, our hero, you are here!" Some Rockmen cheered. "Please let me kiss your foot to express my adoration of you." A few Rockmen kneeled on the ground. "Big hero, big hero. Your courage is greater than heaven, your guts is thicker than the earth." Some tiny Rockmen formed into groups and shouted loudly. Yang Yong laughed. No one knew how bitter he felt. The cheers he heard were extremely joyous. There were many tribesmen around him, gathering together, but he felt extremely lonely at this point. He looked at these tribesmen, these smiling Rockmen. They were all going to die 3 months later. Dying of exhaustion after digging the river. But what could he do? From what the other Rockmen saw, Dang Hun Mountain's victory was glorious. It was worth celebrating. But only he knew, this was only a game manipulated in the dark by that immortal. The cruel and chilling truth made him understand clearly that the sacrifice of those Rockmen, and this difficult victory, it was so laughably pathetic, they were powerless. He led his tribesmen and gained more victories, but at the same time his fear towards Fang Yuan grew. That immortal, he is a demon. His heart is harder and colder than us Rockmen, his strength is greater than the weight of the mountains. I am so weak, what can I do? Resistance means death. I admit my cowardice, I am really afraid of dying. I have not slept enough, I am only 180 years old. The moment Yang Yong thought about Fang Yuan's appearance, his heart was filled with terror. His lingering bit of conscience was torturing him. He knew he was about to send his tribesmen to death personally. He was being grilled by his conscience. Every praise from his tribesmen was like a whip, causing his heart to be full of pain and scars. Our esteemed, beloved tribe leader, you are finally back. Everyone's waiting. The Rockmen gave way to Yang Yong as he walked unobstructed towards higher ground. My tribesmen, these 3 days, our tribe has grown by many times. Our conquest has gotten us glorious results. But such victory is insufficient. Are you all willing to continue following me towards a brighter future? Yang Yong looked down at his tribesmen and shouted loudly. The Rockmen used the loudest cheer they could muster to express their 120% support towards Yang Yong. Yang Yong nodded. He had expected such an outcome. Among the Rockmen, there were no outliers or knowledgeable old Rockmen. During the few intense battles, they had gloriously sacrificed themselves. The remaining Rockmen were all newborn, they had a simple mind. As for the remaining old Rockmen, they were all hardcore supporters of Yang Yong, his loyal worshippers. Yang Yong patiently waited for the cheers to stop before continuing. These 3 days, I had been considering, how do we deal with the escaped immortal? Immortals have immortal essence, thus they are able to control the Fox army, and have terrifying strength. He must have retreated to the lake at the north area, or hid in east area's fire pit. We cannot allow him to recover. Tribe leader is too smart, we cannot allow that evil immortal to recover his immortal essence. When that accursed demon recovers his strength, he will definitely find trouble with us Rockmen. But what do we do now? The lake and fire pit are both dangerous areas. Even us Rockmen cannot last long there. And these two areas are so wide, who knows where the immortal escaped to? Everyone was speaking as the scene turned noisy. Yang Yong interrupted everyone's discussions, shouting, "That's why I thought of the only solution. We will use soil to fill the fire pit and lake, that way, the immortal will be unable to recover his immortal essence." "Oh God, that is an insane idea." At once, some Rockmen shouted. "My great tribe leader, the lake is so wide, it causes people to stare in amazement. The fire pit has a fatal temperature, how can we use soil to fill it? That is impossible." An old Rockman immediately argued. Yang Yong stared at this old Rockman deeply, remembering him to heart. This Rockman dared to question him, it showed that his idolization was not deep enough, that he shall get the heaviest and toughest job later, working to death. At this time, another old Rockman said, "We cannot do this forcefully, I have a solution. Maybe we can dig out a river and direct the lake water to the fire pit, using water to neutralize fire, that will be easier." Yang Yong's killing intent rose even more. This old Rockman was very intelligent, he was a bigger threat than the old Rockman who rebuked him. He immediately decided in his heart, he was going to send this old Rockman to a defense mission. He shall be killed by the Fox army, this threat has to be eliminated. Yang Yong praised this old man plainly, shouting, "That is exactly my idea, we have to dig a river and direct the water over to end the fire. The immortal will have no place to recover immortal essence. Actually, Whitestone old tribe leader taught me before dying, he said that the water at the north and the fire at the east were all done by that evil male immortal. That is the source of his power, just like how we Rockmen eat soil." So Whitestone old tribe leader predicted this. Whitestone old tribe leader, as expected of our philosopher. Whitestone old tribe leader was already 998 years old, of course he knew a lot. All the Rockmen nodded, expressing their agreement with Whitestone old tribe leader, but also felt deep pity and anguish towards his death. Rockmen sleep for a long time, they have little interaction with each other. This sense of distance and mystery caused the deceased Whitestone old tribe leader's knowledge to feel extremely profound. Using a phrase from Earth, if Whitestone old tribe leader could hear this in the afterlife, he might jump out of his coffin in anger. But unfortunately, he was completely killed by Fang Yuan, his soul was not spared, broken down on Dang Hun Mountain by Fang Yuan. The essence landed on the mountain, forming a Gutstone. Whether this Gust one was smashed by a Rockman, or Fang Yuan himself, that would be an eternal mystery. After discussing, the Rockmen agreed that Yang Yong should be the leader, overseeing the digging to connect the water and fire. Fang Yuan hid in the background, looking at this scene secretly. After seeing the finalized plan, he ordered Little Hu immortal. The land spirit released a trace of Dang Hun Mountain's power, and the Rockmen felt their soul tremble, they got very dizzy. Many young Rockmen fainted on the spot. "Oh no, let's hurry and get out. Dang Hun Mountain is going to attack," Yang Yong said, as he left his tribesmen away from Dang Hun Mountain. They did not return to their original home, but instead got to the north and east area in a grand fashion. In Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan looked expressionlessly at these leaving Rockmen using the smoke cloud. "Master, have you heard of the story of the Rockmen?" Little Hu Immortal's tail was swaying as she spoke meekly. Fang Yuan laughed lightly, "You want to urge me to use soft tactics with the Rockmen? Master is so smart." Little Hu Immortal's large eyes were shining. It seems you are not too familiar with this. Often, the power of fear and hatred surpasses gratitude greatly. Back then, when Fang Yuan found out that there was a group of Rockmen, he was overjoyed. The Rockmen lived underground, they ate soil as food and were skilled at digging. A large ground of Rockmen could even build an underground city deep in the ground. Rockmen could excavate resources for the blessed land's owner, they were excellent slaves. Many Gu immortals want to buy Rockmen and move them into their own blessed land. For who immortal blessed land, because of Dang Hun Mountain, and provided it had enough souls, just one Rockman can use the Gutstones to breed into a large clan. Fang Yuan could use this to mass-produce Rockmen and engage in slave trade with other Gu immortals. Back then, who immortal brought all these Rockmen in with the same intentions? It was true, Rockmen only succumbed to soft tactics. Most of the Rockmen were stubborn and tough, warrior not afraid to die. Thus, many Gu immortals have to use kindness and benefits to slowly use these Rockmen and maximize their worth. Who immortal used such a method? But Fang Yuan did not adopt this. He wanted to squeeze them dry, to gain the most benefits. This world's competition is so cruel, not only did man compete with each other, they also had to deal with disasters and calamities, who knows how many heroes had fallen to floods. So what if you are a Gu immortal? If you did not arm yourself and make use of every resource you had to strengthen yourself, who immortal's demise would be the best example. A demonic path member has to make the best of his time, considering even the small bit of benefit, taking whatever he can and make himself stronger. Anyone in power has to understand rules, laws, friendship and morals. These are all tools to squeeze out benefits. Leniency and conscience, cruelty and hatred, they are all the same. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. After wasting so much time with the Rockmen, there were only 7 months left to the 6th calamity. The lake at the north, fire pit at the east, they were all scars left by previous calamities, weak spots of the blessed land. When earthly calamities occur, they would be the weakest link. A team is only as strong as its weakest player. The weight a chain can hold up depends on the most fragile section. So what if I am hated, detested, and scolded by countless people? If this world was so simple such that hatred, loathe, and curses work, why would I still need strength? The most important thing was digging the river as soon as possible, to help the blessed land recover as much as it could. It did not matter how many Rockmen died in the process. Since Dang Hun Mountain was here, he just had to capture a few souls and there would be an uncountable number of Rockmen produced. Chapter 415. For tomorrow. Explosions went off one after another as dust and smoke rose into the air. This was the site of the river digging project. The Rockmen ate soil as food. Many of the Gu worms on the Rockmen's bodies can be used. Lord Tribe Leader, we cannot continue like this. Yesterday, 3 tribesmen died from exhaustion. They had a pitiful death, not even leaving behind a single offspring. An elderly Rockman kneeled before Yang Yong as he cried. Once a Rockman dies of exhaustion, their soul will dissipate, they will die for real, there will not be any young Rockmen formed from their remaining soul. Yang Yong slammed his chest, howling, why would I not know? Why would I not know? Heroes have sacrificed for our tribe again. For the bright future of our tribe, for a beautiful tomorrow, they contributed their lives. But precisely so, we cannot slow down. Since the start of the excavation, we have faced many attacks from the Fox army. The size of the Fox group is getting larger, evidently that accursed male immortal is regaining his immortal essence. We have to continue and work hard, digging the river so that he loses his source of power. Old Rockman was stunned, but tribe leader. You are a good Rockman, you think for our tribe, I understand that. These heroes will not die in vain. Look there, I have already made heroic gravestones for them. Their children and descendants will remember them and feel gratitude for the sacrifices made. Yang Yong pointed at the gravestones erected. There was a large number of them. The old Rockman looked at the gravestones, sighing. Once the death of the Rockmen appeared, the new tribe leader Yang Yong immediately ordered people to build these gravestones. The low morale was immediately raised. Although every day, countless Rockmen die of exhaustion, they were still in high spirits. They are dead, what is the use of these gravestones? The old Rockman was one of the few left who understood the situation. He felt deeply worried. Oh leader? He bitterly urged, us Rockmen have to reproduce as well. These Rockmen who die of exhaustion will not even have their souls left, they cannot leave behind descendants. Yang Yong's expression remained unchanged, not saying a word. A young Rockman beside him started grumbling, "You old man, are you afraid of dying?" Old Rockman immediately retorted, "Young man, how can you say that? Yes, I am old, but I am a Rockman. How can a Rockman be afraid of dying? Since you are not afraid to die, why are you talking so much? That's right. We are making contributions to the tribe. What's the matter? We are making a small sacrifice for the bigger good." Beside Yang Yong, a group of young Rockmen started arguing. "Old senior, if you feel tired, take a rest first." "It is not a problem, my time is limited, I have to go to the other areas to inspect the progress." Yang Yong patted this old Rockman's shoulder as he walked away, continuing on his inspection. A group of young Rockmen followed behind Yang Yong, talking among themselves, expressing their disdain for that old Rockman. Being despised by these juniors, the old Rockman felt very depressed, smoke was coming out of his ears. He wanted to rebuke them loudly, but he saw all the gravestones near the construction area, with all sorts of words carved on them. "We have to do this at all cost. As long as we are united, within 3 days, we will complete the river. The bigger our courage, the more we can achieve. To build a beautiful future for our Rockmen tribe. Long live tribe leader Yang Yong. For the bright future of the Rockmen, we contribute our lives, we contribute our youth." The crazed atmosphere engulfed the Rockmen's hearts. Even those Rockmen who died from exhaustion showed a smile before they died. Old Rockman wanted to speak, but his mouth opened many times and did not manage to say a word. He kneeled on the spot in a daze for a long while, until suddenly, he lifted his fist and slammed the ground heavily. The old Rockman stood up slowly, silently moving his aged body towards the construction ground. Yang Yong rushed to the next site. The river channel was already starting to form, large numbers of adult Rockmen were digging in the channel. Beside them, the physically weaker young Rockmen formed into patrolling groups. Some were inspecting the river digging, some were carving slogans, some were making heroic gravestones. These young Rockmen were called Rock Guards, formed by Yang Yong personally. Reporting to tribe leader. 5 to 6 young Rockmen went to Yang Yong and reported the results of these few days of labor. Reporting to great leader, we have dug another 25 kilometers in this segment. Reporting to great leader, we have unfortunately sacrificed 120 tribesmen, they are all heroes of our tribe. Reporting to great leader, we actually found 3 tribesmen sleeping on the job. This is a disgrace to our tribe, we have to criticize them. Very good, you have all done well. Remember, you have to erect gravestones for our deceased heroes. At the same time, tie up those disgraceful Rockmen and criticize them up public, let them learn courage from humiliation. Yang Yong spoke caringly. You are all the future of our tribe, seeing you all is like seeing the bright future of our tribe. You have to continue working hard. Yang Yong praised. The young Rockmen were extremely spurred on, their bodies were trembling. Everything for the Rockmen tribe. Our esteemed and beloved leader, you are our symbol of pride. We unite by your side, walking towards a bright and meaningful future. They growled one after another, showing a fanatic gaze. But Yang Yong avoided eye contact with them. These young Rockmen's enthusiasm made him fearful. There, all the different segments of the river were being excavated. Yang Yong could see many Rockmen looking down at the yellow soil while lowering their thick backs. The river channel was tens of meters wide. Segment after segment, a long line showed up in his vision. Every time Yang Yong saw this scene, his heart palpitated. As long as they are united, the Rockmen tribe's strength was overwhelming, it could change the world. But when Yang Yong thought of Fang Yuan, that terrifying demon, his heart felt a strong chill that turned his enthusiasm into a frozen river. Be it the fox groups outside, the slogans on the stone boards, or the rock guards he created, they were all a part of the demon's plot. With so many methods, he forcefully reduced the Rockmen tribe's resistance to the minimum. Yang Yong was the one who created this scenario personally. Seeing the formation of the river, his fear towards Fang Yuan became greater and greater. That male immortal not only had terrifying strength, what truly caused despair was that scheming and devious mind of his, making him seem like an unpredictable abyss. Yang Yong felt himself sinking into purgatory. He was meek like an ant, while behind him, Fang Yuan's giant figure was staring down at him. He was like a corpse, a puppet. The strings that controlled him was in the hands of Fang Yuan. Every day, he saw his tribesmen die, his heart hurt like a dagger was stabbing it. Seeing the enthusiasm of his tribesmen, dying to dig the river, he felt a pitiful grief. If possible, I would rather not know the truth. Maybe, continuing to live in this lie is true bliss. Yang Yong retracted his gaze, waving his hand and bringing the young Rockmen towards the next river segment. This is the last estrus Gu, go. Primeval essence had already been injected, as Fang Yuan flicked his finger and shot the green bin-looking Gu into the air. Estrus Gu exploded, turning into pink powder as it rained down on the fox group below. The entire fox group breathed in this powder, and immediately stirred. Very soon, numerous male foxes sprawled on the female foxes' backs, moving vigorously as they injected their life essence into the female fox's body. The fox gestation varied. For example, golden fox took 2 months to give birth once. Every time, there were 3 to 4 foxes. As for desolate beasts like three-tail fox, even 100 years was not enough to nurture their fetus. Normally, the stronger the beast, the longer it takes for one gestation. But right now in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the fox groups were ordinary, they had a short gestation period. Ever since the Rockmen started digging the river until the process became smooth, Fang Yuan had been using estrus Gu every day, creating new foxes and strengthening the fox army. Hu Immortal did not have an Immortal Gu. During the 5th earthly calamity, she was killed by Blue Charm Lightning Shadow, thus her set of enslavement path Gu worms were not spared. But within Dang Hun Mountain, she left behind a number of Gu worms. For example, assistance type Gu like Burial Soul Toad, or expenditure type Gu like Estrus Gu, as well as some spare Gu worms for the enslavement path. Most were fox enslavement Gu. To quickly increase his strength, Fang Yuan already used up most of these Gu worms. The fox group had increased in numbers by several times after his hard work. Although the foxes were omnivores, the Blessed Land could not sustain such a large number. In less than 2 years, a lot of foxes would be unable to find food and die of starvation. But Fang Yuan could not care less, his whole mind was on enduring the 6th earthly calamity now. A river connected the north and east. The overflowing lake flowed along the river channel, moving quickly with ripples splashing. The great flood flowed into the fire pit. As the two forces clashed, river water evaporated and turned to steam, rising into the air. After the river water calmed down, almost half the black flames were doused. Only 3 burning areas remained at the edges. This way, fire and water wiped each other out, the north area's flood was alleviated, and the ground surfaced once more. Large amounts of water flowed along the river and filled tens of pits, forming many lakes. Even though the north area was still full of mud, and the east area was a burnt land without any living plants, the fusion of fire and water had created something like a scab on a bleeding wound. As long as time passed, the east and north areas will eventually regain their vitality. Under Fang Yuan's instructions, Yang Yong brought the injured and tired 100 or so Rockmen back to their homes at the south area. "Master, what do we do with these clouds?" Little Hu Immortal looked at the sky. The thick clouds made her feel helpless. Even though it rained many times already, a lot of water vapor was still in the air, forming into clouds. These clouds blocked the natural light, causing the east area to be shrouded in darkness. It made people feel irritated. The Blessed Land did not have sunlight or wind. These clouds would heavily affect the lives of the east area's inhabitants. Ignore them. Fang Yuan looked at the sea of clouds and retracted his gaze. The appearance of the clouds was expected, it was a minor detail. What is truly important is the 6th earthly calamity. If the Blessed Land survives this, he would slowly settle the issue about the clouds. If it fails to make it, then there is no point in thinking about it. Chapter 416. Enduring the Earthly Calamity. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the fox groups gathered into an army and surrounded Dang Hun Mountain tightly. Fang Yuan stood with his arms behind his back at the peak of the mountain and looked at the sky with a solemn expression. Time passed mercilessly. Today was the day of the sixth earthly calamity. Even though Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal in his previous life, he still felt uneasy facing an earthly calamity. Every earthly calamity increases in intensity compared to the previous one. It was a cruel trial that decided the life and death of the Gu immortals and their blessed land. Fang Yuan took over the blessed land when there was only a year and 3 months left. This time was truly short. He could only prepare with his best efforts. Digging a river and alleviating the water and fire crisis was 1, nurturing foxes and increasing their numbers was 2. Holding on to fixed immortal travel Gu and being prepared to retreat was the 3rd preparation. As for the clouds in the sky, as well as the blue charm lightning shadow at the west area, he had no way of dealing with them. The mild wind gradually stopped. High up in the sky, clouds were rumbling and a lump of light was forming. "It's coming." Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he muttered. In the cloud sea, the lump light burst out, forming a great white round door, facing the blessed land directly. The light was glaring and dazzling, as a brown-yellow-colored large monster descended from the light door like a large rock. Looking at this scene, is this the desolate beast Calamity? Fang Yuan squinted and stared without blinking. The giant rock continued to descend silently. Fang Yuan could not help but lick his dry lips as his heart sank. There were countless types of earthly calamities, among them were the desolate beast Calamity. In the blessed land, one or multiple desolate beasts will appear, charging towards the blessed land's central control area, wreaking havoc and causing destruction to the blessed land. If they were not exterminated in time, even a large blessed land would be destroyed and reduced to ashes. Damn it, it is a desolate beast. I just hope there is no immortal Gu on this desolate beast. Fang Yuan cursed in his heart. If desolate beasts had immortal Gu on them, their battle strength would surpass Gu immortals. This mysterious desolate beast landed on the ground in a light manner contrary to its giant size. Looking from afar, it looked like a slightly flat giant rock. But Fang Yuan could tell from the images that this large rock was only a brown-yellow exoskeleton glowing with a golden luster. There were thick layers of mud on the shell armor. Just as Fang Yuan was guessing what sort of creature it was, a large pair of Chaleeped, like 2 bronze poles, stretched out from the shell. Next, 9 pairs of Chaleeped stretched out from 2 sides, landing on the ground, raising the heavy body off the ground. Swamp crab. Seeing this, Fang Yuan spoke immediately, recognizing the true identity of this desolate beast. This was a large crab, with a body that was the size of a mountain. When its body was lifted, the height could reach a quarter of Dang Hun Mountain. Its first pair of Chaleepts was more fearsome than steel poles, a pair of pincers that could break mountain rocks or cut a flood dragon in half. Its remaining 18 Chaleepts, although thinner than the first pair, they were still thicker than 100-year-old trees. There were large numbers of Gu worms on its body, most would be water and earth path Gu worms. Rarely, it could even contain an entire set of Gu worms. Thankfully, Hu Immortal Blessed Land has ample immortal essence. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, feeling glad in his heart. Earlier when the swamp crab appeared, the land spirit already struck, using the heavenly power to restrict its Gu worms. All rank 1 to 5 Gu worms could not display their abilities. The most important point was, this desolate beast had no immortal Gu. If it did, then the question would be what immortal Gu that was. Immortal Gu were unique, surpassing the laws of the mortal realm. Blessed lands could not restrict them. The existence of an immortal Gu was the most important element in this battle. The swamp crab fully stretched its limbs and started slowly moving towards Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan willed and moved his troops quickly. Large numbers of foxes all over the mountain rushed like the tides towards the desolate beast. In moments, they encircled the swamp crab. Their claws and teeth scratched the swamp crab's legs, and the physically tougher golden foxes directly crashed into it. But the swamp crab was huge like a mountain and continued moving forward. the ordinary fox groups could not stop it, instead they were stomped into meat paste. Fang Yuan's expression was cruel as he directed the foxes to continue giving up their lives. He bred so many of them, they were meant to be used as disposable pieces. Damage accumulates, any amount of damage they could deal counted. But the swamp crab gave off an unstoppable momentum as it advanced without halting a single step. Like a moving mountain, it did not care about the foxes below. All sorts of attacks landed on the swamp crab's body like a beautiful display of fireworks. These were the attacks of the 100,000 and myriad beast kings of the foxes. They had all sorts of Gu worms. Under the strength of all the Gu, the mud on swamp crab's body was all blown away. This giant crab, for the first time, stopped its movement. It opened its mouth and spewed out large amounts of mud. At the same time, from its stomach, yellow mud spewed out like a waterfall. The mud landed on the grass and formed a swamp. From the mud, weird-looking crabs stood up. Some had large sizes, ferocious like a tiger. Some had sharp thin needle-like pincers. Some had claw-like legs, having quick speed. In the blink of an eye, a crab army that numbered to 1,000,000 formed. It is the swamp crab indeed. It can breed at any time and place, creating numerous smaller crabs and forming an army. Fang Yuan's expression turned darker. The fox groups were fighting against the crab army, engaging in fierce combat. The number of foxes continued to decrease. The crab army's deaths were much greater than the fox group, but the desolate beast continued to give birth, and there was an endless number of crabs. Fang Yuan quickly instructed the fox groups hiding outside the mountain to return. Thankfully, I expended my estrus Gu and bred a large number of foxes, otherwise, my total force would not be enough. In just this short period, Fang Yuan felt dizzy. He directed an insanely large number of foxes, and even though his soul was 6 times as strong as a normal person, it could not take this pressure. With the crab army paving the way, the swamp crab continued moving forward, regaining its former speed. The legs on its body moved one after another, like fingers playing on a piano, with a rhythmic beauty. But an intense battle was going on below it. Blood flowed into river, corpses piled into a hill, and every piece of land was tainted with blood. The swamp crab did not differentiate enemies from allies. Every time its legs landed on the ground, there would be a fountain of blood squirting all over the place. When the crab raised its leg, there would be foxes' crushed bodies and broken crab carcasses in the deep pit on the ground. This desolate beast's body was so large, and honestly speaking, it did not move quickly. But because of this, it was able to create an immense mental pressure. Seeing it moving unhindered, Fang Yuan felt that a grim reaper's sight was hanging over his neck. Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. This desolate beast before him was the king of the swamp. Its body was covered in hard shell. It had lurked deep within the swamp for many years. Even its eyes had vanished due to de-evolution. It had no weaknesses left. Fang Yuan manipulated the fox groups to hold it back, but it was no use. He could only watch helplessly as the swamp crab got closer. Can you teleport it away? Fang. Yuan turned his head, asking the little Hu immortal land spirit. Different Gu immortals gave birth to different blessed lands, and the land spirit's abilities also varied. Some land spirits could teleport others, like Bai Gui from 3 Kings' blessed land, while some could not. Some land spirits could summon rain and wind, and some could manipulate the flow of time freely. Let me try. Little Hu Immortal breathed roughly as she felt an intense mental pressure. She activated the immortal essence, and used all her strength until her cute tiny face turned red. Ah! She shouted in a childish way. With a swoosh, the giant swamp crab vanished on the spot and was teleported about 9,000 steps away. We succeeded! Little Hu Immortal's face was red as she gasped. Master, I just expended 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. Little Hu Immortal reported painfully. No matter. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as he continued to order the foxes to attack the swamp crab. After 5 minutes, the swamp crab got close again. Land Spirit teleported it away once again. And thus, another green grape immortal essence was expended. Little Hu Immortal felt immense pity at this waste, and Fang Yuan's heart was bleeding. In the entire Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there were only 78 beads of green grape immortal essence. Fang Yuan used one to feed fixed immortal travel Gu. Now he used another 2 to teleport this swamp crab. He still had to use the immortal essence to refine Gu and manage the entire Blessed Land in the future. There were many areas in which immortal essence were needed, but because Hu Immortal died already, these green grape immortal essence could not be replenished. Every single bead used was one less left for the future. Some crabs got through unguarded areas and charged up the mountain. Fang Yuan snorted coldly at this and ordered the land spirit to unleash the might of Dan Han Mountain. At once, the area the crab army walked on became a death domain. Numerous crabs died, lying on the ground with their bodies intact. Their souls, however, were completely destroyed, creating a peculiar scene. Unfortunately, Dang Han Mountain's power is to continuously pressure the soul, but the desolate beast soul is strong and can last for a while. I cannot let it reach Dang Han Mountain and destroy this precious forbidden ground. Fang Yuan did not participate in battle. Even if he used his strength path Gu worms, he would not be able to break its shell. Most importantly, the swamp crab had not used an immortal Gu yet. Fang Yuan was uncertain if it had one or not. The unknown was the greatest threat. Fang Yuan did not dare to strike rashly. Soon, the swamp crab came again. Just as it was teleported away for the third time, Little Hu Immortal's expression changed. Not waiting for Fang Yuan's reaction, she stretched her hand to grab his arm, and they both vanished on the spot. The next moment, a fierce lightning bolt landed on the area they were standing. With a thunderous sound, mountain rocks shattered. The lightning paused for a moment before shooting back up. It turned into a human-shaped lightning and emitted a loud growl. This was the Blue Charm Lightning's shadow. Chapter 417. Enduring the Earth Calamity. Blue Charm Lightning's shadow held its head and screamed in pain. The blue lightning flashed around without any target and only settled down after a long while. Clearly, the lightning figure had suffered injuries in its soul when it entered Dang Han Mountain. Inside Dang Han Palace, Fang Yuan's face became ashen as he looked at the scene in the smoke. If it was not for the land spirit's prompt teleportation just before, he might have been dead already. Little Hu Immortal patted her chest, her face pale and showing lingering fear. When it rains, it pours. The Blue Charm Lightning's shadow joining the battle no doubt made things worse. Blue Charm Lightning's shadow flew into a rage after its sneak attack did not succeed and started to collide continuously into Dang Han Mountain. Every time it collided with Dang Han Mountain, there would be tremors in Dang Han Palace. Soil and stones flew from the impact and large scorched pits were created from the attacks on the mountain. Fang Yuan felt his heart bleed at this scene. In this entire world, there was only one of it. Fortunately, Blue Charm Lightning's shadow stopped its attacks after dozens of collisions. Its soul had received considerable damage and the lightning around it was becoming very disorderly. It did not dare to attack again. During this time, the land spirit had teleported the swamp crab another 2 times. In total, they had wasted 5 beads of green grape immortal essence on it. And the originally endless fox army was already at the brink of extinction. What made Little Hu Immortal even more discouraged was that this desolate beast only had small wounds and was still moving forward stably like before. It was like an indestructible bone. Whether it was Blue Charm Lightning's shadow or swamp crab, they both had one target, destroying the central area, expending the immortal essence and killing the land spirit. Their final target was to destroy the whole blessed land. They were on the same faction and did not have any conflicts, instead they cooperated. While Fang Yuan and the land spirit were having a headache due to this swamp crab, the Blue Charm Lightning's shadow gave up on Dang Han Mountain and changed its target to the blessed land itself. It did not dare to collide against Dang Han Mountain anymore, so it began attacking the sky and the earth of this blessed land. It destroyed everything it saw and created craters everywhere. Sky crumbled and showed scars like that of a broken mirror. Fang Yuan felt deep helplessness. Not good. Master, there is a hole in the blessed land. Little Hu Immortal spoke hurriedly. Blue charm lightning shadows attacks shattered the world and created a hole. Cut away the surrounding area around the hole. Fang Yuan spoke indifferently, his tone cold as ice. What? Little Hu Immortal opened her eyes wide and gave a cry of surprise. If they cut off the area like this, they would not be able to restore it. The holes in blessed lands could be repaired with immortal essence. If the holes were not patched in time and were allowed to enlarge, they would form a passage to the outside world. Once there was a passage, those Gu immortals outside the blessed land would absolutely charge in and make all kinds of schemes. At that time, the situation would be even more out of hand. There were demonic path Gu immortals on Tianti Mountain. Righteous path Gu immortals did not dare to attack because they had a lot of businesses and assets. However, demonic path has no lack of demented people, they were lone forces and liked to take risks. In any case, Fang Yuan had done this a lot in his previous life. Under Fang Yuan's order, Little Hu Immortal repeatedly cut off nearby half a square kilometer of the blessed land. Blue charm lightning shadow continually destroyed the world and created holes, while the land spirit continually cut them off. The swamp crab charged towards Dang Hun Mountain again and again. The land spirit had no choice but to teleport it time after time. The amount of green grape Primeval essence consumed already reached 13 beads. Sob sob, the blessed land has become smaller and so much immortal essence has been lost. Tears started falling out of Little Hu Immortal's eyes as she sobbed. Don't cry. Fang Yuan coldly shouted, his expression ashen. There is no point in delaying. Our only hope is to kill these two calamities. But I don't have an attack-type Immortal Gu, and it would be difficult to see any results from attacking the swamp crab with rank 5 Gu in a short time. My only option now is to gamble. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and revealed a crazed determination. Desolate beasts were very strong. Just by relying on their majestic physique and their fierce recovery ability, they could ignore most rank 5 Gu. Especially this swamp crab, it had a strong defense and was upper tier even among the desolate beasts. Fang Yuan had a lot of rank 5 Gu, turned gold Gu, soft bones Gu, pitch black Gu and so on, but using them against swamp crab would be like throwing pebbles in the lake. They could only create slight ripples. They needed to attack continuously for a slight bit of results. However, Fang Yuan was unable to activate these Gu and participate in the offense. If he left the mountain, he could meet with blue charm lightning shadows attacks. He could give the Gu worms to the land spirit to use, but he did not dare to take the risk. Land spirits could also die, and if it was destroyed by blue charm lightning shadow, then Fang Yuan would have no means to even activate fixed immortal travel Gu. Only immortal Gu could change the situation. Fang Yuan might have 2 immortal Gu, but both did not have offensive abilities. Don't teleport it anymore, let this damned swamp crab attack Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan said resolutely and commanded the land spirit, release the whole might of Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain had been restricted by Little Hu Immortal the whole time, and right now, as it was finally let loose, dense fog started rising over the whole mountain. An enormous and formless soul-shaking power burst out of the mountain, spreading as far as 3,000 steps and eradicating everything in its surroundings. Only Dang Hun Palace, under the land spirit's control, was intact. The giant swamp crab soon got close to Dang Hun Mountain. Under the power of Dang Hun Mountain, its sturdy shell was unable to provide any defensive support. Its soul received fierce attacks, causing its movements to slow down. However, this made it go berserk and it increased its speed by another fold, charging towards Dang Hun Mountain. The enormous pincers heavily smashed on Dang Hun Mountain like steel clamps. The sturdy boulders were as fragile as flour as they were smashed by the attack, holes forming from the impact. The huge crater was at least 0.6 acres wide. Smoke and dust flew all around and the entire Dang Hun Palace also shook from the tremors. The land spirit Little Hu Immortal's face paled from shock. Dang Hun Palace kept on shaking, dust started falling from the roof and there were fierce cracks on the walls and pillars. Suddenly, Little Hu Immortal let out a tragic shout, not good. That blue charm lightning shadow has already moved towards the north and is openly destroying the sky and earth, creating many holes. The image in front of Fang Yuan changed and showed the scene of blue charm lightning shadow attacking the world and creating holes. The blessed land's eastern and northern parts had been corroded by the remnant force of the earth calamities, and were weaker than other areas. The blue charm lightning shadow saw these weak points and started attacking them. Fortunately, we had settled the water and fire, otherwise the result of blue charm lightning shadow's destruction would be 10 times more severe. Master, what should we do? Little Hu Immortal was feeling at a loss. The situation had turned to an extremely terrible state. The swamp crab was like a steel hammer directly pounding the heart and continuously depleting immortal essence while also wrecking Dang Hun Mountain. And blue charm lightning shadow was like an extremely sinister poison. It purposely searched for the weak points of the blessed land and stabbed at them. Every hole it created was like a fresh wound to the blessed land. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. The situation was turning more critical, but it instead aroused his fighting spirit. Land spirit, every time you teleport the swamp crab, send it away by 3,000 steps. With the distance shortened, the immortal essence expenditure was also comparatively less. And Dang Hun Mountain's soul shaking power worked within 3,000 steps, creating injuries to the swamp crab's soul. Land spirit, cut off the whole northern area. Fang Yuan gave another command. What? Little Hu Immortal was stupefied and almost did not dare to believe her ears. Hu Immortal blessed land's northern area was over 600 square kilometers, and Fang Yuan wanted to give up the whole region. Once they cut off the area, Hu Immortal blessed land would lose this territory forever. This was definitely a huge sacrifice by Fang Yuan. Hu Immortal blessed land had altogether 4,000 square kilometers of land and he was cutting off 1/6 of it. Master, this. Little Hu Immortal hesitated. Do as I say. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on the image in front of him as he shouted in a stern voice. Little Hu Immortal's pink lips puckered and her eyes were filled with tears. The tears fell down and she started crying loudly. Land spirits were the representatives of the blessed land. Cutting off a part of the blessed land was the same as cutting their own flesh. And abandoning the whole northern area was like a person cutting off one of their legs. Master, don't do it. Little Hu Immortal cried loudly and begged. However, Fang Yuan's expression was ruthless and did not make the slightest compromise. Master's orders could not be violated. Little Hu Immortal could only endure the pain and cut off the whole northern area. That blue charm lightning shadow was currently in the center of the northern area, destroying the world and creating holes. It suddenly felt something wrong and immediately moved, trying to charge out of the northern area. However, because of 5 kilometers of distance, it could not escape and was trapped in the northern area. It let out a mournful and sharp screech, its tone full of indignance. However, that bit of distance determined its fate. The blue charm lightning shadow could only follow the evaporation of the northern area and land in the outside world. Success! Fang Yuan almost shouted in joy at this scene. If it were normal times where the blue charm lightning shadow had no injuries in its soul, it could absolutely react in time. If not for its crazed attacks towards the world, expending its energy and causing its speed to fall, it could absolutely escape. At the critical moment, Fang Yuan endured the pain and made a minor sacrifice to protect his bigger interests, finally settling this calamity. As to what calamities it would create at the outside world, that was not part of Fang Yuan's consideration. The whole Dang Hun Mountain was still shaking. The desolate beast swamp crab soul was very strong and forcefully withstood the pressure, continuously attacking Dang Hun Mountain. The nearer it got to Dang Hun Mountain, the stronger the soul shaking power became. Little Hu Immortal teleported the swamp crab away time and again. Right now, it was a battle of foundation between the two sides. If the desolate beast soul foundation was strong and it overthrew Dang Hun Mountain, it would be Fang Yuan's defeat. Conversely, if Dang Hun Mountain did not fall, it would be the earthly calamity's defeat. Dang Hun Palace's pillars crumbled and the beams of the roof snapped. Dust and dirt flew everywhere, accompanied by Little Hu Immortal's whimpering cries. Fang Yuan was silently standing with a cold expression. Strength, I need more strength. He clenched his fists and let out an indignant scream in his mind. Why was it that despite growing so much, he was still so weak when facing heaven and earth, when facing fate? Then continue to grow, continue to become stronger, stronger, and even stronger. As he screamed silently, the swamp crab's movements were gradually slowing down and eventually it collapsed at the waist of Dang Hun Mountain, dead. After an arduous process, the sixth earthly calamity was finally over. Chapter 418. Losses and Gains. Fang Yuan walked out of Dang Hun Palace. The pink crystal mountain had holes everywhere, broken rocks were scattered on the ground showing a pitiful sight. Fresh red blood, yellow murky mud, fox and crab corpses mixed together. The desolate beast swamp crab's humongous body was pressing on Dang Hun Mountain's mountain waste. It was like a small mountain, extremely eye-catching. The mild wind blew on Fang Yuan's black hair as his eerie black eyes stared at the battlefield. The pungent smell of blood entered Fang Yuan's nostrils. Closely behind him, Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit's eyes were red, as there were tears on her face. She reported while sniffing. Master, we suffered immense losses. We lost about 666 square kilometers of land, and we only have 68 beads of the immortal essence left. Our fox army of 4,700,000 has fallen to 310,000. As for Gu worms, we lost around 700,000 of them. Hu Immortal managed her blessed land for so many years. After this calamity, the entire blessed land lost about 40 years of development. But Fang Yuan did not think so. His expression was tired, but his gaze could not hide the happiness in his heart. He survived this earthly calamity. It was an obstacle. Now that he survived it, Fang Yuan had time to recuperate. He had ample time to deal with the seventh earthly calamity. Stop crying, the blessed land is safe, that means our hope is safe too. Dang Hun Mountain did not collapse, thus we have the resources to start over. Although we lost some land, in the short run, we cannot make use of that land anyway, it will not hinder our development. Fang Yuan patted the land spirit's head, consoling, look, not long later, Dang Hun Mountain will be full of Gutstones, and we will control another group of Rockmen. Most importantly, that blue charm lightning shadow was exiled, now, we can develop without any worries. Hu Immortal Blessed Land will definitely flourish again. This battle was intense and tragic, there were countless foxes and crabs who died near Dang Hun Mountain. At the same time, Swamp Crab's soul was smashed into bits by the mountain's vibrations, absorbed into Dang Hun Mountain. In the near future, not too long away, large numbers of Gutstones will appear on Dang Hun Mountain unceasingly. Master's words make sense. Little Hu Immortal stopped crying and thought about it clearly, it seems he made sense. The earthly calamity was like a trial, Hu Immortal Blessed Land got through it, there was not only great losses, but also great gains. What a pity, there were many Gu worms living in this swamp crab, but now Dang Hun Mountain killed them all. Little Hu Immortal pouted, staring at this swamp crab's corpse angrily. Rejoice, this desolate beast did not have an immortal Gu, otherwise, we might not be standing here. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. This was the luckiest part of this ordeal. One crucial immortal Gu with overwhelming ability can easily overturn the entire situation. Even if this swamp crab had an immortal Gu, and was killed by Fang Yuan, how Fang Yuan would catch this immortal Gu was also a huge problem. Maybe this wild immortal Gu might replace the blue charm lightning shadow and become the next great threat to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was satisfied enough to have survived this earthly calamity. After all, he was only a rank for upper stage mortal Gu master, yet he managed to kill a desolate beast that was a problem even for Gu immortals. Land Spirit, clean up the battlefield. Preserve the corpse of the swamp crab well, I am going to rest. Fang Yuan looked around once more before relaxing, immediately feeling strong fatigue. He commanded over 1,000,000 foxes, his soul and mind was overused, he needed sleep immediately. Okay. Little Hu Immortal answered quickly as she looked at the swamp crab's shell with glowing eyes. Every desolate beast was a moving treasure. The blood, fur, bones, intestines in its body were great Gu refinement material. You accursed crab, I will tear you apart. Little Hu Immortal raised her chin as her mouth opened, showing her small canine teeth, angrily walking towards the swamp crab while muttering to herself. Fang Yuan had an extremely enjoyable sleep. 3 days later, he woke up and laid on the bed, not wanting to move at all. This time, he really relaxed his body and mind. The 6th earthly calamity was over. Fang Yuan earned a lot of time for himself. He could finally catch a breath. Ever since his rebirth, he had been plotting and resisting, especially on San Cho Mountain. He overexerted himself thinking of the ways to get out of his predicament. Now, he finally protected the blessed land. To Fang Yuan, this was a safe and stable place. If Hu Immortal blessed land was destroyed, he would be in big trouble. He exposed many things. Let's take for example, the fixed immortal travel Gu. Fang Yuan was not a Gu immortal. He could not keep this immortal Gu into his aperture. Once its aura was leaked, Gu immortals would easily sense it and come to snatch it from him. Now, fixed immortal travel Gu was placed inside Hu Immortal blessed land, and because there was immortal essence, he could feed it without worry. Other than that, there was also the refinement of second aperture Gu. Without Little Hu Immortal to control the immortal essence, Fang Yuan could not refine this immortal Gu. He had to at least reach Gu immortal realm first. By then, divine travel Gu might have been refined by another person already. It would be too late. Having protecting Hu Immortal blessed land, it was a great help to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan lied down for a while before getting up to eat. After filling up his stomach, he went to sleep again. This time, he slept for 10 hours. He woke up slowly as he felt all the fatigue had been washed away. His mind was clear, his head was working well, and his condition was as good as it could be. Where is the land spirit? He stomped his feet, calling. Little Hu Immortal tore through space with a swoosh, appearing before him. Master, I have dismantled that crab. We can sell it for a good price. Little Hu Immortal's face was red as she was extremely satisfied at breaking apart the culprit for the blessed land's predicament. Oh right, Master, there are 3 letters here. They were sent in from the loophole on the day of the calamity. Little Hu Immortal said, taking out 3 Gu and handed them to Fang Yuan. When loopholes enlarge enough to become tunnels, people could enter and exit. But before that, only Gu worms could enter through the small gaps. These 3 Gu were all letter path Gu worms. One had a paper crane appearance. It was the rank 3 lightning symbol paper crane Gu. One was a green bird, rank 5 and looking lifelike. It was the letter sending green bird Gu. One looked like a sword. It was the rank 3 flying sword letter Gu. Fang Yuan's gaze shone as he took out the letter sending green bird Gu. The green bird transformed into a letter. It was sent by the rank 7 Gu immortal Feng Jiu Ge. Fang Yuan was not surprised. The moment he saw this green bird Gu, he had a feeling it was him. Feng Jiu Ge's tone in his letter was calm. He first expressed his admiration and praise for Fang Yuan, before stating his intention to arrange for a battle between Fang Yuan and his daughter Feng Jin Huang. It seems that after Feng Jin Huang returned to Spirit Affinity House, she had been gloomy, moody, and dispirited. During this period, she had been cultivating diligently to reclaim her pride. The battle was initiated by her. She wants to have a fair and square fight with Fang Yuan, betting the glory of Spirit Affinity House and Immortal Crane Sect. HMPH, you want to battle, do I have to agree? Fang Yuan scoffed in disdain. His time was so tight, there was not enough time to cultivate. Fang Yuan would not waste his time and effort accepting Feng Jin Huang's challenge. Feng Jin Huang was born in a great family. She had Gu immortals as her parents, and a sect to support her. Even if she had a blessed land, and the calamity came, there would be a huge group of people fighting it for her. But Fang Yuan was all alone. He had to rely on himself for everything. He had no mood to play around with this rich missy. What a stupid idea. She wants to reclaim her glory, so I must play along with her. Laughable. Fang Yuan snorted. Different from others, he did not fear Feng Jiu Ge. That is because soon, Feng Jiu Ge would be called up by the heavenly court, and would successfully ascend. It will not be easy for him to come down and enter Central Continent again. But in this letter, it seems that this pair of father and daughter think that I am a disciple of Immortal Crane Sect. What is going on? Fang Yuan's eye shone with suspicion. The other party was a Gu immortal. They would naturally not make such a lowly mistake. That means there were hidden complications. Fang Yuan retrieved the flying sword letter Gu. Opening it and taking a look, it was another challenge letter. But in this letter, it was all swearing and scolding. Almost all of Fang Yuan's ancestors were mentioned. Even Immortal Crane Sect's honor was used to incite Fang Yuan to accept the battle. Finally, there was even a threat. If Fang Yuan did not agree, he would reveal the contents of this letter to the public and let the world know that Fang Yuan was a coward. Fang Yuan looked carefully, lightly smiling. Oh, it is this rascal Jian Yisheng. Jian Yisheng, a Metal Path Gu master, his appearance and personality were very perverted. He was most skilled at sneak attacks, and hated suffering losses the most. He was one of the demonic path Gu immortals on Tianti Mountain. He was truly a mean and devious coward. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he got ambushed by him many times. He eventually made Fang Yuan angry enough to summon the Blood Sea, forcing this Jian Yisheng to hide in his blessed land, afraid to battle. He blocked him for 20 years, until Jian Yisheng realized that he had angered the wrong person. He could not take it, and eventually kneeled down before Fang Yuan to surrender, without a trace of a Gu immortal's dignity. As for why this person was challenging Fang Yuan, it was because he was extremely unlucky. After Fang Yuan discarded a portion of the blessed land, and threw the blue charm lightning shadow towards Tianti Mountain, Jian Yisheng coincidentally met with it. At this time, although Jian Yisheng was a Gu immortal, he had no immortal Gu, and was thrashed by the blue charm lightning shadow. He escaped back to his blessed land pathetically, and finally managed to get free of the blue charm lightning shadow. After he got home, he counted his losses, and was filled with rage, stomping his feet. After finding the culprit, he sent a flying sword letter Gu, challenging Fang Yuan. HMPH, he knows I am a mortal, but still challenged me as a Gu immortal. He even wrote his letter so righteously, talking about fairness. This piece of shit is still as shameless as I remember. But why did he think I am a member of Immortal Crane Sect? Fang Yuan opened the lightning symbol paper Crane Gu with great suspicion. He opened it slightly, and his pupils shrunk, showing a surprised expression. What? Fang Zheng is alive. Reading on, his suspicions were cleared. So that's it, this Feng Yang from Immortal Crane Sect is a smart person, using this method to eliminate his competitors. But he greatly underestimated me. Why would I join Immortal Crane Sect? But what the letter mentioned is exactly what I need now. Thinking so, Fang Yuan made up his mind. He called the land spirit, Go, open the blessed land slightly, and let the Gu master who resembles me in. Chapter 419. Fang Zheng's Pain. Tianti Mountain stood high above the clouds, reaching 3,000 kilometers in total. It was situated at the center of Central Continent. It was the land of inheritances, the mountain of saints. During ancient times, it was the ladder of immortals, able to ascend to the heavenly court. Immortal Crane Sect's elite disciples were now standing at the foot of Tianti Mountain, having waited for an hour already. How much longer do we need to wait? This Fang Yuan is putting up too much as right. SSH, quiet. He is the brother of Gu Fang Zheng, the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Speaking of that, this brother of Fang Zheng's is really amazing. He managed to defeat Feng Jin Huang, Xiao Qixing, Yingsheng Ji and the others. So what? If I had a Supreme Elder supporting me in the dark, helping me to use fixed immortal travel Gu, I would be able to win the Blessed Land as well. Our clan's elders are truly smart. using Fang Zheng to attract their attention, while the real trump card was Fang Yuan all along. In order to make this a reality, Immortal Crane Sect lied to all their disciples. Immortal Crane Sect disciples now knew that there was someone named Gu Fang Yuan in their sect. During these 3 months, he had become the hottest topic that everyone was discussing. He was mysterious and low-key, it made people curious. Shocking the world in one move, he obtained Immortal Blessed Land for Immortal Crane Sect, and even allowed Immortal Crane Sect to stand out among the 10 sects. It made the other disciples feel proud. All their discussions entered Fang Zheng's ears. Fang Zheng was stand at the front of these people, his gaze was dim as he looked at TNT Mountain. These days, he had been a walking corpse, he did not know how he survived the last few days. After Fang Zheng left Qingmao Mountain, he swore to exact revenge, to get justice for his deceased clansmen. He carried a great hatred with him, the objective of revenge was sustaining and motivating him to cultivate. He was more hardworking than all the other disciples, he did not even slack for a second. He had fantasized many times, the scene when he finds Fang Yuan, defeating him and making him kneel on the ground, repenting for all that he did on Qingmao Mountain. The clansmen in the afterlife would finally rest in peace after that. Thus, on Danghun Mountain, he did not give up despite numerous occasions of wanting to do so. Every time he thought of Fang Yuan, there would be a strong driving force in his heart, supporting him to continue climbing. He wanted to get immortal inheritance, not only because he did not want to let his master down, or disappointing the clan's expectations, it was also because his chances of getting revenge would be much greater if he had the blessed land. But he did not expect that life would come hitting him this hard and suddenly. Gu Fang Yuan, his blood-related brother, the main character of his numerous nightmares, appeared on the mountain top. Under everyone's view, he obtained the inheritance, even Gu immortals could do nothing to him. Fang Zheng, who failed, returned to the sect. He knew the clan's lies, he knew the truth, but precisely so, the shadow in his heart grew by many times. This trauma had been nurturing in him since he was young. Why is brother so smart? But I am so stupid. Why was it that I cultivated so hard, yet I still lost to Fang Yuan? Why did this happen in southern border, and also in central continent? Is it true that I Gu Fang Zheng am destined to live in his shadow my entire life, never to surpass him? Every time Fang Zheng thought of this, there would be an indignant feeling in his heart, urging him to cultivate more. But this time, it was different. Thinking of the mission the clan just passed to him, Fang Zheng's body shuddered. The blessed land was in Fang Yuan's control. In order to obtain Immortal Blessed Land, the sect was recruiting Fang Yuan. As long as he handed over the blessed land, he would be Immortal Crane Sect's elder. Central Continent sect members were classified from low to high as outer disciple, inner disciple, elite disciple, legacy disciple. Above disciples, there were sect elder, often at rank for cultivation, controlling the many aspects of the sect. Above sect elder was sect leader, he had to be at least rank 5 middle stage, and was the key person in charge. And above the clan leader, there were supreme elders. These supreme elders were all Gu immortals, they were rarely seen during normal times, secluded in cultivation. Only when the sect faces a life and death situation, or when something important happens, they would appear and let the world know the true power of Immortal Crane Sect, as one of the top 10 sects. Since I joined Immortal Crane Sect, I had cultivated so diligently these years. From outer disciple, I became an inner disciple, and from inner disciple, I became an elite disciple. During the sect examination, I emerged as the top disciple of among the elite disciples. But now, Fang Yuan just has to say a word, and he would become a sect elder. Any disciple who sees him have to bow and pay respects. Fang Zheng felt a great pain in his heart every time he thought about this. If Fang Yuan really became an elder, he would have to bow and pay respects to this enemy every time he saw him. Was there fun in such a life? Was there meaning in living? Master, has all the effort and hard work I put in been in vain? At this point, Fang Zheng was standing at TNT Mountain foot, waiting to meet Fang Yuan. He had unavoidably fallen into deep self-doubt. Lord Sky Crane quickly consoled him. Fang Zheng, you have to adjust your mindset. Immortal Crane Sect sacrificed a lot for Hu Immortal Inheritance. We even used an Immortal Gu. For the Sect, we have to look at this from the big picture and put down our personal grudges temporarily. Fang Zheng, you have to understand, it was Immortal Crane Sect who nurtured you. Now that the Sect needs you make some sacrifices, you cannot forget your roots. Although he said that, Lord Sky Crane was sighing in his heart. He understood Fang Zheng's personality, thus his heart was even more worried. All along, the notion of revenge was driving Fang Zheng forward like a pillar. It was also his obsession in this cultivation journey. But now, the Sect's orders were for Fang Zheng to let down this obsession. This was more fatal than any injury. Most likely, after suffering such an impact, Fang Zheng would no longer have any drive left. He would let himself dwell in self-pity. But what can we do? That is a blessed land, and it even contains a forbidden ground like Dang Hun Mountain. The gust ones on the mountain can be used by our disciples and make our entire sect's strength surge. Other than that, Fang Yuan has Blood Skull Gu and Fixed Immortal Travel Gu on him. These things are way too valuable. They are so important. How can an elite disciple compare to them at all? Lord Sky Crane felt sad in his heart, but he still said to Fang Zheng, my good disciple, you have to control your desire for revenge. A little impatience spoils great plans. Treat this as a trial of your endurance. After seeing your brother, do not attack. Within the blessed land, you are not his match. Saying so, Lord Sky Crane recalled what Feng Yang instructed him. I know the enmity between Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng. If needed, we can sacrifice Fang Zheng. You can negotiate in place of Fang Zheng. Feng Yang's pressure was great at the moment. All the Supreme Elders were looking at his actions. Master, you are telling me to treat this as a trial? I will try. Fang Zheng loosened his clenched fist, then clenched it again. He was struggling in his heart. He felt pain and anger. If someone swore to get revenge and cultivated to succession only to find that his enemy had died, that is pain. If someone swore to get revenge and cultivated to succession but found that he could not beat his enemy and that his enemy was still living well, that is much greater pain. If someone swore to get revenge and cultivated to succession but found out that not only was he unable to beat his enemy, he even had to use a fake friendly attitude to negotiate with him, hoping the enemy would become his superior. This was the greatest pain of all pain. Fang Zheng, don't think much of it. Fang Yuan might not be having a good time. There is a calamity in the blessed land. You cannot imagine the might of a calamity. Even if your brother had an immortal Gu, he is still immortal. Soon, he will experience the terrifying powers of an earthly calamity. By then, the blessed land will be full of loopholes, and he would have suffered a huge loss. You have a high chance of succeeding in this trip. Lord Sky Crane consoled him again. Fang Zheng heard this and his mood became slightly more relaxed. The earthly calamity is beginning. Feng Yang muttered. He had been staying behind the scenes. Firstly, it was to protect these elite disciples. Secondly, it was to prevent the ill intentions of other Gu masters. And thirdly, if Fang Yuan could not block this earthly calamity, he would have to help out. At this moment, he was starting at the spot where Hu Immortal Blessed Land was hiding in on Tianti Mountain, sensing that there was an aura of destruction. Soon, his lips curled into a smile as there was a peculiar sight on Tianti Mountain. Pieces after pieces of grassland appeared on Tianti Mountain. They were like clouds or fog, illusory and not real. How could there be a grassland on a mountain? This was the loophole of the blessed land, and a large loophole at that, allowing outsiders to see the scene inside the blessed land. Such a loophole could only fit Gu worms. There was still some way to go before Gu masters can go in. Lord Sky Crane at the other side had already called out. The loophole appeared. Send the lightning symbol paper Crane Gu in. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth. Under everyone's supervision, he injected Primeval Essence and activated the Gu worm. Lightning symbol paper Crane Gu was fast as lightning, flying into the loophole. But right after, the grassland image turned into a lump of Primeval Essence, as it dissipated in the air. Lightning symbol paper crane Gu flew for 2 rounds before flying back to Fang Zheng's hands. This Fang Yuan is giving up a portion of the blessed land, completely removing it. It seems he is worried that Gu masters might entire when the loophole turns into a tunnel. Feng Yuan was slightly shocked, but sneered soon after, "Go ahead, let's see how much land you can discard. Every piece of land you abandon is akin to giving up your own flesh." But immediately after, Feng Yuan's expression changed. He's still continuing? He's already thrown a few square kilometers worth of land. He is really bold, no wonder he managed to snatch the inheritance. But a few moments later, Feng Yuan's expression turned ugly. It seems that this earthly calamity is very dangerous this time. But how much land is he going to give up? He has already thrown tens of square kilometers of land away. This wastrel. Chapter 420. Meeting of Brothers. On TNT Mountain, loopholes appeared one after another with increasing frequency. Not only were Immortal Crane Sect elite disciples watching carefully, many Gu immortals were also keeping watch behind the scenes. During this period, Fang Zheng tried 3 times, finally managing to send the lightning symbol paper crane Gu into the blessed land. A green bird spread its wings and flew into the loopholes as well, reaching the Hu immortal blessed land. This is a letter sending green bird Gu. What is Feng Jiu Ge trying to do? Feng Yuan saw this and his expression turned dark. But at the next moment, his pupils shrunk to pin size, his mouth opened wide as he shocked an extremely flabbergasted expression. My God! He's discarding such a big area of the blessed land. Feng Yuan was tongue-tied, he was stunned like a statue. Fang Yuan discarded 600 square kilometers worth of land. TNT Mountain Waste was full of the blessed land's projected image, grassland filled everyone's vision. A Gu immortal was the first to react, appearing with the flash of a sword. Ha ha ha, what a big piece of blessed land, it is mine, don't even think of snatching it from me. Jian Yisheng shouted, wanting to pull this piece of land into his blessed land, expanding his territory. But at this moment, a lightning flash appeared. F*CK. Jian Yisheng was caught unguarded. He shouted profanities as the blue charm lightning shadow sent him flying like a cannonball. But Jian Yisheng was not to be trifled with, he immediately engaged in battle with blue charm lightning shadow. They created a huge commotion, the earth rumbled as Immortal Crane Sect's elite disciples watched in shock. The more shocking thing was, over a dozen people appeared next, taking a piece of this 600 square kilometers land at lightning speed like a pack of hungry wolves. I lured the monster away, I made the most effort, but you guys didn't even leave me a piece of the land. I curse you all to have constipation, all your children will be born with a chicken's tail. Jian Yisheng shouted angrily, he had never suffered such a great loss in his life, getting thrashed by the blue charm lightning shadow so pathetically. And there is that little rascal Fang Yuan, he is really evil and daring, scheming against me like this. Fight me fairly if you have guts. He sent out the flying sword letter Gu. Flying sword letter Gu was extremely fast, it could tear through space, even without a loophole, it could enter the blessed land. Immortal Crane Sect's gang was in a daze. Was this the mannerism of a Gu immortal? This Jian Yisheng is a complete disgrace to us Gu immortals. Feng Yuan covered his face in shame. At this time, a bright white gold light appeared. There was a red door in the light, 30 meters tall, it had a rainbow-colored plaque. Pink-colored clouds gathered, as the rainbow light shone on Fang Zheng's body. In the blink of an eye, Fang Zheng vanished on the spot. Sending blue charm lightning shadow or the desolate beast swamp crab out of the blessed land was beyond little Hu immortal's abilities. But to transport one Fang Zheng, it was easy. He got in. Seeing this, Feng Yuan's heart eased. A flash of lightning bolt descended from the sky, it was the blue charm lightning shadow. But the white gold light moved the red door away in time. By a hair's breadth, the blue charm lightning shadow's intention of entering the blessed land was thwarted. Fang Zheng felt his surroundings turn blur before he regained his sight, and the environment around him had changed completely. He was standing on a grassland, grass was all around him. There were clouds above him, extremely thick and dark clouds. Not far away, there are several lakes with ripples on the surface. I reached Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Zheng quickly reacted, all his Gu worms were sealed now, it was the same as during the competition. A smoky lump of shadow appeared before him, expanding into the size of a mirror. Fang Yuan's figure appeared in the mirror, he was sitting, with his back leaning on the chair. He was crossing his right leg over his left leg as his left hand was placed on his knee, while his right hand was holding his chin softly on top of the chair handle. His black hair was casually hanging over his face as his eyes squinted, showing a lazy and casual demeanor, but also gave people a sense of danger, dark and mysterious. My cute little brother, to think I would see you again in Central Continent. Fang Yuan spoke. His voice was so foreign, yet so familiar to Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng's body shuddered, his eyes burst forth with intense rage as he growled, "Gu Fang Yuan, you crazy and hopeless demon, you murdered your entire clan. I will kill you personally." Saying so, he rushed towards Fang Yuan. But this Fang Yuan was only a projection from the smoke. After Fang Zheng charged towards it, it dissipated, but quickly gathered back into a perfect image of Fang Yuan again. Fang Zheng pointed at Fang Yuan, shouting, "Fang Yuan, you don't even have the courage to face me? You coward! Shameless traitor, you are an inhuman animal. So what if you died, to think that you murdered your entire clan just to preserve your life? Such an outrageous act, how could you do it? Are you still human?" He he he. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, casually leaning on his chair. "My cute little brother, you are still stupid as ever. Regardless of whether I did anything, they were going to die. If that is so, why can't I live? If not for my counterattack, do you think you would be brought back to Central Continent? In fact, I saved your life. I am your benefactor. Dogshit. You are distorting the truth, you are unbelievably shameless." Fang Zheng heard Fang Yuan's words, and was extremely angered by it. Fang Yuan's laughter came to a stop. He sighed, "Fang Zheng, my brother, you are a huge disappointment. All these years, you have not improved one bit. No matter how high your cultivation is, you are just a pawn piece. All right, let's talk business. I've seen Immortal Crane Sect's letter, don't bother mentioning those ridiculous promises like making me an elder. We can, however, go through with the transaction and deals." Fang Zheng's chest was moving up and down, his breathing was heavy as he stared at Fang Yuan's image with hatred. This pair of twins, they looked almost identical, and had closest blood relation in them. Unfortunately, they were life and death enemies. Fang Zheng took a few deep breaths, holding in his killing intent towards Fang Yuan, thinking of the clan's instructions, "Within Hu Immortal Blessed Land, our sect is not interested in the fox groups or Gu worms. But the Gutstones on Dang Hun Mountain have some value. We will send disciples here by batches, you will bring them to Dang Hun Mountain." Stop. Before Fang Zheng finished speaking, he was interrupted by Fang Yuan. "I do not believe your Immortal Crane Sect's sincerity. This is what I want, prepare it for me as soon as possible, and hand it over to me. I do not have Primeval stones, but I have the swamp crab's corpse to trade instead. The details are in the letter, go back and consider it." Once he finished speaking, a small lightning bolt flew and landed in Fang Zheng's hand. It was that lightning symbol paper crane Gu. This lightning symbol paper crane Gu had already been refined by Fang Yuan, and was now used by him. The contents included the Gu worms and materials Fang Yuan wanted, as well as details on the swamp crab's blood, meat, bones, and shell etc. Fang Zheng raised his head, and wanted to speak, but he saw the scene before him change. He had been transported out already. "Check around, are there any suspicious things?" After Fang Zheng left, Fang Yuan did not relax, but instead gave instructions to Land Spirit. The Blessed Land could not restrict Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan did not meet with Fang Zheng personally because he was worried about him bringing an Immortal Gu. Immortal Crane Sect had a lot of resources, they had quite a lot of Immortal Gu. Although Fang Zheng's aperture was not able to carry Immortal Gu, as the aura would easily leak, all sorts of things could happen in the Gu world. There were definitely methods to conceal an Immortal Gu's aura. Fang Yuan had to guard against this. The land spirit checked for a few times and there were no problems. At this point, Fang Yuan finally relaxed. After the earthly calamity, will the situation improve from here? Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, considering his current predicament. The current situation was way more advantageous for him than he expected. In order to devour who Immortal Blessed Land alone, Immortal Crane Sect shield him. Such guts, it was expected of one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Benefits above everything, enemies and friends were all built on this basis. Using common words, it was the foresight of a big picture. Restricted by the sect system, and under the pressure of the big picture, so what if Fang Zheng hated him? He still had to come over and discuss the transactions. Once they realized that they could not capture me so easily, that being forceful would just destroy everything, Immortal Crane Sect would naturally come to negotiate with me, to make transactions. Even if outsiders find out, there would be no rumors of allying with the demonic path. That is because Immortal Crane Sect had already admitted that I am a part of their sect. But this is what I needed too. Even if this disciple identity is so fake, it is enough to drive away the other forces. Looking at Jian Yisheng and Feng Jiu Ge's letters, one can easily tell how precious this identity is. Fang Yuan thought about it, he did not mind this. The truth is, he is still in the demonic path, he is still alone, doing things his way, no one could restrict him. But at the same time, he could do transactions, and exchange for resources he needed. Originally, I wanted to go to Lang Ya Blessed Land and snatch Connecting Heaven Gu. But now that I can deal with Immortal Crane Sect, I do not need to do that. Although, with who Immortal Blessed Land being in my possession, Immortal Crane Sect would not let this go, they are making deals at this point because of wariness, and that they have no choice for now. I cannot be careless and give them a weakness to exploit. Fang Yuan reminded himself. As for his brother Fang Zheng, that was secondary. Killing him would only be for the Blood Skull Gu, to raise the aperture's aptitude by a little. The problem it would bring is making an enemy out of Immortal Crane Sect, and putting himself into grave danger. Killing his own brother is a pure demonic act. If outsiders find out, it would be interpreted as Fang Yuan betraying Immortal Crane Sect. At that point, the 10 sects and numerous demonic Gu immortals would place their greedy gazes towards who Immortal Blessed Land. There is no such thing as an absolute secret. Once the matter is exposed, even if Immortal Crane Sect wanted to continue acting, they would not be able to. Fang Yuan's current situation was, raising aptitude was less important than his other objectives. Even if his aptitude was raised, he still needed resources to cultivate. The most important point now was to stabilize the situation and make full use of the Blessed Land's resources to convert them into his own strength. Chapter 421. Development of the Rockmen Tribe. Feng Yuan carefully read the detailed content of the lightning letter. Fang Yuan only made 3 types of requests: Primeval Stones, Gu Worms, and Materials. Requesting for 5 million Primeval Stones? No problem. Let alone 5 million, it is no issue even if he wanted 10 million or 50 million. Feng Yuan grinned. When one reached the Gu Immortal Realm, their attention was on Immortal Essence. They could have any amount of Primeval Stones they wanted, it was simply not a thing of concern. 5 Spring Egg Gu. Feng Yuan was slightly dazed. Spring Egg Gu was a rank 5 Gu that had the appearance of a white goose egg. It was obtained from killing specific eggmen. Placing Spring Egg Gu deep underground could form a spirit spring eye. That means, it could grow a spirit spring. Every Spring Egg Gu represented a small-scale spirit spring. Every small-scale spirit spring could produce at least 100 million Primeval Stones from the moment they formed till they disappeared. However, Spring Egg Gu's price was much higher than 100 million Primeval Stones. Gu Immortals would frequently buy it and plant it in their blessed land to form spirit springs and provide spiritual essence to all living beings. Sufficient spirit springs meant the primeval energy in the blessed land would be thicker and be beneficial to the cultivation and nurturing of Gu worms. Conversely, if there were no spirit springs, the primeval energy in the blessed land would be created by diluting the immortal essence. From a certain aspect, spirit springs could cut down the use of immortal essence. To think this Fang Yuan, a mere mortal, also knows the importance of spring egg Gu. But this Gu, even Gu immortals have a lot of demand for it. How could we give you 5 of them? 3 is enough. The Hu immortal blessed land you are managing will sooner or later become our immortal crane sect's property. Feng Yang's gaze moved over the list. Below, Fang Yuan had mentioned many Gu worms. What does he want so many low-ranked Gu worms for? Feng Yang felt some doubts. If Fang Yuan demanded those rare and powerful rank 5 Gu worms, it would be understandable. However, what he was requesting for were some rank 2 and rank 3 Gu worms. Although he mentioned some rank 4 Gu, it was just a few. I understand. This kid has strong vigilance. He is afraid that if he directly asks for rank 5 Gu, we would tamper with it, and so he intends to refine the Gu himself. Gu refinement process involves many subtle details. If the Gu worms had been tampered with, it would definitely destroy the whole refinement process. Conversely, a successfully refined Gu would be completely clean and secure. Feng Yang felt somewhat irritated. He originally had such an intention, but now he knew that this scheme could not be implemented and was already useless. This kid is not easy to deal with, but how would he know so many Gu refinement recipes? His background is definitely not simple. Feng Yang felt some apprehension inwardly. He thought for a while more and laughed. This Fang Yuan doesn't know what's good for him. Are Gu so easy to refine? Every Gu refinement needs huge resources. The higher the rank of the Gu to be refined, the higher the chances of failure and higher the losses. You kid, just how old are you? Gu refinement cannot succeed just with innate talent. Even more importantly, you need experience and accumulation. Feng Yang did not know the exact details of Fang Yuan, and even more importantly he did not know that fixed immortal travel Gu was refined by Fang Yuan. If he knew, he would definitely not be able to laugh. Feng Yang continued to read. He has requested relic Gu 2. A yellow gold relic Gu and 3 purple crystal relic Gu. Feng Yang's gaze paused as he understood Fang Yuan's scheme. Fang Yuan had rank for upper stage cultivation. This was already noticed by the 10 Sect's Gu immortals and was not a secret. If Fang Yuan used a yellow gold relic Gu, he would be at rank for peak stage. After advancing to rank 5 initial stage, he could use the 3 purple crystal relic Gu 1 by 1 and directly jump to rank 5 peak stage. Immortal Crane Sect was one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent and had abundant resources. It naturally had these relic Gu. Every year, there would be disciples and elders who would contribute the relic Gu they obtained to the sect in exchange for contribution points. And the sect would place these green copper to purple crystal relic Gu as rewards for sect missions. Feng Yang could easily bring out these relic Gu, but letting Fang Yuan advance to rank 5 so fast did not sit well with Immortal Crane Sect's benefits. I will first hand over 1 purple crystal Gu to create envy in this kid. These relic Gu are the things he wants the most. We will use it to get a hold on him and make him exchange them with Guts Gu. Feng Yang continued to read the letter. After the Gu worms were names of some materials. These materials were also common for the most part. Although there were some precious Gu refinement materials listed, they were few in number. It seems this kid's main plan is to refine Gu. You want to refine? Go ahead. But why does he need star heron bile, toad stones, ascension wine, and these other extremely uncommon materials? There were very few recipes that included the use of these materials. Some of these materials had value that could compare to parts of a desolate beast. Even Feng Yang would have to expend some effort to get these things. Whether this kid is deliberately mystifying it to scatter my attention or is really refining some rare GU, I cannot give all these materials to him at once. I need to make him feel anxious to probe out his true intent. For this transaction, I will give him a vat of Ascension wine. This Ascension wine was a top-quality wine brewed by Immortal Sect's Supreme Third Elder. Over 100 years ago, Feng Yuan had officially sided with the Third Elder. In the banquet, the Supreme Third Elder was in a great mood and rewarded him with 3 vats of Ascension wine. Supreme Third Elder liked drinking wine and it was one of his hobbies. However, Feng Yuan did not like to drink and Ascension wine was worthless to him. Feng Yuan saw each part of the desolate beast listed at the end of the letter. This was a desolate beast, an existence that could be compared to GU immortals. Such a complete desolate beast corpse looks like the earthly calamity. This time was the desolate beast Calamity. This kid's luck is really good, using Danghun Mountain to destroy the swamp crab soul and obtain such a complete corpse. Feng Yuan instantly guessed the details of the earthly calamity. We can completely procure this swamp crab, but why has he not requested Rockmen? Could it be that he does not know of the Rockmen because of limited knowledge? Or is it because the group that migrated at that time is still alive? There is too little information. What was the situation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land? How did Fang Yuan obtain fixed immortal travel GU? Who was behind him? Feng Yuan did not know the answers to any of these questions. The 5 great regions, Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert and Eastern Sea, were mutually independent, separated by barriers, and each of them were incomparably vast. Immortal Sect had yet to grasp the whole Central Continent, let alone make contact with every region of Southern Border. However, after Fang Yuan seized Hu Immortal's inheritance, Immortal Sect had already sent elders to Southern Border to investigate. We are here, plant the spirit spring at this location. On the grassland, Fang Yuan stopped walking and said to Little Hu Immortal following behind him. Little Hu Immortal nodded her little head and raised her palm, upon which a spring egg GU flew out. Spring egg GU landed on the ground and drilled deep underground. Within moments, Fang Yuan felt the ground shake and could hear the sound of flowing water becoming louder rapidly. And then, a fountain of spring water spurted out of the ground and flew as high as 20 to 30 meters. The spring water was milky white and produced water vapor. After a few breaths' time, Fang Yuan could feel the primeval energy in the air becoming very dense. Primeval energy is the origin energy of all living beings. With the increase in primeval energy, the land will become more fertile, vegetation will flourish and beast groups will prosper even more. There will be a lot of benefits to the Rockmen as well. Fang Yuan nodded his head in satisfaction. The transaction with Immortal Sect was a success. Fang Yuan sold the whole swamp crab's corpse and in return obtained most of the things he needed. Among them were 3 spring egg GU. This spring egg GU was a rank 5 GU and was a one-time expendable GU that could turn into a small-scale spirit spring. It had a high demand on primeval essence to be activated, and even rank 5 upper stage GU masters would have to exhaust all their primeval essence to succeed in activating it. Fang Yuan was only at rank for upper stage and was absolutely unable to activate spring egg GU. But fortunately, he had the Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit as his helper. Fang Yuan buried these 3 spring egg GU near the Rockmen tribes. After the trial of the 6th earthly calamity, there were only a few pitiful fox groups left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and were not worth nurturing. Fang Yuan thus put all his attention on the Rockmen tribes. Now, there were only a few hundreds Rockmen left, much lesser than the foxes. However, with Danghun Mountain and these 3 spirit springs, the Rockmen tribes could rapidly grow and develop. Master, this is awesome! With 3 spirit springs, our green grape immortal essence expenditure will greatly reduce. Little Hu Immortal looked at the spurting spring water and narrowed her eyes in happiness. These 3 spirit springs can produce at least 300 million primeval stones and can last for 50 to 60 years. But if we look at the whole blessed land, it is far from enough. It is lacking even for the southern area of the blessed land. Fang Yuan calculated. Spirit springs were classified into small-scale, mid-scale and large-scale. Small-scale spirit springs could last for 50 to 60 years, mid-scale spirit spring could last for about 100 years and more, a large-scale spirit spring could last for centuries. The spurting spring water loosened the surrounding soil and the spring mouth gradually enlarged. The force of the spring water was not enough and its height slowly reduced. In 4 to 5 days, the spring mouth would form and the spirit spring would start flowing, spreading to the surrounding soil. In several months, the dense primal energy would condense into the first batch of primal stones. Let's return. The Rockmen tribe should be having the time of their lives now. Fang Yuan commanded the land spirit. The next moment, the two teleported to Dang Hun Mountain. The place is in a mess, there definitely was a huge battle here. Maybe that male immortal is already dead. Our Rockmen tribe's glorious days are coming. We will have endless offsprings. Tribe leader Yang Yong, we can establish the world's largest Rockmen tribe. The Rockmen cheered and shouted, indulging in this moment of happiness and fortune. Dang Hun Mountain was filled with Gutstones. There was one every 5 steps. The Rockmen struck the Gutstones in a frenzy and strengthened their soul. There were many young Rockmen who also struck the Gutstones and rapidly strengthened their newborn souls, allowing them to control more rocks as their body. There were only a few hundreds Rockmen at first, but in only a day, their population expanded by 10 times. The more the population grew, the faster they multiplied. On the morning of the second day, their population broke 10,000. On the evening of the third day, their numbers reached 300,000. All the Gutstones on Dang Hun Mountain were plucked clean. On the fourth day, Dang Hun Mountain started emitting pressure and the Rockmen could only reluctantly leave the place, majestically returning to their homes. There were unexpected gifts, the new 3 spirit springs, waiting for them there. Chapter 422. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. In a huge 5-man-tall cauldron, green-blue colored liquid was bubbling inside. The liquid seemed to be boiling, but cold air was emitting from it. Even a Rockman's hand would turn into an icicle if he placed it in. Fang Yuan stood before the large cauldron, multitasking as he controlled it while taking out a Primal Elder Gu. He multitasked, activating Primal Elder Gu as Primal stones flew out from within. Primal stones caused a splash when they entered the cauldron. Primal Elder Gu was a rank 3 storage Gu, it could hold up to 1,000,000 Primal stones. It was shaped like a crystal ball, half transparent with clouds forming into an old man inside. The old man smiled when there were a lot of Primal stones inside, and cried when there were few Primal stones. As large amounts of Primal stones were thrown in, the old man's smile turned into a bitter expression. Fang Yuan expended around 500,000 Primal stones for this refinement. If it was the past, he would not be able to afford it. But now, he is affluent. After he sold the desolate beast swamp crab and bought quite a bit of things, he had around 6 million Primal stones left. As Primal stones were thrown in, a large spiral formed inside the cauldron, causing the liquid to flow faster. The cauldron was slightly shaking. At this crucial moment, Fang Yuan invested all his concentration into it. He could not be distracted anymore. Sweat quickly formed on his forehead. He could only call out, "Land Spirit." "Yes." Little Hu Immortal responded quickly, throwing pieces and pieces of silver ingots into the cauldron. The ingots entered the liquid, causing the spiral to slow down. One by one, the ingots fell in until the surface of the cauldron became still, forming into silver-colored ice. Eventually, all the liquid inside was frozen. Large amounts of silver-colored mist flew out, freezing the entire cauldron. In fact, it extended 5 steps from the cauldron, dyeing the ground silver. Fang Yuan breathed heavily. After refining Gu for 3 days, it's finally done. Up! Silver-colored ice broke apart, and Gu worms flew out. These Gu were all rank 3, they were shaped like little cups, while also resembling trumpet flowers. 3 of them could fit on one palm. They were silver in color, used to hold liquid or store Gu worms. Little Hu Immortal counted, smiling brightly, clapping her hands, 137, 146, 159. Master, you are amazing, refining 159 rank 3 GU worms at once. We can sell these for quite a sum. What are these GU worms? These are silver cup GU, we have to use them to refine GU, they are not for sale. Fang Yuan smiled. 380 years into Fang Yuan's previous life, these silver cup GU were created by a GU immortal. Continuing to refine them until they were rank 5, that was the GU Fang Yuan needed. Of course they could not be sold now. These days, I used a large number of Guts GU to raise my soul to 52 times of a normal person. Thus, I did not feel much fatigue, and was able to refine so many GU at once. Fang Yuan was extremely pleased with the results of this refinement. The benefits of having a strong foundation in his soul was shown here. If Feng Yang saw this, he would no longer underestimate Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's ability at refining GU had already greatly exceeded his own. Every GU refinement caused a strain on the soul, it used a lot of mental energy, not to mention Fang Yuan's large-scale refinement. If it was before, Fang Yuan could only sleep to rest his soul. But now, he had a better method. Land Spirit, this cauldron is useless now, get rid of it, I am going outside to walk. Yes, Master. Little Hu Immortal immediately got to work. 3 to 4 days had already passed, large numbers of gutstones had formed on Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan casually stepped on a few pieces, the Guts GU that flew out recovered his soul, even strengthening it. Fang Yuan instantly felt the dizziness go away from his head, he could think at lightning speed. He laughed heartily, this Guts GU is truly a divine GU, the effect is so amazing. In that case, I shall strengthen my soul to the limit today. 68 times. Fang Yuan felt refreshed, his movements were extremely fast and light. 77 times. Fang Yuan could think at lightning speed, every thought moved like a spark. 85 times. Fang Yuan's soul had already vaguely hit his body's limit. 92 times. Fang Yuan could clearly feel his own soul. In his perception, his soul was grey-white color, its outer appearance was just like Fang Yuan's appearance, except it was extremely strong, muscular, and had a bear tiger-like body. As for Fang Yuan, although his body was muscular, he only had muscular shoulders with a thin waist. His soul was quite squeezed inside this body. 93 times. Fang Yuan used one more Guts GU, his soul strengthened once again. This time, Fang Yuan felt an unprecedented feeling, it was amazing and comfortable. It felt 100 times better than taking drugs, eating good food, or having intercourse. It made a strong man like Fang Yuan groan out in pleasure. An indescribable sensation of comfort and addiction made him savor this feeling, unable to forget it. Fang Yuan's eyes shone in a cold light, his heart became alert. He stepped on a few more gutstone, and his soul got stronger again. The feeling of comfort this time was much more intense than before. 97 times, 98 times, 99 times. The feeling came from deep within his soul, it was so intense that Fang Yuan's body shuddered, his bones felt like they were melting and his muscles were twitching, it could not be described with words. The intense sensation and addiction assaulted like a tornado, Fang Yuan almost fainted from this. This is the limit, I cannot use the Guts GU anymore. Fang Yuan bit the tip of his tongue, using the pain to keep himself conscious, not falling into addiction. Normal people could only strengthen their soul by 100 times, it was called 100-man soul. This was also the extreme limit. If the soul strengthened just a bit more, it would explode in a loud bang. Like a stomach that burst from overeating. But the explosion of the soul was many times more severe than the bursting of a stomach. The soul would completely disperse in the air, completely destroyed, the flesh would be preserved for a while before rotting away, revealing the white skeleton. If Fang Yuan indulged in the feeling, and used one more Guts GU, he would not even have the time to use Spring-Autumn Cicada, he would die immediately, wiped off from this world. Too bad I don't have Luo Po Valley, inside it, there is the bewilderment fog that can loosen the soul. There is also the luopo wind that can cut the soul. After torture and trials, the soul will become more refined and condensed. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Simply strengthening the soul was a quantitative advantage. Only through refinement and purification can there be a qualitative advantage. In this world, there were many Gu masters who cultivated their soul. They were called Soul Path Gu masters. Soul Path and Strength Path were at the same level, glorious during the ancient times. Except, Strength Path was now at its lowest point, while Soul Path was staying strong. It was the largest path in the current world. The Gu master who created the Soul Path is renowned in the entire world's history. He is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Rank 9 Gu master, standing at the top of the universe, looking down at mortals plainly, he was truly invincible, a legend who dominated his era. At the same time, he was the rank 9 Gu immortal with the greatest killing nature. Among all immortal venerables and demon venerables, he killed the most people. During his dark era, he made the 5 regions into his personal slaughterhouse. All living beings were his livestock, they had no way to resist. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable once said, in this huge world, Dang Hun Mountain is the best at strengthening soul, and Luo Po Valley is the best at refining soul. One mountain and one valley, if one had both, they would achieve great success in the soul path, and they would be able to dominate the world. Thus, Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley were the 2 sacred lands of Soul Path Gu masters. Fang Yuan obtaining Dang Hun Mountain was a huge blessing. He got a great deal from his rebirth. If he wanted to get Luo Po Valley, there was little hope. He did not know where it was. But even without Luo Po Valley, I can use other Soul Path Gu worms to replace it. Divine Soul Gu, Dragon Soul Gu, Eye Soul Gu, Dream Soul Gu, Moon Soul Gu, General Soul Gu, Grudge Soul Gu, Poem Soul Gu and others. They can all refine my soul and allow me to continue strengthening my soul, to break through 100-man soul, to reach 1,000-man soul, or even 10,000-man soul. He could not get these Gu from Immortal Crane Sect. That is because these Gu that were directly used on the soul, if Immortal Crane Sect did something to them, it would be too dangerous. But Fang Yuan knew very little of these Gu worms' recipes. Most importantly, he has not decided on which Gu would suit him the most. For now, 100-man soul is sufficient to deal with my problems. I should place my energy on how to trade Rockmen. Fang Yuan's train of thought came back to the matter at hand. He had already sold Swamp Crab, but next, he did not intend to sell the Gutstones. If he sold Gutstones, that would strengthen Immortal Crane Sect. That was not favorable. For the following days, Fang Yuan continued to refine Gu while cleansing his aperture. A month passed quickly. With the 9 Eyes Liquor Worm's help, Fang Yuan successfully advanced to rank for peak stage. At the same time, he refined 155 Gold Cup Gu. Gold Cup Gu and Silver Cup Gu were about the same. They were rank 3 Gu used to store fluids. Next, he used both Silver Cup Gu and Gold Cup Gu in refinement. After 7 days and 6 nights, his luck was not bad. He obtained 3 rank for Gold and Silver Cup Gu. He put down his work at hand, and turned his attention to the Rockmen. So many days have passed, the Rockmen should have reproduced already. In a Rockman's life, most of the time was spent on sleeping. Normally, when a Rockman reaches 300 years old, his soul would accumulate to a degree, and he would produce an offspring. Next, every 200 years, he will produce one young Rockman. Without accidents, a Rockman can live to 1,000 years, and they would have 4 offsprings when they die. But because of the Gutstones, the Rockmen tribes expanded rapidly. They had around 300,000 tribesmen now. The increased numbers caused the internal conflicts among Rockmen to increase, intensify, and erupt. Rockman's social system was very relaxed. It could at most govern 100,000 people. As expected, after some political strifes, the Rockmen split into 3 groups, each with around 100,000 people, each occupying one spirit spring, making their new homes there. Fang Yuan took out the new slavery Gu that he made and handed them to the Little Hu Immortal. Slavery Gu, ranged from rank 1 to 5. Fang Yuan refined rank 3 slavery Gu only. It was enough to enslave the Rockmen tribes. Little Hu Immortal teleported the slavery Gu for about 10,000 miles away, using them on the most crucial Rockmen. The Rockmen's soul were not Fang Yuan's match, they were easily enslaved. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan controlled 3 Rockmen tribe leaders including Yang Yong, as well as over a dozen Rockmen tribe elders. At once, the 300,000 Rockmen were under his control. Governing many lives and making great changes with just a wave of his hand, this was already showing the ability of a Gu Immortal. Chapter 423. Fang Yuan, you little bastard! Not selling Gutstones, but selling Rockmen instead. Feng Yang looked at the letter in his hand with a grim expression. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the Guts Gu from Dang Hun Mountain was the thing Immortal Crane Sect needed the most. Once they had the Guts Gu to raise the foundation of their disciples' soul, Immortal Crane Sect's strength in terms of disciples would rise by 30%. Furthermore, Gutstones could not leave Dang Hun Mountain, they could only be used on the spot. Thus, with this reason, Immortal Crane Sect disciples could freely enter Hu Immortal Blessed Land. As time passed, Fang Yuan's alertness would gradually fall, and Immortal Crane Sect would be free to set up some traps inside the Blessed Land. But Fang Yuan adamantly refused to sell the Gutstones. Feng Yang was very troubled, since when did great Gu immortals like myself have to be subjected to such difficulties from a mere mortal rascal? He gritted his teeth as he thought, his handsome young face distorting with anger. He had battle strength, but he could not display them. Fang Yuan was hiding inside the Blessed Land like a tortoise. He also had fixed immortal travel Gu and could leave at any time. Feng Yang, and even the entire Immortal Crane Sect were afraid of his trump cards, and thus did not dare to attack. It seems the Rockmen that Hu Immortal brought into her Blessed Land are still alive. But this Fang Yuan is selling so many of these Rockmen now. Just how many Guts Gu did he use to create them? Thinking of this, Feng Yang's heart was bleeding. Several months had passed since the last transaction. The time in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was 5 times faster, thus he had around a year or so. Fang Yuan nurtured so many young and strong Rockmen. If these expended Guts Gu were given to Immortal Crane Sect and used to nurture disciples, how good would that be? But this rascal Fang Yuan, he would rather nurture Rockmen than give these Guts Gu to Immortal Crane Sect. His motives are execrable, execrable. What made Feng Yang most furious was not just this. Most importantly, he was angry at himself. These Rockmen that Fang Yuan was selling, even if he was a Gu Immortal, his heart was moved. In a Blessed Land, if there were ample Rockmen, Gu Immortals could develop their underground land and excavate large amounts of resources. All sorts of metals, gems, ore, as well as Gu worms, underground animals, they could be endlessly obtained. Other than that, if they had enough Rockmen, they can build an underground city. This was, in a way, expanding the Blessed Land's territory. If there was no manpower in the Blessed Land, the resources Gu Immortals excavate would mostly be from the surface. It was limited. But if they had Rockmen, and could even use the resources underground, the profits would be many times more than before. Thus, in the market, Rockmen were in high demand and low supply. A Rockman's life is mostly spent on sleeping. An ordinary Rockman lives to 1,000 years old. In one life, they have 4 children. It was not impossible to use Soul Path Gu worms on them to raise their soul's strength. Many Gu Immortals tried it, but none succeeded. There was only one reason: cost. The value of a Soul Path Gu worms greatly exceeded a single Rockman. Unless a Gu Immortal has a special need for Rockmen, they would never profit from this. In this world, only Fang Yuan who controlled Dang Hun Mountain could nurture Rockmen on such a scale. Furthermore, the price Fang Yuan quoted in this transaction was also very appealing. Even if Immortal Crane Sect did not need it, they could resell it and earn at a huge profit. But because this was such a good deal, Feng Yang felt extremely troubled. He knew this was bait from Fang Yuan. Not afraid that you aren't moved, just afraid you won't take the bait. Just as Fang Yuan had expected, Feng Yang was already inclined towards the deal. Not just him, Immortal Crane Sect would also be moved, and other GU Immortals would also want this deal. The Rockmen trading business could flourish for at least 100 years. This wicked little rascal Fang Yuan, he is really devious. But with this batch of Rockmen, I could show some results to Supreme Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder. I can also make Lei Tan shut up. I can catch a breather in that case. Feng Yang breathed heavily, calming his mind. He squinted his eyes, his mouth curling into a cold smile. But don't be too smug, Fang Yuan. Tit for tat, if you don't sell Guts GU, I will not sell Relic GU. Didn't you want yellow gold Relic GU and purple crystal Relic GU? No way in hell. Fang Yuan laid on his chair, looking at Immortal Crane Sect's reply. Because Blue Charm Lightning Shadow was still guarding TNT Mountain, Little Hu Immortal did not dare to open the Blessed Land's doors, thus Immortal Crane Sect used the flying sword letter GU this time. Fang Yuan took a look and understood the content. In Feng Yang's letter, other than agreeing to the deal, he also stated his objective, to buy Guts GU. For the Guts GU, he could sell Relic GU, or even lend a hand to help survive the 7th earthly calamity. Fang Yuan chuckled continuously. Letting Feng Yang into Hu Immortal Blessed Land was a greater danger than the calamity itself. That was impossible. As for the Relic GU, did he think that threat would be Fang Yuan's weakness? What a laughable idea. I will definitely not sell the Guts GU, but I can sell Rockmen. I have no worries about attracting Immortal Crane Sect. But I cannot just deal with Immortal Crane Sect alone, I also need to expand my business further. Fang Yuan considered. With his 500 years of experience, Fang Yuan knew that his sale price was lower than the market value. Immortal Crane Sect would definitely profit from this trade. But this was also arranged by Fang Yuan. That is because at the moment, he needed his identity as an Immortal Crane Sect disciple, thus he also needed to maintain and sustain this fictitious relationship. With this profit, Feng Yang's pressure would be lifted off him. He wants my blessed land, but I also need time to grow. After I become a GU Immortal, would I still be afraid of Immortal Crane Sect? Fang Yuan laughed plainly. He looked at the letter again. At the end of it, Feng Yang decided on a time, and requested Fang Yuan to open the door, to send in the whole Earth GU. This was a very large-scale transaction. Fang Yuan was going to sell 60,000 Rockmen. But these Rockmen could not leave from the Blessed Land's doors. At the moment, that Blue Charm Lightning Shadow was still moving around TNT Mountain. If the doors were opened, and it managed to rush in, Fang Yuan would be in huge trouble. Thus in this situation, he needed to use Whole Earth GU. This GU was rank 5, and consisted of 2 GU, the main GU and the sub-GU. Its biggest use was to connect the two places with one tunnel. The GU Master will enter from the sub-GU, and come out from the main GU, similarly for the opposite direction as well. Whole Earth GU was often used to connect two blessed lands. Normally, Whole Earth GU was used to transport and send resources. During war or battles, reinforcements could be sent in via the Whole Earth GU, assisting immediately. To undergo the transaction and send these Rockmen away, Whole Earth GU has to be used inevitably. But I am worried that your Whole Earth GU might have some traps in it. I'd rather refine it myself. Fang Yuan thought about this and leaked the Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura, refining the flying sword letter GU and rapidly writing a letter back to Feng Yang. Half a day later, Feng Yang received the letter, looking at it only to find large amounts of GU worms listed in it, and all sorts of ingredients. Oh? You don't want to use my Whole Earth GU, but you improved on the recipe and want to refine the new version yourself. Feng Yang was furious. Bullshit. Whole Earth GU has already been used for 500 years, the recipe is known by all GU Immortals, you think you can refine it further? Fang Yuan, this rascal's alertness is too high, he wants to use this chance to extort me so that I would not dare to reject his deals again. I don't need to see to know that the Relic GU or Spring Egg GU or some rare GU worms in the Strength path is included, eh? None? Feng Jiu gave it a glance, but did not see any Relic Gu, Spring Egg Gu, or any Strength Path Gu listed. But there were a lot of uncommon Gu, and even some low-ranking Gu worms. The highest was rank 5 Gu worms, the Earth Path Builder Mountain Gu, normally used to increase the success rate of Gu refinement. Other than that, he requested a lot of rank for Gu, the commonly seen moving form Gu, and the very useful another perspective Gu. Feng Jiu wavered. Looking at this list, it seems he really is going to refine Gu. As long as his luck is okay, the materials are enough to refine 3 Whole Earth Gu. Don't tell me, he really improved the recipe of Whole Earth Gu? No, Fang Yuan is a mere mortal, how can this be? But what if he has a Gu immortal behind him? If it was an improved recipe, then the new Gu would definitely be far stronger than Whole Earth Gu. Even if he could not get the recipe, after Fang Yuan succeeds the refinement, he would have to give the sub-Gu to him. By then, he as a Gu immortal would be able to infer many details about the Gu from that sub-Gu, and he has a high chance of recreating the same recipe. 2 days later, Fang Yuan received the letter. Fang Yuan opened it and looked, just as he expected. Feng Jiu made all sorts of excuses inside the letter, intentionally reducing the amount of many materials and Gu worms. His motive was clear, he wanted to probe Fang Yuan's true recipe. Fang Yuan laughed and shook his head while sighing. This Feng Jiu was too meticulous in his thoughts, this was both a strength and a weakness. Although they had interacted for merely a few times, Fang Yuan had already seen through him. Fang Yuan replied blandly that Feng Jiu was not to reduce any of the materials, otherwise the refinement would fail. But Feng Jiu continued to argue and bargain. He said so much garbage that he almost believed his own excuses. After a few times, Fang Yuan helplessly chose to give in, writing another list. Lad, you are too young to compete with me. Feng Jiu saw this letter, then handed over a portion of the materials, while finding excuses to delay the others. With the constant stalling, they wasted about 8 to 9 days. Only until Fang Yuan showed an extremely helpless and angry attitude did Feng Jiu stop, realizing that the time was ripe, using the 6th list which had far less materials to do his research. But his Gu refinement skills were not good, even after researching it thoroughly, and trying a few times, he did not get any results. Half a month later, in Central Continent's time, he received the Whole Earth Gu from Fang Yuan. He received it like a treasure, going into deep research again. But this time, he spent 3 days before successfully reverse engineering the recipe. Looking at this recipe, Feng Jiu screamed, "Fang Yuan, you little bastard! This is the normal recipe for Whole Earth Gu." Immediately, he screamed and scolded Fang Yuan, calling him shameless, unscrupulous, devious, vile, and his insults even extended to Fang Yuan's ancestors. Chapter 424. We are going to slay an immortal. The west area of the Blessed Land was a vast grassland. It was a scene of green that extended all over the place. A newborn fox was having fun playing with a fluttering butterfly. In Immortal Blessed Land, foxes were the strongest predator and thus had worry-free lives. Although they suffered an extreme grave loss during the 6th earthly calamity, they did not die out completely. On the vast grassland, the fox groups were slowly but surely growing. Suddenly, the space rippled and 2 figures appeared, scaring the little fox away. One was a man wearing a black robe. He was tall and valiant with black hair and eyes as deep as abyss. The other was a cute and young girl who was wearing colorful clothes. Her eyes shone like stars and she had a snowy white soft fluffy tail. The thin and long fur on her tail slightly shook with the wind. They were none other than Fang Yuan and Little Immortal Land Spirit. The position is good, it should be here. Fang Yuan looked around before taking out a Whole Earth Gu from his aperture. This Gu looked like a walnut with a wooden and uneven surface, and was as large as a watermelon. Whole Earth Gu was a rank 5 Gu and required at least a rank 5 peak stage Gu master to activate it with all his Prime Val essence. Fang Yuan naturally could not do it, thus he gave the Gu to the Land Spirit. After Little Hu Immortal activated it, the whole Earth Gu immediately burst out with intense scarlet rays of light before piercing into the ground. In an instant, red light shot to the sky and 50 kilometers of ground shook. The red light abruptly dissipated and a crack as big as 270 feet appeared on the ground. The soil around the crack bulged up, and if one were to look from above, it would look like a person's lips. Immediately following, the two sides of the crack slowly opened up and revealed 2 rows of compact cube blocks of rocks resembling human teeth. The teeth also opened up and revealed an eerie large cave. "Master, I'm hungry." The lips-like crack opened and closed, unexpectedly speaking in a loud voice, causing the nearby ground to shake. Fang Yuan smiled and took out a Primeval Elder Gu. He sent his Primeval essence, and the amiable-looking old man's happy expression gradually disappeared because large amounts of Primeval stones were being taken out and thrown into the huge lips-like crack. After throwing in as much as 200,000 Primeval stones, Fang Yuan stopped and put back the Primeval Elder Gu into his aperture. The huge lips-like crack slowly closed, its 2 rows of giant stone teeth started grinding the Primeval stones into powder. Gulp. There was a loud sound like that of a person swallowing food. It echoed and shook the ground. After swallowing these Primeval stones, the lips-like crack calmed down and made no more noise. At this point, the whole Earth Gu could be said to have succeeded. It could not be moved now. They would have to wait for Feng Yang's sub-Gu to activate before the 2 sides could link. Feeding the whole Earth Gu was an extremely huge expenditure. It would have to be fed 200,000 Primeval stones yearly. And a large amount of Primeval stones needed to be used every time it was activated. Which ordinary Gu master could use it alone? Besides the large sects and clans, only the Gu immortals with huge resources could raise it and activate these whole Earth Gu. Land Spirit, this place needs to be strictly guarded from now on. Enslave some fox groups and place them here. Fang Yuan said while looking at the large lips-like crack. To protect our homes, we need to fight. That damned immortal has come back stronger. We need to advance against this hardship. For a beautiful future and for our tribesmen, raise your fists. Although there are some grudges between us and the other 2 clans, they are all small conflicts within our Rockmen tribes. This time, our 3 tribes will each send 20,000 warriors to form an army to march west and attack the Immortal's Nest. This is a huge war. Everything is for our people. Our parents and ancestors gave their lives and souls to defeat the Immortal and create this peaceful life we are enjoying now. We need to follow the footsteps of our elders and advance courageously in this war. The Land Spirit mobilized fox groups to appear near the Rockmen tribes. The higher-ups of the Rockmen tribes took advantage of this to quickly form an allied army. The majestic allied army marched towards the west area. On their way, they had 5 to 6 small-scale fights. They all ended in the Rockmen army's victory while the fox groups had to retreat bit by bit. Look there! That is the demon's nest. Yang Yong walked in front towards the whole Earth Gu. Oh Mother Earth, you are our mother and have nurtured us Rockmen. Why do you shield such an abominable immortal? Yang Yong shouted in deep pain. The huge crack slowly opened and Little Hu Immortal spoke after using a Gu worm to change her voice. The Rockmen heard the gentle voice of a woman. Oh Rockmen, my children. I did not want to shield that immortal, but he entered my stomach and is hiding in my heart, threatening me to protect him. I will open my mouth. Please come in and eliminate him. I will give you my blessing. The Rockmen were astonished at first before they started shouting enthusiastically. We are the warriors blessed by Mother Earth. How despicable is this immortal, actually threatening our benevolent and gentle Mother Earth? We will definitely cut him into 1,000 pieces. The allied army of the Rockmen felt their morale rising to the limit. The large lips like crack opened wide. Yang Yong took the lead and shouted, Rockmen, charge! Charge, we can't let our tribe's hero fight alone. Charge, we are fearless, we are omnipotent, we will kill the immortal. Mother Earth is on our side, this battle will be our win. The Rockmen jumped like dumplings into the large crack. They fell down the dark tunnel for a while before they landed on the ground. Where is this? It is completely dark. This is even darker than underground, we can't see anything. How can we fight if we can't see? The Rockmen were feeling doubtful when suddenly there was a huge coughing sound. A ball of light suddenly burst open above their heads. Rapid airflow instantly formed and carried them, as they were shot out. 230, 240. Immortal Crane Sect's disciples were standing beside the whole Earth Gu sub-Gu and were meticulously counting the Rockmen that were shot out. After the Rockmen were shot out by the huge lips-like crack, they were immediately restrained by Immortal Crane Sect's disciples when they fell on the ground, unable to resist and unable to move. Yang Yong and some Rockmen elders stood at the side, looking at this scene in fear, and their heads were lowered. Feng Yuan had been furious after being played by Fang Yuan, but he eventually took consideration of the whole situation and did not smash the whole Earth Gu sub-Gu under his anger, but instead planted it on Fei He Mountain. Fang Yuan used their belief in Mother Earth and then used the Fox groups and the Rockmen higher-ups to smoothly entice 60,000 young Rockmen into Fei He Mountain and sell them. Man is the spirit of all living beings. In this world, apart from the humans born from Renzu's proper bloodline, there were also variant humans. Variant humans might be more intelligent compared to other life forms, but they were far from having human wisdom. Hairy men were ignorant, eggmen were innocent, and rockmen were naive and barbaric. Even a smart 7 or 8-year-old child could deceive them. Whether it was southern border or central continent, such things often happened. Some kids would bump into hairy men or rockmen at some place and deceive them all the way to the market. The variant humans would be ignorant even after being sold off, still accounting the money for them. With this transaction, Fang Yuan earned over 1,600,000 Primeval stones. Although each of the 60,000 rockmen were young and energetic, they could not match the value of a swamp crab. On top of that, Fang Yuan had to pay for the Gu refinement materials, and there was the loss of 65,000 Primeval stones to use the whole Earth Gu, and he also bought some common materials. Feng Yang had raised the price by 10% as revenge, and also decreased many things Fang Yuan requested. Fang Yuan did not care, the things he really wanted were already in his hands. After the transaction was over, Yang Yong and the other Rockmen elders followed the whole Earth Gu back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had already arranged a proper explanation to them and was sure the Rockmen tribes would not rebel. Even if there was a rebellion, he could kill them and raise another batch. In any case, there were still a lot of Gutstones on Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan calmed down in his mind and continued his cultivation. However, at rank for peak stage, 9 Eyes Liquor Worm had lost its use. Liquor Worm could purify the quality of the Primeval essence, but only by a small realm. Fang Yuan was now at rank for peak stage and possessed the peak stage True Gold Primeval essence. Another step forward would be rank 5 initial stage Light Purple Primeval essence. Fang Yuan sealed the 9 Eyes Liquor Worm. This Gu worm had accompanied him since Qingmao Mountain. From rank 1 Liquor Worm to current rank for 9 Eyes Liquor Worm, now it could finally retire. By simply relying on True Gold Primeval essence to nurture his aperture, Fang Yuan's cultivation had become slower. Naturally, because he was at Hu Immortal Blessed Land, his cultivation speed was at least 5 times faster than the ordinary Gu masters in the outside world. With this speed, I will have at least rank 5 middle stage cultivation or even near to upper stage by the time the 7th earthly calamity strikes. Fang Yuan possessed a great aptitude now, breaking through to rank 5 was not a problem. However, the higher the Gu master's cultivation, the more time it would take for them to advance. He had taken the purple crystal relic Gu into consideration when he said rank 5 middle stage. Such speed compared to the 500 years of his previous life was countless times better. Now, he was just slightly above 30 and was already at rank for peak stage. While in his previous life, at this age, he was still struggling at rank 2 realm. But this speed is still slow. There is the 7th earthly calamity outside in the Blessed Land, while I have a great internal threat called Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan calculated that he would have to leave the Blessed Land in at most 3 years and go through a series of adventures. At least, he needed to find Smooth Success Gu or Immediate Success Gu to use on Spring-Autumn Cicada and obtain a greater opportunity to live. Sigh. How I hope I could just keep on cultivating in the blessed land like Feng Jiu Ge and roam the world after reaching Gu Immortal Realm. Spring-Autumn Cicada's ability to let the Gu Master rebirth was not fake, but there were too many restrictions. Even if the rebirth succeeded, the Gu Master would have to guard against it bursting their aperture. If there was not such a great fault, Fang Yuan's cultivation would be many times easier. For the next 3 years, I will have to refine Gu, use Gutstones to expand the Rockmen population and sell them for all kinds of resources. However, while Fang Yuan's plan was near flawless, it could not compete against fate's prank. Merely a month later, a huge change occurred that gave him no choice but to leave the blessed land to an earlier date. Chapter 425. Immortal Gu Gruel Mud. Fang Yuan crushed a Gutstone in his hand. Immediately, mud flowed out, staining his palm. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn. He picked another rock on the mountain and held it in his hand. His hand was stained with yellow mud. With a slow speed, it was slowly disintegrating the rock, turning the hard rock into more mud. A moment later, Fang Yuan could distinctly feel the rock shrinking. After 10 minutes, the rock completely turned into mud, vanishing. The yellow mud flowed down the space between Fang Yuan's finger, flowing onto Danghun Mountain and continuing to cause damage to the mountain. Fang Yuan was quiet for a moment before speaking, asking, "How severe is the situation?" Little Hu Immortal wiped her tears as she sobbed, answering, "Most of Danghun Mountain had been affected by the mud. 6 out of 10 of the Gutstones below the mountain waist is turning into mud. Master, what do we do? Danghun Mountain is going to perish." Sob. "It is my fault, I did not notice it earlier." Fang Yuan patted Little Hu Immortal's head, consoling, "This is not your fault, you do not need to blame yourself. The culprit is that swamp crab, as expected of a desolate beast, as expected of an earthly calamity. Land spirits' abilities are all different, they all differed and were greatly dependent on the Gu Immortals and their blessed lands." He sighed, continuing, "I was still rejoicing earlier that the desolate beast did not have an immortal Gu. It turns out this swamp crab used an expenditure-type immortal Gu and hid the goose power inside this mud. Nothing happens if it comes into contact with flesh, but all mountain rocks would be turned into mud upon touching it. During the calamity earlier, the swamp crab spewed out large volumes of mud, and the crab army appeared from within the mud. Fang Yuan killed an immense number of crabs, but little did he know, the real trump card was the mud itself. Fang Yuan guessed that this is the effect of the rank 6 Gruel Mud Gu. Gruel Mud Gu was a naturally formed Gu, very commonly seen as rank 1 and 2, and still rather popular as rank 3 and 4. It was often used by Gu masters to build cities. As rank 5 Gu were rare, many rank 5 Gu masters would choose to temporarily use this Gruel Mud Gu when they did not have a good rank 5 Gu. When this rises to rank 6, there would only be one in the world, and this Gu was a one-time expenditure type. Gruel Mud Gu can only be used on mud. Evidently, the swamp that swamp crab used to live in was created from the effects of Gruel Mud Gu. The swamp crab ate and defecated mud in the swamp every day, thus it was able to bring the ability of the Gruel Mud Gu into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After the swamp crab died, although the battlefield was cleaned up, large amounts of mud had already seeped into the mountain, moving deep underground. Gruel Mud Immortal Gu's ability was so hidden, and there was no Immortal Gu aura in the yellow mud. If Fang Yuan had not ordered the Rockmen to crush the Gutstones, he might not have found out at all. But even if he found out early, he had no ability to stop this during the calamity. Fang Yuan's expression was still as water. Danghun Mountain was being corroded by an immortal Gu, slowly turning into yellow mud. This was a great nightmare. The last valuable thing in this blessed land was this mountain. He wanted to rely on this mountain to nurture and sell Rockmen. In the future, his own soul strengthening will also depend on this mountain. He could not sit around and watch the situation worsen. At once, Fang Yuan ordered Little Hu Immortal to clear out as much yellow mud as possible. This way, the danger was greatly slowed. But Danghun Mountain's interior was also corroded. This method could not cure the root of the problem. This was the power of the Gruel mud Immortal Gu. To remove it, he needed to use an Immortal Gu's power. I took such a huge risk to obtain this sacred land for soul strengthening. Even after I become an immortal, this mountain is still extremely valuable. I cannot let it be destroyed. Heaven does not want this sacred land to end up in the hands of men, thus it sent such a calamity, but I will defy heaven. Competing with men, competing with heaven, this is the fun of life, that's all there is. With Fang Yuan's knowledge, he was not helpless and without a solution. He thought of more than 10 ways to solve this, after eliminating half of which were not feasible, and removing those which were too hard, he was left with 3 solutions. The first solution was the Earth Path Rank 6 Turn Rock Gu. This Gu was in Western Desert, held in the hands of Rank 6 Gu Immortal Sun Cu. Sun Cu is a righteous path Gu master. He used this Gu to turn sand into rocks, in order for people to build structures in the desert. He was very popular and received gratitude from the people. He was kind-hearted but not resolute. He loved his family and doted on his granddaughter the most. If Fang Yuan could hold her hostage, he would definitely comply. The second solution was another Earth Path Rank 6 Immortal Gu, called Rebuilding Mount Dongshan. This Gu had already been refined. It was hidden in Eastern Sea's Haisha Blessed Land. Fang Yuan could enter the Blessed Land and use an Immortal Gu to exchange for this Gu. The third was the Time Path Rank 6 Immortal Gu, landscape as before. This Gu had not existed yet, it was not naturally formed. Its owner is Bai Ning Bing. He was still a Rank 5 Gu master in Northern Plains at the moment. In southern border on San Cha Mountain, I refined fixed Immortal Travel Gu in public. It is obvious without a doubt that southern border is already in a huge commotion over it. A mortal that possesses an Immortal Gu, I'm afraid all those Gu immortals in southern border are all notified now, and are looking for me all over the continent. Until Fang Yuan becomes a Gu immortal, he was not going to step into southern border again. Although the 5 regions are isolated, the Super Clan Yi clan has a relationship with a mysterious organization in Eastern Sea. It will take at least 2 to 3 years until the news of me refining an Immortal Gu reaches Central Continent, but that might not be the case for Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan eliminated Eastern Sea. As for Western Desert, it's the place where caravans flourish the most. Cities after cities, surviving using the oasis in the desert. If I can sell the Rockmen there, I would earn a ton of profits. Unfortunately, a flourishing caravan trade means that information also travels fast. As a southern border Gu master, I am an easy target. Once I reach there, I'd probably be marked the moment I enter a city. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he roamed around all 5 regions during the 500 years, finally choosing Central Continent to settle down and become a Gu immortal. Thus, he had a clear understanding of Western Desert. Compared to Western Desert, Northern Plains is a huge grassland. All sorts of tribes graze their livestock, migrate, battle, and procreate there. There is high mobility and some small mid-tribes have chaotic management. I can easily blend in with them. Western Desert was different from Northern Plains. In Western Desert, humans relied on oases to live, thus people are always gathered together. As long as the oasis is intact, nobody would make life difficult for themselves and go to another living area by making a dangerous and arduous desert journey. But in Northern Plains, tribes have to move around often, finding rich and fertile land to relocate to. The weather there is ever-changing. Strong weather conditions can destroy homes in a night. Tribes have no choice but to move. Because of this, the high mobility among tribes also cause conflicts to occur often, and battles often takes place. Thus, the number of Gu masters in Northern Plains is the highest, and they are also the ones most skilled at fighting among the 5 regions. If Fang Yuan chooses Western Desert, abducting a hostage and threatening a Gu immortal would cause a huge and lasting impact on the stability of Western Desert. But if he chose Northern Plains, even if he killed the rank 5 Gu master Bai Ning Bing, it would only be a mild commotion. In a few months, people will forget him. Fang Yuan thought it through, and decided that the chaotic northern plains is most suitable for his actions. Sun Cu in Western Desert is already a Gu immortal, while Tai Bai Yunsheng in Northern Plains is still a rank 5 peak stage. After deciding on his destination, Fang Yuan started to think hard, compiling all the important information he had in his memories to organize his plans for Northern Plains. Plans do not keep up with changes. Ever since rebirth, his plans had been changing continuously. The first time was on Qing Mao Mountain when he became a rank aptitude. It was a huge breakthrough and thus caused a shift. San Cha Mountain was the second change. Fang Yuan soared to the sky in a single step, making all his plans unusable. Although there were still benefits in the Great Battle of Yiqian Mountain, he could no longer stay in southern border. As for Central Continent, that would be even worse. He was a mortal, the 10 righteous sects, the whole of Immortal Crane Sect, and all the demonic Gu immortals on Tianti Mountain were looking at him. As long as he did not reach Gu Immortal Realm, he would have to stay inside the Blessed Land, unable to come out. He had also planned to do that, growing his strength inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The Blessed Land had ample resources. Fang Yuan wanted to be like Feng Jiu Ge, cultivating in secret until he reached Gu Immortal Realm, and get rid of the biggest problem called Spring-Autumn Cicada. Although Fang Yuan was a risk-taker and liked to make profitable gambles, often struggling at death's door, it did not mean he rejected a peaceful and stable life. Refusing to stay in a safe environment, and wanting to go around and create trouble for himself, taking risks and getting himself into danger, that is a fool. Loneliness, solidarity, boredom, those were not obstacles to Fang Yuan's cultivation. If he did not have the nature to endure these, how could he walk on the road to success? But the world never goes your way. Problems often find you when you least want it. Fang Yuan wanted to cultivate in secret, developing the Blessed Land as he lived in peace. Although Immortal Crane Sect was trouble, Fang Yuan kept the initiative the entire time. Although the other party is strong, they cannot do anything to him at the moment. The future prospects were great, his life was going smoothly, everything had changed for the better. But at this moment, a problem happened to Dang Hun Mountain. To Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain's importance is insurmountable. If anything happens to this mountain, Fang Yuan's transactions would crumble, and his cultivation plans would turn into a mere dream. Thus, Fang Yuan had to change his plans, leaving the Blessed Land and entering Northern Plains. Thankfully, I planned in advance, and made a few backup plans, otherwise, I would be extremely caught off guard now. For the next few months, Fang Yuan spent all his efforts on Gu refinement. He used the rank for Golden and Silver Cup Gu, combining with rank for another perspective Gu and rank for moving form Gu to refine the rank 5 moving perspective Cup Gu. Next, he refined Dusty Gu, Bright Pearl Gu, Dark Toss Gu and Earth Treasury Flower King Gu. Land Spirit, during the days I'm gone, follow my instructions. Before leaving, Fang Yuan instructed. Little Hu Immortal's eyes were red as she said reluctantly, "Master, I am waiting for you here, you have to return quickly." Saying so, she used the green grape immortal essence and injected it into fixed immortal travel Gu. With the burst of a jade green light, Fang Yuan vanished on the spot. Chapter 426. Stepping into Northern Plains. In the night sky on the grassland, Poison Beard Wolf King raised its head, howling loudly for a long time. The ears of the few hundred poison beard wolves near it twitched as their bodies shot out like arrows. The wolves split into two, moving in a tight armor-like formation. The young girl Ji Yao ran for her life. But her horse had already died. As her small red shoes stepped on the mud, she felt like her legs were tied with lead, extremely heavy. The sprinting poison beard wolves successfully encircled her, and the two ends met. They were afraid of the young girl's Gu worms, thus they only circled around her and did not attack immediately. All of a sudden, a poison beard wolf lost its patience and jumped out. Moving quickly, its body turned into a lump of black shadow as it charged towards Ji Yao. Ji Yao shouted, using her Gu worms. As she pointed her finger, a light blue water arrow flew out. The water arrow pierced through the poisoned beard wolf's head accurately while spiraling. This courageous wolf died on the spot. Its corpse fell on the slightly rotten grassland as it tumbled backwards until it stopped moving forever. Bright red blood quickly flowed out of its wounds, staining the grass nearby. The restless wolves stopped momentarily, but soon the smell of blood spread in the air and the wildness and savageness of the wolves were brought out. At once, hundreds of poisoned beard wolves started howling. Ji Yao's beautiful face was full of regret and despair. She should not have come out alone to this poisoned grassland, trying to find some Spiria. Now she was in a deadly situation, about to be torn apart and eaten by wolves. "Sorry, father, I am not longer able to take care of you. Daughter knows that you arranged a marriage for my own good. But daughter does not want to marry. Oh, our ancestors in longevity heaven, if you can hear me, listen to my prayer and send a courageous warrior to save me." The attack earlier had expended Ji Yao's last bit of white silver primeval essence. Ji Yao could only pray now. The wolves lost their patience, the wolf king howled, and all the poisoned beard wolves charged towards the girl at the center, giving off an impressive aura. "I am going to die." Ji Yao's expression paled. She looked at the wolf group in a daze. She was helpless. Right at this moment, a bright jade green light flashed. The poisoned beard wolves shut their eyes due to the light, howling in pain. The wolves that charged ahead knocked into one another, falling and causing a chain reaction, as their assault failed and the scene turned into chaos. What happened? Ji Yao was shocked. Ignoring her tears, she looked over. From the jade green light, the silhouette of a young man could be seen. After the light faded, a naked man appeared in front of Ji Yao. A man. Ji Yao's eyes were wide open, her mouth formed into an O shape. She had an unbelievable thought. Did my ancestors in longevity heaven listen to my prayers and send a savior to me? But why was this savior naked? A huge question appeared in Ji Yao's mind. I reached northern plains. Stepping on the grass barefooted, Fang Yuan looked around quickly. Oh? Why is there a human here, and wolves? Fang Yuan squinted, to think that an accident occurred the moment he reached northern plains. This trip to northern plains had to be kept secret, to think that he was exposed so quickly. The Wolf King howled, turning around as it opened its mouth, attacking Fang Yuan with its sharp and pointy teeth, targeting his neck. HMPH, a mere 100-beast king. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with cold light, as a golden dragon appeared before him. The four-clawed golden dragon roared, brandishing its claws as it flew towards the poisoned beard wolf king, crashing into it. This 100-beast king's body was completely smashed, all its bones broke as it was sent flying like a rag. After crashing onto the ground, it struggled, but could not get up. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, using another golden dragon to finish off the Wolf King. After the Wolf King died, the wolf group broke down as they all escaped several miles away in a few breaths' time. Only the Wolf King's corpse was left, and also the young girl Ji Yao who was staring at Fang Yuan blankly. Fang Yuan directed his dark eerie gaze towards this young girl. The young girl was wearing a leather robe exclusive to Northern Plains. The robe was blue and white, with golden rims at the edges, showing off elegance and purity. There was a purple gold belt at her waist, and also many beautiful and small accessories on her black lustrous hair. She also had bright red leather shoes. Her skin was slightly dark, but still had a pinkish tone. It was the unique skin tone of Northern Plains natives. Her body was slim and strong, like a cute little deer. Ji Yao retreated one step after Fang Yuan's stare, and she asked curiously, "Who are you? Are you sent from longevity heaven, the hero who is tasked to save me?" Before waiting for Fang Yuan's reply, she continued, "I am a member of Ji tribe. My name is Ji Yao. My father is the tribe leader of Ji tribe. Young warrior, you saved my life. You will be most welcomed in Ji tribe." "Oh, I have not asked for your name yet." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Beautiful lady of the grassland, just call me Chang Shan Yin. Longevity heaven is giant sun Immortal Venerable's place of residence. How could I have come from there? I am but a mere Gu master." Saying so, he took out a wine cup from his aperture. The top half of this cup was gold, the bottom was silver. It was rank 5 and was used as storage. It was the moving perspective cup Gu that Fang Yuan refined in the Blessed Land. After Fang Yuan injected Primeval essence into it, he took out a set of clothing. This was a set of black tight-fitting battle attire. After wearing it, Fang Yuan gave off a sturdy and valiant aura. During the process, Ji Yao stared at him fixatedly, her heart pounding as her face turned red. The young women in the grassland were this open about their feelings. After Fang Yuan wore his clothes, he walked towards the corpse of the poison beard wolf king. Poison beard wolves were commonly seen in northern plains. But different from other wolves, they did not have a strand of fur. Instead, their bodies were black and their skin looked as it was covered in a layer of enamel. They did not have ears, only 2 long moustaches that were 5 inches long. When they ran, their moustache will sway along the wind beside their bodies. When they fought, the moustache will stand up straight. Fang Yuan searched but did not gain anything. This poison beard wolf was a 100-beast king. It had rank 2 Gu worms in it. There were 2 rank 2 Gu worms on this wolf, acid Gu and poison needle Gu. Acid Gu could allow it to shoot out green acid from its mouth, corroding flesh or even steel and rocks. Poison needle Gu shot out poison needles. It was an offensive technique. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan only got fragments of these 2 Gu. There were no defensive Gu on this wolf king. No wonder it was so easily killed by Fang Yuan. Normally, beast kings could have enslavement Gu in them. For example, on a dog king, there might be dog enslavement Gu. On a wolf king, there might be wolf enslavement Gu. Even if it was a rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu, Fang Yuan needed it now. Just as Fang Yuan was searching the wolf corpse, Ji Yao walked over. Chang Shan Yin, your name sounds familiar. Are you a member of Chang tribe? But looking at your clothes, you seem to be an outsider? Are you from Eastern Sea? Central Continent? Or Western Desert? Fang Yuan stood up. I am from Northern Plains. The young girl pouted, showing her white teeth as she laughed. Liar. We Northern Plains natives do not have an accent like yours. Warrior Chang Shan Yin, don't worry, you saved my life. You are a benefactor of the Ge tribe. We will not ostracize you. Be it Central Continent, Southern Border, or Northern Plains, as long as it is an outsider, they will be ostracized. Before waiting for Fang Yuan's reply, the bubbly girl pointed at fixed immortal travel Gu on Fang Yuan's shoulder, asking, Warrior Chang Shan Yin, this Gu on your shoulder is so beautiful. What Gu is this? Did you bring this Gu over? Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated, observing this young girl's expression. She was not acting or pretending. She really had shallow knowledge. She did not know this fixed immortal travel Gu. This made Fang Yuan slightly relieved. The killing intent in his heart surged, but he showed an honest and sincere smile on the outside. Beautiful young girl, are you a lark? Why are you constantly chirping non-stop? He. All right, I have to go, until we meet again. Fang Yuan raised his head, looking at the stars in the sky, trying to determine the direction. Next, he walked past Ji Yao, towards the deeper parts of the poison grassland. The young girl quickly caught up. I am not a lark. It's your fault for being so mysterious, and appearing so suddenly. Hey, don't go there. This direction is the way out of poison grassland. I am going inside. Fang Yuan replied without turning around. Why are you going in? The deeper you go into the poison grassland, the more dangerous it gets. Although you are rank 3 peak stage, your fists cannot rival an entire wolf pack. Ji Yao sprinted towards Fang Yuan, urging him. The 5 regions of the Gu world were independent. When Gu masters cross regions, their battle strength will be suppressed by 1 rank. Fang Yuan was a southern border Gu master. When he is in northern plains, he will be suppressed when battling. Although his aperture still has rank for peak stage true gold primeval essence, the effectiveness was only at rank 3 peak stage snow silver primeval essence. Thus, Ji Yao felt that his aura was rank 3 peak stage. In addition, the rank for Golden Dragon GU from Southern Border could only display the strength of a rank 3 GU. If this was Southern Border, one blow from the Golden Dragon GU would have killed this poisoned beard wolf without doubt. But here in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan had to use it twice to kill the Wolf King, and the Wolf King's corpse was still intact at the end. Fang Yuan's steps halted, as he looked at Ji Yao with a solemn expression and a determined gaze. I am going into poison grassland for my own reasons. Ji Yao was stunned by this aura, reacting only after Fang Yuan had walked a few steps away. The girl quickly chased him. Warrior Chang Shan Yin, I'll go with you, we can take care of each other. Got her. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. His currently battle strength was only rank 3 peak stage. It was insufficient to charge into poison grassland's deepest part. Thus, he needed Northern Plains GU worms to arm himself. But even if he killed Ji Yao, he might not get her set of GU worms. Thus, Fang Yuan set a little trap, purposely acting distant, easily tricking the young girl into joining him. Chapter 427. Just take me. Although this was Fang Yuan's motive and Ji Yao took the initiative to join him, Fang Yuan still asked her, take care of each other. What do I need you for? Saying so, he ran his eyes over her. His tone carried a hint of arrogance. The girl immediately raised her head. Don't you know the poison grassland is filled with purple poison fog and you will be poisoned if you breathe it for a long time? I have detoxification GU worms with me. Also, the deeper you go, the denser the poison fog will become, as ghosts and spirits will also appear. At that time, you won't be able to distinguish the direction, and only my return heart GU can point out the correct way back. As the girl said this, her stomach suddenly let out a hungry rumbling sound. Fang Yuan glanced at her stomach and the girl immediately felt her face go red. She explained while stammering, my big stomach horse was eaten by the poison beard wolves. My primal stones and rations were all stored there. Big Stomach Horse was a mount that was extremely popular in Northern Plains. It had 2 stomachs, one was used to consume food and another was used to store goods. The GU masters of Northern Plains usually used this type of Big Stomach Horse when relocating their homes. Fang Yuan curiously asked, since your father is GE tribe's tribe leader, why are you, his own daughter, using such a common mount? Sigh, he kept my GU away from me. Being able to escape alone with a big stomach horse and preparing so much resources was already amazing. Ji Yao spoke frankly, but right after saying it, she felt something wrong and her expression turned sluggish as she realized what she had said. Escaped? Could it be that you're escaping from marriage? Fang Yuan raised his brows. The little girl exclaimed in surprise and looked at Fang Yuan with wide eyes. Do you have mind-reading GU? How did you know? Fang Yuan laughed. He was only guessing, but it was not without any evidence. In Northern Plains, the position of women was much lower than that of men, even being treated as goods and casually sold in markets. In Southern Border, there were female clan leaders, but Northern Plains had no such precedents and women were not allowed to be in power. This tradition dated back to the era of giant son Immortal Venerable. In Fang Yuan's memories, during these 3 years, many great heroes would fight for supremacy in Northern Plains and a great storm would blow. Eventually, He tribe leader He Lulan succeeded and became the lord of the imperial court for 10 years. He was also the most controversial lord of the grassland in future generations. He Lulan was extremely lecherous, and after becoming the ruler of the grassland, he made beauties of many tribes part of his harem. But on the other hand, he made a new policy to raise women's status and attempted to create gender equality. This gravely infringed upon all forces' interests and led to conflicts, causing an institutional turmoil among all Northern Plains tribes. Thus, He Lulan had only been the lord of the grassland for 2 years when he was deceived by his own tribesmen to go outside the imperial court and was killed secretly. Immediately following, all tribes allied to overthrow He tribe's rule and again contended for the position of the ruler of the imperial court. The bloodshed and war lasted for an entire 5 years before it settled. After this chaotic war, every tribe of Northern Plains suffered great losses. And in the future, when Central Continent attacked the four other regions, this became the greatest weakness of Northern Plains. A lot of Northern Plains women thus choose to run away in order to avoid marriage. This girl standing before him had come alone to poison grassland even though she was the daughter of the tribe leader. Fang Yuan naturally made such a guess. Fang Yuan took out food from moving perspective cup Jiyu and gave them to Ji Yao. This girl seemed to be very hungry. She wolfed down the food and rolled her eyes, slurring her words. It was Man. Duo of Man tribe who wanted to marry me. He is Man tribe leader's third son and is thin and small, like a monkey. Moreover, he is suffering from illness and only has rank 2 cultivation. Usually, he would rely on his father to act tyrannically in his tribe. He has not the slightest bit of heroic spirit. I don't want to marry to such a good-for-nothing. But Man tribe was a huge force while our Ge tribe has just migrated over with greatly reduced strength. Man tribe's betrothal gift was also very grand and they also promised to give a piece of fertile grassland to my Ge tribe. Father wanted these gifts and tried to marry me off. And so in my fury, I fled. Warrior Chang Shan Yin, how about you snatch me? Northern Plains had simple and coarse customs. One of their customs was bride kidnapping. The snatched bride was often more precious than an officially married wife. Fang Yuan laughed, I have no interest in you, eat quickly, we will leave after you are full. Ji Yao's dark pupils darted around, there is another method, that is, you can marry into my Ge tribe. According to the grassland customs, only a brave warrior can possess beauties. Even if Man tribe wants to find trouble, it has to be done according to the customs. Man duo, that skinny monkey would have to challenge you to a fight. Warrior Chang Shan Yin, you are so strong, you will certainly beat that man duo to a pulp. Fang Yuan stopped smiling, I said I don't have any interest in you. Ji Yao, however, became even more passionate and displayed Northern Plains women's characteristic boldness and wildness. Why don't you have any interest? Could it be that I am not beautiful? I am the flower of Ge tribe. That kid Man duo glanced at me from afar and fell for me at first sight, asking his father to propose the marriage. Warrior Chang Shan Yin, there are benefits for you as well in living with my Ge tribe. You are an outsider. If you don't marry into the tribe, others will not take you as one of their own and you will suffer exclusion and vigilance in Northern Plains. Fang Yuan said with a solemn tone, I said I am a Northern Plains native. Ji Yao gave a sweet smile, warrior, you can't deceive me. Your accent revealed your background, and your food is also not the Northern Plains biscuits and dried meat. Just take me, don't you think our encounter is the arrangement of longevity heaven? Fang Yuan lowered his head to cover the cold light that was vaguely flashing in his eyes as the smile on his face became deeper. Let me consider it for a while, don't be in such a hurry to decide. Fang Yuan said and gave some primebal stones to Ji Yao. Ji Yao nodded, you have to think about it properly. She took the primebal stones and said with a cautious tone, I will return these primebal stones to you in the future. Ji Yao did not speak anymore and concentrated on absorbing the primebal stones to replenish her primebal essence and recover her strength as fast as possible. As they continued moving deeper into the poison grassland, the thin poison in the air gradually became denser. They were unnoticeable before to the naked eyes, but now one could clearly see the light purple color. Stop, there is a wolf pack. Ji Yao suddenly stopped, her gaze revealing panic. Clearly, the battle with the poison-beard wolves had left a deep impression on her. Fang Yuan stopped, and after 3 breaths of time, he discovered the tracks of the wolf pack with his investigative Jiu worm. He could not help but glance at Ji Yao. Indeed, as a tribeswoman, the investigative Jiu worm on her was great. Fang Yuan had refined this rank for investigative Jiu in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But in Northern Plains, it was suppressed and could not compare to Ji Yao's rank 3 Jiu. The wolf pack's excited howls got louder and louder. Soon, hundreds of poison-beard wolves appeared in their vision. So many wolves! Ji Yao's face turned pale and her delicate body trembled as she took in a breath of cold air. The wolf pack's numbers were many times higher than the previous ones, reaching close to 1,000. The stronger the Beast King, more the number of beasts they could control, this 100 Beast King was clearly much stronger than the previous one. HMPH, what are you panicking for? Just protect yourself. Fang Yuan snorted and fiercely stomped his foot, charging forward. Ji Yao exclaimed in shock at this. She wanted to call out to Fang Yuan, but he had already entered the wolf pack. Many poisoned beard wolves ran and charged at Ji Yao. The girl shouted in her delicate voice, "Water armor!" Immediately, water vapor condensed and formed into a layer of light blue armor that covered her whole body. She extended her finger and a spiral water arrow flew out. She killed 3 poisoned beard wolves instantly while injuring 5 or 6 more. But at the same time, a dozen poisoned beard wolves came charging at her. The girl panicked and retreated, responding in a flustered manner. Water Dragon Gu. She pushed with her palms and a 3-clawed water dragon whistled out and swept through the surroundings, increasing the water vapor in the air. With the appearance of the water dragon, Ji Yao was able to control the situation. Warrior Chang Shan Yin, don't die. The girl immediately looked at the center of the wolf pack. She was almost stunned at the sight. The scene she saw was not what she had expected. She only saw Fang Yuan charging all over the wolf pack. Every collision would send large numbers of poisoned beard wolves flying. The ferocious poisoned beard wolves seemed to be weaker than sheep in front of him. His whole body was covered in a layer of bright golden light armor, and a golden dragon came out occasionally, sweeping through the surroundings. There were so many poisoned beard wolves, but they could not subdue him. He was fierce and fearless, his fighting style was extremely valiant, his every move would cause the wind to scream. His strength was so huge that as long as a poisoned beard wolf came into contact with his fists or kicks, their skeleton would definitely shatter and they would howl with pain, no longer able to stand up. Not only that, he was also fighting an intense battle with the Wolf King. This poisoned beard Wolf King was indeed very strong. Lightning flickered around its whole body, and it occasionally shot out green venom. Its movement speed was so fast that it created an afterimage when it ran. This Wolf King has at least 3 wild GU. Ji Yao's heart sank as she learnt this, becoming worried for Fang Yuan. Soon, the girl let go of her worry and admiration towards Fang Yuan rose in her heart. Fang Yuan fought in a smart manner. He was continuously on the move and did not blindly engage with the Wolf King, instead using the ordinary poisoned beard wolves to hinder the Wolf King's movement. The Wolf King had movement GU, but it was restrained by the wolf pack and could only passively take a beating. Fang Yuan's fists attacked its targets with high power. Ji Yao's blood boiled at the scene. This is a true man, she exclaimed in her mind, and after disposing of the poisoned beard wolves around her, she shouted loudly and sent the water dragon to kill the wolf pack. She was after all a rank 3 middle stage GU master. She was not to be underestimated. The wolf pack immediately turned chaotic from the attacks and a large portion of them rushed towards her. Fang Yuan's expression changed as he shouted, "Who told you to come? Move to the side." The girl's face turned pale at the wolf pack's counterattack and immediately retreated. Fang Yuan continued to attack with boundless vigor, and after spending a huge effort, he finally turned the wolf pack's attention back to him. After some time, he suddenly activated a beast phantom and smashed the Wolf King's defense. Taking this chance, he got close to the Wolf King and pressed its skull down to the ground, then he ruthlessly smashed it. It was a brutal scene. This Wolf King that was on the verge of becoming a 1,000 Beast King was beaten to death by Fang Yuan. Chapter 428. Sea of Ghost-Face Sunflowers. With the death of the Wolf King, the wolf pack's morale collapsed and they all started fleeing in disorder. A fierce battle ended so abruptly. "You got injured?" Ji Yao came running and looked with a concerned gaze. "It's nothing." Fang Yuan's injuries looked terrifying, but it was all under his control. He activated Self-Reliance GU on the spot. The wound started closing and healing. Self-Reliance GU was a rank 3 GU but could only show the effects of a rank 2 in Northern Plains. After Fang Yuan's injuries healed a little, its effects immediately weakened. "Warrior Chang Shan Yin, let me heal you." Ji Yao waved her hand and water vapor rose, forming a green-blue cloud above Fang Yuan. Light rain started pouring down from the cloud and splashed upon Fang Yuan's body, healing his wounds. This is spring rain Ji. Fang Yuan furrowed his brows. This Ji has a huge healing range, isn't it a waste to use it on just me alone? Deactivate it. After saying so, he activated Golden Breeze Ji. This Ji was obtained from Taimu Bai and was a rank for healing Ji, but now it only showed the efficiency of a rank 3. However, it was still a top-quality Ji. Ji Yao saw a golden whirlwind form beside Fang Yuan. After it spun around him several times, all his wounds disappeared. What Ji is this? The girl asked curiously. Fang Yuan did not reply, but turned around and crouched down, searching the Wolf King's corpse carefully. Ji Yao followed behind him and bent her back to look at him, exclaiming in praise, "Warrior Chang Shan Yin, you are a true expert. Father has always told me that going into battle by just relying on one's cultivation is stupid. I saw you charging into the wolf pack. It was such a dangerous situation, but you moved skillfully like it was a simple task. I finally understood that what father said was true." Fang Yuan snorted and stood up. With his 500 years of battle experience, it was rather easy for him to do this. If not for the region's restriction, how could he take so much time to deal with this puny wolf pack? After searching, he found out that the Wolf King had 3 wild Ji, but they were all dead. Fang Yuan's expression turned unsightly at the lack of loot. He glanced at Ji Yao and said gruffly, "Stupid? Do you think you are just stupid? You are utterly stupid." Ji Yao was immediately stifled. "Hey! Why are you so blunt? HMPH, earlier, your careless attack attracted most of the wolf pack and almost screwed up my control of the situation. Do you have the brains of an ox?" Fang Yuan snorted and blamed. Ji Yao knew that it was her mistake. Her aura immediately weakened and she lowered her head, looking at her feet. "I know you attracted most of the wolf pack away from me. But I also wanted to help you." Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. "Forget it, I will let it go this time. I will try to make an effort to teach you what you have to do so that you will not impede me again in the future." "Who needs you to teach?" Ji Yao turned around and snorted with dissatisfaction. "You need to be calm when activating Spiral Water Arrow Ji. If you just recklessly shoot them, you would simply be wasting your precious Primeval Essence rapidly. Water Dragon Ji wastes a lot of Primeval Essence. Don't use it if it is not necessary. This is why you are always running out of Primeval Essence. Don't use Spring Rain Ji. That is a large-scale healing Ji that is not worth it for just the 2 of us." As they continued on their way, Fang Yuan gave many tips to Ji Yao. The girl's words before were just said in a fit. Although she did have a young missy's temperament, this was something that concerned her deeply, so she earnestly listened to the suggestions and absorbed the knowledge, improving rapidly. The 2 continued moving through poison grassland and ran into several waves of wolf packs, and Ji Yao's performance also became better each time. "Ha ha, are you afraid? You abominable poison beard wolves, get lost." After repelling a poison beard wolf pack. Again, Ji Yao stood with her hands on her hips as she said proudly, "Truly a naive girl." Fang Yuan looked at her back with a cold light flashing across his eyes. Naturally, the reason he guided Ji Yao was not purely to raise her battle strength, more importantly it was to probe out her Ji worms. The result was, the girl revealed all her trump cards to Fang Yuan. Ji Yao was a Water Path Ji master with rank 3 middle stage cultivation. Rank 3 Fog Sparrow Ji as the investigative Ji, 3 Claw Water Dragon Ji and Spiral Water Arrow Ji for attack, Water Armor Ji for defense, Water Trace Ji for movement, and Spring Rain Ji for healing. She did not have a storage Ji. The big stomach horse she used to replace this aspect had already died by wolf pack's claws. Besides these, she also had cleansing Ji for detoxification, and return heart Ji for discerning the direction. This set of Ji worms was very appropriate given her identity. Fog Sparrow Gu was a very precious investigative Gu among rank 3 which could condense fog into sparrows that could fly to scout the area and had a very huge range. Her attack and defense Gu were also of top quality. Water Trace Gu's ability to raise the speed could almost rival some rank 4 Gu. The only disadvantage was that the water trace would leave behind footprints that were easy to track. At the same time, it would make the shoes wet. This Gu had the potential to be nurtured. At rank 4, it could become Wave Trace Gu which had an even stronger effect. For rank 5, it had 2 different refinement directions. One was Wandering Wave Trace Gu that had instant evasion properties, and another was the River Wave Trace Gu that allowed the Gu master to run quickly on water surfaces. At rank 6, it would be the extremely famous Worldly Wave Trace Gu. All of these Gu were the best among rank 3. Along with Fang Yuan's meticulous guidance and the wolf pack's pressure, it was no wonder Ji Yao was improving rapidly with her battle strength rising step by step. Warrior Chang Shan Yin, you are a sage. Your guidance is much more amazing than my tribe's 3 top elders. Even if you don't take a fancy upon me, I want to invite you to be a guest of our Ge tribe. If you are interested, I will do my best to persuade father to make you an external elder. Ji Yao turned around and walked to Fang Yuan's side, and invited him with a sincere expression. She was after all the young Missy of Ge tribe, her foresight was extraordinary. She realized Fang Yuan's worth, not only his bravery, but more importantly his ability to educate others. This was the strength of wisdom. If he educated the tribe's next generation, the whole tribe could flourish. I can become a guest of Ge tribe, but I don't have any interest in becoming an external elder. Fang Yuan walked forward while shaking his head to refuse. Ji Yao persuaded him several times, but Fang Yuan's attitude was firm. The girl sulked and followed behind Fang Yuan, looking at his back with an angry gaze. Do you think you are amazing just because you can teach? HMPH. I use such an urging tone, yet you remain unmoved. No interest to become my Ge tribe's external elder? Are you looking down on my Ge tribe? Chang Shan Yin, you scoundrel. Ji Yao gritted her teeth in hatred while having a doubt in her mind, but this name Chang Shan Yin, it is really familiar. Where in the world did I hear it? Poison grassland was covered with dark clouds all year round, and in this dusky light, the two walked for some distance. In front of him was a large field of sunflowers. Each of these sunflowers had a dark purple stalk and large pitch-black petals. Its basin-sized stamen showed a pale human face. This sight caused Ji Yao to immediately hold her breath and grab Fang Yuan's sleeve, whispering in a very soft voice, "A lot of people definitely died here, with many ghosts wandering around. It led to the growth of so many ghost-face sunflowers. Every ghost-face sunflower is a ghost that died unjustly. Let's detour around this place, there are definitely many ghost cry. Gu living in these ghost-face sunflowers, and there could even be ghost-face Gu. Ghost Cry Gu was a rank 3 soul path Gu which could let out a mournful wail that could cause the soul to shake. Ghostface Gu was a rank 4 soul path Gu that could create a tremendous impact on the soul. It is such a large field of ghost-face sunflowers, how long will we take to make a detour? Fang Yuan concentrated on this sea of sunflowers. He did not show any expression on the surface but was actually very happy inside. This confirmed the direction he was walking towards was not wrong. As long as he walked along this direction, he will find that battlefield 20 years ago and obtain the Gu worms left behind on the battlefield. Northern Plains was different from Southern Border. Southern Border had lots of mountains and one could distinguish their general direction, while Northern Plains was grassland as far as the eye could see and was very easy to get lost. Thus, Ji Yao carried Return Heart Gu with her for support. Return Heart Gu would always point towards the direction of the home in the Gu master's heart. However, Return Heart Gu could only indicate the direction and not the position. If Fang Yuan wanted to ensure that he was moving in the correct path, he would have to take the risk of moving through this field of sunflowers. Fortunately, he was already prepared. He lightly removed the girl's hand on his sleeve and squatted down. he put his palms on the ground and then activated a Gu in his aperture. Soon, green underbrush grew out from the ground. The lush underbrush rose little by little and the slender grass and leaves coiled around each other, gradually forming into a puppet. Enslavement Path, Rank 3 Grass Puppet Gu. This Gu worm was something only Southern Border had. Ji Yao looked at each grassman puppet with astonishment. They continued to grow and soon formed a group. These grassman puppets were short and thin, the leaves tightly weaved together. They held a bamboo blade in one hand and a rattan shell shield in the other. This was the Rank 3 rattan shell grass soldier. Previously, when Fang Yuan had fought 1 against 7 at San Cha Mountain, Tai Ruo Nan had used such a Gu. Later, Fang Yuan obtained a grass puppet Gu in 3 Kings Blessed Land from one of the people he killed. Grass puppet Gu was rather common in Southern Border. Rank 3 grass puppet Gu could create an army of rattan shell grass soldier that had the strength to kill Rank 1 Gu masters. Rank 4 grass puppet Gu could create grass sword elite soldiers which possessed even stronger battle strength. However, in the northern plains, the grass puppet Gu also suffered from the restriction and the rattan shell grass soldiers it created were weak. However, Fang Yuan created these rattan shell grass soldiers not for battle and was indifferent about them. After a while, close to 1,000 rattan shell grass soldiers started clearing the way in front of him. Fang Yuan pulled Ji Yao's hand and under the protection of another 100 rattan shell grass soldiers, they walked into the sea of ghost-face sunflowers. Every ghost cry Gu let out a sharp screech. The rattan shell grass soldiers ahead collapsed. The voices the ghost cry Gu let out were not the same. Some were sharp frightened sounds, some were like the bleating of sheep, and some seemed to be recounting hidden bitterness. Ghost faces are rising. The girl shook as she looked at the pale, terrifying ghost faces fly out from the sea of sunflowers. Fang Yuan gently patted her hand and then calmly organized the puppets. Soon, some rattan shell grass soldiers left the main group and sacrificed themselves to lure the ghost faces away. Chapter 429. Shadow Crow. The two got through Sunflower Sea safely. Ji Yao looked behind her, breathing out deeply, her worried heart finally settled. To think that we got past the sea of ghost-face sunflowers so easily. After regaining her composure, the young girl looked at the grassman puppets around her. There were only a few dozen puppets left, forming a weak defensive layer around them. Ji Yao had never seen such a Gu in her life. This was an eye-opener. These Gu, although they do not have high combat strength, the greatest advantage is to use them as fodder. Chang Shan Yin came prepared indeed. Thinking so, the young girl diverted her gaze towards the person beside her. The more she spent time with Fang Yuan, the more curious Ji Yao got, and the greater her determination to find out more about him. What sort of person is he? Entering poison grassland, what motive does he have? Chang Shan Yin, this name is so familiar, I've heard it before. Ah! The young girl's face turned red. When they had crossed the Sunflower Sea earlier, Fang Yuan held her hand. Those ghost cries and scary ghost faces made her frightened. She got closer to Fang Yuan and was almost hugging his arm, but she did not notice. Ji Yao quickly let go of Fang Yuan's arm, getting free of his hand. After she got to a safe distance, Fang Yuan slowly stopped his steps, turning to look at these sunflowers. These ghost cry Gu and ghost face Gu are decent Gu, but I do not have the specialized Gu worms needed to catch them. Catching a wild Gu worm requires specific methods. These two Gu worms were Soul Path Gu, the Gu needed to catch them were even more peculiar. It is time. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated, discarding his mild regret as he turned his gaze towards fixed Immortal Travel Gu on his shoulder. Immortal Gu have overbearing aura, they could not be stored into mortal apertures. Spring-autumn cicada could barely be kept in the aperture due to its weakened state. Even if Fang Yuan ordered fixed Immortal Travel Gu to stay on his shoulders and not move about, the Immortal Gu's aura would still leak. If a Gu Immortal senses it, it would invite grave danger. But thankfully, Fang Yuan had measures against this. Go! he injected his Primeval essence, and the bright pearl Gu turned into a warm white light, floating onto fixed Immortal Travel's body, covering it completely. Bright pearl Gu is a rank for storage type Gu, mainly used to seal Gu worms and cause them to go into deep slumber and be easily stored. Fang Yuan expended almost all his Primeval essence before he successfully sealed the fixed Immortal Travel Gu. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu was like a jade butterfly, sealed into a fist-sized pearl. But it was an Immortal Gu, its aura still leaked out through the pearl. Except, it was much weaker now. Fang Yuan was not surprised, this was only step 1. The following journey was much smoother. Perhaps due to that sunflower sea, not a single poison beard wolf appeared. The two continued to venture deeper, as the poisonous fog on the grassland became thicker, until one could clearly see the purple fog in the air. When the two started coughing, they would stop moving and take out their Gu worms respectively, getting rid of the toxins that accumulated in them. The deeper they went into the grassland, the thicker the fog, and the more often the two of them stopped. Ji Yao, who was active and lively, also started keeping quiet in order to avoid breathing in too much of the poison fog. Eventually, the purple fog started to obscure their vision. "How much deeper are we going?" Ji Yao could not help but ask. The deepest part of the poison grassland was a forbidden area for living beings. The deeper they go, the stronger the wild beasts inside. Many experts who went to explore lost their lives here, none returned. Among them were rank 3 peak stage experts, and even rank 4. "Soon," Fang Yuan replied plainly as he walked slower, until he stopped. "Are we there?" "It's here?" Ji Yao asked happily. Fang Yuan did not say a word. He squatted down and moved away some poisonous shrubs that had a weird appearance, as a hole that was hidden by the bushes appeared before him. This hole was the size of a large bowl, it has a smooth edge. Inside the hole was pure darkness. Ji Yao saw this and her eyes were fixed on the hole, breathing roughly. This is a hole dug by a earth spike rat. They live together in thousands and even 10,000s, forming into a huge group. They live under the grass inside the soil. As long as there are vibrations in the ground, they would attack from below. Their heads are like steel spikes. Once they shoot out, it can pierce a person's feet. Even a horse's hoofs can get pierced. We cannot go forward anymore. Once we get encircled, there will be no way to survive. We will be submerged by endless rats. Along the way, we met no poison beard wolves. This shows that the earth spike rats are the lord of this area. Who knows, the earth spike rat king might be a myriad beast king. The young girl had lived in the grassland since young. She knew clearly how powerful the earth spike rats were. "No, my destination is further ahead." Fang Yuan stood up. "Chang Shan Yin. Excessive bravery is courting death. You cannot walk over this. In fact, in just a few steps, you will get attacked by the rats." Ji Yao quickly explained. But Fang Yuan smiled lightly. "Who said I am going to walk over?" Just as he said so, pitch-black wings grew on his back. "This?" Ji Yao stared with wide-opened eyes. Before she reacted, Fang Yuan already carried her up. As the girl screamed, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew above the ground. Ji Yao felt like her heart was stuck in her throat. The wind was blowing at her ears as she felt herself on swimming in clouds. Her legs could not touch the ground, thus she subconsciously grabbed Fang Yuan's neck. After a while, the young girl reacted, and laughed heartily in Fang Yuan's arms. "Chang Shan Yin, to think that you can fly. Father has a flying cloud Gu, he used to bring me to play in the sky when I was young. Sadly flying cloud Gu is a rank for Gu, I cannot use it. But even if I could, Father would not allow it, he would be afraid of me falling from the sky." Ji Yao recalled, before asking curiously, "Chang Shan Yin, what flying Gu is this? Why have I not seen it before?" The young girl did not give up. "This is the rank 3 Eagle Wings Gu. Such speed and altitude is similar to Eagle Wings Gu, but this does not look like it." Fang Yuan sighed. "You asked too many questions. Rather than asking me useless questions, why don't you spend your effort on the shadow crows ahead of us? Shadow crow. The young girl reacted, seeing 3 shadow crows in front flying towards them soundlessly. The shadow crows were large as an eagle, their bodies were black and they moved without sound. In this foggy poison grassland, they were even more stealthy. The young girl's expression paled, her voice trembling. Chang Shan Yin, how good is your flying technique? If you are not good, let's land and defend on the grassland. No worries. Fang Yuan's voice was emotionless. I'm carrying you, I cannot attack. Next, it will depend on whether your spiral water arrow is accurate. The young girl had not understood what he said when Fang Yuan flapped his wings fiercely and charged towards the 3 shadow crows. Fang Yuan used his actions to reply Ji Yao. This is too insane. He did not think of running away, but instead wants to kill these 3 shadow crows. Ji Yao was shocked. In her panic, she shot out 2 water arrows. But these 2 water arrows, one missed completely while the other grazed the shadow crow's wing. Too slow, again. Fang Yuan made a perfect turn as he flapped his wings towards the shadow crows again. What? Hey, wait, don't fight them. We are not on the ground, our opponents are the shadow crows famous for speed. Ji Yao shouted. The 2 humans and 3 birds charged towards each other in the air. As they got closer and closer, Ji Yao could see a shadow crow enlarging quickly in her vision. As they got close, the shadow crow brandished its dagger-like sharp claws. Seeing that the sharp claw was about to hit her, Ji Yao's body turned cold from fright. Her fingers and legs were stiff as she was immobilized. We're going to collide, I am going to die. Just as she had this thought, Fang Yuan kept his wings and they descended quickly, narrowly avoiding the shadow crow's claw. Next, he stretched out his wings and flapped hard, making a zigzag turn, flying up and chasing behind the shadow crow. Fire quickly! Fang Yuan shouted. Ji Yao's body reacted to his voice and subconsciously shot out a spiral water arrow. Fang Yuan's flying technique was too profound. He directly flew behind the shadow crow. Its back was completely exposed to Ji Yao. The spiral water arrow shot the shadow crow, piercing its body and causing a trail of blood. The shadow crow was killed on the spot. Like a kite with its strings cut, it fell onto the ground with a loud thump. The grassland was silent for a moment before the ground vibrated, as numerous earth spike rats popped up from underground. That shadow crow corpse was immediately dismembered and dragged into the holes made on the ground piece by piece. The large shadow crow vanished in an instant, leaving behind a pool of blood, as well as some small pieces of intestines. The young girl became overwhelmingly nervous after seeing this. If she really fell, she would immediately get attacked by the earth spike rats. She would definitely die. What are you thinking? Shoot them! Fang Yuan chided, interrupting the girl's thoughts as she hurriedly attacked, shooting over 10 arrows before killing the 2 shadow crows. The 2 shadow crows landed on the ground and were immediately taken by the earth spike rats. Ji Yao looked at this as cold sweat appeared on her face. Your accuracy is terrible. Quickly use Primeval stones to recover your Primeval essence. As Fang Yuan scolded, Ji Yao took out 1 Primeval stones, but because she was flustering, this Primeval stones fell out of her hand and landed on the ground. The young girl apologized in a sobbing tone. Focus, calm down. Display your usual ability, there will be many shadow crows later, I have to depend on you. Fang Yuan's voice became more gentle. Yes, yes. Ji Yao nodded her head in succession. After Fang Yuan consoled her, her mind slowly returned to a calm state. Chapter 430. White Bone Chariot. Fang Yuan carried Ji Yao as they safely landed on the ground. Ji Yao's legs went soft, her expression was pale and she had to catch her breath after getting back to the land, recovering slowly. During the flying process, she had killed at least 100 shadow crows. She had felt that she was struggling at death's door during the process. During the process of flying, they were in great danger, facing the assault of many waves of shadow crows, and even attracted the attack of the earth spike rats. Not only were there an endless number of shadow crows in the sky, numerous earth spikes would shoot up from the ground at times. It was a truly precarious situation. Fang Yuan spread his wings, twisted and turned, circled, dived, and rose into the sky under such attacks. Finding impossible opportunities, he managed to find a way out of the rain of attacks. I actually survived from facing such an insane number of enemies. This was Ji Yao's first thought when she landed. The relief of surviving an ordeal, an unbelievable feeling of happiness, and the after-fear of recalling the situation. After she had experienced all these, Ji Yao looked at Fang Yuan with a complicated expression as he was healing the injuries on his body. Even if the girl was ignorant, after such an experience, she knew that Fang Yuan was a grand expert in flying. Moreover, Ji Yao was not an ordinary young girl from the grassland. Her father was the leader of a tribe. In her entire life, she had been greatly influenced by him. Her horizons were expanded and she knew much more than her peers. The man before me, he has such skilled flying techniques, he is so strong. Inside that strong body of his, is there a flying eagle soul? Such flying technique can compete with lightning Dong Po Kong, water immortal Song Qing Yin, and green bat Wu Yi. This is a first-rate flying technique in northern plains. Chang Shan Yin, what kind of person are you? Fang Yuan quickly took care of his injuries. Facing a storm-like attack, even if his flying technique was top-tier, he could not avoid getting hit sometimes. Most importantly, the rank for Bone Wings GU only had rank 3 effectiveness in northern plains. At the same time, he was carrying a person. With the increase in weight, it affected his agility. But, having Ji Yao's help, the advantage was greater than the disadvantage. If she did not use Water Arrow and Water Dragon to kill the crow groups, or if she did not use Water Armor to defend us, my Primeval Essence might not be enough. Fang Yuan thought. As a southern border GU master, when I am in northern plains, my cultivation will be suppressed, but thankfully, as time passes and I slowly assimilate into northern plains, this suppression will decrease. Man is the spirit of all beings. They had great adaptability with the environment they were in. Of course, when Fang Yuan completely mixes in with northern border and his cultivation returns to normal, when he returns to southern border, he will face suppression again and would need to adapt and assimilate once again. Man can adapt to the environment, but GU worms cannot. Southern border GU worms will continue to face suppression. All my GU worms still expend the same amount of Primeval Essence, but their use is greatly reduced. Rank 4 GU worms in southern border are inferior to rank 3 northern plains GU worms here. But if he killed Ji Yao, he only had a very small chance of getting her GU worms. Only by using her like this, can this rank 3 middle stage GU master's worth be fully displayed. If not for Ji Yao, I would not be able to advance so quickly. Although her GU worms are good, I have no way of taking them. These southern border GU worms, I need to change them out. Other than considering their battle strength, they are also the greatest flaw in hiding my identity. I have to get to that battlefield. Fang Yuan sighed internally, taking out Bright Pearl GU. Fixed Immortal Travel GU is sealed inside Bright Pearl GU, like a beautiful amber. In front of Ji Yao, Fang Yuan took out Bright Pearl GU forthrightly. Dusty GU was like a cocoon, its body was dark grey, and felt like sandpaper. Fang Yuan injected Primeval Essence, and Dusty GU exploded lightly, turning into a grey smoke cloud. The grey smoke moved towards Bright Pearl GU as if it was sentient. The originally shining Bright Pearl GU was covered by this dust cover, and dimmed. The fixed Immortal Travel Gu's aura diminished once again. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when he got to Central Continent and caused the 5-region chaotic battle, some GU masters slipped into other regions to battle, and in order to hide their identities and conceal their aura, they created this method. "What are you doing?" Ji Yao asked curiously. Fang Yuan did not answer her. He kept the dimmed pearl into his pocket and continued on his journey. The two continued to advance. As the poison fog in the air became thicker, the thick purple color fog started to affect their vision. The two had to stop more frequently, using GU worms to eliminate the poison in them. A crisp sound came from the below their feet, like they had stepped on some twigs. Ji Yao directed her gaze over in suspicion, before screaming and jumping back like a rabbit. Why is there a human skull here? She said with a trembling voice. Because this is a battlefield. Fang Yuan walked ahead of her, not turning back but instead walking even faster. Battlefield? Hey, wait for me, don't go so fast. Ji Yao quickly followed after Fang Yuan. The more she walked, the more shocked she was. Before, the thick purple fog was covering her vision, but now that she got close, she could see many skeletons on the rotting grassland, skeletons of both humans and wolves. There were deep pits and trenches in the ground. Evidently, a fierce battle had taken place here. So many people died. Who engaged in such a brawl here? But the trenches and pits have already been outgrown by poisonous grass. Looking at the other traces, this battle took place at least 20 years ago. Ji Yao was behind Fang Yuan, seeing him search continuously, like he was trying to find something. She understood. So Chang Shan Yin's purpose for entering this poison grassland is this battlefield. What is he looking for? Wait, 20 years ago, in the poison grassland, there was indeed a huge battle. Father had spoken with someone about this. I was beside him at that time. A memory surfaced deep in Ji Yao's mind. Back then, Ji Yao was still young. She was only 4 or 5 years old. Her father invited an esteemed guest and brought her along with him. In the tent, the adults were talking about the heroes in the grassland. Speaking of which, Chang tribe has an amazing person. That's right, this person is an enslavement path GU master heavily nurtured by Chang tribe. He moved like the wind and attacked like the rain. He could alter his battle formations as he wished. He has great abilities. Most importantly, he is a righteous figure. He is extremely filial to his mother. This time, because his mother was poisoned by a unique poison, it can only be cured by the snow-washed GU inside the Spirea. He ignored all opposition and ventured into poison grassland alone. Sigh, that is exactly why Wolf King died. Yes, this matter was a huge scheme from start to end. Wolf King's enemy Ha2 GU planned this. Ha2 GU wanted to kill Wolf King, but he was not to be trifled with, killing all of the bandits with Ha2 GU and eliminated a huge pest for the grassland. But it is a pity for this hero, Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. He lost his life at poison grassland. Chang Shan Yin? You are Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. Thinking of this, Ji Yao opened her mouth, staring at Fang Yuan fixatedly. Oh? You know about Chang Shan Yin too? Fang Yuan replied lightly as he continued searching. But Ji Yao quickly shook her head. No, no way. Looking at his age, by now, if Chang Shan Yin is alive, he should be at least 40 years old. How can he be as young as you? Furthermore, your appearance and accent are completely different. You are not Chang Shan Yin. He, if I am not Chang Shan Yin, who am I? Oh right, who are you? Why are you impersonating a dead GU master? Ji Yao's mind was full of questions. Suddenly, her eyes brightened up. Wait! Although after Chang Shan Yin died, his mother also died of poison. But he was already married and had kids. His son is already grown up, and is quite a talented person. Don't tell me, you are Chang Shan Yin's son. Fang Yuan laughed. Just as he was about to answer, he heard a strange sound near his ears. This sound was like old wheels rolling on the ground. It was as tall as 2 men, 1.5 m in width. Its body was made of white bones. On the surface of the carriage, sharp bone spikes were protruding out. At the spoke of the wheel, there was a large skull. The skull's horrific eye sockets were burning with blood-red flames. Careful, this is Ha2 Gu's rank 5 GU, battle bone wheel. Fang Yuan had just warned when the wheel accelerated, crushing over with an imposing aura. Fang Yuan pushed with his hand, and the dragon roared, smashing on the wheel. The wheel vibrated, easily smashing the golden dragon to bits and continued to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly spread his bone wings and flew into the sky. But the wheel also lifted off from the ground, flying into the air. Fang Yuan knew he could not dodge and decided to face it head-on. Bam! He was sent flying, landing on the ground, causing his body to be covered in rotten grass. 3 spiral water arrows shot the wheel consecutively. The white bone wheel landed on the ground, causing mud to splash. It gave up on Fang Yuan, turning its target to Ji Yao, rolling over. Ji Yao quickly activated the water trace Ji Yu, summoning her water armor and dodging while attacking back. Fang Yuan also arrived quickly and started to assist her. The opponent was a rank 5 Ji Yu. It was Ha-Tu Gu's core Ji Yu. After Ha-Tu Ji Yu died, it became a wild Ji Yu and ate white bones as food. White bone wheel's attack was fierce, it often crushed its opponents into meat paste. Fang Yuan was suppressed, and his battle strength was lowered. He also did not bring a rank 5 Ji Yu, he could not face the white bone wheel directly. His original plan was to avoid the white bone wheel and find Chang Shan Yin's corpse. But with Ji Yao to assist him, he changed his plans and decided to battle. After fighting for 4 hours, using the kiting tactic devised by Fang Yuan, the two bullied the white bone wheel's lack of intelligence, taking breaks in turns and eventually caused the white bone wheel to fall over. Once the battle was decided, Fang Yuan placed both hands on the white bone wheel, sending his will and primeval essence into it. White bone wheel was a rank 5 Ji Yu. Even if he had the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada and fixed Immortal Travel Ji Yu, they could not help him to instantly refine it. But the wheel was full of cracks, it was almost going to break apart, it was a step away from being destroyed. With Fang Yuan's 100-man soul, he had ample mental energy, and with his firm will, he continuously injected primeval essence into it. After spending 15 minutes, he finally subdued it. Chapter 431. Chang Shan Yin's death. Fang Yuan's mind entered his aperture. After the white bone wheel entered his aperture, it floated along the waves of his true gold primeval sea, half sinking and half floating, showing a lifeless appearance. Ji Yu worms naturally get hurt, damaged, or even die. This white bone wheel is already on the verge of destruction and can no longer be used, unless I can find the bone bamboo Ji Yu and combine it with the ghost fire Ji Yu to repair it. Fang Yuan thought in his heart. There are many healing Ji Yu which are not intended for human bodies. Some Ji Yu, such as wolf smoke Ji Yu, are specifically used to treat the injuries of wolves, while other Ji Yu, like pig iron Ji Yu, are used to treat chainsaw golden centipede. Bone bamboo Ji Yu, combined with ghost fire Ji Yu, can repair the damage of the white bone wheel so that it can function again. Speaking of the battle bone wheel Ji Yu, it's actually quite famous, since it was used by the rank 8 demonic Ji Yu immortal Shen Jiao. He was also known as the Proud Bone Demon Lord. His talent was outstanding and shocking. When he became a rank 6 Ji Yu immortal, he lacked a rank 6 Ji Yu. He came up with a killer move known as White Bone Chariot. The White Bone Chariot consisted of many rank 5 Ji Yu, such as the White Bone Wheel, and had power comparable to a rank 6 Ji Yu. By the virtue of his ingenuity, Shen Jiao reached rank 8 realm, and made his killer moves White Bone Battlefield famous in the world. It was a killer move that combined 3 Immortal Gu's power. It was even more powerful than before. He used this to dominate the world, killing an uncountable number of Ji Yu immortals. His fierce name spread wide as he caused the righteous path to be helpless. Sigh, when can I reach such a stage? In his past life, Fang Yuan lived for about 500 years, and became a rank 6 Ji Yu immortal, one step away from rank 7. When he later refined the Spring-Autumn Cicada, he was attacked by the righteous path and consequently self-detonated. Every time he thought about Blood Sea Ancestor, Proud Bone Demon Lord, Soul Spectre Demon Venerable, all of them were amazing characters, Fang Yuan could not help but be impressed. As a man living in present age, I should be like this, unrestrained by the mortal realm, doing things without worry, killing whoever I dislike. When my heart is evil, I slaughter all beings, and when I am virtuous, I bless the world. The world moves according to my emotions, I dominate everything, any enemy who resists me are trampled underfoot. Oh, this is a true freedom, a cheerful and carefree life. Fang Yuan let out a heartfelt sigh and took out a bright pearl Gu from his pocket. Bright pearl Gu was already dusty, its light was dim. Sealed inside was fixed immortal travel, the aura of the immortal Gu was also fading. Fang Yuan took out the dark toss Gu. This Gu and dusty Gu looked almost the same, a silkworm cocoon-like shape, except it was deep black in color. Fang Yuan transferred his Primeval essence, the black silkworm cocoon wiggled up, 10 tendrils twisted out, twisting like snakes, and climbed on the bright pearl Gu. In just a short moment, the bright pearl Gu was enveloped by a black silkworm cocoon. This was known as tossing pearls in the dark. It was developed during the Battle of the 5 Regions, to completely conceal the aura of Gu worms. Because of this, fixed immortal travel's aura was even fainter now. Warrior Chang Shan Yin, you are trying to seal this beautiful jade butterfly. Ji Yao stood to the side and gradually understood Fang Yuan's intention. Fang Yuan gave her a mysterious smile and kept the dark pearl into his pocket and continued to be buried in his research of the battlefield. This battlefield was created 20 years ago, after the battle between Chang Shan Yin and Ha-Tu Gu. Chang Shan Yin was a rank 4 peak stage Gu master, while Ha-Tu Gu was already a rank 5 initial stage Gu master who also lead a large band of subordinates. The two were originally childhood friends, but they fell in love with the same woman. The woman ultimately chose Chang Shan Yin, and from then on Ha-Tu Gu became filled with a jealous rage. This led to an unceasing hostility growing between the two of them, a hatred that could only be washed away with the blood of the other. After Ha-Tu Gu poisoned Chang Shan Yin's mother, in order to find the snow-washed Gu, he led the wolf packs deep into the poisonous plains. When he reached the plains, Chang Shan Yin set up an ambush there. When Ha-Tu Gu brought his gang of bandits and came, as large groups of wolves attacked from all directions. This was a bitter fight to the death, until the sun went down. Eventually, the wolves were all killed, along with all the horse bandits, who were either killed or fled. Chang Shan Yin was at his limits, and Ha-Tu Gu's Primeval essence was exhausted. The two resorted to fighting with their bare hands. Both men fought till their eyes turned red and made use of everything in their surroundings to gain the advantage. They wrestled together, biting with their teeth, clawing with their hands, until they finally expended all their strength, and collapsed to the ground, with barely enough strength to breathe. The life and death enemies, once incomparably close friends, were only 2 or 3 steps away from each other, but all they could do was gasp for air and stare at each other. They were powerful Gu masters, one a righteous hero, the other a demonic devil, yet both had lost their strength. At this moment, both were as fragile as a child. If a rabbit came running and blocked their face, they would suffocate to death. They were at a deadlock, when suddenly Ha-Tu Gu suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. He was, after all, a rank 5 Gu master, and his Primeval essence recovery rate was quicker compared to Chang Shan Yin's. His Primeval essence recovered first, enough for him to cast a poisonous bone spear. Seeing the bone spear being shot towards him, Chang Shan Yin's eyes widened, as a miracle burst of strength emerged in him. Using all his strength, he managed to turn half his body, but the poisonous bone spear, which had been aimed at his head, still pierced his chest. The intensity of the pain made Chang Shan Yin roar, but by relying on the wolf strength Gu to increase his strength, he managed to break the bone spear and clutched it tightly in his hand. Slowly, he dragged his body towards Ha-Tu Gu's side. In the end, Chang Shan Yin took the poisonous bone spear and stabbed it into the eyes of Ha-Tu Gu, ending the life of his mortal enemy. Although Chang Shan Yin had won, the poison of the bone spear had already spread throughout his whole body. By utilizing all the Primeval essence that he had just recovered, he activated the Wolf Fetus Burial Gu. This Gu utilized 108 different species of pregnant female wolves, and its specialty was to save a life. If long as they had one breath left, the user could be saved. Chang Shan Yin used the Gu, drilled into the ground, and fell asleep. About 30 years later, a rank 3 GU master, Ma Hongyun, was chased to the battlefield by a pack of wolves. In his desperation, he coincidentally managed to find the buried Chang Shan Yin. After Ma Hongyun saved Chang Shan Yin, the latter not only helped him repel the wolves, but also helped him become one of the 4 great generals. In the future struggle for power in the grassland, Chang Shan Yin contributed countless merits, and Ma Hongyun, who was born as a slave, became the lord of the imperial court. Chang Shan Yin experienced both ups and downs of life. His tale was quite legendary. His story spread widely throughout the north. It was no secret. Later, with the aid of Ma Hongyun, he became a rank 7 GU immortal, receiving the title of Sky Wolf General, gaining even greater authority. Ultimately, while resisting the invasion of the central continent, he died in battle, and his descendants passed down his biography. This is also why Fang Yuan was so knowledgeable about his history. His long search had finally come to an end. Fang Yuan stepped forward and found a huge wolf tail on the grass. The wolf tail, covered with mud, was covered by poisonous grass and could hardly be seen. If it wasn't for Fang Yuan's persistence and careful search, it would have been impossible to find. Originally, while Ma Hongyun was escaping, he tripped on this wolf tail. When he pulled on the wolf tail, he saved not only Chang Shan Yin, but also himself. Fang Yuan was feeling overwhelmed by emotions. He grabbed the wolf tail and forcibly pulled it out. Suddenly, the land writhed, and a huge female wolf's body appeared out of the ground. Its eyes were closed, the whole body covered in purple fur, with a white belly. It was humongous. Even while it was lying down, it was taller than a person. Ji Yao hurriedly ran over, her face flushed with surprise. What wolf is this? Why is it so big? Ah, it looks like a female wolf. Look at its belly, it must be pregnant. It's not a wolf, it's a GU. Fang Yuan said, taking out a sharp knife from moving perspective cup GU. He sliced open the belly of the wolf, causing a long gash to appear. Immediately, the wolf's bulging belly was torn open, and a large amount of amniotic fluid, mixed with blood, spewed all over the ground. The lower part of Fang Yuan's body was soaked. Ji Yao saw what was happening, and hurriedly jumped out of the way to avoid becoming a victim of the filth. She then widened her mouth in surprise, crying out, "Why is there a man inside the wolf's womb?" As the amniotic fluid continued to flow out, a person also came out. It was the true Chang Shan Yin. His eyes were closed, and his body was full of injuries, especially the part with the half-bone spear sticking out. He was covered in thick amniotic fluids, his expression showing great pain, and his skin was green. Fang Yuan quickly squatted down and extended his hands. It looked like he was observing the injuries of Chang Shan Yin, but in fact, he secretly pinched the neck of Chang Shan Yin. Poor Chang Shan Yin, a hero who succeeded in killing his enemy, and lived for another 20 years using his GU worm. After another 10 years or so, his fated lord appeared and saved him. But now that Fang Yuan had stepped in, the future of this man, the famous Sky Wolf General and the future rank 7 GU immortal, was killed. Chang Shan Yin died while he was unconscious, unable to resist, letting out only a faint breath. When Fang Yuan killed him, his body did not even tremble. Needless to say, since he was unconscious, he could not self-detonate his GU worms. Fang Yuan's mind entered his aperture and immediately found several Tortoise Breath GU inside. Tortoise Breath GU was a storage GU, like the Bright Pearl GU, it was used to seal GU worms. Before Chang Shan Yin entered the belly of the wolf, to prevent his GU worms from starving to death, he sealed his GU worms one by one in the Tortoise Breath GU. They were rank 4 GU, shaped like oval stones, and were slightly larger in size than a fist. The surface of the stones was covered with markings, similar to that of a tortoise shell. By leaking the aura of the spring-autumn cicada, Fang Yuan instantly refined these Tortoise Breath GU. He took all the tortoises out, and under the watchful eyes of Ji Yao, he crushed them all one by one to reveal the GU inside. There were a total of 8 GU from the enslavement path, all of which were precious rank 4 GU worms. Some of them were even more precious than ordinary rank 5 GU. Chang Shan Yin meticulously arranged this collection, and with this set of Gu, he made a reputation for himself in Northern Plains. Using this set of Gu, he killed rank 5 Gu masters before. And with the help of Spring-Autumn Cicada, all of them became Fang Yuan's possession. And now, I finally have an excellent set of rank 4 Gu from Northern Plains. The corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Chapter 432. Human Skin Gu. But merely retrieving the Gu worms was not the whole purpose of Fang Yuan's journey. After placing all of the Gu worms into his aperture, he turned his attention to Chang Shan Yin's corpse. He started using Gu worms, helping the body to detoxify. "Isn't he already dead?" Ji Yao asked by his side, looking confused. Detoxifying a living person made sense, but what was the point of detoxifying a corpse? Fang Yuan did not bother turning to answer her, but told her, "Stop looking, use your cleansing Gu and help." Fang Yuan and Ji Yao worked in turns. Gradually, Chang Shan Yin's corpse was losing its toxicity. "Don't tell me, is he Chang Shan Yin? He's your father." Ji Yao had a sudden realization, and sent a look of inquiry towards Fang Yuan. "No, Chang Shan Yin's son is a native of Northern Plains. Looking at your appearance, you're obviously a foreigner." Fang Yuan let out a cold grunt, saying expressionlessly, "I told you, I am Chang Shan Yin." As the toxins in his body were purged, the surface of Chang Shan Yin's skin gradually returned to its natural complexion, losing the wretched green color that came as a result of the poison. Fang Yuan, upon seeing that the cleansing was almost complete, asked the girl to step back. He stripped Chang Shan Yin of his clothes, and rinsed them with water. You want to bring his body back?" Ji Yao surmised. However, Fang Yuan's following actions immediately overturned her conjecture. She saw Fang Yuan retrieve a regiment of black ants from his aperture. Fang Yuan injected his Primeval essence, and the black ants immediately rushed towards Chang Shan Yin's pale and naked corpse and began to consume it. The black ants crawled all over Chang Shan Yin, swallowing all of his skin into their stomach, turning the corpse into a mess of fleshy tendons, and leaving the body beyond recognition. Ji Yao saw what was happening, and resisted the urge to vomit. Fang Yuan collected the ants once they were done, took out a seed, and planted it into the ground. As he poured his Primeval essence, the seed began to grow at a visible rate, rooting, germinating, and blooming into a beautiful flower. The flower was in full bloom, yet it was quite strange in that it appeared as if it was covered in a membrane of skin, like the inner flesh of a mouth. The inner petals also had a row of tiny jagged sawtooth. The black ants converged into a group, climbing up the flower, and entered the core of the flower. The flower then closed again, its jagged teeth whirling wildly. As the teeth rubbed against each other, it made a humming sound, and made the whole flower tremble. Fang Yuan took out another Gu worm, which Ji Yao failed to recognize. The Gu turned into a multicolored blaze, and attached itself to the top of the flower. The flower twisted wildly while it burned in the flame, giving off a sharp shriek. The shriek of the flower was so sharp that it forced Ji Yao to cover her ears and move backward several more steps. At this point, the girl realized that something was amiss. This strange method reeked of the demonic path. Ji Yao's complexion paled, and when she looked at Fang Yuan, she saw that his face had not changed. Standing on the spot, both his eyes were shining as he paid attention to the flower. "Open!" Suddenly, both of Fang Yuan's eyes emitted an explosion of light as he shouted loudly. The corolla of the flower opened up a small slit, allowing the multicolored flame to enter. Afterwards, the whole flower suddenly exploded and a Gu worm flew out. The Gu worm had a multicolored tint, constantly transforming, occasionally yellow-green, and occasionally blood-violet. Like a smoky fog that was rising upwards. Human Skin Gu, the refinement has finally been completed. Fang Yuan, upon seeing it, let out a sigh of relief. Next, he willed, retrieving an old removal Gu from his aperture, as it turned into a cooling breeze. The breeze flew out of the aperture, flowing all over Fang Yuan's body, permeating his skin, tendons, and bones. Fang Yuan had originally used 3 Gu, ancient bronze skin, essence iron bones, and golden steel tendons, to modify his body, and now it was all washed away. Then, from the moving perspective cup Gu, he took out a sharp dagger. The following scene is going to be a bit bloody, you should close your eyes. With his hand clutching the dagger, he gave his warning to Ji Yao. Ji Yao hurriedly took a breath, looking at Fang Yuan in confusion, unable to speak a word. Then at the next moment, the girl's pupils shrank, both of her hands covered her mouth, unable to suppress her alarmed yelp. Under her horrified gaze, Fang Yuan pointed the dagger to his chest and softly sliced it. He had cut from himself from the neck down to his abdomen. Yet strangely enough, his blood did not flow out, he had prepared a staunch bleeding Gu in advance. After that, Fang Yuan expressionlessly slit the dagger along the middle of his body, then he stretched out his hand and ripped the skin off of his chest. The girl, upon seeing this horrifically violent scene, could not help but repeatedly step backwards again, her entire face had turned pale like paper. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth to endure the pain, and under the urging of his mind, the colorful smoke that was floating in midair covered his whole chest. In the midst of the strange sound, Fang Yuan's bare and bloody chest was covered by a new layer of skin. The peculiarity of it was, although the skin had just grown, it did not have the expected baby-like tenderness, instead it had the pale solidity of old skin. Then, Fang Yuan repeated the process, peeling the skin of his arms and his legs, completely removing them, to grow a new layer of skin. This, don't tell me. Ji Yao could gradually see what was happening, and was flabbergasted. When he was peeling the skin of his back, Fang Yuan was somewhat troubled, but under his strenuous effort, he managed to succeed. Eventually, it was time for the most critical part, the face. Fang Yuan stopped for a moment, taking a quick rest, then, lifting up his dagger, he aimed at the tip at his eyelid. Ji Yao watched with her whole body trembling, yet Fang Yuan's hands were steady like they were cast iron, each of his actions were precise and minute. He first cut his eyelids off, followed by his eye sockets, the knife tip curved out and reached his ear, and moved from his cheek to his chin. Turning around at his chin, he did the same to the other side, and ended up completing a circle. Next, Ji Yao saw Fang Yuan removing his own face, her heart pounded furiously, and her legs felt weak. The colorful smoke then flew over again, and grew a new layer of skin. Subsequently, Fang Yuan did the same to the skin on his neck, ears, and scalp. When he turned his face to look at Ji Yao, he had already changed into a new person, sporting the appearance of Chang Shan Yin. "I told you, I am Chang Shan Yin," he said in a bland tone. Ji Yao looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. He had actually spoken in a perfect Northern Plains accent. Of course Fang Yuan could speak in the Northern accent, he just chose not to earlier. You. Her finger was pointed at Fang Yuan, her body trembled violently, her face had turned pale, and her expression was filled with horror. Fang Yuan laughed in disdain internally. The human body is merely a sack of flesh, I was just changing the sack, what was the point of making such a fuss? The so-called beauty and ugly are superficially and weak things. If this is Earth, people have no powers and the immortal path is cut, then so be it. But in this world, only eternal life is worth pursuing. This human skin Gu, hundreds of years later, it would be developed by Gu masters during the 5-region chaotic battle. It could be used by Gu masters to cleverly disguise themselves as another person, with their face being identical. Many of Central Continent's Gu masters, using human skin Gu, were able to penetrate deep into enemy headquarters. Allowing for secret assassinations and mass destruction, it had greatly augmented the military power of the Central Continent, making the 4 other regions panic and doubt each other. Not paying any attention to the pretty lady who was scared out of her wits, Fang Yuan stood where he was and brought his hands to eye level to observe them. By now, his hands had completely changed. His fingerprints and palm prints were exactly the same as Chang Shan Yin's. His chest was originally smooth and flat, but now it sported chest hair that extended downwards from his throat to his crotch. He felt his own nose, a northern man's stiff nose, then he felt his rough cheeks. He took out a mirror and observed his features. His face had already become that of Chang Shan Yin, going to the extent that he had begun to grow hair in the same style. Even the grey hair that came with old age were completely replicated. Human skin Gu, it referred to the fact that human skin was the main ingredient of the Gu worm. In addition, the transformation was a complete transformation. Not just skin, but hair, eye color, the shape of his bones, and even old injuries were completely replicated. Ji Yao looked at Fang Yuan. It felt like a dead man had just resurrected. Who the hell are you? She stared at Fang Yuan, full of vigilance and alertness. Fang Yuan gave her a smile, saying gently, I told you, I am Chang Shan Yin. Do you think I'm a fool? Just a moment ago, I saw the whole thing. I saw it firsthand till the end. Also, you are an outsider. Stop using our northern accent to speak. The girl shrieked. Her expression looked almost deranged. Fang Yuan looked at her with a considerate gaze, his face showing great wisdom that came with age. He let out a sigh filled with great emotion. Little lady, rest assured, I mean you no harm. I am Chang Shan Yin. From the beginning to the end, I did not lie to you. So how do you explain what just happened? The young girl asked. Fang Yuan's eyes glanced upwards, ignoring the girl, and looked at the sky. His expression was in daze as he spoke in a reminiscent tone. Little lady, have you ever heard of soul seizure? Soul seizure? Ji Yao had a blank look, her eyes flickered with confusion, and her tone was uncertain. You mean, when a body is taken over by another soul? Fang Yuan slowly and gently explained, it seems you have heard about it before. Yes, you're right, I was on the verge of death, with no one to rescue me, so I had no choice but to escape with my soul. In Poison Grassland, it is cloudy all year round, and the sun isn't visible, which allowed my soul to wander freely. I wandered for a whole 20 years, until I was able to seize the body of a foreign Gu master. While I teleported back with my Gu worm, I met you coincidentally. Really? Is what you are saying really true? He, if I meant you harm, I would have killed you long ago. There would have been no reason to allow you to accompany me here, or even teaching you how to battle right. If I wanted to guard against you, I wouldn't have let you witness these things. You are a Northern Plains native, and I am the great Chang Shan Yin. I wouldn't do despicable things to a girl such as yourself. Why was it that I only managed to seize a body after 20 years? It was because I did not want to slaughter a Northern Plains native for my own selfish reasons. Little lady, will you attack me because of an outsider? Fang Yuan's smile was bright as the sun, speaking in a righteous tone. Chapter 433. Snow Wash Gu. Ji Yao gradually let her guard down. Your words are reasonable. If you truly are Chang Shan Yin, then you would be the great hero of our northern plains. For a mere outsider, I definitely wouldn't make things difficult for you. Yet how can you prove your identity? Fang Yuan chuckled and his expression changed, revealing a trace of the arrogance that belonged to a senior expert. I, Chang Shan Yin, will neither change my name or surname. I am me. Why would I need to prove myself? Little girl, if you want to leave now, I will definitely not stop you. Fang Yuan's statement of allowing her to leave succeeded in shaking Ji Yao's doubts, creating enormous hesitation in her heart. Fang Yuan did not miss this chance. Little girl, it's all right to be on guard, but just think, how many opportunities did I have to kill you on the way? There is no need to mention anything else, just think of the time we spent flying. I just had to release my hands and you would have fallen into the Earth Spike Rat group. Your death would have been certain. But didn't I do that? Our meeting was fated. Since you had the courage to flee your marriage, why don't you have courage to face me? Fang Yuan observed her expression and knew the time was ripe, finishing off his explanation. Come with me, you are still young. It is not safe for you to wander around the depths of Poison Grassland alone. Didn't you tell me you were searching for the Snow Spirit? You want to find a Snow Wash Gu in the Snow Spirit, and bring it back to the clan to earn great merit, allowing you to cancel your marriage, correct? Honestly speaking, that line of thinking isn't realistic. 1 or 2 Snow Wash Gu won't change your situation. It just so happens I also need a Snow Wash Gu. I will bring you along to search for the Snow Spirit and capture a few Snow-Wash Gu, then I will take you back to your tribe and personally persuade your father. What do you think? Really? Ji Yao's eyes immediately shone brightly. I remember that father idolizes you, saying that you were a great hero. Father will definitely listen to you. But what do you still need the Snow-Wash Gu for? Your mother has already passed away. Sigh. Fang Yuan's voice was melancholic, his expression lonely. He lowered his head before smiling bitterly. I already know my mother passed away due to poison over 20 years ago. I could not find the Snow-Wash Gu and return in time. I was unfilial. Do you know, since then, Snow-Wash Gu had already become my obsession? I must definitely capture one and kneel in front of my mother's tomb to repent. Tears fell down Fang Yuan's cheeks as he spoke of this. The girl looked at Fang Yuan's tears and was thoroughly convinced by Fang Yuan's lies. Her heart ached and consoled, Senior Chang Shan Yin, this is not your fault. Everything was because of that damned Ha-Tu Gu. Don't speak anymore, let's go. Fang Yuan waved his hand and walked forward. I am sorry, I was wrong. I should not have doubted you. Ji Yao felt a twinge of guilt, immediately following behind Fang Yuan to apologize. Fang Yuan consoled the girl, causing her inner guilt to become even heavier. The two continued to walk to the depths of poison grassland. The purple fog continued to become denser and even poison-resistant wild beasts like poison beard wolves rarely appeared. After walking 200 to 300 li, Fang Yuan and Ji Yao had no choice but to use their Gu to detoxify themselves. After walking another 500 to 600 li, the poisonous purple fog became so dense that they could not even see their own hands. Ji Yao's fog sparrow Gu had already lost its use in such a situation. However, Fang Yuan was already prepared and could still scout the distance of 1,000 steps. Senior Chang Shan Yin, we should return. We can still go in another direction, maybe we can find the Snow Spirit there. If we go any deeper, I'm afraid. Ji Yao's face was suffused with a purple color. She had already reached the point where she could endure no more. But Fang Yuan shook his head and refused to accept her suggestion, persisting on moving forward. The girl did not understand, but Fang Yuan was understood that Snow Spirit grew in very poisonous environments. And this poisonous grassland also had a lot of history. In the deepest part of poison grassland, there was a blessed land where rank the 7 Gu Immortal Ran, titled Lady Poison Scorpion, resided. An uncountable number of poisonous grass grew on her Zidu blessed land with many large poisonous swamps and marshes. Large amounts of poisonous beasts and poisonous Gu lived on her blessed land. The toxins of these poisonous beings accumulated to such an intensity that even the blessed land could not endure it. Thus, every few years, the blessed land's entrance would open to release the dense toxic gas outside. Most of the toxic gas formed into the purple poison fog in the poisonous grassland. Some creatures at the lowest rung of the blessed land also took this chance to sneak out. Thus, there were large numbers of poison beard wolves in the poisonous grassland. After a long period of this cycle, a complete change occurred to the surroundings of Zidu blessed land. Dark clouds covered the surroundings all year round, creating a world devoid of light. Purple fog lingered and tormented all living beings. Large numbers of poisonous grass grew, and the poison beard wolves rampaged around outskirts of the poisoned lands. The grassland had become a forbidden zone for living beings and was named the poisonous grassland by the mortals out of fear. Zidu blessed land was at the center of the poisonous grassland, and the place Fang Yuan was currently at was around the center. In the depths of the grassland, dense poisonous fog lingered all year round, encouraging the growth of a large number of Snow Spirit. Fang Yuan knew if he persevered in moving forward a little longer, he would definitely see the Snow Spirit. Sure enough, as he had expected, after walking forward another few hundred steps, Fang Yuan discovered a Snow Spirit. The Snow Spirit was 20 feet tall. It had numerous branches and leaves on a pitch-black trunk, contrasted by the countless drooping Spirit branches that were pure white. Within the dense purple fog, it appeared sacred and noble. Fang Yuan walked to the Snow Spirit with Ji Yao, who immediately let out a shout of joy. The two began to carefully observe the snow-white leaves on the spiraea branches. Soon enough, Ji Yao discovered one leaf that had already turned into a Gu. It was a Snow-Wash Gu, an invaluable rank for Gu. Snow-Wash Gu's detoxification ability was extraordinary, widely acknowledged by the Northern Plains Gu masters. The two searched for a long while and found 3 Snow-Wash Gu. Fang Yuan only took one and gave the other 2 to Ji Yao, causing the girl to inwardly feel grateful. After he acquired the Snow-Wash Gu, Fang Yuan took out a dark pearl. The Immortal Gu, fixed immortal travel, was sealed inside, and at that moment, it quietly let out a slight amount of its immortal aura. If this aura persisted, it would easily be discovered by Gu immortals. It is time. Fang Yuan willed and summoned a Gu from his aperture. He poured his Primeval essence towards the Gu at once, turning the Gu into a red iron cabinet, which then firmly sealed the dark pearl. Immediately, the Immortal Gu aura was cut without the slightest bit leaking out. This was the Gu worm Fang Yuan captured on San Cha Mountain, unique to Tai Clan Iron Cabinet Gu. Fang Yuan carried the iron cabinet on his back and walked back the way they came with Ji Yao. After walking around 200 to 300 li, Fang Yuan stopped and took out Earth Treasury Flower King Gu, stored the iron cabinet in its stamen, then planted it deep under the ground. This Gu was a rank 5 Gu and Fang Yuan had to spend quite some effort to plant it. His Primeval essence was not enough, thus for a period, he had to pour Primeval essence slowly while he absorbed Primeval stones. It took him whole 4 hours before he finished. At Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had obtained Flower Wine Monk's inheritance. The Flower Wine Monk had hidden his Gu worms into Earth Treasury Flower Gu. Earth Treasury Flower Gu was only a rank 2 Gu, and only after it advanced again and again, could it become a rank 5 Earth Treasury Flower King. When Earth Treasury Flower King bloomed open, it was 10 times larger than Earth Treasury Flower. It had huge dark golden petals that were as soft as silk, and in the depths of its stamen was dark golden floral liquid. However, when Earth Treasury Flower King closed shut, its whole size was smaller than an infant's fist. It completely curled up in the depths of the ground, not leaking out the slightest bit of aura. After planting the Earth Treasury Flower King, Fang Yuan carefully destroyed all traces of it on the ground. At this moment, he had genuinely and completely hidden the Immortal Gu fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan's aperture could not store fixed immortal travel. He could only use this method to hide the Immortal Gu and retrieve it in the future. In such a vast grassland, who would think an extremely precious Immortal Gu was buried here? Yet the aura of the Immortal Gu had still been a problem. Its aura would persist for a long while and attract Gu immortals. Thus, Fang Yuan had intermittently sealed the Immortal Gu when he buried it. It was to guard against a Gu immortal search. Unless, the Gu immortals that come possess an investigative Immortal Gu, capable of seeing through the ground and scouting hundreds of li deep into the ground, the possibility of its discovery is slim. If fixed immortal travel Gu was truly discovered by some Gu immortal and taken, Fang Yuan could only attribute it to his bad luck. However, even if that happened, he would absolutely not bring fixed immortal travel with him. Compared to the Immortal Gu, he felt his own life was more precious. The two continued moving through the grassland and returned to that battlefield. When they reached the place, Fang Yuan looked for another direction and did not move along their original way, using Ji Yao's Return Heart Gu to point the direction. The return trip was not smooth. Fang Yuan and Ji Yao encountered the attacks of wolf groups time and again. They even encountered 1,000 wolf groups 3 or 4 times. Fang Yuan could only grab Ji Yao and fly to the sky to avoid this calamity. As the two got closer to the outer edge of poison grassland, the number of wolves and difficulty they encountered decreased. About 100 poison-beard wolves pounced upon Fang Yuan and Ji Yao. Fang Yuan laughed brightly. He was happy instead of shocked as he flew to the air and pointed down. A rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu turned into a lump of blue smoke and descended, enshrouding the 100-beast wolf king. The 100-beast wolf king struggled intensely, its soul resisting strongly. But in front of Fang Yuan's 100-man soul, it failed utterly. When Fang Yuan landed on the ground, the 100-beast Wolf King ran around Fang Yuan's feet with its tail swaying like a little puppy. The wolf group it brought also remained motionless under its command, becoming Fang Yuan's minions. This was already the second wolf group Fang Yuan had subdued. As they continued, Fang Yuan's strength became stronger, the wolf group around him growing larger. Their trip of death before had unknowingly become a leisurely outing. When the wolf group following Fang Yuan increased to 1,000 wolves, with 400 beast wolf kings, poison grassland was no longer scary. With this safety, Fang Yuan began to settle the Gu worms from southern border. Northern Plains natives were xenophobic. His original appearance would have made him suffer exclusion and vigilance wherever he walked, making it difficult for him to do things, and the southern border Gu worms were also enormous flaws which could expose his identity. The innately cautious Fang Yuan would not allow these gaps to exist. All the Gu worms on him that were not from Northern Plains must be dealt with. Chapter 434. Chang Shan Yin, be my husband. The wide and huge poison grassland became even darker at night. Wind blew near the ears as the howling of wolves could be heard, resembling the cries of wandering spirits. A fire was burning silently on the grassland. Ji Yao got close to the fire, expelling the chill in her body. There was a pot on top of the fire, and a meat soup was cooking in it, emitting a fragrant smell. Ji Yao swallowed her saliva as her hunger intensified. Eventually, she gulped and asked Fang Yuan, Senior Chang Shan Yin, "Can this meat soup be eaten already?" Fang Yuan sat opposite the young girl. The two were separated by the fire. "No rush, this dried meat has just entered the pot, it needs to cook to a boil. Wait a while more, when the meat is soft and juicy, it will be extremely delicious." Fang Yuan took out the moving perspective cup Gu as he said plainly. "Oh, we still have to wait so long." Ji Yao pouted, her beautiful face was shining in the flame. Together with her long robe exclusive to Northern Plains and her beautiful accessories, it showed a unique style. But such a tranquil scene was not enough for Fang Yuan to take a second look. His gaze was on the moving perspective cup Gu. Moving perspective cup Gu was a rank 5 Gu. Now that it was in Northern Plains, it was suppressed to rank 4. Speaking of capacity, it was weaker than other rank 4 Gu. It was expensive to feed, one of the most expensive among the rank 5 Gu worms. It was also extremely heavy on Primeval essence consumption. But why did Fang Yuan choose it specifically, expending his energy and resources to refine it? That is because it originated from thieving heaven demon Venerable. He stole from heaven and robbed earth. He was the wealthiest Venerable in history. He spent his entire life's effort to find the rumored legendary Space Cave. Space Cave was first depicted in the legends of Ren Zhu. It was a forbidden ground on the same level as the River of Time. In the River of Time, there were large numbers of Time Path Gu worms. Inside the Space Cave, there were countless Space Path Gu worms. It connected the 5 regions, hidden in a place no one knew. Pushing open a door from inside the Space Cave, one can reach any place in the world. The door that connected the Space Cave was also known as the Space Door. Space Door was omnipresent. It could be in a narrow crack, or in the wide and boundless sky. Where there is space, there is a door into Space Cave. But from the past until now, very little people could find the Space Cave, not to mention going inside. In the entire human history, only one person had managed to enter and exit it. Thieving heaven demon Venerable discovered the recipe of the moving perspective cup Gu. His intention was to send this moving perspective cup Gu into the Space Cave, and bring out large numbers of wild Gu worms inside it. 400 years later, his blessed land was excavated, and all sorts of Gu immortals competed for it. The recipe of the moving perspective cup Gu was also spread as a result. Its strong effect quickly caused many Gu immortals to recommend it, and it became famous throughout the regions. Fang Yuan took out the Golden Dragon Gu from his aperture. The rank for Golden Dragon Gu was suppressed into a rank 3. After it flew out, it entered the moving perspective cup Gu. Fang Yuan injected large amounts of Primeval essence into the moving perspective cup Gu. This cup with a gold top and silver bottom immediately gave off a strong gold and silver light, floating in the air. Fang Yuan pulled back his hand and pushed the cup slightly forward. The moving perspective cup Gu moved forward until it vanished. First, the sides vanished, and then half the cup was gone. Finally it vanished in mid-air. Ji Yao stood up abruptly, staring with wide-opened eyes as she saw this strange scene. At the same time, far away in Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Little Hu Immortal suddenly had a feeling, immediately teleporting into Dang Hun Palaces. Secret Room. In the secret room, a moving perspective cup Gu gave off a shining radiance as it floated in the sky. As if it was pulled by an invisible force, it moved forward slowly before vanishing in the air. When moving perspective cup Gu completely vanished, Fang Yuan stretched out both his palms parallel to the ground as he activated his Primeval essence again. Suddenly, a golden silver light burst out in his palm. Immediately after, Ji Yao saw the rim of a cup appearing, gradually growing to become half the cup, and finally the entire cup appeared from thin air. When the light faded, the cup-like Gu worms landed in Fang Yuan's palms. Done! Fang Yuan muttered. Seeing this cup, he knew that his plans did not go out of control. Senior Chang Shan Yin, what did you do? This Gu doesn't seem right. Ji Yao walked a few steps towards Fang Yuan and asked curiously. In what way? Fang Yuan laughed lightly, taking out a Primeval stone and recovering his Primeval essence quickly. Ji Yao did not speak, she only stared at moving perspective cup Gu, when suddenly her eyes shone, as she shouted, this Gu is not the same. Originally it was golden top and silver bottom, but now it is silver top and golden bottom. There was not just one moving perspective Gu, there were two. These two Gu worms, one was golden top and silver bottom, while the other was silver top and golden bottom. The two together made up the complete moving perspective cup Gu. Before Fang Yuan left, he brought one with him while placing the other in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. When he injected his Primeval essence, the two moving perspective cup Gu entered the space cave and swapped positions with each other inside the space cave. The one that was in the Blessed Land thus came to Fang Yuan. As for the cup that held Golden Dragon Gu, it returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the past, thieving heaven demon Venerable wanted to rely on the moving perspective cup Gu to steal the Gu worms inside space cave. He failed and did not achieve his goal. But the moving perspective cup Gu, in another way, was a great success. Using the omnipresent space cave, a pair of moving perspective cup Gu could interchange in the space cave and transport resources between two places. Most importantly, it was rank 5, it was not a unique Immortal Gu. In Fang Yuan's previous life, during the chaotic battle of the 5 regions, moving perspective cup Gu was a must-have Gu for all factions. Even Gu Immortals competed for it. Fang Yuan took out a letter from this moving perspective cup Gu. It was written by Little Hu Immortal, stating the current situation in the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had only been in Poison Grassland for 5 to 6 days, but a month had already passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The letter stated that other than Dang Hun Mountain, everything was going well. Immortal Crane Sect suggested another transaction, but according to Fang Yuan's instructions, Little Hu Immortal rejected it. If they did more transactions, Immortal Crane Sect would have a higher chance of finding out that Fang Yuan was not in the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was in Northern Plains, but he was still concerned with the Blessed Land. Using the moving perspective cup Gu to exchange letters like this, he could control the situation behind the scenes, and other people's schemes would not succeed. Fang Yuan sent a letter back after looking at the one he received. Ji Yao was completely lost, she could not read Central Continent characters. Together with this letter, Fang Yuan placed 3 rank for Gu inside, Golden Coat Gu, Charging Crash Gu, and Bone Wings Gu. The more things were placed inside, the more Primeval essence consumed by the moving perspective cup Gu. In contrast, the distance between the two cups did not matter. This is because moving perspective cup Gu was created in a special way, it used the mystical forbidden passage of the space cave. Fang Yuan's earlier attempt was a test run. After making sure that the moving perspective cup GU was working fine, he started to send all his GU worms that were from southern border into the Blessed Land, for Little Hu Immortal to take care of them. In the Blessed Land, Little Hu Immortal sprawled on the table, staring at blank space with her large shining eyes. The Golden Dragon GU in the moving perspective cup GU was already taken away. Suddenly, moving perspective cup GU started floating again, and entered the space cave. Afterwards, another cup appeared and landed on the table. Little Hu Immortal took out the things inside moving perspective cup GU, and saw Fang Yuan's reply, extremely elated as she shouted, "Master's reply." With just one cycle, the Primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture were mostly expended. He had to hold onto a Primeval stone and replenish his Primeval essence again. Ji Yao stood at one side, gradually starting to understand. She, who was overwhelmed with curiosity, asked a few more questions again. But Fang Yuan only smiled plainly, not replying her. HMPH, acting all mysterious, it's no big deal. The girl pouted, sitting back at her original seat in displeasure. She sat down, frowning as she stared at Fang Yuan angrily. Fang Yuan completely ignored her, causing her to be even more angry. She was doted on by her father since young, she was the beauty of her tribe, no one had ever dared to look down on her. But during this entire journey, Fang Yuan did not give her any attention. Many youths had pursued her with great enthusiasm, causing her temperament to become even more arrogant. Ji Yao stared at Fang Yuan for a while more. After he recovered his Primeval essence, he started to use the moving perspective cup GU again, completely forgetting her existence. However, this time, this Northern Plains young girl's displeasure vanished. He is after all Chang Shan Yin, he is not someone those young and immature brats can compare with. In his eyes, what am I? Just an unimportant junior, I guess. Thinking so, Ji Yao felt dejected. As she looked at Fang Yuan's face, she became dazed. Fang Yuan used human skin GU to change his appearance. With the features of a Northern Plains native, it matched her sense of beauty even more. When Chang Shan Yin was young, he was one of the most handsome teenagers in Chang tribe. His 5 features were proper, his nose was sharp, his brown eyes were deep, his thick lips showed his determined personality. His sideburns were already turning white, it showed the experience and wisdom of a mature man. That was an intense attraction to a young girl. As the light of the flame flickered, Fang Yuan's expression flickered along with it, his determined and mature disposure was strongly felt. Ji Yao's thoughts drifted, she thought secretly, what kind of person was Fang Yuan? The startle when they first met, the warmth when he smiled, the knowledge when he gave her pointers, the bravery when he fought, and the absolute calmness when he tore down his own skin. All these scenes flashed in the young girl's heart, it was so vivid, like the memories were ingrained in the girl. What about his past? Ji Yao thought again. Chang Shan Yin's past was a heroic tale, it was widely spread in Northern Plains. Numerous people respected him, loved him, and thought well of him. When he was young, his reputation was overwhelming, he was the future hope of Chang tribe. He was famous very quickly, his first-rate wolf enslavement skill caused people to marvel. Most importantly, he was righteous and just, forgiving and kind, he never oppressed the weak, was filial to his parents, and helped tribesmen in need. At the same time he had a great sense of brotherhood and loyalty, he placed his life on the line to protect his tribe, and performed great deeds for Chang tribe. He married a beautiful wife, but gained the betrayal of his childhood friend. Fate toyed with him, causing this man to lose his mother, his sworn brother, his beautiful wife, and almost his own life. Relying on his own hard work, he crawled up from the abyss of death, and created a legend that normal people could never imagine. This man shoulders endless pain and suffering. Countless wounds and injuries are hidden within him. Ji Yao thought of this and had a strong urge to hug Fang Yuan, using her warmth to heal this injured lone wolf, the former Wolf King. As the fire burned on, the wood was crackling under the flame. Ji Yao's gaze towards Fang Yuan became more infatuated, she could not longer help herself. Under the warm fire, a young girl's feelings were developing and growing. When Fang Yuan finished this round of cup exchange, and took out a Primeval stone to recover his Primeval essence, Ji Yao secretly made the most important decision in her life. She suddenly stood up, shouting towards Fang Yuan, "Chang Shan Yin! Be my husband!" The voice spread far and wide in the quiet grassland. "What did you say?" Fang Yuan frowned. Even with his 500 years of experience, he could not anticipate this girl's change of heart. After he reacted, he smiled. "Stop fooling around, young girl, I am your senior. Looking at our age, I am over 20 years older than you. My son will be a good match for you." "No, Chang Shan Yin, I want you." Chapter 435. Don't block my road to success. "No, Chang Shan Yin, I want you." Ji Yao's voice resonated in the grassland. Under the illumination of the bonfire, her eyes shone brightly as she stared head-on at Fang Yuan. "Chang Shan Yin, you are the hero of this great plains. Your reputation extends far and wide. You are the man I can entrust my whole life to. Age is not a problem. Back in the day, didn't old ancestor Giant Sun marry young women every year even after he was 1,000 years old?" Fang Yuan's expression turned dark. "All right, don't make a scene." Ji Yao stamped her foot and raised her voice. "I am not making a scene. Chang Shan Yin, I have already been deeply attracted to you along the way. Just earlier, I discovered that I had completely fallen in love with you. I am willing to give myself and everything to you. Please accept me." "Young girl, I already have a wife." Fang Yuan heaved a sigh and said with a complex expression. Ji Yao immediately shook her head. "Your wife has already remarried. Even if you snatch her back, I don't mind. I don't intend to take your first wife's position. I am satisfied being your concubine." Old ancestor Giant Sun had hundreds of thousands of imperial concubines, but only had one empress. However, Fang Yuan refused firmly. "I won't marry again. My heart is already still, just like this poison grassland. You are still too young and are unable to understand my mind. During the days I spent in the wolf's belly where I could not move at all, I felt extremely painful. When my soul floated over the vast plains, I wandered around aimlessly, but my mind gradually elevated to a greater height. I recalled my past, watched many people's life and death. The suffering or happiness of my former life were no longer able to enter my heart. I have been completely reborn. I am a new Chang Shan Yin. I also won't return to Chang tribe. Then, come to my Ge tribe." Ji Yao's eyes shone. She invited with utmost sincerity, but Fang Yuan still refused and did not show any signs of being moved. "Chang Shan Yin, is your heart made of iron? You doubt me? Do you want me to take out my heart to let you check, just like those Rockmen?" Ji Yao muttered. Her eyes turned red and tears were on the verge of falling. Right at this moment, the howling of wolf group signified that they were nearby. A large group of poison-beard wolves were attracted by the fire and rapidly approached Fang Yuan and Ji Yao. However, there were large amounts of wolves resting beside the bonfire. The two groups of wolves soon clashed against each other and an intense battle unfolded. "This is a 1,000-beast group." Ji Yao's attention was attracted towards the wolves, her expression becoming grave. If it was before, they would choose to retreat when they came across such a scale of wolf group, but now Fang Yuan smiled coldly. "No matter, the situation is different from before, we also have a wolf group to help us. Ji Yao, I need to ask you to restrict the 1,000-beast wolf king. My Primeval essence is exhausted. I will come assist you after I replenish it." The girl nodded her head, but she did not immediately leave and instead looked at Fang Yuan with her bright gaze. Ji Yao pursed her lips. Her gaze was firm as she still remained motionless. Fang Yuan could only use a soft stance and said gently, "All right, I will consider this matter. But I want the answer now." Ji Yao immediately said. A dark light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes, but on the surface he heaved a sigh and proposed, "If you can kill this 1,000-beast king alone, I will agree and take you as my wife." He, a promise that us northern plainsmen make can never be broken. Ji Yao's eyes shone brightly at this reply. Okay, then just wait. Battle intent filled the girl's heart and she charged towards the battlefield, directly taking on the 1,000-beast Wolf King. Gazing at her leaving, Fang Yuan's smile quickly disappeared, replaced by indifference. He did not expect Ji Yao would be so attracted to him. The feeling of love had already taken his roots deep within her. However, when it came to love, this thing had always been unreasonable and was very difficult to deduce with common sense. Long, long ago, desolate ancient Moon climbed Chengbai Mountain and met with a Rockman's pursuit. According to the legends of Ren Zhu could not save his eldest son Verdant great son, and at the final juncture of resurrection, he made a great mistake and was swept away by reverse flow river back into Luo Po Valley. His eldest daughter Desolate Ancient Moon heard of this and wanted to go rescue her father. However, one must have the help of Courage Gu and Faith Gu to enter the life and death door. But these Gu were with her father Ren Zhu. Desolate Ancient Moon was unable to enter the life and death door. She wanted to rescue Ren Zhu but had no ways, so she asked for guidance from Cognition Gu. Cognition Gu gave her two methods. The first method was to enter Space Cave, then open the space door to directly move to Ren Zhu's side. She could then use the Space Cave to escape life and death door. However, this method could only rescue Ren Zhu's soul and could not resurrect him. The second method was to climb to the peak of Chengbai Mountain and find the one and only Success Gu. As long as she made a wish to Success Gu, she could rescue Ren Zhu and allow him to successfully resurrect. Desolate Ancient Moon already knew of Space Cave's existence, but she had no idea how to find the Space Cave. Moreover, to let her father truly resurrect, she had to go to Chengbai Mountain. Chengbai Mountain was not tall and was like a mound. It was peculiar as it was made from millions and millions of pebbles. These pebbles were actually failure Gu. And there was only one Success Gu, at the peak of Chengbai Mountain. Desolate Ancient Moon walked to the foot of the mountain and began to ascend the mountain. Her movement woke up Love Gu who was sleeping nearby. Love Gu was very angry at having its sleep disturbed and wanted to take revenge against Desolate Ancient Moon. It used its unique power to awaken a piece of stone. The stone gained life because of Love Gu and became a Rockman. The Rockman was tall and might, his body filled with gold, silver, copper, and iron, looking very dazzling and gorgeous. After the Rockman was born, the first thing he saw was Desolate Ancient Moon. Her shocking beauty immediately conquered his heart. He started following behind Desolate Ancient Moon, and as he looked at her fair back view, his heart was filled with love. Finally, he could not endure it anymore and ran past Desolate Ancient Moon and blocked her, shouting loudly, "Beautiful lady, your appearance is so dazzling, your body is so elegant and your temperament is so noble. The very first moment I saw you, I was subdued by you. You are my love, please accept my love for you." The Rockman's physique was huge, completely blocking Desolate Ancient Moon's path. Desolate Ancient Moon slightly furrowed her brows and sized up the Rockman before speaking coldly, "Love, what is that thing? You want me to accept your love, but where is it?" The Rockman immediately took off the iron pieces from his body and offered them to Desolate Ancient Moon. "Beautiful lady, this is my firmness. I give it all to you, this is my love." Desolate Ancient Moon disappointedly shook her head, she had no interest in these iron pieces. The Rockman was dazed before taking out the copper pieces from his body and piling them above the iron pieces. "Beautiful lady, this is my obstinance. I give it all to you because this is my love." Desolate Ancient Moon impatiently said, "Please move away, I have no interest in love, I need to rescue my father." The Rockman panicked seeing that the goddess of his heart was unmoved. He kneeled down and made up his mind, taking out all the silver pieces in his body and piling them above the copper pieces. "Beautiful lady, this is my dignity. I give it all to you, this will prove my love for you, right?" Desolate Ancient Moon's furrowed brows deepened. "Listen, I don't have time to waste with you." The Rockman became more anxious and took out all the gold pieces in his body and put them above the silver pieces. "Beautiful lady, this is my self-confidence. I give it all to you, they represent my love for you. Desolate Ancient Moon heaved a deep sigh. Rockman, to express your love for me, you gave up your firmness, put down your obstinance, lost your dignity and even gave up your self-confidence. However, what I see is a very ugly Rockman. Get up, I cannot accept your love, I have more important things to do. After losing his gold, silver, copper, and iron decorations, the Rockman looked very small and weak, even appearing comical. It lost all the beauty and might it had before. The Rockman wept and begged Desolate Ancient Moon, then, how can I obtain your love? Desolate Ancient Moon was anxious, but the Rockman kept on kneeling on the ground. She thought of an idea and changed her expression to show a smile. Rockman, since you love me, take out your real heart for me to see. The Rockman opened his chest without any hesitation and offered his scarlet heart to Desolate Ancient Moon. Desolate Ancient Moon took the heart and immediately kept it. The Rockman then said, now, I can obtain your love, right? Desolate Ancient Moon shook her head, even if you offer your heart, it cannot exchange for my love. Chang Shan Yin, look at this. Ji Yao's whole body was soaked in blood and injuries, her breathing was rough as she walked towards Fang Yuan with the head of the 1,000 Wolf King in her hand. With the loss of their Wolf King, the invading wolf group collapsed and fled. Fang Yuan slowly stood up and nodded, you killed the 1,000 Wolf King. Ji Yao showed extraordinary performance in the battle, but she suffered grave injuries, her whole face was stained with blood and her Primeval essence was completely dried up. She looked at Fang Yuan with glittering eyes, Chang Shan Yin, you are a hero, you won't go back on your words, right? Of course I won't. Your love has moved me. From today onwards, you are my wife. Fang Yuan gazed at Ji Yao profoundly, then step by step, he moved closer and hugged her. The girl relaxed her hands, the Wolf King's head fell down on the ground, and she passionately hugged Fang Yuan back. Her breathing sped up and her heart thumped rapidly. This moment was even more nerve-wracking than when she was fighting the Wolf King. In Fang Yuan's warm embrace, she felt happiness and her eyes reddened. The girl's face stiffened and she used all her strength to get out of Fang Yuan's embrace, then lowered her head to look at her chest. There, a sharp dagger had pierced into it. It was a fatal strike to both her body and mind. Why? Ji Yao gazed at Fang Yuan with disbelief, her delicate body shook, and her gaze was filled with anger, hatred, shock and doubt. Fang Yuan looked at the girl and said, expressionlessly. He spoke of the story in the Legends of Ren Zhu. The Rockman was panicking seeing Desolate Ancient Moon had stored his heart away. He said, heartless woman, your cold-heartedness has made me despair. Since I can't obtain your love, then please give back my heart. Without my heart, I will die. But Desolate Ancient Moon did not return the heart and watched as he slowly died. Why? I love you so much, why are you killing me? The Rockman shouted before his death. Desolate Ancient Moon looked at him with pity, but her voice was tranquil. Rockman, I did not want to kill you. But you blocked my path to success. Path to success. After Ji Yao heard this reply, she could no longer stand and collapsed on the ground. The dense aura of death made her body increasingly colder. The girl raised her small head, revealing her swan-like exquisite neck. She gazed at the dark night sky and laughed mournfully. She laughed only for few seconds before tears fell down her face. She looked at Fang Yuan, her gaze still expressing the deep love as before. Chang Shan Yin. I don't know how I am blocking your path to success. But now, even if you kill me, I do not hate you. Maybe you are seeking revenge? I will leave all my GU worms to you. I hope they can be of some use to you in your path to success. Cough cough. The girl coughed out blood and begged Fang Yuan with a grieved smile, I am going to die, but before I die, I have a small favor to ask. I hope you can hug me, I really want to feel your warm embrace. However, Fang Yuan did not move, his gaze coldly looking at the girl. He looked at the girl and saw her expression becoming stiffer as vitality left her bit by bit. Finally, the flower-like girl became an ice-cold corpse. Fang Yuan fell into a long silence as he looked at Ji Yao's face. Chapter 436. No regret even if I die along the way. Even if it was daytime, poison grassland was still solemn and dark. The thick dark clouds obstructed the entry of sunlight. Behind a low mound, one hump wolf was lurking. The hump wolf's size was as large as a warhorse. Its body had black and long fur, and 2 camel humps on its back. A pair of wolf eyes shone with eerie light in the darkness. It was lying on the mound, completely still like a statue. Even its breathing was slow. If one took a glance, they would think it was a piece of steel. Suddenly, the hump wolf's long ears vibrated. Under its watchful gaze, a grey rabbit jumped out of a hole on the mound, starting to look for food. Even though there were delicious grass near its hole, the grey rabbit did not care about them. It rushed out to look for grass far away. Rabbits did not eat grass near their hole as it would expose the hole that they lived in. The hump wolf saw the grey rabbit emerge, and its eyes drooped even lower, hiding most of its pupils, only leaving a small slit. As the grey rabbit ate grass, its ears were standing high in the air. If there were any danger alerts, it would raise its head quickly and look around, extremely vigilant. Hump wolf was extremely patient, watching the grey rabbit eat happily. It did not move, as if it was dead. The grey rabbit continued to eat, indulging in its delicious meal. When it was full, it started to return. Just at this moment, the hump wolf struck. It jumped out of the mound and charged towards the rabbit. Grey rabbit's return route was blocked by the hump wolf. In its shock, it turned around to escape. Its speed was fast. As it sprinted, it resembled a white lightning swimming in the grass. The rabbit's speed was higher than the hump wolf, quickly pulling some distance between them. But after sprinting for a while, it slowed down. The grey rabbit has explosive speed, but its stamina was much less than the wolf. The two ran and chased on poison grassland, engaging in a death chase. This was the most common scene in poison grassland, the game of survival between predator and prey. The hump wolf got closer and closer. Seeing the grey rabbit right before it, the wolf jumped and assaulted. But at this moment, the rabbit's speed rapidly increased as it jumped to one side. After dodging the fatal attack, it moved away from the hump wolf again. This grey rabbit is very crafty. Its fatigue earlier was just an act. It still had the ability to protect itself. Hump wolf did not succeed in its attack, thus it had to continue chasing after the rabbit. Soon, the distance between them shortened again. The hump wolf jumped again, but missed once more. After 3 to 4 times, the rabbit was exhausted. It was finally killed by the hump wolf. The hump wolf breathed roughly, sprawling on the ground before getting up after a long while. In this cruel competition, the predator did not always have an easy time. They often faced much difficulty and suffering. After catching this grey rabbit with much effort, the hump wolf did not enjoy this delicacy, but held it in its mouth as it returned to its home. In the den, there was a female hump wolf and numerous newborn wolf cubs to feed. But when this hump wolf got back to its den, it only saw blood traces and cold corpses. It abandoned the grey rabbit corpse and howled angrily towards the sky. The fur on its neck stood up as the intense hatred turned its eyes red. A large group of poisoned beard wolves surrounded it from all directions. Far away on a mound, Fang Yuan crossed his arms as he looked down, observing this battlefield. He, as expected, a male wolf came. He laughed lightly, feeling that his recent luck had finally improved. Hump wolves were outstanding mounts in northern plains. Although Fang Yuan had Chang Shan Yin's rank for wolf sprint GU, it expended quite a bit of Primeval essence. He would rather ride a hump wolf. It was quicker and easier. When Fang Yuan accidentally found this wolf's den, he killed the weak female wolf and its cubs, obtaining a rank 2 wolf enslavement GU. He did not leave in a hurry, but instead used the poisoned beard wolves as ambush, awaiting the return of the male wolf. The battle between hump wolves and poisoned beard wolves had just gotten intense. The hump wolf had a large physique. Together with the furious emotions it had, it battled even more fiercely. Using its claws, ordinary poisoned beard wolves were not its match. But with Fang Yuan's manipulation, the poisoned beard wolves were very cunning. They did not fight it head-on, but cooperated and worked with great teamwork, taking turns to drain the hump wolf's stamina. After an hour, the hump wolf was breathing raggedly as it lost the ferocity it had earlier. Around it, there were 60 or so poisoned beard wolf corpses. That was its greatest achievement. Of course, if Fang Yuan wanted to kill it, with his skill in enslavement path, he would only need to sacrifice 30 poisoned beard wolves. But Fang Yuan wanted it alive, thus when he battled, he was restricted in many ways. It's about time. Fang Yuan looked at the hump wolf's trembling limbs in the wind. He slowly walked down and got closer to the wolf. Now, most of his Gu worms were sent back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land using moving perspective cup Gu. When he was 200 steps away from the hump wolf, Fang Yuan's finger pointed and a rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu flew out. The wolf enslavement Gu exploded, turning into a light smoke that covered the hump wolf's body. Hump wolf quickly jumped back to evade, but the light smoke chased after it. The hump wolf howled, charging towards Fang Yuan. However, the poisoned beard wolf pack stopped it with their full force. In a few breaths' time, the smoke completely merged into its body. Hump wolf lied down on the ground weakly. Its body was covered in wounds that were bleeding. Its bright red eyes no longer stared at Fang Yuan with hatred, but showed submission. 100-man soul is really useful. If I did not use the guts Gu, I would need to spend a lot of effort to capture this hump wolf. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, before activating Wolf Smoke Gu in his aperture. Wolf Smoke Gu flew out, turning into thick smoke as it engulfed Hump Wolf, as well as most of the injured poisoned beard wolves. In a moment, the thick smoke dispersed, and Hump Wolf's injuries were fully healed. It even grew new fur. The injured poisoned beard wolves also regained their vitality. However, even without injuries, their battle strength was not at their peak. What affected the battle strength of beasts was not just injuries, but also their hunger. For wolves to display their full strength, they cannot be too hungry, as it leads to weakness. But they cannot be too full, as that would make them more sluggish. Earlier, when the hump wolf hunted, why did it patiently wait for the grey rabbit to get full? It was the same reason. Only when the wolves are half full and half hungry, could they have the will to fight, fighting most harshly and fiercely. After battling for so long, be it the hump wolf or the poisoned beard wolves, they had lost a lot of stamina and were hungry. Fang Yuan willed, and the poisoned beard wolves started eating the corpse of the dead wolves. Hump wolf ate that grey rabbit, and by the command of Fang Yuan, started to devour the dead female wolf and her cubs as well. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, taking out his rations and consuming them. 3 days had passed since he killed Ji Yao. Ji Yao had to die. The moment she saw fixed immortal travel Gu, her death was guaranteed. Furthermore, she had first seen Fang Yuan step into Northern Plains naked, and then saw him bury the immortal Gu, as well as using moving perspective cup Gu. She knew too many things. In Fang Yuan's heart, she was a definite target to kill. Except when Fang Yuan first came, his battle strength was low. In order to move around in poisoned grassland, he needed her assistance. But Ji Yao could not be allowed to live. If her naivety could be used by Fang Yuan, others could naturally use it as well. She was such a burden. With her ordinary soul foundation, others only needed the mind-reading Gu or recollection Gu on her to be able to completely expose Fang Yuan's plans and divulge his secrets to the world. This was a premeditated murder by Fang Yuan. As they survived hurdles one after another, the ghost-face sunflower sea, the earth spike rats, the shadow crows, as well as finding Chang Shan Yin and using his skin, to finding snow-wash Gu and burying the earth treasury flower king Gu, her value and use was diminishing. At the same time, her threat was rising slowly. Her love towards Fang Yuan also made him, who was disguised as Chang Shan Yin, feel like a dagger was placed at his throat, a great sense of danger. A young girl in love would use all ways possible to understand the person she loves, not just the present, but also his past and future. What happens when she finds out the truth? Moreover, she had a tribe behind her. She was the young missy of her tribe. Being loved by such a person, no matter how low-key Fang Yuan was, he would be at the center of attention. Remember that there were many young masters in Man tribe who were infatuated with Ji Yao's beauty. If Fang Yuan returned with Ji Yao, he would definitely be heavily watched by the two tribes. Why did he have to attract so much hostility for this burden? Fang Yuan was not afraid of hostility, but his purpose in Northern Plains was not for a vacation. He had limited time, he was racing against time. Danghun Mountain was nearing death, and Spring-Autumn Cicada was recovering slowly, meanwhile his cultivation was only rank for peak stage. He had to strive towards success, he could not fail. Once he failed, he would fall into the abyss, he would have no hope left. On this road, he was destined to be lonely, there were only two outcomes. Either he succeeds, or he faces destruction. Thus, when the two got close to the outer border of poison grassland, Fang Yuan used an opportunity when there were few people and it was convenient to kill to end her life. After Ji Yao was killed, Fang Yuan ordered the wolves to devour her corpse. Her soul was obviously not spared, he used the burial soul toad to swallow it, it had already been sent to the blessed land and was crushed by Danghun Mountain. The area near the fireplace had already been carefully inspected, there were no traces or evidence left. All in all, Ji Yao had been wiped off the face of this world. Her only remains might probably be the feces that the poisoned beard wolves excrete. This so-called beauty, in the end, she was just a pile of shit. A beautiful young girl, in this heaven and earth, she was just like a flower. Either she gets trampled on at the roadside, or she wilts when her time is up, becoming an ugly fertilizer for the earth. Without eternal life, even the most beautiful thing is but the reflection of the moon in the water. The value of their existence is merely for that second of elegance. The more experiences that Fang Yuan went through, the more he understood the cruelty of this world. Without immortality, even the most valuable of things will become worthless. The so-called praised for 100 years, or leaving a stench for 10,000 years, these are all superficial thinking of those cowards. The so-called immortality in spirit is merely a tool for descendants to make use of. Is it true that the existence of humans can only be affirmed through one another? So be it on earth. But here in this world, if there is even a slight possibility, I want to pursue it. Even if I die on the road while pursuing my goals, even if I die 1,000,000 times worse than Ji Yao, I have absolutely no regrets. Fang Yuan was resolved for death from the start. But only if he placed all his effort and contributed his all towards the pursuit of his dream, could he die without a hint of regret. Who could understand the heart of this transmigrator plus reincarnator Fang Yuan? The road he walked on was destined to be filled with endless darkness, he was destined to be lonely forever. The direction he walked was towards the light in his heart, immortality, a possibility so slim that it was almost impossible. In this world, nobody understood him. Does not need anyone's understanding. Chapter 437. Wind Wolf King. The wolf group finished eating. Fang Yuan rode on the hump wolf's back and resumed his journey. These days, I have been moving according to the direction Ji Yao pointed. I am almost at the edge of poison grassland. If I move further, I will see human habitations. Hump Wolf was a natural mount, its two humps formed a comfortable saddle. Fang Yuan sat between the two humps, inspecting his aperture while moving forward. There were only around 10 GU worms remaining in his aperture. Besides Spring-Autumn Cicada and Moving Perspective Cup GU, they were all Northern Plains GU worms. The GU that were from Southern Border and Central Continent were already sent to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan did not keep even a single Prime Val stone. Southern Border Prime Val stones could be used in Northern Plains, but they had some differences with Northern Plains Prime Val stones. Ji Yao could not see it because she was too young and too naive. But generally, any GU master that had some experience and shrewdness could notice it. Unfortunately, Moving Perspective Cup GU, a rank 5 GU, has been suppressed to rank 4 in Northern Plains and can only contain rank 4 GU. If I could send fixed immortal travel to the Blessed Land with it, it would be perfect. Sigh, I hope my method is effective. If some other GU immortal took fixed immortal travel GU, it would be a heavy loss to Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan could do nothing else as he had already done everything possible. Immortal Gu's aura lasts for about a month. If there are no problems during this period, then fixed immortal travel GU will be safe. Soon, I will run into Northern Plains GU Masters. I absolutely cannot be careless. It would be best if I can subdue 1,000 Wolf King during this period of time and raise the number of the wolves to over 2,000. Sometimes, humans were more terrifying than wild beasts. A wolf group of over 2,000 wolves could intimidate most of the small characters. Currently, I only have one rank 3 and one rank 2 wolf enslavement GU. I must use them carefully. I will be moving using Chang Shan Yin's identity in Northern Plains. Wolf enslavement should be the main priority. But there is an obstacle. I do not have the recipes for rank 3 and rank 4 wolf enslavement GU. Almost all the beast enslavement GU were expendable GU, and after they were used, whether it resulted in success or failure, they would disperse. Rank 3 wolf enslavement GU could enslave 1,000 wolf king. Rank 4 wolf enslavement GU could enslave myriad wolf king or mutated beasts. Without the recipe for these two GU, Fang Yuan would not have many wolf enslavement GU. Without these wolf enslavement GU, Fang Yuan's wolf group could have most a few thousand wolves. It was not enough to enter the limelight. With the hump wolf's pace, the following journey was sped up by 3 times. Fang Yuan traveled day and night. The dark clouds hovering over his head also gradually thinned. 2 days later, he finally reached the edge of poison grassland. In the sky, the dark clouds were dispersed here and there. Rays of sunlight passed through the gaps between the dark clouds and fell on the ground in the form of light pillars. Looking from afar, the green grassland flourished under the light, flowers having the colors of blue, purple or yellow eagerly blossomed. The low and gently sloping mounds were completely filled with greenery without any gaps. A small river flowed gently beside the mounds and sparkled like a silver necklace under the sunlight. I am finally out. Fang Yuan felt moved. Riding on the hump wolf's back and surrounded by poison-beard wolves, he slowly walked towards the sunlight. The poison-beard wolves were restless. They were adapted to hunting in dark surroundings. The sunlight would greatly affect their battle strength. Fang Yuan did not care. These poison-beard wolf group were only temporary. They would be eliminated sooner or later. Fang Yuan gazed back. Poison grassland behind him was still covered with dark clouds, dusky sunlight and gloomy cold wind. On the corrupted land, there were dark purplish poisonous grass, bent into all kinds of shapes. Compared to this side of the grassland which had sunlight shining over it, it showed a clear contrast, like they were 2 different worlds. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's eastern area is also covered in dense clouds. If they are not dealt with in time, that land would also develop towards the direction of poison grassland. Poison grassland. I will be back. Just as Fang Yuan was mumbling, his body suddenly relaxed. Since the time he entered Northern Plains, he felt uncomfortable. A formless restriction had covered his body. Right now, this restriction slightly loosened and Fang Yuan immediately felt he was much closer to this vast land. Subsequently, his aura rose and from rank 3 peak stage, it reached rank 4 initial stage. A joyous feeling rose up involuntarily, causing Fang Yuan to laugh heartily. With his body gradually adapting to Northern Plains, his cultivation also slowly recovered. This would be a great help to his following plans. Northern Plains, I'm coming! Fang Yuan shouted. He squeezed the wolf's belly with his legs. The hump wolf started running towards a distant location, leading the poison-beard wolf group. Shouting resounded over a hill. Dozens of GU masters were in an intense battle with over 1,000 wind wolves. The battle had already continued for 15 minutes. This damned wind wolves! The leader Ji Guang cursed with a malevolent expression. He waved the saber in his hand, cutting off the head of a wind wolf. But after cutting off the head, his saber broke into 2. The 2 halves of the saber were also already filled with holes. A wind wolf suddenly leapt and charged towards Ji Guang. Young tribe leader, careful! Spiral water arrow. A GU master behind Ji Guang anxiously shouted. Hearing this shout, from a tacit understanding that came from fighting all year round, Ji Guang did not think and suddenly bent his waist. It looked like he took the initiative to send himself to the wolf's mouth. The winged wolf that was in mid-air opened its mouth and revealed its sharp fangs. Just as it seemed like it was going to bite off Ji Guang's head, a blue water arrow shot out from behind Ji Guang with a strong rotational force. This spiral water arrow ruthlessly shot into the winged wolf's mouth, sending it directly towards the afterlife. Taking this chance, Ji Guang squeezed the wolf's belly, urging his hump wolf to retreat into the defensive range of his group. He put his palms together and squeezed out the final trace of Primeval essence in his aperture, pouring it into the saber imprint on his palm. A completely new saber instantly formed. Ji Guang suddenly swung his right hand and tightly grasped it. Die! He growled with an iron-like hoarse voice. The new saber was extremely sharp, cutting a cold light in the air and splitting a winged wolf into two. But this was only a small victory. It was truly difficult to have an active influence on the whole devastating situation. Damn it, I don't have enough Primeval essence. There are at least over 3,000 wolves, it's too many. Young tribe leader, we are completely surrounded. There is no hope even if we fight to the death. It would be better to break through the east. The defensive line there is the weakest. The surrounding GU masters shouted one after another. Ji Guang's fierce eyes shone and after thinking for a moment, resolutely refused. No, there are puddles in the eastern side. The defense there looks the weakest, but it is actually a trap prepared by the Wind Wolf King. If we go in, we will be sending ourselves into its trap. Then what should we do? The surrounding people asked. Ji Guang gritted his teeth and firmed up his mind. Turn around, we will break through the west. But we have still not found Lady Ji Yao. If we return like this, what will we say to Lord Tribe Leader? Ji Guang snorted. Although Ji Yao is my sister, for her own selfishness, she ignore our tribe's circumstance and fled the marriage. Sacrificing great men for a mere woman is not worth it. Spread the command, we will break through. Let those lowly slaves stay behind. It is time for them to offer their lives for their masters. Understood. The surrounding people immediately transmitted the order. Northern Plains tribes would go on war campaigns all year round. Some defeated GU masters would become slaves. Slaves had very low status and when necessary, they would be treated as cannon fodder and abandoned. Soon, GU masters divided into two groups. A pair of slaves was to stay behind on the mound and use their lives to block the enemy, while the other group was led by Ji Guang to break through the west. Kill, kill, kill. Ji Guang charged through the front lines riding on the hump wolf, wielding his saber roughly and bravely. Protect, young master. The GU masters behind him were also tall and stoutly built men. They closely moved around Ji Guang on their hump wolves. Suddenly, a large three-leaf wind blade flew towards them. Master! A loyal GU master warned loudly and was the first to react. He did not have a trace of Primeval essence left. He directly charged towards the front on his hump wolf and used his own body to obstruct the wind blade. Nothing surprising happened. He was cut into two by the wind blade, immediately losing his life. The wind blade was weakened to two-leaf but still moved towards Ji Guang. Ji Guang reacted, immediately lifting his saber to block it. The wind and the saber collided. The saber shattered into pieces. Ji Guang spurted out a large mouthful of blood and fell from the hump wolf's back. Young tribe leader. The GU masters behind him immediately came over to protect him, but with this, their breakthrough failed. Endless wind wolves came over from both sides and firmly surrounded them again. The wind wolves quietly parted open a path. A young and vigorous wind wolf king slowly walked through the path and appeared before everyone. Its body was enormous like a warhorse. Brisk dark green fur covered its whole body and its eyes were like emeralds. Its alternating steps and unhurried pace unexpectedly gave an elegant and noble feeling to Ji Guang and the group. Right now, the slave Gu masters that had stayed behind on the hill were already killed. Large amounts of wind wolves came over after killing them. The Gu masters had already exhausted their primeval essence. The wind wolf king's appearance caused them to feel restless. Someone pulled Ji Guang to retreat, but Ji Guang swung his arm and stood up with difficulty. He shouted, "What are you afraid of? I don't have primeval essence, but I still have my hands, legs and teeth. Warriors, don't let these beasts scorn you. We will use our blood to prove ourselves. We are the brave tribesmen of Ge tribe." Everyone was agitated by his words. Their morale immediately rose and a will to fight to death emerged in them. The Wind Wolf King was walking leisurely when suddenly it turned its head to look at the eastern direction of the battlefield. A large group of dark purplish poison-beard wolves were rapidly closing in. Chapter 438. Benefactor Chang Shan Yin. The poison-beard wolves did not make any stops. They charged towards the wind wolves. "It's the poison-beard wolves." Very soon, Gu masters discovered the poison-beard wolf pack and looked up. "Strange, don't the poison-beard wolves only move around in poison grassland? Why are they outside?" Some Gu masters felt perplexed. There's probably a Gu master controlling them. Ji Guang clenched his fists, seeing the approaching poison-beard wolves. His eyes, which showed despair, started to shine with the light of hope. "Young master is wise. Look there, there's a person." A few breaths later, a Gu master pointed to a faraway place. As everyone observed closely, Fang Yuan appeared before them while riding the hump wolf. "We're saved!" Everyone cheered. Not necessarily. Ji Guang's eyes squinted. He was very rational. "Less than 1,000 poison-beard wolves. We might not be safe. It'll depend on his wolf enslavement skill." With this reminder, the Gu masters started worrying. This person should be an enslavement path Gu master, but he does not have many poison-beard wolves. Not good. Poison-beard wolves are weaker under sunlight. They are slightly inferior to the wind wolves. Oh no, this enslavement path Gu master does not even have 1,000 beast king. He only has a few hundred beast kings. How can he block the assault of the Wind Wolf King? Ji Guang suddenly said, "No matter, as long as this Gu master can gather the poison-beard wolves and charge all at once, he can break the encirclement and would be able to save us." This greatly reduced the people's worry, but just as they felt hopeful, Fang Yuan willed, and the entire poison-beard wolf pack spread out like pouring a basin of water. This! Many Gu masters were tongue-tied. "It's over, he's courting death." Some closed their eyes. "Idiot, wasting such a chance." Some Gu masters were stomping their foot in anger. They were extremely disappointed. They cursed and swore. Some even started to hate Fang Yuan. Ji Guang's expression paled. As long as there was a chance to live, who would want to die? Fang Yuan's appearance gave them hope, but he also destroyed their hopes single-handedly. Wind Wolf King howled, causing the entire Wind Wolf pack to attack. Just as the two packs were about to engage in battle, Fang Yuan let out a loud howl. He was human, but he emitted the cry of a wolf. This call was desolate, it was wild, it was like a fire that was being blown by the wind in the night sky. The wolf howl could be heard from 800 steps away. The poison-beard wolves in this range turned frenzy upon hearing it, summoning twice their original battle strength. This is the rank for Wolf Howl Gu. It can increase the battle strength of wolf packs temporarily. It is a precious Gu. This person is a rank for Gu master. Fang Yuan's howl was shocking. It changed the expressions of the Gu masters. Many pairs of despairing eyes gave off hope once again. Rank 3 and Rank 4 were two different concepts. Rank 3 was Elder, Rank 4 was Leader. Even Ji Guang was only Rank 3 upper stage. After recognizing Fang Yuan's cultivation level, nobody scolded him anymore. Although Northern Plains Gu masters were brave, they were not arrogant. They were filled with respect for experts, and were humble towards strength. The poison-beard wolves were originally weaker than the wind wolves, but now their battle strength surged, and they quickly overwhelmed the wind wolves. After just a short battle, the wind wolves retreated, and a large number of wind wolf corpses were left on the battlefield. Over a dozen wind wolves were sacrificed for the life of one poison beard wolf. What level of wolf enslavement skill is this? Such a grand feat caused the GU masters to stare till their eyes fell out. Unimaginable! This is the attainment of an enslavement master. Who in the world is this person? Many people looked at Fang Yuan like he was a monster. I have never heard of such a hidden expert living in this area. The gang was excited and shocked. Fang Yuan's strength caused the Wind Wolf Pack's attention to be placed on the poison beard wolves. They only surrounded the GE tribe GU masters without attacking. This allowed these people to have a moment of rest under such circumstances. The Wind Wolf King is here, GE Guang said, as everyone became nervous again. Wind Wolf King had higher intelligence. It howled and gathered the elites of its pack. Very soon, with Wind Wolf King as the arrowhead, these elites moved like an arrow, charging into the formation, straight into the center, and attacked Fang Yuan. Enslavement Path GU masters were most afraid of beheading the leader of tactic. This Wind Wolf King was a 1,000-beast king. As it led the group of elites in attacking, they were simply unstoppable. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan only had a few hundred beast king level poison beard wolf kings. But Fang Yuan was overjoyed instead of afraid. As he smiled lightly, it could not resist it. Wind Wolf King's intelligence was higher than other wolves, but it was still a wild beast. It could not compare with humans. Against other wolf packs, Fang Yuan needed to charge himself, but when battling the Wind Wolf King, Fang Yuan could create this formation to attract the Wind Wolf King to charge towards him. Wind Wolf King, who was sprinting, opened its mouth and shot out 3 large wind blades. The wind blades flew ahead and sliced through the wolf pack, creating a path as it targeted Fang Yuan. Careful! A GU master on the mound could not help but scream, as the others were extremely nervous. Fang Yuan did not move. He waited for the wind blades to get near him before manipulating the hump wolf to evade, easily and narrowly avoid them, as the green-blue wind blades passed right beside him. Expert! Fang Yuan's calm and composed demeanor made the GU masters think of this word. Fang Yuan willed, and several poison beard wolf kings were already prepared, charging forward and forming a formation, blocking the Wind Wolf King. Wind Wolf King's speed was fast, and had strong attacks with sturdy defenses. It was stronger than any of the poison beard wolf kings. And yet, it could not break through this barrier. Fang Yuan's precise control allowed him to overcome a stronger foe, restraining the Wind Wolf King as it could only howl angrily and helplessly. Formidable! The great Wind Wolf King is being toyed by this man. This person's enslavement skill is on par with Jiang Bao Ya, Yang Po Ying, and Ma Zun. Northern Plains has a new first-rate enslavement expert now. If his wolf pack is stronger by a few times, he could take on a small mid-tribe single-handedly. Who is this person? He looks rather old. Ji Guang was in a daze looking at Fang Yuan deal with the Wind Wolf King, feeling great admiration in his heart. Everyone shook their heads, guessing among themselves. This gave Fang Yuan an aura of mystery. It is about time. Fang Yuan muttered. He had the entire battle in his grasp. Seeing that the Wind Wolf King was about to escape, he knew that its battle intent was gone. Rank 3 Wolf Enslavement GU, go. Fang Yuan willed, and his soul rank 3 Wolf Enslavement GU flew out and turned into a light smoke, engulfing the Wind Wolf King. Wind Wolf King howled as it struggled, holding on as it did not submit to Fang Yuan's authority. HMPH. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He had 100-man soul. He was not afraid of such competition between souls. As expected, after a while, the Wind Wolf King could not resist anymore and submitted to Fang Yuan. This person's soul is extremely strong. He most likely has 100-man soul. Someone exclaimed. With such skill in enslavement, it is not strange that he has 100-man soul. Someone rebuked, like Jiang Bao Ya, Yang Po Ying, and Ma Zun, they all have 1,000-man souls. After successfully planting the Wolf Enslavement GU, Fang Yuan obtained his first 1,000 Wolf King. Wind Wolf King howled, and the wolf pack stood its movement. the noisy battlefield turned silent. The remaining 1,000 Wind Wolves obeyed the Wind Wolf King and joined Fang Yuan. This way, Fang Yuan's wolf pack size doubled, reaching 2,400 wolves. I was lucky this time. If not for these GU masters restraining the wolves, I would have had to pay a bigger price to subdue this Wind Wolf King. Fang Yuan rode on the hump wolf as he gradually moved towards the mound. Ji Guang and Gang were holding their breaths. This person would decide their life and death. As Fang Yuan got closer, Ji Guang stood out from the crowd and placed his right hand at his chest, bowing deeply at Fang Yuan, shouting, "Esteemed expert, your strength brings me great admiration and reverence. Now, our lives are in your hands. To live or to die, we will listen to your command, we will not have any complaints." He, young warrior, I saw your battle earlier. You are as brave as a stallion, it reminds me of myself in the past. Fang Yuan sat on the wolf's back, laughing as he looked at the people warmly. You are the first batch of humans I've seen since I left Poison Grassland. I am very happy to return to this land. Rest assured I, Chang Shan Yin, am not a cruel and wicked person. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, the GU masters laughed as they relaxed. They had little Primeval essence left now. If Fang Yuan wanted to kill them, they had no way of retaliating. Sometimes, men were more dangerous than wolves. If they met a demonic GU master, their outcomes would be even more tragic. Right now, everyone felt glad. They thought that they had met a righteous expert. Benefactor Chang Shan Yin, I am GE Tribe's young tribe leader. You saved my life. Allow me to repay this debt. Let me invite you to our tent as a guest. I will do my best to make your stay an enjoyable one. Ji Guang invited earnestly. Of course, gratitude was a part of the reason, but he was also looking at Fang Yuan's strength. The chance of becoming familiar with an expert was not just good for him, it benefited the entire tribe as well. GE tribe? Fang Yuan thought for a while. All right, I have already expended my Primeval stones, and I also need to replenish my GU worms. I do need to rest and reorganize. He subtly expressed his needs and requests. It was a hint to GE Guang. Without disappointing him, this young clan leader's eyes shone as he memorized these words to heart, laughing heartily. Benefactor Chang Shan Yin, thank you for accepting, then let me lead the way. Chapter 439. GE Tribe Camp. Fang Yuan followed GE Guang and the others towards the west. They had the hump wolf, the speed was not slow. Along the way, the group's atmosphere was uplifting. On the one hand, Fang Yuan was intentionally getting close to them, he had his motives. On the other hand, Ji Guang was doing his best to form a relationship with this expert, he had great respect for him in his heart. Northern Plains natives were brave and fierce, but they were also forthright and candid. If you did not have the strength, they would look down on you, they were hard to talk to. But if you had a strong and tough fist, they would respect you. And when your personality matched theirs, their enthusiasm would make you understand what was to regret meeting too late. In just 2 days, Fang Yuan became very close to Ji Guang. Fang Yuan intended to use this stepping board called GE Tribe to fuse into Northern Plains. After all, Chang Shan Yin had vanished for 20 years, now that he returned, it was hard for people to accept that fact. At the same time, he had few Primeval stones left, and he lacked a defensive GU, he needed transactions to get them. On Chang Shan Yin's corpse, Fang Yuan did not find any defensive GU, most likely it was destroyed during the battle with Ha-2 GU. And Ji Guang was also very grateful, respectful, and curious about Fang Yuan, grateful because Fang Yuan saved his life. Respectful because Fang Yuan's wolf enslavement skill was first-rate. With just a bit of guidance, Ji Guang's bottleneck was easily broken, it was truly the demeanor of a first-rate senior, the disposition for an expert. Curiosity was because Fang Yuan spoke of the past, he often used a reminiscent tone and an old and wise gaze, he was obviously an expert with a deep story. Ji Guang had the desire to find out more, but he did not dare to ask excessively. 5 days later, the gang returned to GE Tribe's camp base. The campsite was huge, there was a thick sturdy wall at the outer border of the camp, it was around 6 meters tall, green in color as vines grew and intertwined on it. Large numbers of leaves covered bunches and bunches of grape-like fruits. These were obviously not fruits, but the wood path mined Confusion Gu. When wild beasts attack, these grape-like fruits would explode and their juices would splatter on the beasts, causing them to go into confusion, and their bodies would shake as they lose their balance, unable to continue fighting. After the Great Wall, there were tall watchtowers. 3 Gu masters were stationed on top of each tower, 1 defensive and 2 investigative Gu masters taking turns to keep watch. When the camp gates were opened, many Gu masters came out to welcome them back. Young tribe leader is back, young tribe leader is back. Young tribe leader has only left for a few days, they're back already. I heard they met with a wind wolf pack, and almost lost their lives. Thankfully an enslavement path expert helped them out. That middle-aged man? These wolves are all following him, he is amazing. But I wonder he is expert from which tribe in Northern Plains. Before Fang Yuan and others reached the camp, they had already met with the investigative Gu masters patrolling the camp. Thus, the camp had already received their news before the gang even reached. As the information spread, many people pointed fingers at Fang Yuan, extremely curious. Some children were jumping and shouting, following behind the gang excitedly. Fang Yuan was seated on the back of Hump Wolf, looking at Ji Guang wave his hand towards the tribesman. Every time he waved his hand, there would be a loud cheer from the crowd. It showed this young man's important position in the tribe. From their conversations along the way, Fang Yuan had already understood Ji Guang completely. He was the brother of Ji Yao, a typical Northern Plains native, forthright and had a strong sense of brotherhood. He placed glory above his life. He had both wisdom and strength, and had the traditional Northern Plains mindset of patriarchy deeply ingrained in him. He was extremely angry and disgusted at his sister for escaping the wedding. But his negative emotions did not mean that their sibling relationship was cold. In fact, if he knew that Fang Yuan was the murderer of his sister, even without any Primeval essence, he would use his teeth and limbs to try and exact revenge on Fang Yuan. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had lived in Northern Plains, thus he had a deep understanding of their nature. Along the main path, the gang moved towards the center of the camp. All around them were tents, resembling the Mongolian tents on Earth. These were the accommodation of mortals. Many people heard the commotion and lifted their window flaps, as their expressions changed when they saw the wolf pack behind Fang Yuan. Upon seeing the young tribe leader, they used their right hand to cover their chest as they paid respects to Ji Guang, shouting loudly to greet him. In southern border, mortals had to kneel down when they met Gu masters. But in Northern Plains, the male warriors only kneeled to heaven, their ancestors, and family elders. Normally, they did not kneel even to the tribe leader or tribe elders. These mortals wore fur robes. Some females with better family background would have some accessories, while the males would have golden or purple threads on their shirts. Those who were poor would wear tattered clothes, with holes covered by additional cloth. But this was much better than slaves. Along the way, the people Fang Yuan saw who were kneeling were all slaves. These slaves wore barely any clothing, they were skinny and pale. In the Northern Plains, these slaves had very lowly status, and lived a pitiful life. In the hearts of Northern Plains natives, keeping slaves was the same as rearing cows or sheep. Slave trade was the most flourishing business in Northern Plains. In Northern Plains, mortals lived in tents. The tents were scattered at the outer ring of the camp, while the inner area was the residential area for Gu masters. If beast groups attacked the camp, the morals were the first to die. After Fang Yuan and the others passed the tent area, they reached the Gu master domain. The Gu masters on the grassland did not live in tents, but lived in Gu houses. Gu houses were houses made of Gu. Simple Gu houses were made using one Gu. Complex Gu houses were made from a combination of many Gu. In southern border, the large-size caravans that traveled across mountains and forests had such Gu houses. Back then on Qingmao Mountain, Jiao clan brought a Gu house that was made using a woodpath Gu worm, 3-star cave. It was 18 meters tall, a truly tall tree. The roots were thick and strong, intertwining like coiling snakes. A small portion were exposed on the ground, while the rest were deeply buried underground. The tree trunk had 3 layers, and on the surface, there were windows. The defensive power was on another level compared to the ordinary tents. When used, the support Gu master would plant the seeds and inject their primeval essence for it to grow. When they wanted to keep it, the tree would turn back into a seed. But in northern plains, ordinary Gu houses were not large trees like 3-star cave. Such a tall tree would be an easy target for lightning when it rained heavily. Thus, the first Gu house that Fang Yuan saw was the most common house lizard Gu. This was a rank 2 Gu. Its outer appearance was like a lizard with many colors. The most commonly seen colors were dark green, sky blue, and milky white. They were huge in size, like the buses on Earth. The lizard had 2 eyes that acted as windows. The 2 sides of their body also had windows. The lizard sprawled on the ground, opening its mouth to reveal a door. After opening the door and entering, one would see a long passage. On the left and right, there were 2 rows of rooms. At the end of the passage, it was the toilet, the temporary area to store body waste. When the tribe relocates, the lizard would get up and move with its 4 strong limbs. When there was too much waste in the toilet, these lizards would defecate, lifting their tails to expose their anus, excreting all of the waste they had. A family living inside a Gu house needed to have at least 1 Gu master. Such living environments were a level higher than the tent area. At the door of the Gu house, there were often big stomach horses standing there, as their ropes would be tied to the lizard's huge teeth. A small number of families even had hump wolves. Fang Yuan and Gang moved past these lizard Gu houses and saw the mushroom forest Gu houses. These Gu houses were formed by planting large numbers of mushroom Gu. Each house was a large mushroom, with a grey-colored round top that can let rainwater flow away. They did not attract lightning from storms and were very stable when strong winds blew. The mushroom had a strong and circular stem. The interior was white walls with windows on it. A few mushroom Gu formed together to create a unique living environment. With dozens of mushroom Gu, the area turned into a small mushroom forest. Those who lived in the mushroom forest were tribe elders or affluent Gu masters. Hearing the movement from Fang Yuan and Gang, the windows of these mushroom houses opened, showing some women and children. Some lively children ran out to touch the winged wolves or poison beard wolves' fur. They were more bold than mortal families' children. Benefactor Chang Shan Yin, ahead is the king tent of our Ge tribe. Ge Guang said. The gang came to the center of the campsite, and there were over 100 mushroom Gu here. An old man, with an amicable appearance, led a group of Gu masters to welcome them. Fang Yuan guessed that he was the Ge tribe leader, and to express his politeness, he got off the hump wolf. Old tribe leader came before Fang Yuan, placed his right hand at his heart as he bowed deeply. Esteemed expert, you saved my son, you saved the future of our Ge tribe. Please come in, we have already prepared high-quality kumis, and the beef and lamb are also grilling right now. I will arrange for people to feed your wolf pack. All right. Fang Yuan nodded, following Ge tribe leader into this largest mushroom forest. In the mushroom forest, people sat in order of status in the largest mushroom Gu. Fragrant kumis was placed in a leather water bag, presented before the people by young beautiful girls. Large numbers of delicacies were placed on the table. Soon, someone placed the grilled lamb and beef in the center of the room. Old Ge tribe leader worked personally. He got to the center of the room and used a dagger to cut out the eyes of the cows and sheep, and also their back and chest meat, before placing them on a golden plate and bringing them to Fang Yuan with both hands. Benefactor, please. Old Ge tribe leader lifted his wine cup and stood before Fang Yuan as he toasted. Northern Plains natives respected honorable men the most, and were extremely hospitable. In the Northern Plains, if the host toasts a guest, and the guest drinks it all, then that is respect to the host. Similarly, if they did not drink it, that means they did not respect the host, or held disdain towards him. When Fang Yuan drank the entire bowl of kumis, the room cheered as the atmosphere became more lively. After Ji tribe leader toasted, Ji Guang followed, and Fang Yuan drank it all in one shot. Afterwards, the tribe elders started toasting him, and Fang Yuan drank them all. His grand attitude won the good feelings of everyone. After the toasting ended, the atmosphere in the room was absolutely heated. Benefactor Chang Shan Yin, your name is very familiar. Are you a member of Chang tribe? In Chang tribe, I have several friends. My second daughter is married to Chang tribe. We might even be relatives. Old Ge tribe leader placed his cup down as his slightly red face had bright shining eyes. Ge tribe leader, I know what you want to ask. I am a tribesman from Chang tribe Yuan Feng faction, a Shan generation descendant who is the sole child in my family. My father is Chang Shan Yin, and my mother is Chang Kui. Fang Yuan sighed, replying in a solemn expression. Old Ge tribe leader's eyes were wide as he stared at Fang Yuan in shock. You are really warrior Chang Shan Yin. Chapter 440. 10-year interval of wind and snow. Ge tribe leader had some doubts when he heard Chang Shan Yin's name in his subordinate's report. Now, when he received Fang Yuan's confirmation, he was very moved. All the elders present there also cried out in shock. Chang Shan Yin. Ji Guang was sitting at the side and said with some doubts. You are young, not knowing is normal. Ge tribe leader heaved a sigh and instructed, son, toast to Chang Shan Yin. He is not only your benefactor but more importantly, he is our Northern Plains hero. Old tribe leader. Fang Yuan gave a bitter smile and placed down his wine cup. I am only a broken vagabond, not a hero. Maybe it was the blessing of longevity heaven, I was able to luckily escape from the edge of death. But I have slept for 20 years and when I woke up, everything seems to have changed. I am an unfilial child and have no face to return to my tribe. Tears dripped down Fang Yuan's eyes as he said this. Ge tribe leader promptly consoled, Benefactor Chang Shan Yin, what are you saying? If you are not our Northern Plains hero, who can it be? Hatu Gu's group of bandits were so savage and who knows how many tribes were looted by them, the weaker ones were even wiped out and even the livestock were not spared. By killing them, you have eliminated a huge threat in our Northern Plains. Your mother was injured by a villain, it was not because you were unfilial. On the contrary, your morals and righteous conduct were widely spread and known by all of us. Your return is the fortune for our Northern Plains righteous path. Lord Tribe Leader is correct. So was actually Chang Shan Yin, it is really our honor for being able to see the hero. That's right, the return of hero Chang Shan Yin is a great fortunately event for our righteous path. Ji Guang's eyes shone, he only knew now that Fang Yuan actually had such a great origin and so many tales. This intensified his respect towards Fang Yuan. Let the past remain as the past. Everyone, our meeting is fate, let's drink to it. Fang Yuan did not want to talk of these, he understood the past of Chang Shan Yin, but it was best if he avoided the topic. He showed a depressed and gloomy expression. Everyone observed his expression and did not mention the topic again, only speaking of joyous events. After confirming Chang Shan Yin's identity, Fang Yuan received much passionate treatment. The banquet lasted all the way from afternoon to late at night. The elders were lying down after drinking too much, if not for Fang Yuan pretending to be drunk, he would not have been able to leave. Next day, Ge tribe leader invited Fang Yuan to banquet again. Benefactor Chang Shan Yin, this is a small gift as thanks for saving my son's life. Please take it. Before the banquet started, the old tribe leader gave 1,000,000 Primeval stones to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was somewhat surprised as he had not thought he would get such a big gift. Ge tribe was only a small mid-scale tribe which was not in a good financial situation, it could be seen from the position of their camp and the clothings of the people. Currently, Fang Yuan was in poverty, these Northern Plains Primeval stones could be used to resolve his current problems. He accepted the gift, Ge tribe leader, I did not rescue Ji Guang for money. However, to be honest, I am currently out of Primeval stones. I won't be polite then. I will definitely repay Ge tribe's kindness in the future. Hearing Fang Yuan's final sentence, Ge tribe leader, Ge Guang, and the group of elders all smiled. Being able to make friends and connect to such a heroic expert like Chang Shan Yin was the thing that a small mid-scale tribe like theirs would dream about. The banquet continued and the atmosphere was much more bustling than yesterday. Yesterday was only a first meeting, and today, both sides were familiar with each other. Fang Yuan raised his cup and proposed to all the elders. He remembered all their names clearly. This made all the elders feel overwhelmed, making them feel even more closer to Chang Shan Yin. During the banquet, some people were inevitably curious of Fang Yuan's experiences. Fang Yuan had already prepared a good tale and told it to everyone. It was the same thing he told to deceive Ji Yao, but compared to deceiving a young girl, he spoke more carefully this time. He recounted his events and said his cultivation had fallen from rank for peak stage to initial stage due to injuries. His words had no flaws, causing everyone to gasp, sigh and feel even more respect towards him. And Fang Yuan just kept on sighing, not caring the slightest bit about his past accomplishments. His gaze showed the vicissitudes of time and his tone was melancholic. Ge tribesmen realized the legendary hero also had a painful side to him. Seeing such a sincere person, they grieved and sympathized with him, feeling even more closer to Fang Yuan. On the third day, Ge tribe still continued the banquet with very high liveliness. This time, a strange elder appeared in the banquet. He was in charge of Ge tribe's intelligence, and just as Fang Yuan had reached the camp, he had received an order to lead a group to search for Ji Yao. Sigh, it is all my fault. I have a crafty girl, I have spoiled her too much, she actually fled her marriage. Ge tribe leader sighed. Right, big brother Chang Shan Yin, you returned from the poisonous grassland. Did you see my little sister on your way? Ji Guang asked. Fang Yuan calmly replied with no hesitation, his expression extremely natural. I am sorry, I only had wolves as my companion on my way. You guys were the first humans I saw, so I felt even closer to you. Ji Guang was also casually asking and did not have any expectations. Besides, the poisonous grassland was so huge, Fang Yuan not running into Ji Yao was also normal. If they met each other, it would instead be a rare thing. This insensible little sister, I really don't know where she fled to without leaving behind any message. Sigh, it has become troublesome. Man tribe leader's third son Manduo is the person who wants to marry her. Now, sister has fled the marriage, and because he failed to obtain her, Manduo might take it out on Ge tribe. Ji Guang sighed with a frown on his face. The other elders also looked gloomy. Man tribe's pressure on them had been increasing these days. None of them knew that Chang Shan Yin, whom they had been enthusiastically entertaining for 3 days, had already killed Ji Yao. Trees die when moved, humans live when they move. Brothers of Ge tribe, why are you reluctant to leave this place? There is only just over a year left until the Great Blizzard. You can migrate to the north, participate in the Heroes' Assembly and rely on Huangjin tribe. With this, you can hide in Wangting Blessed Land when the Great Blizzard comes. Fang Yuan persuaded. The Jiu Master world was a world of cruel environment and was not easy to survive in. In southern border, humans made fortified villages which could defend against the beast tides, but northern plains had no mountains and the tribes would have to suffer the baptism of wind and snow. Every 10 years in northern plains, there would be a great blizzard that engulfs the entire northern plains. It would last for months, the sky would be gloomy and snow would drift everywhere. Cold winds would whip around like blades and white snow would cover up the world. The whole vast plains would freeze into a world of ice and snow. Every time the blizzard occurs, it would bring about a large number of deaths. Wolves, foxes, eagles, vegetations, and humans, none could escape. Especially during the blizzard, large numbers of strong wild Gu worms would appear. Often, after the blizzard, the large-scale tribes of northern plains would shrink down to mid-scale and mid-scale would shrink down to small-scale due to the large numbers of casualties. Ge tribe leader heaved a long sigh, Brother Shan Yin, I am old and no longer have ambitions I had when I was young. If we seek refuge with Huang Jin clan, our Ge tribe will be dragged into the whirlpool of conflicts. It is good if we succeed, but the consequences for failure is too severe. Our Ge clan had been making progress with great difficulty, we won't be able to endure the loss. The struggle in the imperial court is not something small clans like ours can participate in. Actually, this environment is not bad, soil is fertile and there are abundant resources. There is even Hongyang Valley nearby where underground fire burns. During the blizzard, our tribe can move inside the valley and survive this disaster. However, Hongyang Valley was firmly controlled by the overlord of this place, Man tribe. Ge tribe would need to come in terms with Man tribe to enter Hongyang Valley. Man Duo's marriage proposal to Ge Yao was an extremely good opportunity. For the whole tribe's benefits, sacrificing a girl's happiness for marriage was a very good deal to Ge tribe leader and Ge Guang. Sacrificing an individual benefits for the whole, this was the most common scene in an organization. However, Ge Yao fled the marriage with her whereabouts unknown. Man tribe has been pressuring them to hand over Ge Yao, but Ge tribe was not able to do that. Fang Yuan immediately realized the intention of Ge tribe leader from his words, they wanted to seek refuge with Man tribe. He understood this very well but felt some pity inwardly. Heroes Assembly was his next target destination. If he could make Ge tribe migrate, he would be able to journey smoothly without having to face the many dangers along the way. After mentioning the blizzard and Man tribe, everyone's mood turned grim. Brother Shan Yin, are you really not going to return to Chang tribe? Ge tribe leader asked. Of course I can't return. If I return, wouldn't it be easy for my impersonation to be exposed? Fang Yuan thought in his mind while speaking, sigh, in my current circumstance, I am unable to face my elders and tribesmen. Ge tribe leader nodded his head, expressing his understanding and feeling some sympathy. Chang Shan Yin slept for 20 years and after waking up, everything had changed. His mother had died, his wife had been remarried to his brother. Chang tribe had become his sore spot, it was a normal thing for him to not able to face these for a while. In the previous banquet, Fang Yuan had mentioned he wanted to go to the Heroes Assembly and also recover his cultivation quickly. Brother, if you really want to participate in the Heroes Assembly, just relying on your current wolf group, it would not be enough for your journey. It will be better for you to rest for a few days. The old clan leader proposed. Fang Yuan nodded and did not object, I have the same idea. But this way, I will have to continue imposing on your tribe. Of course not, it is our honor that you are a guest here. The old tribe leader laughed heartily, expressing his willingness. Ge Guang also smiled. A few days later, the surrounding few tribes will hold a market together. Uncle Chang can come take a look. Like this, Fang Yuan stayed over at Ge tribe. Several days later, Ge tribe decamped and moved towards the southwest, converging with several other tribes. An enormous tribal market rapidly emerged. Fang Yuan rejected Ge Guang's invitation and entered this hustling and bustling market alone. Chapter 441. Fortune rivaling heaven. Ma Hong Yun. Come, have a taste of this fragrant rice cake. Selling tea, this is top-grade brick tea. Usu Family's Kumis, we are a 10-year-old brand, anyone who drinks this will know. There was a huge mix of small stalls on the ground as different smells entered the nose, shouting and bargaining noises were heard all over the place. Fang Yuan walked among them, almost at a shoulder-touching distance with the surrounding people, the festive mood was so intense. Not only was food on sale, but clothing too. Ordinary sheepskin robe, dog skin robe, or the higher quality bull skin robe. There were beautiful fox snow robes, or the wolf skin robe that had metal pieces in them which were often worn by warriors. Children were having fun at the food stalls, while men were bargaining at the weapon stalls. Women were choosing gems, pearls, or gold and silver accessories. As he walked in, Fang Yuan saw a square that was assembled casually. On the square, there were large wooden cages filled with people. Outside the cage, there were specialized GU masters guarding the place, as a fat man was shouting at the top of his lungs, selling slave, 5 male slaves for half a primeval stone. Fang Yuan took a look and knew that it was the flourishing slave trade in northern plains. These people were from tribes who lost in battles. After being captured alive, they lost their freedom and became commodity. Inside the cages, there were children who were thin and wore no clothes. There were also kneeling men who lowered their heads while locked by a steel chain. Of course, there were women too. The fat man shouted for a long time. His forehead was sweating, but the passers-by were only watching. His eyes rolled as he thought of an idea, opening the wooden cage and letting a woman whose face was full of dirt walk out. "Look, this is a top-quality woman." As he shouted, he ripped off the torn clothes of the woman, exposing her breasts. "Look, what a plump breast she has." Next, he turned the woman to the other side and slapped her butt in public. "Look again, such a huge butt, she can have many children. Buy her home to have kids, you can even use her for manual labor." During the process, the woman's expression was numb. She was like a wooden puppet that could be manipulated by anyone. As the fat man shouted earnestly, some commotion finally occurred in the crowd. Someone asked, "How much are you selling her for?" 3 taels of primeval stone. Just 3 taels of primeval stone. The fat man raised 3 fingers. 3 taels of primeval stone, it was not even half a piece. But the person who asked for the price suddenly shouted, "What, 3 taels? Is this robbery? I might as well save up 2 more taels to buy a big stomach horse, that is much more worth it." The fat man's oily face trembled as he spit on the ground. "Rubbish. You can buy a woman and ride her in bed, but if you buy a big stomach horse, although you can ride it, can it make babies for you? Poor miser, get lost if you do not want to buy." The fat man was a rank 1 GU master, and the person scolded was a mortal. He immediately shrunk his neck and walked away feebly. Fang Yuan gave a few glances of interest before retracting his gaze. The slaves that the fat man was selling were just mortals. They could not fetch a good price. But if he sold variant humans, they would be sold for a much higher price. If he sold GU masters, they would be high-quality slaves. The price would be the highest. Seeing these slaves, Fang Yuan could not help but think of Ma Hongyun. This person was born as a slave, but he had heaven-defying luck. First as a slave, he participated in battle. When his tribe lost, he saved the young tribe leader by pure luck when escaping for his life. Because of this huge merit, he was given the surname Ma, and was no longer a slave. He became an ordinary mortal in Ma tribe. In order to earn a living, he went out to hunt, but because of his poor skills, he had no earnings. When he returned, he was tripped by a rock. He smashed this rock in anger, but discovered a white-silver relic GU under the rock. He contributed this rock to his tribe's young tribe leader. The young tribe leader needed this white-silver relic GU and was overjoyed. Not only did he reward Ma Hongyun handsomely, he even gave him an opportunity to cultivate. Ma Hongyun awakened his aperture and had B-grade aptitude, but did not have any useful GU worms. He was often bullied by nearby GU masters, and was thrown into the river once. Ma Hongyun, who could not swim, drank a lot of water as he flowed downstream along the river. At the lower stream, Sheng tribe leader's third daughter, Shenglinga, was bathing. Ma Hongyun saw everything, and according to Sheng tribe's rules, the beautiful Sheng tribe genius female GU master had no choice but to become his wife. Ma Hongyun thus received a lot of help from Shenglinga. He never lacked any GU worms or primeval stones. In fact, Shenglinga even stole her tribe's precious GU to raise his aptitude to a grade. When the matter was exposed, Sheng tribe leader did not want his daughter to marry this poor lad, thus he secretly sent an expert to kill Ma Hongyun. But this expert had an argument with someone along the way and was killed by another expert. Ma Hongyun and Shengling thus became husband and wife, and held an important position in the tribe. He was hated by Sheng tribesmen due to jealousy, and they plotted against him secretly. He had no choice but to escape to poison grassland, and just as he was about to be killed by the poisoned beard wolves, he found Chang Shan Yin. After saving Chang Shan Yin, he became his loyal subject. Just like this, due to his ridiculously good luck on many occasions, Ma Hongyun rose up slowly, eventually becoming the lord of the imperial court. After He Lulan died, he became the overlord of the imperial court for over 100 years, over a dozen times. Later, he obtained Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's partial inheritance, and became a Gu Immortal. He was even given a blessed land by a Gu master. When battle and conflicts raged in the world, Ma Hongyun became one of the powerhouses of Northern Plains, resisting the Grand Army from Central Continent and gaining overwhelming reputation. At this time, Ma Hongyun should be 13 years old. It is a pity I do not know his true identity. Ma Hongyun is only a name given to him after he saved Ma tribe's young tribe leader. Ma tribe is part of the Huang Jin bloodline left behind by Giant Sun to vie for the imperial court. They had been expanding these few years, absorbing the members of many tribes. I wonder if Ma Hongyun has already become Ma tribe's slave. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts and found himself outside a gambling den. There were 2 couplets on the door. Left was, "Show some courage, gain the fortune of the 4 seasons." Right was, "Show some skill, obtain the wealth of the 4 cardinal directions." Across, it wrote, "Luck changes with time." The gambling den had great business. Fang Yuan was moved. With my experience, I might be able to earn a small fortune. With this thought, Fang Yuan smiled, thinking of Ma Hongyun. This lad with overwhelming luck, he was deceived by someone who gave him the lowest grade rock to gamble with him. Under such absurd circumstances, he obtained a rank 5 GU. Fang Yuan still had some business at the moment. He did not enter the gambling den yet. He walked past the entrance of the gambling den, and entered the central area of this market. This place was much quieter, there was less traffic flow and almost all passers-by were Gu masters. Even if there were mortals, they were attendants and followed beside the Gu master, lowering their heads as they carried goods. Other than that, there were some young masters and young ladies who had not awakened their aperture. Although there were no guards, there was a clear distinction between the 2 areas for mortals and Gu masters. The difference in strength was a formless barrier. It divided the 2 types of people with evidently different lives. Fang Yuan walked briskly. Wherever he went, Gu masters gave him a look of admiration and respect. When they were in front of him, they would stop and give way to him. Some people started talking among themselves. Why is there a rank for expert? This person has an unfamiliar face. He does not seem to be from the few large tribes around here. Be careful. Whenever the market opens, there will be some demonic Gu masters who come in to get rid of their loot. Rank 3 and 4 were completely different. Rank 3 were the middle pillar. Most tribe elders of major tribes were at this level. Rank 4 were experts among Gu masters. Most tribe leaders were rank 4, and they could roam the mortal realm freely without restraint. Rank 4 initial stage aura made every action of his attract the attention of everyone. Reverence, curiosity, or apprehension. This place was solely for the business of Gu masters. There was a Gu refinement area, where Gu refinement were done in place of a Gu master. At the same time they sold and bought recipes. Fang Yuan lacked the recipe of the wolf enslavement Gu. After a few transactions, he bought the recipe for the rank 1 to 3 wolf enslavement Gu. The recipe for rank 4 was held in the hand of the few large tribes. It was rarely seen in the market. Thereafter, Fang Yuan went to the restaurant, but did not manage to find any top-quality wine. He went to the largest shop next. "Esteemed expert, your presence is our shop's honor. Please come in." The shopkeeper was a rank 3 elderly Gu master. He came out personally to attend to Fang Yuan. "I need large numbers of wolf enslavement Gu." Fang Yuan stated his needs immediately. "Yes, please come with me for further discussion." The elderly brought Fang Yuan to a beautiful room on the 3rd floor. After some bargaining, Fang Yuan bought 5 rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu and 38 rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu. The shopkeeper was rubbing his palms in joy. He knew he had met a huge client. "Esteemed customer, is there anything you still need? Feel free to state them." "Do you have defensive Gu?" Fang Yuan asked. The elderly reported a long list of Gu names, and Fang Yuan shook his head as he listened. There was one rank for Gu, but it did not fit his enslavement path. The rest were all ordinary Gu worms. Next, Fang Yuan asked about flying Gu. Flying Gu were rarely seen because it had a steep learning curve. Normally, only outstanding members of large tribes would train in it from young. But because they had their tribe's resources, they did not need to buy flying Gu. As for other Gu masters, very few tried to learn flying. The shopkeeper said proudly, "Customer, you came to the right place. In this entire market, only my shop has a rank for Flying Cloud Gu." Although Flying Cloud Gu could ascend to a high altitude, it had poor maneuverability and had average speed. It was suitable for Gu masters who did not have proper flying skills. For him, he might as well use the rank 3 Eagle Wings Gu. It could twist and turn easily in the sky. He could use it more efficiently. After buying 1 Eagle Wings Gu, Fang Yuan asked about the Bone Bamboo Gu and Ghost Fire Gu. He needed these 2 Gu to repair the rank 5 Battle Bone Wheel. The shop had many rank 2 Ghost Fire Gu, but there was none of the rank 1 Bone Bamboo Gu. The shopkeeper laughed bitterly. "Customer, my apologies. All the Bone Bamboo Gu in the market had been bought by Man Tribe's new external tribe elder. Not just my shop, but none of the other shops have any left." "Oh? Who is this person?" Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Chapter 442. Jun Strength Gu. Man Tribe owned Hongyang Valley. They had won a few battles these years and had expanded greatly. Northern Plains was different from Southern Border. Southern Borders had a forest and mountain terrain. It was easy to defend but hard to attack. Long-distance traveling causes huge expenditure. Southern Border clans worked on self-development, accumulating slowly and growing stably, keeping a pure bloodline. But Northern Plains was a huge grassland. There were lots of conquests going on. The tribes of Northern Plains rise up fast but also fall just as quickly. A few wins might allow a small-sized tribe to become a medium-sized tribe, and from a medium-sized tribe, expand into a large-sized tribe. But one loss could also cause this large-sized tribe to break down into numerous small-sized tribes. Man Tribe had absorbed Sha Tribe recently, and the elder Sha Wu from Sha Tribe became Man Tribe's external elder. He was a Bone Path Gu master. He was the one who bought all the Bone Bamboo Gu in the market, as he claimed to be researching a new Bone Path recipe. Fang Yuan memorized this person to heart, before asking the shopkeeper about Soul Path and Strength Path Gu worms. "I have a rank 1 Jun Strength Gu. It can raise the strength of a Gu master by 1 Jun 1. Each Gu is sold for 220 Prime Val stones. I have the rank 2 strength of 10 Jin Gu. It raises the Gu master's strength by 10 Jin. It is sold for 690 Prime Val stones. I also have the rank 3 Jun Strength Gu. 1 Jun is 30 Jin. Each Gu is sold for 4,550 Prime Val stones. Although I do not have the rank for strength of 10 Jun Gu, if customer needs it, I can arrange for it to be transported over. Each strength of 10 Jun Gu is sold for 36,000 Prime Val stones." The shopkeeper gave a chain of prices that he was extremely familiar with. At the end, he added, "Of course, this is only the Jin Strength Gu and Jun Strength Gu. If customer wants to walk on the Strength Path and require Beast Strength Gu, we also have Wolf Strength Gu. It can give you the strength of a wolf, gaining stamina and endurance as well. I also have Horse Strength Gu. It can give you the strength of a horse. It is most useful for running." Before, Fang Yuan was using Beast Strength Gu to walk on the ancient Strength Path. Jin Strength Gu and Jun Strength Gu were new popular alternatives that appeared in the last few hundred years. Although Strength Path was weak and no longer had its former glory, there was still developments done for it. The one who had this contribution was a famous rank 7 Gu immortal in Northern Plains called Chu Du, titled Domination Immortal. He was the one who invented the Jin Strength Gu and Jun Strength Gu, and even refined the rank 6 immortal Gu strength of 1,000 Jun. 1,000 Jun was 30,000 Jin. In one of Earth's legends, the victorious fighting Buddha's Jingu Bang was only 13,500 Jin. A Langshan's a 3-point, double-edged lance was only 25,200 Jin. Chu Du became a Gu Immortal 300 years ago. The recipe he refined was widely spread, quickly becoming the main branch of the strength path in Northern Plains. Ancient strength path used Beast Strength Gu, like Green Bull Strength Gu, Biao Strength Gu, Dragon Strength Gu, and so on. However, because the materials from the ancient times were already extremely rare by now, the cost of refining Gu was huge. Domination Immortal Chu Du's recipe was superior in that the materials were easy to find and had low cost, and the success rate of the Gu refinement was higher than Beast Strength Gu. Northern Plains was probably the region where strength path was most flourishing at the moment. Northern Plains had battles and conquests often, with strength path's low cost. They gave evident increase in strength to low-rank Gu masters. Thus, many Gu masters in Northern Plains cultivated strength path as their minor path. They often fought in fierce battles. When they expend their primal essence, they would need their physical bodies to fight. Physical strength was very important then. There is a phrase on Earth, war is the catalyst for technological advancement. This sentence worked perfectly well in this world as well. Northern Plains was a place where new Gu worms were constantly invented. From that Shawu elder who joined Man Tribe, one could see the attitude that Northern Plains Gu masters had towards innovation. Domination Immortal later died in battle, by the hands of Feng Jiu Ge, who descended from the heavenly court. After he died, he was crowned as the twilight of strength paths by future generations. After his death was announced, countless Gu masters in Northern Plains cried painfully. The number of talents and geniuses in this world is like the number of stars in the night sky. The number of talented people are like carps in the river. The 5 regions are too big. The size of one Earth cannot compare to even one region. Especially in the battle 500 years later, dragons and snakes rise from the land, experts and powerhouses compete, and old monsters come out of seclusion one after another, as new talents rise up to power. Countless heroes, conquerors, the differing personalities from the righteous and demonic paths clash and engage in a life-and-death battle. It is truly a grand and exciting event that would go down in history. I have already used old removal Gu secretly to remove ancient bronze skin, essence iron bones, and golden steel tendons, and even my beast phantoms. Firstly, these strength path beast phantoms originate from southern border. They would be restricted in Northern Plains, and could not be used well. Secondly, if I summon a beast phantom, there is a danger of exposing my identity. My greatest advantage now is Dang Hun Mountain, and my 500 years of experience. With the blessed land's resources, I can walk on the enslavement path. But enslavement path has a weakness, that is the beheading the leader tactic, thus I need strength path to go along with it. Since I have Chang Shan Yin's appearance now, I also need to merge into Northern Plains. I should use this Jun Strength Gu. Fang Yuan's thought flickered as he made a decision, requesting for the rank for strength of 10 Jun Gu from the shopkeeper. Next, he looked at the Soul Path Gu worms. There were much more Soul Path Gu worms than Strength Path. There were Ghost Fire Gu, Ghost Cry Gu, Ghost Face Gu, Ghost Axe Gu, and so on for attacking. There were Ghost Cage Gu, Ghost Hand Gu, Ghost Hitting Wall for confinement and confusion. For defense, there were Ghost Sealing Shirt Gu, Soul Shield Gu, and others. For healing, there were Ghost Chi Gu, Ghost Tears Gu, and others. For investigation, there was Ghost Eye Gu. For movement, there were Soul Fly Gu, an elusive Ghost Gu. There were also Ghost Soldier Gu, Impermanence Ghost, Air Travel Ghost, and 9 Sun Mother Ghost Gu. All of them had to do with enslavement path. This was the true manner of a great path. Strength path was extremely weak now, while soul path was still standing strong. This point could be easily seen here. Strength path Gu worms only consisted of Jin Strength Gu, Jun Strength Gu, and Beast Strength Gu. Most were for attacking. In terms of defense, investigation, and assistance, there were little. It was hard to create a Gu set from just Strength path Gu. As for Soul Path, there were many GU worms that were in all the different aspects. Forming into a set, they could help each other and obtain greater effects. Look at that domination Immortal Gu. He was a strength path GU immortal, but he used other GU worms for defense, investigation, and storage etc. Fang Yuan came with an objective. He set aside all these soul path GU worms, only looking at those which could be used to refine the soul. There were no rank for GU for that, but a bunch of rank 3. There were Divine Soul GU, Dragon Soul GU, Eye Soul GU, Dream Soul GU, Moon Soul GU, General Soul GU, Grudge Soul GU, Poem Soul GU, Horse Soul GU, Heroic Soul GU, Chi Spirit GU, Body Spirit GU, Cloud Spirit GU, Wind Spirit GU, Tiger Spirit GU, and others. These GU worms could refine the soul. They all had their unique use. For example, refining the soul into Ice Soul. In the future, when the GU Master uses Ice-type GU worms, they would gain a considerate boost. Cloud Spirit, Wind Spirit, had the same effects. If one used Dragon Soul GU to refine a Dragon Soul, when he uses Dragon Strength GU, Dragon Scales GU, or Dragon Travel GU, there would be a boost to the effect. Fang Yuan looked for a while, and did not find any GU that was more suitable for him, thus he chose the Wolf Soul GU that he had planned to buy. From ancient times, soul and enslavement were of the same origins. Enslavement path was originally split from the soul path. When GU masters combined it with the immemorial wisdom path, the enslavement path finally became an independent path. Beast enslavement GU, slavery GU, they were used to control the soul, allowing one to become a ruler of the mind. If Fang Yuan refined the wolf soul, it would greatly help him in enslaving wolf packs. The rank 3 wolf soul GU was 7,700 prime val stones. Fang Yuan bought them in bulk, buying all of the stock in the shop, getting all 8 Wolf Soul GU. Wolf Soul Gu's effort could be stacked. A rank 3 Wolf Soul GU was not enough to refine Fang Yuan's 100-man soul. While GU worms had their own will, they were hard to refine. But the GU worms Fang Yuan bought had already been refined by others, thus when the transaction ended, all these GU were in Fang Yuan's control. He kept all these GU inside his aperture, and left the shop, going to other shops. His aim was rank 2 and 3 Wolf Enslavement GU, as well as rank 3 Wolf Soul GU. 1,000,000 prime val stones was insufficient, but what Fang Yuan wanted were common rank 2 and 3 GU. He did want to buy rank 4 GU. But this market was too small. There were few rank 4 GU, and were all not the ones he wanted. After 3 days, Fang Yuan became famous in the market. Every shop knew that there was a rank for expert buying GU in bulk. By the 5th day, Fang Yuan spent a lot already, over 500,000 to 600,000 prime val stones. During this period, he would walk around the market's ranch often. In the ranch, there were many livestock sold, of which big stomach horses were most popular. This horse, even mortals needed it badly. As for those who bought the hump wolves for battle, they were mostly GU masters. There were also many GU masters who caught wild beasts to sell here, like bulls, horses, falcons, etc. On the grassland, the most commonly seen were wolves. They were also sold in large numbers. Fang Yuan asked around, comparing goods and prices, until he saw a pack of thick-back wolves that he wanted. Fang Yuan had poison beard wolves and wind wolves. It was hard to replenish poison beard wolves, and since they were weak in the sunlight, they were destined to be eliminated. Wind wolves had fast speed, while thick-back wolves had high defense. If they could be added into his wolf army, they would cooperate well together, and form a proper wolf pack. But on the 9th day, Fang Yuan accidentally found out that among a group of water wolves, there was a young mutated beast. He immediately bought these water wolves without causing suspicion, getting a great deal for himself. The market lasted 13 days. Fang Yuan bought over 1,000 water wolves, and many GU refinement materials, as well as food to feed his GU worms, as he left on the 10th day. After his purchases, he had only 3,000 prime val stones left on him. Money was spent like flowing water. Ji Guang watched in amazement as he admired Chang Shan Yin secretly. This hero truly had a grand disposition. Fang Yuan followed Ji tribe and returned to his original place to stay. He cultivated with all his heart, using wolf soul Jiu to refine his soul while refining Jiu on the other hand. After 2 failures, he successfully refined the rank 3 golden back wolf skin Jiu into the rank for azure wolf skin Jiu. Azure wolf skin Jiu was used for defense, although it was common, it fixed Fang Yuan's problem of insufficient defense. On this day, he finished his soul refinement and stopped cultivating, when a cry was heard outside his room. What happened? He opened the door and asked the Jiu master who was guarding the place. The Jiu master said grimly, "Our big missy Ji Yao died. The search team found her torn clothes in poison grassland. She was killed by poison beard wolves." Chapter 443. Man Tribe's Challenge. A month later, Ji Yao's death was finally discovered. The news spread as many Ji tribesmen cried. Although Ji Yao had a troublesome personality, she was kind-hearted and the beauty of the tribe. People loved her. She had many pursuers in Ji tribe. "Oh my daughter, it was father who harmed you." Old Ji tribe leader was extremely upset, falling terribly ill. Ji Guang was the stand-in tribe leader with the elders assisting him. Ji tribe was anguished and upset, they had a heavy mood. Ji Yao's death had huge impacts. Man tribe leader's third son Man Duo fell in love with Ji Yao at first sight. He had been demanding for her. Now that she was dead, where were they going to find a girl for him? Man tribe was a large tribe. They had expanded greatly these years, and had absorbed many small tribes in the process. After a few victories, their morale was high, and they were even more arrogant against the despondent Ji tribe. During their conversations, they gave Ji Guang great pressure as they demanded fiercely. Ji tribe was a newly arrived tribe. They were not as huge as Man tribe, and now that they had lost their home, they had to live in someone else's territory, relying on Hongyang Valley during the snowy climate. Thus, Ji Guang was very passive now. He was extremely anxious. In his room, Fang Yuan sat on his bed as he opened his eyes. On his right palm was a wolf soul Jiu. This Jiu was about thumb-sized. It was like a grey wolf-shaped doll, giving off an eerie blue light. This is the 9th wolf soul Jiu. Fang Yuan injected his Primeval essence and the wolf soul Jiu expanded. In a few breaths' time, it turned into a grey-white wolf soul. The wolf soul opened its mouth, howling silently as it crashed into Fang Yuan's body. This impact was silent, but Fang Yuan could feel his soul trembling, as his eyes went into a daze. The wolf soul directly crashed into his soul. The originally human-shaped 100-man soul underwent some reaction, and lost its human form, fusing with the wolf soul into a surging soul mist. The soul mist did not disperse, instead it moved and rolled around in Fang Yuan's body, showing a wolf's head, tail, or even Fang Yuan's appearance at times. After 5 minutes, the soul mist gathered and formed a new human soul. Except this human soul was different. Fang Yuan's 100-man soul earlier was completely his own appearance. His eyes, ears, and nose were all the same. But after going through 9 wolf soul Gu's refinement, although the 100-man soul was still human-shaped, there was a pair of wolf ears on his head, and his hair extended to his waist. His eyes also became wolf eyes, his entire body was thinner and his nose was sharper. Before, his 100-man soul was huge and was almost bursting his actual body. But now, after refinement, it was more condensed and the color had turned from pale white to a slight hint of gray-white. Fang Yuan calculated, when he finishes using his wolf soul Jiu, the 100-man soul would be refined to its limits. By then, his entire soul would become half-man half-wolf, the so-called wolfman soul. Wolfman soul is many times stronger than an ordinary 100-man soul. After having the wolfman soul, Fang Yuan would be able to continue strengthening his soul, raising the 100-man soul to 1,000 or even 10,000-man soul. Of course, 10,000-man soul was not the limit, there was even 100 million-man soul. In theory, the soul can strengthen limitlessly. Back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who created the Soul Path definitely surpassed 100 million man soul. His Demon Venerable soul had 1,000 arms and palms, 3 heads. The front head had dragon horns, lion mane, snake eyes, and elephant tusks. The left head had a peach forehead, grass hair, and 3 flower-like eyes. The right head had a cloud fringe, lightning eyes, fire ears, and golden mouth. He was unbelievable strong, his might was immeasurable. Even now, this appearance was still deeply worshipped and adored by many people. Many mortals in southern border use clay to create his statue, to pray to and give offerings. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the #1 soul cultivator in history. Fang Yuan's wolfman soul now was like an ant against a giant, he still needed to grow stronger. After a little rest, Fang Yuan took out the strength of 10 Jun Gu. This Gu was an iron weight, it was very heavy to carry. Fang Yuan bought 5 strength of 10 Jun Gu, he was already using the third now, his body's physical strength had increased to 20 Jun, that is, 600 Jin. The rank for strength of 10 Jun Gu was weaker than rank for beast strength Gu, but its advantage was that the strength could be stacked. Previously, Fang Yuan had used a Kunlun Bull strength Gu, and obtained the beast phantom of the Kunlun Bull. But if he used a second Kunlun Bull strength Gu, there would be no effects, and he would not get another beast phantom either. But Jun Strength Gu did not have this restriction, it could be stacked until the body's limit was reached. Of course, although Fang Yuan had the strength of 600 Jin, he could not unleash them all at once normally. The common weaknesses of Strength Path, Jun Strength Gu still had them. Otherwise, Domination Immortal Gu would not be called the Twilight of Strength Path, but the Rise of Strength Path. Of course, similar Beast Strength Gu could be stacked, but an additional Beast Fetus Gu was needed to do so. Many different recipes of Beast Fetus Gu were passed down. But even so, the materials needed for the Gu refinement were very rare, as the cost of the Gu refinement was too high, and the success rate was inferior to Jun Strength Gu, it eventually got eliminated in the competition. Fang Yuan activated his Primeval Essence, injecting them into Jun Strength Gu. The Jun Strength Gu flew above his head, giving off a strange light. The light shone on Fang Yuan as his body was steadily modified. But at this time, there were knocks on his door. Soon after, a voice was heard, "Uncle Chang Shan Yin, Junior Ji Guang would like to meet you." Fang Yuan let him in, only to see that Ji Guang was in a pathetic state, there was even a white bone arrow on his shoulder, he was in a terrible condition. Upon seeing Fang Yuan, Ji Guang kneeled on the ground, his eyes were red, begging, "Uncle, please save me." Fang Yuan's gaze shone, he had an answer in his heart, as he spoke, "What happened? Is Man Tribe attacking us at full force? Have they charged into Ji Tribe's camp already?" Ji Guang answered, "Uncle is half right, the problem is Man Tribe." The Man Tribe leader's third son Man Duo heard that father was bedridden and unconscious, thus he immediately brought his Man Tribe experts over to challenge us, wanting us to hand over my sister Ji Yao. But my sister is already dead, how can I hand her over to him? No matter how I explained, that Man Duo lad did not believe me. According to the rules of the grassland, we Ji tribe have to accept the challenge. Now, he had already killed our tribe's third elder, and even injured 3 people, even I lost to them. Fang Yuan's guess was completely right, these few days, Man Tribe had been oppressive and tyrannical, the more Ji Tribe endured, the more it fueled Man Tribe's arrogance. Although Fang Yuan had been cultivating hard these days, he was not in closed cultivation, he was clear of the outside situation. Speaking of which, Chang Shan Yin's return to Northern Plains requires a grand stage to create some commotion. I should use this chance to announce the return of the former hero. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan helped Ji Guang up and said, "During these days, I have been imposing on Ji Tribe, I cannot watch from the sidelines, bring me there." "Uncle, I thank you on behalf of our entire tribe." Ji Guang was overjoyed. The two walked out, but before they got to the entrance, they heard the shouts and screams outside. "Ji Tribe is full of cowardly rats, come out and accept your death." This was the voice of a young man. "Man Duo, You are going too far. A GE tribe elder screamed. He, so what if I am bullying you? Leopards and wolves capture their prey, eagles and falcons bully small birds, this is the rule of the world. Quickly hand over GE Yao, otherwise I will continue challenging you and kill every single member of GE tribe. Despicable. If old tribe leader was here, would you dare? GE tribe elder rebuked. Man Duo was furious. HMPH, you are the despicable ones. You agreed to the wedding but now you refuse to hand over the woman. You went back on your words. I know, you are hiding GE Yao, trying to stall for time. First, you said she ran away, now you said she's dead. Do you think I am a fool? If a mere rabbit dares to toy with a wolf, you will have to pay with your life. Shawu, continue beating them, challenge them. GE tribe, quickly send your next victim here to fight. Ha ha ha. GE tribe elders' expressions were pale, they looked at each other but none dared to go up. Shawu was huge and bald, with his bulging muscles, he walked onto the stage with a cruel smile. He was rank 3 peak stage, having great strength. The elder that GE tribe sacrificed was beaten to death on the spot. He walked on the center of the stage, staring at GE tribe's camp. Why is no one here? Don't tell me you are afraid. GE tribe was furious and ashamed, fire burnt in their eyes as they stared at Shawu. Cowardly chickens, let me give you some courage. I have 100,000 Prime Val stones here, if anyone dares to come here and defeat me, I will hand the Prime Val stones over to you. Shawu laughed in a frenzy. GE tribe, you are but a bunch of rabbits and sheep. Have you laughed enough? With GE Guang leading the way, Fang Yuan walked out of the crowd with a plain expression. Shawu's laughter stopped, his pupils shrunk as he looked at Fang Yuan in shock. Rank for GU Master. Who is this person? Not just Shawu, but all of the Man tribesmen here had this huge question. Was Man tribe concealing another rank for GU Master? Man Duo felt something amiss. He came here to find trouble because old GE tribe leader was bedridden. But to think that GE tribe had a second rank for battle strength expert. Before I came, I had already checked clearly, where is this expert from? Carrying such suspicions, Man Duo jumped down from his horse, changing his attitude as he placed his right hand at his chest, greeting Fang Yuan. Hello friend, you are not from GE tribe, why must you interfere in our matters? Fang Yuan gave this Man Duo a glance, feeling amused by this young man. The first time he had heard of this Man Duo was from GE Yao's descriptions. Although this Man Duo was the third son of Man tribe leader, being weak and sickly since he was young, and had poor aptitude, only C grade. Although he was over 20 years old now, he only had rank 2 cultivation. He was dark and skinny like a monkey. But he was definitely not as feeble as GE Yao described. He had a scheming and devious pair of eyes, with the flames of ambition burning within them. Chapter 444. Man Tribe's Invitation. In northern plains where only experts were respected, where only strength mattered, Man Duo was able to gain his father's favor, and was able to mobilize tribe elders to challenge GE tribe. It showed his ability and courage. He was definitely not a good-for-nothing young master. Fang Yuan's eyes showed amusement. I, Chang Shan Yin, was fated to be GE tribe's guest. I know Northern Plains rules and it is true that I should not interfere in others' business. But I had just heard this little brother taking out 100,000 Prime Val stones. I am lacking Prime Val stones recently, why would I reject money offered to me? Shawu heard this and wished he could slap his own mouth. My mouth was really itchy, to think I attracted a rank for expert. His heart was sour and bitter. Man Duo laughed dryly. This is an easy matter, if senior lacks Prime Val stones, this junior is willing to offer 500,000 Prime Val stones to you. What he meant was, he wanted Fang Yuan to keep out of this. At once, GE tribesmen looked nervously at Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan was the legendary hero, it was only his reputation. Those who truly acted like a hero were rare. Moreover, there was a phrase, a wise man submits to circumstances. Ge tribe was in a slump now, while Man tribe was huge and powerful. Chang Shan Yin was only an outsider, he had no reason to help and bring trouble to himself. Thus, Fang Yuan became the center of attention, his attitude decided how this situation would progress. As everyone watched nervously, Fang Yuan laughed proudly, a gentleman only takes wealth that he deserves. I do not feel that I deserve a gift of 500,000 Primeval stones. But 100,000 Primeval stones that I earn from battle is extremely valuable. Come, according to Northern Plains rules, I accept this battle. Fang Yuan walked onto the stage. Uncle Chang Shan Yin. Ji Guang felt extremely touched, tears were overflowing as he was lost for words, shouting behind Fang Yuan as he cheered. The elders of Ji tribe were all extremely moved. As expected of Chang Shan Yin, a true righteous hero. Unmoved by benefits and money, he is truly a man of justice. There are many people who offer icing on the cake, but few people help out in times of need. Chang Shan Yin will be an esteemed guest in our tribe forever. Man Duo's expression was grim, extremely ugly. He knew that there was no need to say more, he shut his mouth and looked at Shi Wu. Shi Wu felt Man Duo's gaze and felt bitter in his heart. He had just submitted to Man tribe not long ago, and became an external elder of Man tribe. He wanted to make contributions to the tribe badly. Although Man Duo's cultivation was low, he was the tribe elder's third son. Upon hearing that old Ge tribe leader was sick, he came over with Man Duo to challenge them. But he did not expect to meet Chang Shan Yin. Although the other party was only rank for initial stage, he was already rank 3 peak stage. The 2 stages might look close, but Shi Wu knew clearly that this difference in a large realm was incredibly large. But in this situation, he had no other way out. If he avoided battle, he would be greatly despised and criticized. In Northern Plains, which advocated courage and fighting spirit, he would no longer have a future. Shi Wu gritted his teeth secretly as he entered the stage forcefully. Please. He bowed to Fang Yuan, barely forcing a smile. Fang Yuan nodded lightly, standing on the spot as light azure wolf fur grew on his body rapidly. The wolf fur covered his entire body, his ears, face, and even limbs. This is azure wolf skin Gu. Shi Wu's heart sank. Although azure wolf skin Gu was a very common and ordinary rank for Gu, its defense was not something that a rank 3 Gu could easily penetrate. The Ge tribesmen behind Fang Yuan all concentrated and watched as their eyes shone, awaiting Fang Yuan's grand display of his prowess. Some even shouted loudly, "Kill this fellow, he killed our tribe's third elder." Shi Wu heard this and his heart shrunk. He sighed bitterly, feeling the huge trouble ahead of him. Oh no! After the earlier battles, I have less than 30% of my Primeval essence left. I am not his match at my peak condition, not to mention now. Looking at Shi Wu, who had a distracted gaze and stiff movements, Fang Yuan snickered in his heart. This person had lost his fighting spirit. Even if he had his complete strength, he could not display half of it. After several matches, his Primeval essence was obviously lacking. Such an opponent, in Fang Yuan's eyes, was fish on a chopping board. But Fang Yuan did not want to kill him. He was Man tribe's external elder. If he killed him, that would be a slap on Man tribe's face. Although Fang Yuan was not afraid of trouble, he did not want to create unnecessary trouble for himself. Even though Shi Wu killed a Ge tribe elder, that was their own business. Come! Fang Yuan stepped, and activated Wolf Sprint Gu, bursting forward like an arrow, as afterimages appeared behind him. Shi Wu's heart was already in despair. Seeing Fang Yuan's fierce charge, he retreated in fear. At the same time, he summoned 3 flying bone shields. Fang Yuan moved like a shadow, getting close for a physical fight. He struck 3 times and smashed all 3 bone shields. Shi Wu tumbled and rolled away, summoning another 3 bone shields. As Fang Yuan attacked at lightning speed, the 3 bone shields broke again. He had the strength of 20 Jun now. Although he could not display all of it, it was no problem breaking these shields. What other moves do you have? Use them all. Fang Yuan did not attack again. he gave Shawu a chance to catch his breath. Shawu was sweating profusely, he gritted his teeth and rubbed his hands, summoning 2 iron bone broad axes. Wah! He shouted loudly, raising both axes as he attacked fiercely. He he he! Fang Yuan laughed lightly, not attacking but placing both arms behind his back, using the wolf travel Gu to move. His movements were unpredictable, like petals floating in the air. His broad shoulders and thin waist gave a brilliant unrestrained feeling. Shawu growled loudly. No matter how he moved both his axes, he could not even touch Fang Yuan's clothes. He was completely at Fang Yuan's mercy. Lie down. Fang Yuan sighed, stretching out one finger. It looked slow, but it rapidly touched the axe. Shawu was already dizzy from Fang Yuan's movements. After feeling this force, he lost his balance and fell face flat on the ground. Ge tribesmen saw his pathetic state and cheered loudly, as the thunderous sound turned into one phrase, "Kill him, kill him." Shawu's expression was ashen, his fighting spirit was gone. Fang Yuan had control of the entire situation. He was like a lion toying with a sheep. He felt that he was not Fang Yuan's match, but the more he thought like this, the less battle strength he could muster, and the worse the battle situation became. Man Duo's heart also sank to rock bottom. Damn it, this Shawu did not display his true ability. He was scared witless by the other party. But even so, that rank for Gu Master is too strong. He defeated Elder Shawu without breaking a sweat. Sigh, if Shawu dies, I would lose a tribe elder. I would have to face the accusations and fury of my brothers when I return. But unexpectedly, Fang Yuan did not attack anymore. You are but a rank 3, if I use rank for cultivation to kill you, others might think that I, the great Chang Shan Yin, am bullying the weak. Leave! Fang Yuan waved his hand. Uncle Chang Shan Yin. You cannot spare this scoundrel. Behind him, Ji Guang shouted. Shawu reacted quickly, getting up and showed an expression of joy as he escaped death. Thank you, Lord, for sparing my life. Thank you, Lord, for sparing my life. Yes, yes, yes. Shawu turned and left. Senior, I'll take my leave. Manduo paid respects and rode his battle horse. Ji tribesmen mocked and scolded them as they left with great humiliation. Father, I have failed you. I am here to ask for punishment. Manduo kneeled on the ground, lowering his head in shame and fear. Man tribe leader had a muscular body, having rank for peak stage cultivation. He sat on the tiger skin chair grandly as he looked at Manduo below his feet. This time, old Ge tribe leader was bedridden, and you brought multiple rank 3 experts. How did you fail? You did badly for sure, but I heard news that Ge tribe brought out another rank for expert. That is indeed so. Shawu was defeated by him. This person only displayed a bit of his actual strength, and he managed to toy around with our strongest elder Shawu. His true ability was unfathomable. However, I was in charge of this matter. It was my fault for not getting enough information, resulting in this failure. This child is very ashamed. I implore Father to punish me. Manduo's eyes were red as he said in a sobbing manner. Man tribe leader heard this and his tone relaxed. Stand up, although you failed, you are still my son. Tell me about the incident. Manduo quickly spoke, describing the scenario that happened that day. But when he had just started, Man tribe leader jumped up from his chair, staring fiercely at Manduo. He said he is Chang Shan Yin. Which Chang Shan Yin? Are you sure his name is Chang Shan Yin? I would not dare to lie to Father even with 10,000 guts. Manduo quickly explained. Man tribe leader was in a daze. Father, Father! Manduo called him softly. Is this Chang Shan Yin an expert with a great background? Man tribe leader recovered from his daze. His expression was solemn. I can't tell yet. He could be an imposter. But if it is true, then Northern Plains has another formidable character emerging. You can leave now. I will handle this matter. Manduo jumped from shock. His father was an extremely busy man, but now that he was handling this himself, that showed how important this Chang Shan Yin was. Chang Shan Yin, who in the world are you? A few days ago, it was all thanks to Brother Shan Yin's help. This is 500,000 Primeval stones. It is a token of our gratitude. Please accept it. Old GE tribe leader had a pale expression. He seemed to have aged 10 years after losing his daughter. Fang Yuan rejected it for a few times before accepting it. These days, I have been staying in your tribe. It is only right that I helped out. But I really lack Primeval stones now. I shall borrow these from you for now. Brother Shan Yin has great morals. You are truly a hero of Northern Plains. Old GE tribe leader was speaking when his subordinate brought in an invitation, as well as a present. The old tribe leader's expression was grim. He handed this invitation and present to Fang Yuan. Brother Shan Yin, man tribe leader knows you are here. He is inviting you to his tribe as a guest. Chapter 445. Fixing Battle Bone Wheel. Fang Yuan took a look at the invitation. The words written were very polite. Of course they were written using Northern Plains characters. They looked wild but profound, and at the end, there was Man tribe leader's name, Man 2. This letter was written by Man 2 personally. It showed his sincerity. The content of the letter was Man tribe leader's admiration towards Chang Shan Yin, and stated that the matter earlier was but a misunderstanding among children. Since Chang Shan Yin did not kill the external elder Shi Wu, Man tribe was extremely grateful. Thus, he was holding a banquet at night, and was sincerely inviting Fang Yuan to come. At the same time, this present was an item to apologize on behalf of Shi Wu for offending a hero. Fang Yuan opened it and laughed. This Man tribe spent a lot of effort. In the box, there was 100 bone bamboo Gu. Evidently, after Man Duo returned, he investigated Fang Yuan clearly and learnt that he was making purchases in the market. "Oh Brother Shan Yin, I have a favor to ask of you." Old tribe leader spoke. Fang Yuan waved his hand. "I understand, brother. Don't worry, I will urge them during the banquet to reduce the conflicts between both your tribes." "Ah, my greatest thanks to you, Brother Shan Yin." The old tribe leader was very touched. He got up in a hurry and bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. There was still some time until the banquet. Fang Yuan sent them off before closing his door. Fang Yuan sat on the bed. He willed and a light flew out of his aperture. The weak light dispersed, revealing the battle bone wheel. This rank 5 Gu is huge. Its height was almost at the ceiling. Once it appeared, the large room instantly felt cramped. There were many cracks on the battle wheel, and even some severe scars that threatened to destroy it. The deepest scar was extremely damaging, nearly splitting the wheel into two, only connected by a little bit of white bone. It was a shocking sight. This rank 5 Gu worm's luck was not good. After being beaten up by Chang Shan Yin, its original owner Ha2 Gu died, causing it to become a wild Gu. It had to eat the skeletons on the battleground to barely survive, unable to fix its injuries. After that, it was attacked by Fang Yuan and Ge Yao together. The spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 Gu. It could not subdue rank 5 Gu easily. Fang Yuan could only beat it till its last breath to subdue it. But precise so, the battle bone wheel was at the brink of destruction. When it appeared, several bone fragments fell off the wheel. One could say, its situation could not be any worse. Fang Yuan took out a bone bamboo Gu from the gift box. Using spring-autumn cicada's aura, he refined it instantly. This Gu worm was shaped like a finger bone bamboo. It was pale white and looked like a white candle. Fang Yuan held the bone bamboo Gu in his hand, as his primeval essence moved according to his will, going out of the aperture towards the underside of his tongue. The ghost fire Gu was residing at the underside of his tongue, having formed into a blue lump of fire. Fang Yuan breathed in and blew out. With a hua sound, he breathed out a lump of eerie blue ghost fire. The ghost fire landed on the bone bamboo Gu, slowly burning the top of the bamboo. Fang Yuan held the bottom of the ghost bamboo Gu like he was holding a candle. Ghost fire continued to burn, emitting a cold feeling that was chilling to the bone. As the top part of the bone bamboo Gu burnt with ghost fire, it slowly melted and turned into a trace of white bone smoke, floating up. Fang Yuan placed the bone bamboo Gu closer to the battle bone wheel, and the white bone smoke moved towards the crack of the battle bone wheel like it was sucked over. The battle bone wheel shook slightly as it recovered slowly. In a while, the eerie blue ghost fire got smaller as Fang Yuan breathed out another lump of fire to sustain the candle. After 5 minutes, this bone bamboo Gu was used up as Fang Yuan took out the second bone bamboo Gu from the gift box and continued using the ghost fire to ignite it, causing white bone smoke to appear. As he repeated the cycle, after more than 30 bone bamboo Gu, Fang Yuan finally repaired the deepest crack on that battle bone wheel completely. The gift box, which was filled with bone bamboo Gu, had lost about a quarter of them. If Fang Yuan wanted to repair the entire battle bone wheel, just these bone bamboo Gu were not enough. And the battle bone wheel was far from being usable in battle. The deepest wound was fixed, but the other injuries were still plaguing the wheel. It was like a patient, after Fang Yuan's resuscitation, it was pulled back from the abyss of death. But this patient was still in grave danger, it needed to continue receiving treatment. You cannot get fat from eating one mouthful, battle bone wheel's damage is too severe. But if that was not the case, I would not have been able to subdue it. Even if it is fully fixed now, my Primeval essence cannot activate it. There is no rush here. Fang Yuan got down from the bed, flexing his numb limbs as he opened the windows. It was already dark, the stars were shining in the sky. It is time. Thinking of the banquet at night, Fang Yuan stepped out of his room. As he walked out of the courtyard, Man Duo and Ge tribe's father and son were already waiting for him. Man Duo greets Lord Chang Shan Yin. Man Duo saw Fang Yuan and immediately greeted, showing absolute respect. Have you all waited for a long time? Fang Yuan nodded, asking casually. Man Duo replied, it has only been 6 hours, it is not a problem. It is my great honor to stand before Lord's doors. Senior Chang Shan Yin, father has already set up a grand banquet nearby, awaiting your arrival. Ge tribe's father and son will accompany you to this banquet as well. Fang Yuan looked at this Man Duo, feeling pity in his heart. This lad was intelligent and capable, but fate toyed with him, giving him poor aptitude. He was just like Fang Yuan in his previous life. All right then, come along. Fang Yuan rode his hump wolf as he left Ge tribe campgrounds with the rest of them. Man Duo guided the group of about a dozen people as they rode their hump wolves to a faraway place. The cool night breeze blew past the ears, as the grassland was running in the opposite direction. Moonlight poured down like water, one could clearly see at a short distance, but from afar, the moonlight looked like a foggy veil. The grass on the ground was oozing with jade-green essence. The mountains looked like they were gradually flowing towards the sky. Under such a night sky, wolves sprinted on the never-ending land, as the beautiful moon gave an unrestrained sense of freedom. As everyone sprinted, they saw a group of hump wolves on a mound. There were a group of Gu masters sitting on the wolves' back. A Gu master was waving a huge flag in his hands, that had the word manna on it. After seeing Fang Yuan, the group of Gu masters rode the hump wolves as they came over. Man Duo saw this and laughed. Lord Chang Shan Yin, my father is the one ahead, he is here to welcome you. This was the custom of Northern Plains. If an esteemed guest was invited, the host would often travel 10 li to greet them. The two groups of hump wolves met in the middle. Man tribe leader got off his wolf, laughing as he walked over. Ha ha ha, today's moon is as bright as the sun, this is the radiance to welcome the return of a Northern Plains hero. Lord Chang, I have heard so much about you. Man tribe leader was 9 feet tall, he was extremely muscular and strong. He wore a loose sleeveless fur robe, showing his 2 shoulders, his ancient bronze-colored arms were thicker than a normal male's leg. But just as he finished his sentence, it seemed like heaven played a prank on him. The night sky was covered by some dark clouds as the moonlight vanished, causing the grassland to sink into darkness. Man tribe leader's loud laughter became softer as he felt extremely awkward. It was Man Duo who was quick-witted, immediately laughing as his eyes rolled. Senior Chang Shan Yin is our Northern Plains great hero. Father, you are the most respected hero in our Man tribe. Tonight is a meeting of heroes. Look, the great aura of heroes caused heaven to tremble. causing winds and clouds to stir. His words caused the awkwardness to fade away, as Man Tribe leader's expression returned to normal as he walked to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan and the others also got off the wolves. Man Tu first gave Fang Yuan a deep greeting, as Fang Yuan placed his right hand at his chest to return the greeting. Next, Man Tu stared at Man Duo intentionally, using a scolding tone. Nonsense. How can I compare to Lord Chang? Lord Chang was renowned in Northern Plains as the Wolf King. He dominated the world with his wolf enslavement skill. He even killed the rank 5 GU Master Ha-Tu GU, eliminating a bunch of bandits and got rid of a great evil, causing his name to go down in history. Tribe leader Man Tu, why are you so humble? Fang Yuan laughed lightly. You are Man Tribe leader, ruler of near 1,000 GU Masters. You are a true conqueror, leading Man Tribe to many victories, and you even control Hongyang Valley. You are the overlord of this area. My cultivated had fallen to rank for initial stage, while you are at peak stage. You surpass me greatly. Although I have wolf enslavement skill, I can only control beasts, unlike you who control people. Our difference is night and day. Tribe leader Man Tu is the true heroic conqueror. The Wolf King was well known for his aloofness and arrogance. He was hard to talk to think he was so talkative now, and showed such a humble attitude. But he understood quickly after thinking about it. This Chang Shan Yin was famous when he was young. With the nature of a young man, he was arrogant. Now that he was a middle-aged man and had gotten into such trouble, his nature had already been refined. It was normal for him to be more composed now. Man Tu did not expect Fang Yuan to be so approachable, but to receive such praise from Wolf King Chang Shan Yin, he was secretly happy. He thought even more highly of Fang Yuan in his heart now. Although his cultivation was rank for initial stage, he had once killed the rank 5 Ha-Tu GU. Man Tu did not dare to underestimate him. He laughed and said, Lord Chang was already rank for peak stage 20 years ago. Even though your cultivation fell due to injuries, you can still recover quickly, or even surpass your former cultivation. By then, how would my cultivation be your match? At this time, the dark clouds dispersed and moonlight shone down again. The two of you are the current hero and conqueror of Northern Plains. GE tribe leader spoke at an appropriate timing. The most valuable thing is that the meeting of Tiger and Wolf did not lead to a fight, but instead you appreciate each other. We are lucky to witness this. This is truly seeing the moon after the clouds part. Such words made everyone laugh. Ha, brother GE, your words describe the scenery perfectly. Quick, the banquet has already been prepared, it is just nearby. Man Tu looked at Fang Yuan and made an inviting pose. He did not set the banquet at his camp, but rushed here to set up the banquet close to GE tribe camp. It showed his hospitality and sincerity. Good, after you. Fang Yuan laughed and agreed, but his heart tightened. The dark clouds came and left quickly. It was a peculiar sight. Most likely, GU Masters were on the move. It has not been a month since he buried fixed Immortal Travel GU. The Immortal GU aura has not faded yet. Hopefully a GU Immortal does not find it. Chapter 446. Soul Path GU Immortal Gu Wang. In the night sky, the moon shone brightly. A large group of dark clouds moved quickly despite looking slow. It moved above Fang Yuan and Gang's head, 5,000 li towards the south, towards the sky of an unnamed little hill. Dark clouds covered the beautiful moonlight, casting a large shadow as darkness engulfed this hill. The dark cloud stopped moving as a sword light flew out from it. It was the flying sword letter GU. The flying sword letter GU shot into the mound and entered a mysterious space, vanishing. After a while, the little hill shook as a bright red light flashed. The red light was dazzling, like the setting of the sun. It gathered into a lump, like the creation of a red sun. At once, the radius of a few hundred li was engulfed in bright red light. From this mini-sun, a jade bridge stretched out. A rank 6 GU Immortal, having a youthful appearance and a round and white face, stepped on the bridge and walked out. He wore a snow fox fur robe. His face was glowing with red light as he looked up at the dark clouds, laughing. Gui Wang, it has been a while." Accompanying the terrible-sounding laughter, a person emerged from the dark clouds. He gave off the strong aura of a rank 6 GU immortal. It was Gui Wang. Gui Wang quickly descended. Just as he was about to land on the ground, a large pair of greenish-black bat wings appeared behind his back. The bat wings flapped as he remained in the air, looking at the rank 6 GU immortal on the bridge. "Lona Hong Yu, these are the lava bats I promised you, a total of 3,500,000. Take a look." Gui Wang spoke. His voice was very coarse and unpleasant. It gave people goosebumps. His appearance was also extremely ugly: messy hair, a high forehead, deep eye sockets, tightly shut eyes, and ears as large as half his brain. Lona Hongyu heard this and raised his head, looking at the dark clouds in the sky. His brown eyes started heating up and turning red, turning into a color resembling heated metal. His gaze literally became hot, as it pierced through the dark clouds and allowed him to see the countless bats flying inside. These bats were all dark red in color, giving off great heat. They screeched as they flew around each other. Lona Hongyu looked around as he nodded in satisfaction. 3.5 million lava bats indeed. With them, my Hongyu blessed land would not need to get rid of lava into the ground every month. I can benefit from this greatly. I will keep these lava bats. Kekekek. Gui Wang laughed heartily. The dark clouds tore open as the bats flew out after losing their restraints. These bats did not fly around randomly, they quickly descended like a black-red waterfall, entering the sun. Each blessed land's door was different. This mini-sun was Hongyu blessed land's entrance. After these chaotic bats were brought into Hongyu blessed land, Gui Wang said, "Lona Hongyu, since you accepted these bats, it means you agreed to barge into Lang Ya blessed land with me." "Of course, when have I, Lona Hongyu, ever broken my promise?" "A month later, we will get to Lang Ya blessed land. But that land spirit is still around. With just the two of us, it might not be enough." Lona Hongyu said in worry. "You do not have to worry about this. I have asked the Hua High 3 immortals to help." Gui Wang said. "Oh?" The righteous path's Hua High 3 immortals agreed. Lona Hongyu was shocked. HMPH, what is righteous, what is demonic? It is but personal interests. Lang Ya blessed land has countless recipes. The Hua High 3 immortals are obviously moved. "Ha ha, you are right. I have to make arrangements for these bats, Gui Wang. I will not send you off." Lona Hongyu said. Gui Wang snorted as his bat wings flapped, bringing his body into the dark clouds as quickly as lightning. Dark clouds moved, flying towards the north, covering the moon in its path. As it entered poison grassland sky, the cloud stopped. Gui Wang stopped and showed some confusion. "Eh? What's going on?" "There is the aura of an immortal GU." He showed a look of disbelief as he landed. The place he was standing at was the location where Fang Yuan and Ji Yao first met. Although the Immortal Gu's aura is already extremely weak, it is a real immortal GU. Strange, there is the aura of an immortal GU, but no GU immortal's aura. Is this a wild immortal GU? No, that's not right. This is man-made. That means a mortal obtained an immortal GU. Gui Wang thought about this and felt great excitement. 50 years had already passed since he rose to GU Immortal Realm, yet he still had no Immortal GU, forced to use rank 5 GU worms only. Immortal GU were extremely rare. Many GU Immortals live their entire life without having a single one. Don't tell me, after working hard for half my life, my luck is finally here. An Immortal Gu's allure was overwhelming. Gui Wang's heart was palpitating. He flapped his wings, following the Immortal Gu's aura as he flew over. He wanted to search for the GU using the trail of aura. After a moment, he stopped. The sea of ghost-face sunflowers was before him. To think there are so many ghost-face sunflowers here. Kekekek, they are mine. Gui Wang laughed coldly. Although his eyes were closed, it did not obstruct his vision. He willed and the dark cloud which accompanied him started rolling, as it descended like a huge beast, biting the large field of sunflowers. Immediately, countless ghost-faced Gu flew up as numerous ghost-cry Gu started to shriek. Nether Ghost Claw! Wang stretched out his hand and a huge green claw shadow appeared, scooping up these ghost-cry Gu and ghost-faced Gu. At once, many wild Gu were caught. A moment later, the dark clouds flew into the sky again, the sea of sunflowers was gone, only a huge crater was left in the ground. Great harvest! Wang's mood was good, compared to the Immortal Gu, this was a small appetizer. After leaving the newly created hole, Wang frowned, what's going on? The Immortal Gu's aura weakened? Don't tell me, it's sealed. He continued flying forward, trailing after fixed Immortal Travel Gu's aura, he was extremely fast. After 15 minutes, his eyebrows raised, the Immortal Gu's aura moved from the ground to the air, how can this be? He looked around, and after a few breaths' time, he understood. I see, this is the Earth Spike Rat's territory, this mortal Gu master flew across it. His Gu worms are not bad, actually having a flying Gu. Wang snickered as he spread his wings and flew into the air. He followed Fang Yuan's previous path, meeting the shadow crows along the way. A bunch of small birds. Wang snorted, his body shook slightly as 100 pale wandering ghosts flew out. Rank 5, 100 Ghost Night Travel Gu. The wandering spirits flew around, knocking into the shadow crows and smashing their soul to bits. The shadow crows' bodies were unharmed, but they fell down and were dismembered by the Earth Spike Rats. Wang went on a slaughtering spree, as this area's blood smell intensified, causing more shadow crows to come and scavenge for food. At the same time, the entire Earth Spike Rat group was alerted, they pierced out of the ground attempting to attack Wang. Wang chuckled, activating 100 Ghost Night Travel Gu and several hundred Ghost Face Gu. At once, numerous spirits and souls flew in the air, different ghost faces danced in the air, like a stone mill crushing everything in its path. Hundreds to thousands of shadow crows fell onto the ground like dumpling entering a pot. The Earth Spike Rats feasted upon their bodies, but the wandering spirits and ghost faces caused damage to them as well. Earth spikes hit Wang's body one after another, but were repelled by the black light on his body. Other than that, many shadow crows assaulted him with their steel claws. Wang neither dodged nor avoided, he flew straight ahead. If it was a rank 5 Gu master, under such circumstances, facing numerous attacks every second, he would run out of Primeval Essence after a moment. But Gu Immortals had Immortal Essence. 1 bead of green grape Immortal Essence could be diluted into a large amount of Primeval Essence. It could fill the entire blessed land for tens of years, even 100 years without vanishing. This meant that every Gu Immortal had endless Primeval Essence that they could use, able to use rank 5 Gu without stopping. After thousands of shadow crows were sacrificed, the shadow crows retreated in fear. Wang did not chase them. After flying past the Earth Spike Rat's territory, he landed at the place Fang Yuan landed. This was where Fang Yuan used Dusty Gu on Bright Pearl Gu. The aura thinned again. How can a mortal seal an immortal Gu? No, there is another possibility, that is this immortal Gu is heavily injured and is on the verge of death. I have to hurry. Wang felt a strong sense of pressure as he continued flying close to the ground. Using another rank 5 Gu worm to accelerate, he raised his speed again. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the battlefield where Chang Shan Yin and Ha-2 Gu fought to their deaths. Here, Fang Yuan took out Chang Shan Yin's corpse and used Dark Toss Gu to suppress fixed Immortal Travel Gu's aura again. Sensing that the Immortal Gu's aura was near indiscernible, Wang's patience reached its limits. He stopped for a moment, using his investigative Gu to scan the surrounding, continuing on his journey after having no discoveries. This immortal Gu will be mine. Be it dead or alive, I must see it. Wang flew close to the ground, swearing in his heart. The banquet had already been going on for a long time. There were young women dancing, delicious wine, and food to consume. Under this lively atmosphere, Fang Yuan had already formed a brotherly relationship with Man 2. Brother Man 2, I offer you a toast. I hope that you can do me a favor and mend your relationship with Ge tribe. Fang Yuan raised his wine cup and drank. Man Tu showed a look of difficulty. After drinking the wine in his cup, he said, I would not dare to refuse Brother Chang's wine, but Hongyang Valley is a small place. We Man tribe expanded quickly and now our numbers are huge. If we have to provide for another Ge tribe, I'm afraid. Moreover, Ge tribe went back on their words. The promised wedding was delayed and even fell through. We are truly angry and disappointed. Man Tu sounded angry, but he already had a scheme in his heart. He wanted to absorb Ge tribe, but he could not find an excuse. At the same time, old Ge tribe leader was a rank for Gu master. With him still around, Man tribe could not take them down easily. Thus, when Man Duo proposed the wedding, he agreed immediately. Next, with news of Ji Yao's death from Ge tribe, Man Tu did not believe it. In his opinion, this was an excuse of Ge tribe after they realized Man Tu's intention of devouring them. Chapter 447. Hints and Clues Gu. Speaking about Ge tribe, the lively banquet atmosphere turned cold. Old Ge tribe leader quickly stood up and gave an explanation. Ji Guang stood at one side. Looking at his father, he felt bitter and pained. His sister was dead, his father was grieving, he wished none of this was real. But now, his father had to explain to outsiders, proving to them that his daughter was truly dead. This was such a painful torture. While Man Tu listened to their explanations, he refused to accept it. Chang Shan Yin was a righteous hero, and also the genius Gu master that Chang tribe nurtured back in the day. After he killed Hatu Gu and the bandits, he was praised by the people, and with his great reputation, he was known by almost everyone in Northern Plains. Thus, to give Chang Shan Yin face, Man Tu gave them his full attention. But even if Chang Shan Yin's reputation was 5 or 6 times higher than now, it could not match the benefits of him absorbing Ge tribe. Now that he had a proper excuse to do so, Man Tu would not let go of it so easily. Thus, he patiently listened to Ge tribe leader's explanation before looking at his third son. Man Duo laughed coldly in his heart, standing up. He bowed deeply to Fang Yuan. Before taking out a Gu worm in public, please take a look, Senior Chang. This Gu looked like a butterfly. Its long body was like an incense stick, with its tail still burning with thick smoke. The smoke changed into rainbow-like colors at times, while being colorless and odorless at other times. Is this the chase smoke Gu from ancient times? Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Man Duo was stunned, using a tone of admiration. Senior is absolutely right. This junior is in awe of Senior's knowledge. I obtained this Gu by chance. As long as one is stained by this smoke, it would not dissipate for months. It is perfect for finding someone's traces. After pausing for a while, he continued, to speak the truth, when Junior first saw Ge Yao, I used this Gu on her. Now, as long as we activate this smoke Gu, the traces will appear and we can see it clearly. Man Duo had a smug expression as he continued, Ge tribe leader, if we use this Gu, and find Ge Yao hiding in your tribe's campgrounds, what will we do? He wanted to devour Ge tribe. He obviously had plans. This chase smoke Gu was suggested by Man Duo, to think that it would actually be used like this. Facing Man Duo's threat, Ge tribe father and son relaxed in their heart. This chase smoke Gu was good. Once it was used, the truth of their words would be attested to without doubt. But Fang Yuan's heart jumped. This chase smoke Gu could stain people who got close to it. He had once been in close proximity with Ge Yao, and even hugged her. With this smoke, wouldn't he be exposed? Fang Yuan did not expect this. His heart was sinking. The Gu worm set on him was Chang Shan Yin's enslavement path Gu worms. It was good at huge battles, but had little use for personal fights. At this banquet, he was only rank for initial stage, but Man tribe and Ge tribe leader had higher cultivation. There were even several elders and guards with rank 3 cultivation. Even if he brought the wolves over, 2,000 to 3,000 ordinary wolves could not turn this situation around. At once, Fang Yuan's mind worked at lightning speed. All sorts of possibilities appeared as they sparked like flint. Soon after, he laughed heartily. This is great. With the chase smoke Gu to certify, the truth will be out. Junior, quickly use it. He wanted to stall for time or reject the use of it, but that was impossible. Firstly, he as an outsider rejecting the use of chase smoke Gu was very strange. It was almost admitting his guilt. Secondly, be it Man tribe or Ge tribe, they both wanted to use chase smoke Gu to confirm some details. There was no way to change their minds now. Thirdly, chase smoke Gu was in the hands of someone else. Even if Fang Yuan objected to it, could he stop Man tribe from using it? Thus, Fang Yuan took the initiative to urge him, giving them an impression of being open and fearless. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Man too was overjoyed. Since brother Chang Shan Yin has said it, son, use it. But Man Duo was not happy. He observed the people's expressions, and realized that Ge tribe father and son were looking forward to this. Is Ge Yao really dead? Man Duo controlled his uneasiness and willed, activating this chase smoke Gu. At once, the colorless and odorless smoke appeared in the air, turning black. As expected, there was a thick cloud of smoke on Fang Yuan. In this illuminated banquet, it was very eye-catching. At once, everyone's gaze was on him. The lively atmosphere immediately turned solemn. No one said a word. There was a heavy mood in everyone. Fang Yuan frowned. His expression was a combination of shock and surprise. It made people think he was innocent. As if he thought that he was not eye-catching enough, Fang Yuan stood up from among the crowd, leaving his seat as he walked around. The black smoke trailed after him, forming a black smoke tail behind Fang Yuan. Man Duo's gaze flickered as Man too said happily, that means brother Chang Shan Yin has met Ge Yao, and even had close interaction with her. Ge tribe leader had a complicated expression as he looked at Fang Yuan with an uncertain gaze. Ge Guang was still young. He was not composed enough as he stood up from his seat, staring at Fang Yuan in suspicion, asking, Uncle Chang Shan Yin, what is going on? Did you meet my sister Ge Yao when you were in Poison Grassland? Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. He did not explain himself, but walked back to his seat, saying seriously, to speak the truth, you are suspicious, but so am I. Why is there so much smoke following me? Man Duo said sinisterly, Senior Chang is a great hero of Northern Plains. I would not dare to come up with a conjecture for your suspicions. Senior Chang Shan Yin. Ge Guang could not hold it any longer. He stared at Fang Yuan with a flickering gaze. Fang Yuan heard him and looked at Ge Guang in the eye with no guilt, then turning to old Ge tribe leader, Brother Ge, you know my character. I swear in the name of the Wolf King, I did not meet your daughter in Poison Grassland. Ge tribe leader placed his right hand at his chest, making a great gesture with a solemn expression, Brother Chang Shan Yin, we hit it off so well when we first met, I believe your words. Ge Guang by the side wanted to speak but he controlled himself. Fang Yuan obviously understood that these words were not enough to dispel their suspicions. Immediately after, he frowned, showing a thinking expression, saying, I slept for 20 years. After I woke up, I left Poison Grassland. Along the way, I subdued many poison beard wolves. During the cold nights, I rest on the fur of my wolves to gain warmth. Most likely, one of the wolves ate brother's daughter, and thus, the smoke was passed to me when we made contact. Is that so? Ge Guang gritted his teeth, his gaze flickering continuously. Fang Yuan's explanation made perfect sense. He was the first person who saw Fang Yuan leave Poison Grassland. When he saved him from the Wind Wolf group, he was manipulating the poison beard wolves. We can get to the truth easily. My wolf pack is still resting in Ge tribe's ranch. Everyone can follow me to the ranch, and we will be able to see the truth. Fang Yuan suggested. This suggestion made everyone interested. Then we will go ahead with this. Man too turned his gaze at Ge tribe father and son. He still did not believe Ge Yao was dead. Old Ge tribe leader stood up. Let's go, we can be the witnesses. Everyone rode their hump wolves towards Ge tribe's ranch. Fang Yuan's wolf pack was resting inside. They were strong and fit. Under the night sky, the poison beard wolves were more energetic. Using the chase smoke Gu's black smoke, the group successfully found out that a few of the poison beard wolves had much thicker smoke than Fang Yuan. O longevity heaven, with the blessing of our ancestors, the murderer of my daughter was here all along. Ge tribe leader saw this and cried in pain. He next bowed deeply at Fang Yuan. Just as he was about to speak, Fang Yuan stopped him. Brother Ge, I know what you want to say. These poison beard wolves are yours to deal with. Fang Yuan said. Old Ge tribe leader cried tears of gratitude. Benefactor Chang Shan Yin, thank you. You not only saved my son, but you also brought the murderer of my daughter here. You are the closest friend of our Ge tribe for eternity. It was true that Fang Yuan saved him, but this was not enough to certify that he was innocent. If Chang Shan Yin killed his sister and ordered the poison beard wolves to consume his sister's corpse, that would also cause this result. Man too was panicking at the side. From start to end, he did not believe Ji Yao is dead. If Ji tribe discovered the chase smoke Ji Yu and cooperated with Ji Yao to fake this, it was very easy. Thus, he spoke, Ji tribe leader, you have truly misunderstood Brother Chang Shan Yin. Brother Chang is a great hero of Northern Plains. He is such an admirable person. How could he commit such a sinful act? The way I see it, we should follow this chase smoke Ji Yu into poison grassland and continue to collect evidence to clear Brother Chang's name. He wanted to use Fang Yuan as an excuse to find out the truth, whether Ji Yao was really dead or not. If Ji Yao entered poison grassland, there would surely be a trail of smoke along the way. But at this time, Ji Guang spoke, no need for that. I have a way to prove Uncle Chang Shan Yin's innocence. Father, back then when you prepared a set of precious water path GU worms for sister, you used the rank 5 hints and clues GU on them. Sister knows this, thus if she is killed, she will follow your instructions to keep these GU worms intact, leaving them for her murderer. This way, we can find her killer and exact revenge for her. As long as you take out that hints and clues GU, that will be the best proof. Saying so, Ji Guang looked deeply at Fang Yuan. Chapter 448. Obtaining another rank 5 GU. Wang moved quickly along the way, following the faint Immortal GU aura to a stalk of snow spirea. The Immortal Gu's aura stopped here, the trail ends here. Wang's gaze was anxious as he searched all around the snow spirea. No? No Immortal GU. The snow spirea's snow wash GU was already taken, obviously someone came here. But why is there no Immortal GU? If the Immortal GU continued moving, its aura would move too. But this aura ended here. Is the Immortal GU dead? Wang had a guess. But he refused to believe this. He used his investigative GU and searched the entire place thoroughly. No, there's nothing here. Wang gritted his teeth. His heart was filled with indignance and regret. Wait! Suddenly, his gaze turned ruthless as he thought of a possibility. At the center of this poison grass land is Zidu Blessed Land. The rank 7 GU Immortal Lady Poison Scorpion lives in it. Did she take the Immortal GU? A mortal's aperture cannot hold an Immortal GU, but a GU Immortal's aperture can. After the Immortal GU enters the aperture, the aura would stop leaking. In that case, this would be the most logical explanation. That means Lady Poison Scorpion stayed home and had an Immortal GU arrive at her doorsteps. Damn it, curses! Wang stomped his feet. He would rather believe that the GU was taken by Lady Poison Scorpion than the fact that it could have died. But he would never guess that the real Immortal GU did not die, but instead Fang Yuan used Iron Cabinet GU to seal its aura before backtracking and burying the GU along the way. Wang followed the aura's trail, moving forward. As Fang Yuan controlled the sealing, the GU worm's aura weakened as he followed it. This created a speculation. Wang wanted to chase after the GU. He would never have guessed that along the way, the fixed Immortal Travel GU was buried somewhere. When he thought of Lady Poison Scorpion, jealousy and hatred forced his speculations to hit a dead end. Lady Poison Scorpion is a rank 7 GU Immortal. She is very strong. I can gather the Hua High 3 Immortals and Lona Hong Yu to attack Lang Yue Blessed Land. That is because of the promised benefits. I do not have the bargaining chips to get them to attack Zidu Blessed Land as well. This is so hateful. If I came 10 days ago, the Immortal Gu might have been mine. Looking at the time, Zidu Blessed Land is about to open its doors and expel the poisonous gas inside. I am not her match. I should leave now. Wang stomped his feet and flew into the air, entering the dark clouds. The dark cloud moved around as Wang looked around with indignance. Only after a long while did he fly back to his home. This was destined to be a busy night. At Ge Tribe Ranch, everyone's attention was on Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan killed Ji Yao and took her Gu, the hints and clues Gu would cause him to be exposed. Fang Yuan's earlier lie would be exposed as well. If you did not meet Ji Yao, why do you have her Gu? By then, no explanations would work. Son! Ge tribe leader stared angrily at Ji Guang, extremely furious. Benefactor Chang Shan Yin is so righteous and upright. How can you be suspicious of him? Quickly kneel down and kowtow to our benefactor to ask for forgiveness. Father! Ji Guang was shocked. He did not expect Ge tribe leader's reaction. Wasn't he always trying to get revenge for sister? Father missed out one point, so I pointed it out for him. What did I do wrong? At one side, Man tribe father and son started watching this show as bystanders. Brother Ge, your son had said that, you do have a hint and clues Gu, right? Fang Yuan's expression was calm, his gaze clear as water. Then please take it out and activate it. This? Old Ge tribe leader hesitated. Brother Ge, if you have a method to prove my innocence, why are you still hiding it? Ha ha ha, I am overjoyed by it. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Ge tribe leader observed his expression for a while, then looked at Man tribe's father and son. The two were staying silent, quietly watching this, but their gazes had deep meaning in them. Never mind, since Benefactor Chang Shan Yin insists, I will go ahead with it. Ge tribe leader gritted his teeth and took out hints and clues Gu. This Gu was shaped like a black spider. It was fist-sized and was plump. 8 hairy black legs with shiny tips, resembling water chestnuts. Ge tribe leader injected Primeval essence, and hints and clues Gu's body gave out a faint white light. Within 500 li, if there were Gu worms that were marked by the Gu master, it would emit a red light and point in their direction. If the Gu master was hiding the Gu worms inside their aperture, this range would be only within 1,000 steps, but it stayed in Ge tribe leader's hand without having any changes. Seeing this, Ge Guang kneeled on the ground with a plop and kowtowed to Fang Yuan. Uncle Chang Shan Yin, I was wrong. I wanted to get to the bottom of the matter and offended you. Please punish me. Quickly get up, I have to thank you for proving my innocence. What wrong did you do? Fang Yuan smiled faintly as he helped Ge Guang get up. Rewinding back to the day when Fang Yuan killed Ji Yao. Before death, the young girl cried, Chang Shan Yin. I don't know how I am blocking your path to success. But now, even if you kill me, I do not hate you. Maybe you are seeking revenge? I will leave all my Gu worms to you. I hope they can be of some use for your path to success. Cough cough. The girl coughed out blood and begged Fang Yuan with a grieved smile, I am going to die, but before I die, I have a small favor to ask. I hope you can hug me, I really want to feel your warm embrace. However, Fang Yuan did not move, his gaze coldly looking at the girl. He looked at the girl and saw her expression becoming stiffer as vitality left her bit by bit. Finally, the flower-like girl became an ice-cold corpse. Fang Yuan fell into a long silence as he looked at Ji Yao's face. She gave all her Gu to me? What is the meaning of this? She loved Chang Shan Yin indeed, but how can she not hate me for killing her? Her love was only a young girl's affection, breeding for only a few days. Her hatred was due to the loss of her life, the hatred of being killed. It is evident which is a stronger emotion. Hey! This girl is still too young, her acting is terrible, how can she hide that hatred in her eyes when she spoke to me? Although I lack GU worms, and her GU worms are all of high quality, she intentionally left them for me, to play it safe. I should not take them. Next, Fang Yuan willed, and the poison beard wolves moved, devouring her corpse until nothing was left. From start to end, he did not touch the GU worms in Ge Yao's aperture at all. Seeing this result, Ge tribe leader breathed out a sigh of relief, praising Fang Yuan continuously. Brother Chang Shan Yin, I have learnt much today. You are indeed a great hero of the grassland. Your conduct is like tonight's moon, pure like water, with no impurities. No matter how dirty the floor is, it will not pollute the moon. No matter how thick the clouds are, they will not hinder your radiance. We Ge tribe owe you a great deal. My son was rash and suspected you. We only have this rank 5 hints and clues GU. I will give it to you today as an apology. Please accept it, otherwise, I will not be able to sleep properly. Rank 5 GU was hard to come by, but under everyone's gaze, Ge tribe leader handed it over to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan rejected it for a few times, but Ge tribe leader was very insistent. He had no choice but to accept it. Just like this, Fang Yuan obtained his second rank 5 GU in Northern Plains. Next, everyone continued the banquet until late into the night, as they parted happily under the moon. Mantu invited Fang Yuan earnestly to be a guest as his tribe. But Fang Yuan said that he was going to leave not long later, to join the heroes' assembly. But before leaving, he would go visit Man tribe first. Looking at Fang Yuan and Ge tribe's father and son leave on their hump wolves, Man Tu's smile vanished and his expression turned ugly. It seems this Ge Yao is dead without doubt. Man Tu's tone was gloomy. Father, no need to fret. Man Duo at the side snickered. This Ge tribe wants to make use of Hongyang Valley. He has to beg us. They have nowhere to run. Listening to his son's words, Man Tu's expression relaxed. He patted Man Duo's shoulders. You are right, I was too obsessed with it. These years, Man tribe had been expanding. You have contributed greatly to it. But you are only C grade in aptitude. Your talent is insufficient. When father retires, and your elder brother takes charge of Man tribe, you have to assist him well. Yes, father, do not worry. Man Duo replied curtly and positively, but he was snorting in his heart. He was also his father's son. Why can't he compete for the leader's role? Why must he give it to his brother? Because of aptitude, he cannot become the tribe leader? If elder brother ascended to the position of tribe leader, he will kill me. Sigh, what a pity. I wanted to marry Ge Yao to make Ge tribe part of my force, with this relationship tying us together. But heaven played a joke on me. Ge Yao actually died. Unfilial son, kneel down. Once they got into the secret room, with only the two of them left, Ge tribe leader's expression sank as he screamed at Ge Guang. Father! Ge Guang was shocked. He did not understand why his father was so furious, but he subconsciously kneeled down first. Father, I am your son. You can scold or beat me, as long as your anger fades. But I have a request. I hope that father can tell me why you are so furious after you calm down. I will change and no longer make you angry. Ge Guang said. Ge tribe leader laughed coldly, standing before Ge Guang and pointing at his nose. I know you feel very indignant. Let father tell you the reason, to let you know the immense danger we were in tonight. Did you really think Man Duo proposed to your sister because of her good looks? Ge Guang was stunned. Was that not the case? Ge Yao was the beauty of our tribe, so many youngsters were chasing after her? Bullshit! Ge tribe leader howled. Beauty is just the icing on top of authority. Man Duo has Man Tu behind him. His objective is to devour our Ge tribe. That is why Man Tu supported Man Duo greatly to marry your sister. Chapter 449. Strength is the most important. Hey, Man tribe wants to devour our Ge tribe. Ge Guang screamed. Old Ge tribe leader sighed. Sigh, your sister is already dead. They were not willing to listen to my explanation. Why do you think that is the case? Because this excuse is perfect for them to send their troops. But I found Chang Shan Yin to assist us. He was the hero of Northern Plains, he had great reputation, and had Chang tribe behind him. Man 2 did not dare to accuse us blindly, thus he did not attack us tonight. Ji Guang exclaimed, there is such a twist behind it. But father, I do not understand, since you understood Man tribe's intentions already, why did you agree to this wedding, and betrothed sister to that monkey man duo? Ji tribe leader raised his finger, knocking on Ji Guang's head, do you not have a brain? Why did I agree to the wedding? Did you think I want to torture my own daughter? It is because the great blizzard is coming. If we can become relatives through marriage, we can stay inside Hongyang Valley and protect all our tribesmen. Sacrificing your sister's happiness to protect Ji tribe. This wedding is a transaction, sigh, but your sister ran away from her wedding and died in poisoned grassland. Ji Guang frowned, blinking, father, I understand now. No, you know nothing. Ji tribe leader understood his son well. He explained in a disappointed tone, tonight, Man tribe leader invited Chang Shan Yin, and we followed him. But the truth is, their target was us, and I dragged Chang Shan Yin along as our shield. That man duo used to chase Smoke Gu, he is truly evil. When all of you suspected Chang Shan Yin, I said to him that I trusted him completely. Did you think I was not suspicious? I am not so muddle-headed yet. Ji tribe leader stomped his foot, his tone was grim, but I did not dare to suspect him. The reason we could contend with Man tribe is because of Chang Shan Yin. If we suspected him, their instigation would have succeeded, and ruined our relationship with Chang Shan Yin. If Chang Shan Yin did not side with us, we might not return alive from tonight's banquet. Shock was written all over Ji Guang's face. Are they so daring? Would they try to kill the both of us? HMPH, why did you think that you met so many wind wolves during the search? In Northern Plains, there are lots of instances where beast groups were used to commit murder. But tonight, Man tribe might not kill us, but they would imprison us. By then, they would use Ji Yao's matter as an excuse to devour our Ji tribe. Without us, Ji tribe would be without a leader, the result would be disastrous. Hearing his father's explanation, Ji Guang finally understood the danger they were in, showing after fear on his face. For the sake of the tribe, for the big picture, even if Chang Shan Yin was the killer, we cannot suspect him. Did you really think I forgot the hints and clues, Ji Yu? How can that be? But you had to mention it. If the killer was really Chang Shan Yin, what would we do? Old Ji tribe leader spoke meaningfully. Ji Guang fell into deep silence. After a long while, he said, so that is why father gave the precious hints and clues Ji Yu to Chang Shan Yin. It is to mend our relationship with him, so that he would side with us. Old Ji tribe leader nodded, you are finally learning. Son, although you have outstanding aptitude and high cultivation, you are still far from being the new Ji tribe leader. Father, it is great to have you around. I will have to learn more from you. Ji tribe can lose anybody but you, father. Ji Guang said in admiration. Ji tribe leader shook his head, time waits for no man, I am already old, Ji tribe is counting on you. Sigh, after this matter, I have understood Man too. He is a greedy jackal, no matter how much his wealth is, he would never be satisfied. Now that your sister is gone, we have no excuses left to use Hongyang Valley. But we cannot disband and join Man tribe, right? Ji tribe cannot go extinct like this, otherwise I will be the greatest sinner of our tribe. After this night, I have already learned that we cannot stay here any longer, otherwise we will definitely be devoured by Man tribe. A few days later, we will depart for the Heroes' Assembly. Father, if we leave like this, will they let us go so easily? Ji Guang was worried as he asked. Of course they are not willing to let us go, but we are traveling with Chang Shan Yin. Man too is wary of Chang Shan Yin, he would not strike. Ji tribe leader snickered. But we are making use of senior Chang Shan Yin like this, isn't that? Ji Guang was apprehensive. You fool. Why would we not make use of him? What's wrong with that? A good hunter makes full use of his surroundings. When we have insufficient strength, we use knowledge to supplement it. This is all for the survival of the clan. After Ge tribe leader scolded, he stopped and showed a complex expression, but this Chang Shan Yin is truly a legendary heroic character. He might have already understood the situation, yet he still chose to side with us. Such a righteous and upright person, choosing to assist the weak, he is truly the role model of the righteous path, the light of the people. Son, rejoice, we Ge tribe actually met such a person. Time passed quickly, a few days went by. Inside the room, Fang Yuan held his bone bamboo Gu as the ghost fire burnt it completely, breathing out heavily. This is the final bone bamboo Gu. These days, he worked hard and used up all 100 of the bone bamboo Gu in the gift box. After his treatment, 8 of Battle Bone Wheel's most severe wounds were healed. Now, although the wheel was still covered in injuries and cracks, it had left the emergency stage. Sending the Battle Bone Wheel back to the aperture, Fang Yuan started to inspect his aperture. He had rank for peak stage cultivation. Thus, his aperture walls were in the form of transparent crystals. His Primeval C was at 90% full, all of it was true gold Primeval essence. But Fang Yuan had just arrived in Northern Plains. Before he adapted to the environment, his true gold Primeval essence was only at the initial stage light gold Primeval essence. Thus, Fang Yuan's cultivation was not progressing. Using light gold Primeval essence, he could not break through the aperture walls and become a rank 5 Gu master. To accelerate my adaptation, there are ways to do so. Most commonly, it is to use the third watch Gu to accelerate my own time. But that way, the Gu master's lifespan will also be shortened proportionally. Such a measure that pursued quick success was not acceptable to Fang Yuan. It was not because he treasured his lifespan, but because of spring-autumn cicada. If Fang Yuan used third watch Gu on himself, the river of time on him will flow 3 times faster. That way, the spring-autumn cicada's recovery will also be 3 times as fast. Other than his vital Gu and fixed immortal travel Gu in poison grassland, Fang Yuan still had multiple Gu worms. Among them were 2 rank 5 Gu from Northern Plains. One was Battle Bone Wheel, it was recovering and could not be used in the meantime. The other was Hints and Clues Gu, it could be used to scout or track people. Ge tribe still had some foundations, they actually had a rank 5 Hints and Clues Gu. This Gu can be used to track Gu worms, it is used to capture wild Gu worms to prevent them from escaping. Unfortunately, even though Ge tribe leader had this Gu worm, he did not dare to search for his own daughter. Towards the conflict between Ge tribe and Man tribe, Fang Yuan was clear as day. Man Tu's third son Man Duo had great ambition, he wanted the tribe leader position, but because of his low cultivation, he wanted to have Ge tribe. After marrying Ge Yao, and making Ge tribe related to him through his wife, they would be able to fight for the tribe leader position. Man Tu was not necessarily ignorant of his son's intentions, but he was very interested in devouring Ge tribe. Meanwhile, Ge tribe wanted to use the marriage to sacrifice Ge Yao in exchange for Hongyang Valley, to survive the once in 10 years great blizzard, and get through this difficulty. Ge tribe naturally did not want to dissolve, but Man tribe wanted to gain the benefits of absorbing them without facing any consequences. After Ge Yao escaped, Man tribe used this excuse to turn on them, in fact, they might have even caused Ge Guang's incident. As long as they killed Ge tribe's father and son, Ge tribe would be leaderless, and they would fall into chaos, easily taken over by Man tribe. Ge Guang was ignorant and naive, but old Ge tribe leader was experienced and wise. He knew the circumstances they were in, and found out that he was unable to satisfy Man Tu's greed, but at this point, they had no way out, thus he controlled himself and stayed inside the tribe, not giving Man tribe a chance to strike. Chang Shan Yin's arrival gave Ge tribe hopes of getting out of this problem. When old Ge tribe leader found out Fang Yuan's identity as Chang Shan Yin, he thought of using him. Thus, he attended to Fang Yuan warmly and even gave 1,000,000 Primeval stones as a gift. Next, he did well, using Chang Shan Yin's power to contest with Man tribe. At that moonlight banquet, it might have looked like a cozy gathering, but the 3 sides were competing, danger was lurking at every corner, and everyone was hiding their lethal weapons. Man tribe suffered a setback. Not only did they fail to deal with Ge tribe, they even lost the excuse that they had Ge Yao. But they did not lose, they were still the strongest among the three. Ge tribe used Chang Shan Yin, making use of his reputation to protect their tribe, surviving this crisis. Even though they succeeded, they were still at the weaker position. As for Fang Yuan, he pretended to be ignorant, using the two sides and their conflict to achieve his goal of spreading his name, while benefiting from their competition and strengthening himself. Man is the spirit of all beings. When humans competed, it was not simply through fights and killing. Even in this primitive and open northern plains, knowledge and schemes were still used to compete. This innocent young girl was only a sacrifice for the two tribes' political struggle. In fact, according to Fang Yuan's personal guess, Ge Yao's escape was unnatural. She was able to get out of the tightly secured Ge tribe camp. Mostly likely the old Ge tribe leader had arranged for it in an attempt to probe Man tribe. But accidents always happened in reality. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Man tribe's eldest son or second son might have struck, afraid of Man duo gaining power, hoping that Ge Yao would die. Anyway, after Ge Yao escaped to poison grassland and met Fang Yuan, the series of events unfolded. Shaking his head, Fang Yuan cleared these guesses out of his mind. The basis of any scheme is power. Why did Man tribe not attack Ge tribe directly? That is because they were not a super tribe but a large tribe only. They had limited strength. Why was Ge tribe able to stay safe until now? Not just because of me, but also because of their foundation as a former large tribe. If old Ge tribe leader had rank 5 cultivation, he might have used hints and clues Gu long ago. No matter which world, strength is the foundation for everything. But now, the astute Ge tribe leader might be planning to migrate his tribe again. To deal with the 10-year blizzard, he might need to borrow the Imperial Court's power. Chapter 450. Measuring the stature of great men by the yardstick of small men. What happened next was all according to Fang Yuan's expectations. Just a day later, Ge tribe leader visited Fang Yuan, saying he had thought it through. He did not want to stay in Hongyang Valley, but instead wanted to migrate the entire tribe to participate in the Heroes' Assembly and fighting for a place in the Imperial Court. Fang Yuan knew old Ge tribe leader's intentions. It was to make use of Chang Shan Yin once more to get free of Man tribe's control. Fang Yuan agreed immediately. If he was to travel on the grassland alone, it would be troublesome. With the accompaniment of Ge tribe, the risks would be much lower, and he would have a layer of protection. Brother Ge is wise, but we cannot wait anymore. We should leave as soon as possible. Once we make a move, I'm sure Man tribe would notice immediately. Fang Yuan reminded. Old Ge tribe leader's heart shook. Just hearing this sentence, he knew Chang Shan Yin was aware of what was happening. Fang Yuan continued, I had originally promised Man tribe to visit them. But since Ge tribe is relocating, to play safe, I will not go to them. Just say that I had felt my cultivation returning during these few days and have gone into closed cultivation. I will write a letter now. I will have to trouble brother to find someone to send it over for me. If Ge tribe did not relocate, then Fang Yuan would have no issues visiting Man tribe. But if Ge tribe wanted to leave, Man tribe would not let go of them. Man tribe is worried about Ge tribe and Chang Shan Yin cooperating. They might even hold him captive, to deal with Ge tribe separately. Earlier, when Ge Guang was attacked by the Wind Wolves, it was most likely done by Man tribe. Man tribe was after all part of the righteous faction. To prevent rumors from spreading, they would not kill Chang Shan Yin, but Ge tribe was too alluring. They could use all sorts of reasons to place Chang Shan Yin under house arrest. That was something they could do. After old Ge tribe leader heard Fang Yuan's words, he looked at him deeply and stood up, bowing, standing before brother, my wisdom is nothing. I was muddlehead earlier, brother has a clear picture of the current situation. As someone involved in this contest, it is easy for you to be misled. That is normal, do not worry about it. As long as we leave this area, Ge tribe would be free. Fang Yuan consoled old Ge tribe leader as he wrote a letter and handed it to Ge tribe leader. Brother Ge, I have to cultivate, I will not send you off. Today, I will start the preparations for moving off, the letter will definitely be sent, goodbye. Old GE tribe leader took the letter and left the room. After he returned to his tent, he called the elders for a meeting and gave the instructions to prepare for migration. After GE Yao's supposed marriage, GE tribe elders have a terrible impression of Man tribe, they praised this ingenious decision. After GE tribe father and son returned to their study room, old GE tribe leader opened Fang Yuan's letter immediately. Father, isn't this a bit? GE Guang felt embarrassed. Let father teach you another lesson today. This is the letter Chang Shan Yin wrote to Man too, but he did not use a letter GU. Why do you think that is so? Old GE tribe leader snickered. Because he doesn't have a letter GU? No, if he wants to use it, he can borrow it from us. GE Guang thought about it, as his eyes flashed. That mean, this is intentional. That's right. The reason why he is sending a normal letter is so that we can see it. GE tribe is about to migrate, next we will travel together. This letter is to display his intention to cooperate with us along the journey. Come here, we will look at this together. Saying so, old GE tribe leader unsealed the letter. The content in the letter was very simple. It explained that Fang Yuan needed time to recover his cultivation through closed cultivation. He expressed great regret for not being able to visit Man tribe, and he would definitely make up for it in the future. Next, he wanted to purchase bone bamboo GU from Man tribe, saying that he will pay 120% of the market price for them. At the same time, he wrote a large number of GU refinement materials, as well as GU worms like Third Watch GU, hoping they could have a transaction. Oh, so Uncle Chang Shan Yin needed these GU worms. Father, I think we should try and give them to him. After all, he has helped us so much. GE Guang said. Old GE tribe leader stared at this letter, his eyes shining brilliantly as a chill emerged in his heart. This battle between GE tribe and Man tribe was mostly through hidden schemes. They did not fall out with each other on the surface. This was the rule of the righteous path that had to be adhered to. They sacrificed many people. One of GE tribe's elders died after being challenged by Man Duo, and GE Yao also died in poison grassland. Other than that, many GU masters became the wolves' food. In this contest, be it Man tribe or GE tribe, neither of them were winners. Man tribe did not achieve their aims, and GE tribe also had many sacrifices. However, there was one person who benefited completely. This person was Chang Shan Yin. Look at it this way, when Chang Shan Yin left poison grassland, he was empty-handed, without a proper set of GU worms, but now, in this hidden battle, he earned till his pockets were full, having over 1 million Primeval stones as gains, not to mention the rank 5 hints and clues GU. GE tribe leader suddenly understood. GE tribe was making use of Chang Shan Yin, but was Chang Shan Yin not making use of them as well? Chang Shan Yin might seem like he was trapped between two tribes, forced into their political strife, and attracted problems for himself unnecessarily. But the truth was, neither of them wanted to offend him, thus he gained benefits from both sides. We do not need to prepare these for Chang Shan Yin. Man tribe will send these things over. In fact, they might even give these to him for free. GE tribe leader heaved a sigh as he tried to expel that cold feeling in his heart. Who? GE Guang was shocked. How is that possible? Uncle Chang Shan Yin is evidently helping us. Is Man tribe so stupid? Someone in a high position sees things differently. What is the value of these things? Merely a few hundreds of thousands of Primeval stones. It is nothing to Man tribe. Using these goods to gain the friendship of an expert, isn't that a good deal? Have you thought about how much we gave Chang Shan Yin already? GE Guang immediately thought of the 1 million Primeval stones and the rank 5 hints and clues GU. GE tribe leader sighed deeply. There was another meaning to this, but it was still too early for GE Guang to comprehend. Why did Chang Shan Yin want to deal with Man tribe? He was not making a deal, he was establishing a relationship with them. Using this, Chang Shan Yin expressed to Man tribe that although he went back on his word and did not visit Man tribe, he was not their enemy despite being at GE tribe. He did not want to be enemies with Man tribe, in fact he wanted to be friends, thus, they could undergo transactions. Man too was not a fool, he would understand what Chang Shan Yin was trying to express in his letter, his goodwill. If Man tribe rejected this deal, that would be rejecting Fang Yuan's kindness. If they sold the goods according to their price, this would show an indifferent attitude. If they gifted the goods to Fang Yuan, that would mean Man tribe was accepting this kindness, and was willing to be friends with Chang Shan Yin. This deal was not important, the underlying meaning was. Such a hidden and implicit communication method was something the righteous path higher-ups often did. Ge tribe leader suddenly had a flash of inspiration, thinking, this Chang Shan Yin, the reason why he is helping Ge tribe might not be due to his righteous nature, but because he can have the greatest benefits by siding with us. Man tribe was huge and powerful, having Chang Shan Yin was only adding icing on the cake. But Ge tribe was weak, with Chang Shan Yin, it was simply a great asset as he had the ability to stabilize the power balance between the two. With this thought, old Ge tribe leader shuddered, the coldness in his heart became thicker, almost freezing his bones. The old tribe leader subconsciously rejected this thought, if Chang Shan Yin is such a scheming person despite being a hero of this magnitude, would there still be righteousness and light in this world? I am simply measuring the stature of great men by the yardstick of small men. Man tribe's father and son stood on the mound, watching Ge tribe leave towards the south. Lord Father, there is something I don't understand, I would like to ask Father. Man Duo asked. You gave the things mentioned in the letter to Chang Shan Yin for free, I understand the meaning of that. But why did you also give Ge tribe 1,500 tons of provisions? Not only is our prey escaping, we even have to supply them, this. Man Duo felt indignant. Man Tu's expression was solemn, looking at the leaving Ge tribe, he said, Man Hao, explain. Elder Man Hao, who was standing at the side, laughed as he explained, no need to worry, third young master, Lord tribe leader had planned this long ago. Ge tribe is dreaming if they want to leave so easily, there are a large number of wolf lord GU inside the provisions, at the same time, we have tribesmen ahead, with 3 myriad wolf groups waiting in ambush for them. So that's it. Man Duo understood at once, Father is wise, once Ge tribe is unable to resist the wolf pack, our tribe will move out and save them, assimilating them using this chance. In future, if anyone suspects us, Father can use these 1,500 tons of provisions to show his sincerity and magnanimity, it will shut those suspicious people up. But towards the end, Man Duo was hesitant. Man Hao sighed, saying, but this way, Ge tribe would suffer great losses, and the gains of our tribe from taking over Ge tribe would be far less. In fact, we might even have to invest an amount of resources to take care of the injured. But Man Duo shook his head, Man Hao's concerns were not the same as his, Ge tribe has that Chang Shan Yin, he is hailed as the Wolf King, can these wolves stop him? Man Duo expressed his own worry, he had such thoughts as well. But Ge tribe left too quickly. Man tribe was part of the righteous path, they could not act recklessly, in this short period, they could only gather 3 myriad wolf groups. If Ge tribe survives this assault, Man tribe can only watch them leave. But if they suffer great losses during the process, Man tribe would have the excuse to send reinforcements. The greatest uncertainty in this plan was Chang Shan Yin. Don't worry, third young master, although this Chang Shan Yin is known as the Wolf King, that is over 20 years ago. His current cultivation is only rank for initial stage, and during the banquet, we checked secretly, his soul is no longer 1,000-man soul but has dropped to 100-man soul. Man Hao spoke with disdain. Even if he is the Wolf King, he is only a weak and barely surviving old Wolf King. Moreover, what trump cards does he have? Only 1,000 winged wolves and 1,000 poison-beard wolves, and 1,000 water wolves. Ha ha ha, against 10,000 wolf groups, what can his wolves do? The way I see it, his reputation will be ruined soon enough. We can prepare to devour Ge tribe already. Man Duo did not rebuke him, but said, hopefully so.